Chapter 1, Being Dumped at the Beginning, the Identity of the Rich Man is Exposed. September 20th, 2023. Rose Cafe, Gangnam City. Yi Chen, let's break up. A girl sitting in the booth, who was as pretty as a school beauty and dressed gorgeously, glanced with disdain at the young man opposite her who had delicate features and sharp edges, and was definitely a handsome guy. The girl's name is Su Jiao, the school beauty of the performance department of Jiangnan University, and the boy opposite her is Yi Chen, the #1 school hunk of Jiangnan University. I was blind in high school to be your girlfriend. At this point, Su Jiao was full of regret. If it weren't for you, I, Su Jiao, would be a big star now. To tell you the truth, Brother Kuei has already agreed to let me act in a play. You and I are destined to be from two different worlds. Looking at the boy in front of her who had nothing good except being handsome, Su Jiao had never felt so disgusted as she did now. Brother Kuei was still the best. He bought her a bag and gave her a house to live in. I must try my best tonight and try to get the acting deal. Ding. Detection, host has been dumped, perfect life system is being activated. Yi Chen was tasting red wine when he heard a voice in his ear. System? It's finally here. 4 years. Damn it, he traveled to this parallel world 4 years ago. He will never forget that day. He thought he had slept with a stunning goddess and awakened the system, and would be at the peak of his life from then on. However, the system told him that the system activation had not been triggered. Ding. The perfect life system was activated successfully. It is the first time for the host to activate the system. I will give you a gift pack as a reward. Would you like to activate it? As my heart was racing, the voice of the system came to my ears again. Open. As an old online literature bookworm in his previous life, Yi Chen knew this operation too well and felt a long-lost sense of familiarity. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100% equity of Rose Cafe. Ding. Congratulations to the host for winning the 3000 Pagani Wind God Supreme Edition. Ding. Congratulations to the host for winning the Kowloon #1 villa worth 1 billion. 3 consecutive voices made Yi Chen feel extremely sad. Separate? Knowing that he was about to embark on a tough life, Yi Chen's mind was instantly opened up. Certainly. Su Jiao curled her lips and looked down upon Yi Chen when she saw his dazed look. How could a poor loser be worthy of her, Su Jiao? Good. Yi Chen was surprisingly calm, but Su Jiao was stunned when he heard his words. That guy agreed so easily. Shouldn't he shamelessly try to keep me here, and then I'll crush the last bit of his dignity? How could this happen? Is there something wrong with the script? Su Jiao didn't know what she missed at this moment. In this case, from now on, there will be no more. Before he could finish his words, a fragrant breeze came from not far away. He looked over and saw Su Jiao standing there in a daze. A beautiful goddess appeared before my eyes. Her oval face was as crystal clear as jade, her skin was as smooth as ice and snow, she had an excellent figure, and she was charming and affectionate, happy and angry at the same time. Master Yi. The beautiful woman bowed slightly and spoke in a sweet voice, especially the slight curve at the corner of her mouth, which was enough to charm many people. Here are the keys to your Pagani Huayra, and the purchase contract of Kowloon #1 villa. I'm Lu Menjing, the president of Rose Cafe. What? Looking at the blinding Pagani Wind God car keys and the stamped purchase contract of Kowloon #1 villa, Su Jiao's mind suddenly buzzed, and even everyone in the coffee shop was shocked. Goddess Menjing, the beautiful CEO of the coffee shop, is so respectful to that boy. Who is Lu Menjing? She has been the president of Rose Cafe for many years. Naturally, she can see the tricks here at a glance. Then she glanced at Su Jiao inconspicuously and said, Master Yi, this girl has not passed your test. Security, take her out. In full view of everyone, Su Jiao was carried out with a look of despair, her face full of shock, and there was only one thought in her mind, that Yi Chen was actually a hidden rich man. Failed the test? No. I missed something. In an instant, the entire coffee shop exploded. Worry. This scene is even more melodramatic than that in TV dramas. Are all rich young men so good at playing games? The test is so decisive. The girl suffered a great loss. The scheming woman wanted to get promoted, but she didn't know that the rich man was pretending to be a poor loser to test her. This is absolutely explosive news. Wow, that handsome guy turned out to be a rich second generation. Paganishi Winchi, oh my god. I like it so much. I feel like I'm in love with this handsome guy. I'm not after the money. The coffee shop immediately became bustling with activity. Yi Chen felt the girl's screams and confessions, with a smile on his face. That's right. This is the correct way to lead a tough life. Yi Chen was enjoying being the center of attention. A sweet and lovely baby who looked like a fairy came running over and hugged Yi Chen's thighs. Daddy! I found you, Daddy! Puff! Hearing the words of the super cute little Lolita in front of him, Yi Chen spit out a mouthful of red wine. Little sister, although you are cute, I am not your father. Daddy lied. Miao will not admit her mistake. As she spoke, the little girl carefully took out a photo and said, Daddy, this is you. Then, he took out a document from his backpack. This is a paternity test. Mommy said you are my daddy. This skillful operation really shocked everyone in the coffee shop. Their eyes fell on Yi Chen again and their expressions changed. Chapter 2 Miao, who is your mother? The coffee shop was completely silent. This is... Lu Menjing looked at the paternity test file opened by Yi Chen, identifying Yi Chen and Lin Xiaomiao. According to the DNA test results, the sample to be tested cannot rule out the possibility of being the biological father of the child to be tested. Based on the analysis of 15 unstated reasons, the possibility of this biological relationship being established is 99.9999%. Oh my god! How old is Yi Xiao at this age? But he already has a cute 3-year-old baby. Ding! The host triggers the mission, recognizes his daughter, and is rewarded with 100 million renminbi. The system's voice rang in his ears at this time, and Yi Chen was stunned when he heard it. System, is this really my daughter? Certainly. The system answered Yi Chen's question without hesitation. Master Yi, here is a piece of paper. After Yi Chen saw the piece of paper, he flipped it open and it clearly said, 4 years ago, the presidential suite of the Cardiho Hotel. Boom! Seeing this information, Yi Chen's heart was shocked. He remembered that day too clearly. That was the first day he traveled to the parallel world. Also that night, he had sex with a goddess-level woman. Although he didn't know how beautiful the girl was, she was definitely very beautiful. Oh my goodness! This cute kid, is she really my daughter? He. Dad, I believe it now. The cute baby was unhappy at this time. He pouted his little mouth and turned his head away. His playful and cute look made people laugh. Yi Chen, ahem, that's too sudden. With a dry cough, Yi Chen held the cute baby in his arms, stood up and was about to leave this place of trouble. By the way, Miao, why are you here? Holding Lin Xiaomiao, Yi Chen had a special feeling in his heart. Could it be, this is the feeling of being a father? Aunt Lily brought me here. Lin Xiaomiao smiled and grabbed Daddy's clothes with her 2 little hands, as if she was afraid that he would run away again. Mom finally agreed to let Miao look for you. As soon as I left the coffee shop, a beautiful figure approached me. The person who came was none other than the scheming woman Su Jiao, who refused to give up. Yi Chen, I just said something in anger. Let's start over, shall we? Her pitiful appearance made people feel sympathy for her, but Yi Chen was not moved at all. After all, he would not waste his precious time on such a gold digger. Who are you? Yi Chen didn't care, but the little guy was upset. Don't bother Daddy anymore. Dad belongs to me and Mommy, hum. She glared at Su Jiao fiercely and proudly, kissed her own father to declare her sovereignty, and then hugged her father's neck tightly. She loved this feeling very much. Lu Menjing, who was about to let Su Jiao give up, smiled knowingly when she saw the little guy's assist. Menjing, drive. He glanced at Su Jiao without any fluctuation in his eyes, and gave instructions to Lu Menjing. Good. Indifference is undoubtedly the best response. Lu Menjing opened the Supreme Edition 4-seater Pagani Huayra supercar, which is the latest model this year. It is priced at 30 million but is out of stock. I don't know where Yi Xiao got it from. Buzz. The roar of the beast faded away, leaving Su Jiao in a mess. That Yi Chen, he actually has a 3-year-old child. Pagani Huayra? 3-year-old child? Kowloon 1 Villa? She has always been materialistic, and happened to have looked up Kowloon No. 1 Villa, which is the king of buildings in the best community in Jiangnan City, worth 1 billion yuan. It is a place that countless wealthy people and dignitaries want to buy but cannot enter. Pa! At a certain moment, without any warning, Su Jiao slapped herself hard. It turns out, the clown has always been me. Does this mean that Yi Chen had already had sex with another woman before he started dating me? How so? Su Jiao's eyes were empty, and she no longer had the pride she had before. From now on, they were indeed in two different worlds, but Yi Chen would become her unattainable dream. Pagani Huayra, in the car. That's right. Yi Chen thought of something, coughed and asked, "Meow meow, who is your mother?" Lu Menjing was stunned when she heard this and almost lost her grip on the steering wheel. What was going on? Yi Shao's child was already 3 years old, and he didn't even know who the girl was. Ahem, is this a bit too much? Even though the person he was complaining about was his boss, it was so unfair to that girl. Oh. Miao Miao was not surprised by this, and then took out her cell phone. "Look, this is my mom." Hee hee, Aunt Menjing, my mom is pretty, right? Miao Miao showed off her phone to Lu Menjing, but when Lu Menjing saw the goddess who looked like a wallpaper in the phone, her beautiful eyes opened wide. Miao Miao, you. As if she had discovered a huge secret, Lu Menjing took a deep breath and said, "Your mother is the top singer Lin Shireen." Yes. Miao Miao took back her phone, and then flipped through several photos of the mother and daughter, which made Yi Chen a little uneasy. Lin Shireen is a top singer and is also known as the Little Queen. It can be said that he is the most popular singer in the music scene today. The most important thing is that Lin Shireen is the pride of Jiangnan University, and she even tops the list of the top 100 most beautiful campus beauties in the history of Jiangnan University. Yi Chen was filled with emotion for a moment, wondering what kind of stunning goddess he had slept with back then. Chapter 3 Dad, come quickly, there are so many baby frogs here. Lin Shireen. She was a legend in the music world and the dream goddess of countless boys in China. Who would have thought that the girl back then would become a pop diva? Hee hee, Daddy and Mommy are pretty, right? Seeing her dazed father, Miao Miao said with a smile, "Mom didn't allow me to say it, but it should be okay since my father knows." That's right. Listening to the two of them showing off their affection, Lu Menjing smiled slightly. "Young Master Yi, today is the annual temple fair in Jiangnan City. It's quite lively every year, why don't we go for a walk?" After a pause, Lu Menjing continued, "I'll take this opportunity to find some servants to clean and tidy up the villa." Temple fair. Hearing Lu Menjing's words, Miao Miao's eyes sparkled with little stars. "Okay. Dad, let's go there, okay." Miao Miao's sweet and coquettish voice, shaking her daddy's arm coquettishly, made Yi Chen's heart melt when he heard that look. Okay. Yi Chen smiled slightly, having such a little lover is actually quite good. Then, bring up the properties panel. Name, Yi Chen. Age, 21. Skills, none. Items, 100% shares of Rose Cafe, Pagani Wind God, Supreme Edition, Kowloon No. 1 Villa. Wealth, 100 million renminbi. Looking at the attribute panel, Yi Chen had never felt that making money was so easy. The system is really nice. It rewards Yi Chen with a small goal just for recognizing his daughter. He is looking forward to the future even more. Ding. The host triggers a random task. The temple fair will be the envy of others, and the reward is god-level cooking skills. While I was daydreaming, a system voice rang in my ears, and I was stunned when I saw the task. Was I envious of others? Is this showing off your love? God-level cooking skills, the rewards are quite good. Dad, can you tell a story? Miao Miao looked out the window excitedly. Mom usually tells me stories when she's free. Oh. Yi Chen, who was in a good mood, pondered for a moment and said, "Then let me tell you a story from the Wizard of Oz." Soon, the car stopped in front of the temple fair. Wow. When she arrived at the temple fair, Miao Miao looked around with her big eyes at the dazzling array of stalls, especially the many shiny things. Hee hee, it's so beautiful. Daddy Miao Miao loves it here. From her smiling face, it can be seen that she is really happy. She runs towards the distance with her little feet tapping. At one point, the little guy stopped in front of a stall and blinked his crescent eyes. "Daddy, come quickly, there are so many baby frogs here." "Little fairy, how about this once?" The stall owner saw that business was coming and a cunning look flashed in his eyes. "Daddy, Daddy. I want to play this." Lu Menjing was very observant and brought a small basket to pay. Wait. The little guy put the ring in his hand into his father's hand. "Come on, Mua." She kissed her father on the cheek affectionately and did not forget to cheer him up. This scene made countless people envious. The father and daughter have such a good relationship. Ding. Congratulations to the host for exchanging. Lucky card, X1, cost 100 renminbi. Of course I wouldn't refuse the little guy's request, but I've redeemed the lucky card before that, so I won't let my little lover down. Hey! With the blessing of the lucky card, he got a frog by tossing the ring and handed it to the little guy. The children around him all looked at him with envy. Wow, Daddy is awesome. The little guy felt the gazes of the children around him and raised his chin as if to say that his dad was awesome. Not long after walking, the shouting caught the little guy's attention. Dad, it's so lively over there. Dada took a step forward, pulled his father's hand and came over. After arriving at the center of the field, he looked at the rules of the game: throw the melon seeds into a small black bowl, then cover it, and let the players guess. If the guess is right, the amount of money bet will be paid. Note, the bets are arbitrary, no cheating. Dad, can we play this? After looking for a while, he pulled his father's clothes and looked forward to it. Come on, boss, let's do it once. He rubbed the little guy's head lovingly. With the lucky card in hand, he was naturally not afraid of the game in front of him. Okay. The accomplices who were keeping watch nearby saw the man handed over $100 bills. Their eyes lit up. They couldn't tell that he was a fat sheep. They liked this kind of tourists who were stupid and had a lot of money the most. Afterwards, the stall owner put 3 melon seeds in a small black bowl and quickly covered the ground. Kids, guess how many there are? The stall owner smiled like a cunning fox and patiently persuaded us. 3. The little guy spoke without thinking, and the boss smiled with satisfaction when he heard the answer, which was obviously just as he expected. Okay, let's see. As he was talking, the stall owner couldn't wait to open the small black bowl. However, when he saw the 3 melon seeds lying under the bowl, he was stunned. How could it be possible? I clearly took out 1 melon seed. How come there are still 3? Chapter 4. Daddy is so nice, Mua. Yes. The little guy didn't know what the stall owner was thinking. When he saw that he had guessed correctly, he said to his father proudly, Dad, you see, I told you it was very simple. Great. Yi Chen naturally knew that the unscrupulous boss had done something wrong, but it was obvious that the lucky card was better. Hee, come again. The little guy took a $100 bill from the stall owner and had 2 in his hand. Okay. The stall owner took a breath, thinking he had just made a mistake. 2 melon seeds. The little guy was looking at the 2 melon seeds thrown into the small black bowl and speaking. The stall owner was very serious at the moment and held his breath as he opened the small black bowl. Impossible. The stall owner was completely confused, and his accomplice was also dumbfounded. How could this happen? The boss failed twice. Could it be that he was playing the long game to catch a bigger fish? 400. 800. 10 minutes later, the scene exploded, and the stall owner dared not let the little guy come again. Damn it. Hee, Papa, it's so simple, why don't they play it? The stall owner's mouth twitched, his eyelids twitched wildly. Wow, so simple. Let's go. Yi Chen naturally knew the reason and took the little guy away from the venue. Immediately afterwards, the tourists behind him were excited. Only a fool would not play something so simple. Dad, it's so fun here. I like it so much. The little ones were chattering. There was a wide variety of gifts and toys, as well as all kinds of delicious and fun things. As long as our baby likes it. He pinched the little guy's face lovingly. The invisible dog food was the most deadly. It really made the surrounding tourists envious. Damn it, he tricked me into giving birth to a daughter again. Daddy is so nice, Mua. The little guy was in a very good mood and kissed his dad on the cheek affectionately. The super healing voice and the cute scene made everyone around smile like an uncle. After strolling for a while, the 3 of them arrived at the Temple Fair commercial street area. Lu Menjing looked at the bustling commercial district and said, Young Master Yi, this is one of the few most prosperous commercial centers in Jiangnan. Young lady, you came in a hurry, and you probably haven't changed into any clothes yet. Why don't you? Although Lu Menjing hadn't finished speaking, Yi Chen already knew what she meant, and then the group came to the flagship store of international brand Dior children's clothing. Welcome. Sir, what can I do for you? As soon as she entered the door, the beautiful shopping guide looked at the goddess like Lu Menjing who was following respectfully behind her, and her heart was thrilled. The fact that such a beautiful girl could be like this was enough to show that the father and daughter were extraordinary. Meow, buy whatever you like. Now that I have a small goal in hand, it comes easily and I won't feel bad when spending money, not to mention that just a few pieces of clothing 1T cost much money. Hee, really? Hearing that her dad dotes on her, Meow Meow smiled and gave Muai a kiss as a reward. Long live Dad. Dior Children's Wear Flagship Store. Daddy, this skirt is so beautiful. Purchase. Dad, I like this bag so much. Purchase. Daddy. Purchase. Buy. Buy. Half an hour later, I came to the cashier. Sir, the total consumption this time is 328,672. You only need to pay 328,000. Good. I handed the bank card to the receptionist calmly, and the card was swiped with a beep. However, the receptionist was stunned when I handed the card to her. Take care, sir, and welcome back next time. The shopping guides all saw them off respectfully, and only breathed a sigh of relief when Yi-chan and the other two left the flagship store. However, only one shopping guide at the front desk, named Xiaomei, had a dazed look on her face. Xiaomei. The colleague next to him waved his slender hand in front of his eyes, but he still did not react at all. What is it? Xiaomei finally responded after being called several times. Another colleague looked at her suspiciously. Are you okay? The handsome guy has gone far away. We can't covet such a rich second generation. Ahem, what are you talking about? Xiaomei swallowed her saliva and said, You know what you saw when you swiped your card just now? I'll check the screenshots for you. Thinking of something, Xiaomei skillfully retrieved the card swiping record of Yi-chan just now. Please check the balance. At Xiaomei's reminder, the colleagues looked down and soon frowned. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000. As they counted, the colleagues' breathing became rapid, and finally turned into deep shock. What? 100 million balance, my god. With a swish, all eyes turned towards the direction where Yi-chan and the other two left, and their expressions had completely changed. Good job. What does a card with a balance of hundreds of millions mean? Xiaomei, why didn't you tell me earlier? It would be great if you could leave away. That's right. Even if I can't be the mistress, I can still be the fourth or fifth mistress. The colleagues at Jicha couldn't help but complain about Xiaomei, and at the same time looked at her with disappointment. This girl didn't even bother to leave a note. It really was true what they said about girls with big breasts being brainless. Xiaomei lowered her head and blushed for a moment. She wanted to slip a note just now, but was afraid that her colleagues would laugh at her. Chapter 5 Mom, Daddy has found a lot of rivals for you. While the little beauties were discussing, Yi-chan brought his little cotton jacket to the Gucci children's clothing flagship store. After a lot of shopping, it was almost night when I came out. Looking at the supercar filled with all kinds of brand-name children's clothing, Lu Menjing was amazed. These were enough to cover her salary for the previous 1 or 2 years. She could not experience the happiness of rich people. However, she came to the conclusion that Master Yu was going to spoil his daughter to the sky. Nizi, are you happy today? In the supercar, Yi-chan asked his little cotton-padded jacket, his face full of fatherly love and doting. This was something Yi-chan himself didn't even realize, it came completely from the heart. Yeah, I'm super happy. The smile on Meow Meow's face said it all. Hee, Daddy, where are we going next? The expectant little one looked at his father with those crescent eyes that seemed to be able to speak. Ha, of course I'm going back to the villa. Yi-chan touched Meow Meow's head and laughed indulgently. This feeling of being a nanny was actually quite enjoyable. Meow Meow, we are going home. Lu Menjing looked at Meow Meow enviously and said, Oh, there was even a moment when she wanted to be Yi Xiao's daughter. Okay, Aunt Menjing. Meow Meow responded very politely. Obviously, although Lin Shireen was very busy with her career, she had not fallen behind in educating Lin Xiaomiao. Because of this, looking at this sensible little girl, Yi-chan felt even more guilty. Now he has so much happiness in just one day, you can imagine how much he has missed in the past 3 years. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission of making others envious at the temple fair, and you will be rewarded with god-level cooking skills. While the two beauties were talking, Yi-chan heard the sound of system rewards. Bring up the properties panel. Name, Yi-chan. Age, 21. Skills, God-level cooking. Items, 100% shares of Rose Cafe, Pagani Wind God, Supreme Edition, Kowloon No. 1 Villa. Wealth, 100 million renminbi. As expected, the skill column on the attribute panel broke the record of 0 and achieved God-level cooking skills. At this moment, various knowledge and skills about cooking emerged in Yi-chan's mind. Yi-chan had now become a master chef. The 5-star chefs in this world were just apprentices in front of him. From this, we can see how high each NS god level cooking skills are. Ding ling ling. Just then, a cell phone rang. It was my roommate LSP Wang Zihan, who was the second in the dormitory and the captain of the LSP trio. Hey, boss. After answering the call, Yichen put the phone away from him. A voice from the speaker came out, "You are not authentic. We've been taking roll call for you all day, and you're just having fun. Hey, how's it going? I heard that Su Jiao asked you out. It tastes good, right?" Ahem. After hearing the vulgar words, Yichen hung up the speaker. Lu Menjing was stunned and her face turned red. It was unknown what she was thinking. That's it. Hang up. I'll go back for the opening ceremony tomorrow. He paused, thinking of something. Also, I'm not going back to school tonight. Beep beep. After saying that, Yichen hung up the phone. However, the LSP trio on the other side were furious. What the hell, the boss isn't satisfied yet. Is Su Jia going to be killed by the boss? However, if they knew that their boss had reached the peak of his life, I wonder what their reaction would be. Jiangnan City, Kowloon 1 Villa. Squeak. The sound of a supercar came from afar and stopped in front of the villa. 8 maids stood on both sides, bowing down. Hello, master. Hello, young lady. 8 maids, all school beauties, singing sweetly in unison. Such a visually impactful scene is definitely the treatment that every boy has long dreamed of. Go to work. Lu Menjing smiled gently. From her boss's slightly stunned reaction, she knew that her arrangement was just right. Yes, housekeeper Menjing. The 8 maids responded, and then followed the young master who hired them and left. Even Yichen couldn't help but be amazed at such upbringing and treatment. He didn't know how Lu Menjing found her. You know, any one of them is at least 8 streets ahead of Su Jiaya. Master Yi, are you satisfied? Lu Menjing looked at the 8 maids with pretty backs and asked carefully. Well done. Yichen nodded slightly, and Miao Miao muttered quietly at this time, it's over, it seems that mom has a few more rivals in love. Miao Miao took a few photos while secretly watching, in which Lu Menjing and 8 maids were clearly visible. She then sent them to her mother Lin Shireen. At the same time, he kept typing, Mom, Daddy has found a lot of rivals for you, come quickly. Chapter 6 If the young master were my husband, I would wake up laughing in my dreams. Magic City, Thompson Villa. Crash. The bathroom door opened, and a beautiful woman in an ice silk nightgown came out. At this moment, she was wiping her wet hair. The beautiful woman was Lin Shireen. Little guy, you have a conscience. Looking at the message sent by her precious daughter, the beautiful woman's lips curled up in a curve that fascinated countless people, and opened her phone. When she saw the content of the message, her pretty face turned black and anger rose in her chest. That bastard. Looking at the photo, it's fine if there's only one Lu Menjing, but now he has recruited 8 gorgeous school beauties. What is that guy trying to do? The sense of crisis is coming. Moreover, there is an unprecedented sense of crisis. Men are really pigs. Wrong. At some point, Lin Shireen realized something and stared at the picture her daughter sent. This location. Kowloon 1 Villa. How is this possible? Seeing this, Lin Shireen was completely upset. How could that bastard live in the Kowloon Villa, which is worth 1 billion? She took a deep breath while whispering, and then looked at the beautiful scenery in the distance of the villa with her beautiful eyes. Yichen, how much have you hidden from me? You know, not everyone can live in the Kowloon Villa. In other words, the heartless man whom she had protected for 4 years at the cost of her reputation was worth at least 10 billion. Baby, mommy will be back the day after tomorrow. After pondering for a moment, Lin Shireen sent a message to her daughter. Although Miao Miao is only 3 years old, she already knows quite a few Chinese characters. From an ordinary person's perspective, it is not an exaggeration to say that she is a child prodigy. Wow. On the other side, Miao Miao was full of excitement after visiting her father's villa. Dad, your villa is so big. It's much bigger than Mama's house. Ha, as long as our Miao Miao likes it. Rubbing Miao Miao's little head and seeing the little girl so happy, Yichen felt even happier than when he got the system. It seemed that he was really controlled by this little girl. Gurgle. The little fellow who was checking the performance of the commercial street, at one point, his belly cried out in protest. Daddy, Miao Miao is so hungry. The pitiful look made the fair-skinned and beautiful maid's eyes sparkle. The little lady was so cute. The little guy is hungry. Listening to the little guy's words, Yi-chen was also itching to try his hand at cooking. Wait, Daddy will cook for you right away. Really? Hearing that Daddy would cook for her right away, Meow Meow's face was full of sweetness. Dad can also cook, so cool. Moo-ah. Obviously, no matter how good Daddy's cooking skills are, a wave of kissing is inevitable. When Lu Menjing saw the dog food in front of her, a smile appeared on her lips. It was obvious that she had become accustomed to the daily dog food from the father and daughter. The maids looked at this scene with great envy. The young master is really good at pampering people, I love him so much. Yeah, and the young master is so handsome, the young lady must be very happy, right? Of course, if the young master were my husband, I would wake up laughing in my dreams. Listening to the words of the beautiful maid, Meow Meow smiled and proudly raised her swan-like neck, as if to say, look, this is my dad. Soon, the kitchen was filled with the rhythmic sound of knife skills. Then Lu Menjing and others looked around. Oh! The knife shadows were like lightning, and the flying scenes made everyone stunned. Master, your cooking skills are so good. Although they don't know much about cooking, the cooking of their young master looks amazing. Come on, Daddy. Meow Meow was extremely excited to see her father so prominently displayed. Her eyes were filled with envy and admiration. It turned out that her father was much more capable than she had imagined. Wensi tofu. Crouching dragon playing with pearl. Dragon and phoenix bring good luck. The 3 dishes were finally presented on the table, and the maids watched with gusto. This is, a 5-star chef is no better than this. Master, this is too much. It's just a meal. No, I'm hopelessly in love with the young master. What should I do? Lu Menjing looked at the boss of the kitchen. Young Master Yi was even better than the Prince Charming she had imagined. If she could get young Master Yi's high-quality genes, it wouldn't matter even if she had to take responsibility. Thinking of this, Lu Menjing's face turned red, and no one knew what she was thinking. The tempting dishes made the maids swallow their saliva. But at this moment, the aroma of rice wafted through the air, drawing everyone's attention back. What a delicious aroma of rice! Is there such a magical rice in the world? Just one sniff is enough to whet your taste buds. Lu Menjing sniffed the familiar smell, her beautiful eyes fixed, and then her gaze fell on the full, crystal-like rice grains. Young Master Yi, this can't be Jingyang rice. I was lucky enough to see it once. Rumor has it that this kind of rice costs tens of thousands of yuan per pound, and there is no market for it. Chapter 7, It's fun to pamper a girl for a while, it's always fun to pamper a girl. What? Hearing what housekeeper Menjing said, the 8 maids' faces changed drastically. What a joke it is to charge tens of thousands of yuan per pound for rice. Their annual salary is 300,000, which means a year's salary is only enough to buy 30 kilograms of rice? Thinking of this, the maids all gulped down their saliva. My God, according to this calculation, they would have to eat several hundred in one mouthful. This is not rice, it's clearly gold. Oh. I didn't realize Menjing knew so much. Yi-chen also had a new respect for Lu Menjing. This girl had good knowledge. Meow Meow looked at the rice curiously. Dad, this rice is so expensive. That's just the beginning. As long as our baby likes it, even if it's 100,000 or 1 million yuan per pound, Daddy will buy it for you to eat. He pinched Meow Meow's little head lovingly and said, eat it while it's hot. It will be bad if it gets cold. Aha! Meow Meow the chicken nodded its head while pecking at the rice, with a smile on its face. Amu took a bite of the rice and said, wow. Very delicious. Afterwards, he took another bite of the dish, which made the maids very envious. He. While eating the delicious dishes, Meow Meow looked at her favorite dad with a smile. Dad, you are so good to me, aren't you afraid that I will be proud? Silly girl. Yi-chen ate a mouthful of delicious food that made him sigh, and looked at his daughter with doting eyes. It's okay to be proud, it's no big deal. Wow. The maids gulped down their saliva while being forced to eat dog food by the young master and his daughter. Oh my God, do we have to do this? The dog food is too sweet, but I really want to keep eating it, what should I do? Woo. Pampering a girl is fun for a while, pampering a girl all the time is fun all the time. The young ladies are so enviable. They really want to carry their own young masters away, lock them up in the room and kiss them softly, only allowing them to cook for them and show them their love. Hiccup. Not long after dinner, Meow Meow burped, covered her bulging belly, and looked at the delicious rice and dishes. What should I do if I can't eat anymore? And I want to eat. So angry. Meow Meow cutely put her spoon on the dining table, pouted and complained about her belly. It's all your fault, huh? It was a very graphic scene, and the maids burst out laughing when they saw it. The little lady is so cute. All right. Seeing his little girl puffing up her pants, Yichin showed his doting side again, saying in a warm voice, "Baby, if you want to eat, Daddy will make it for you every day." Really? After hearing what Daddy said, Meow Meow looked at him seriously and then raised her little finger. "Then Daddy, let's make a pinky promise." Haha, okay. The father and daughter then hooked their little fingers together. "Let's make a promise that we won't change for 100 years, and the one that changes is the puppy." Yes. Meow Meow immediately became happy. "Daddy, you finally promised Meow Meow." Lu Menjiang looked at the field and couldn't imagine how much dog food she would have to eat in the days to come. "Daddy, Daddy." Meow Meow quickly shifted her attention and called Daddy in a cute and coquettish way. "Let's play the big bad wolf game, okay? I'm a little white rabbit, come and catch me." Just like that, the father and daughter began to chase each other in the living room, and Meow Meow's healing laughter could be heard from time to time, as if to melt away all the negative things in the world. Lu Menjiang and the maids watched this scene with silly smiles on their faces, as if time had stopped at this moment. More than half an hour later, Meow Meow snuggled in Yichen's arms and fell asleep. The little girl was exhausted after the day. Yichen held the baby carefully, looking at the little guy in his arms. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but raise a charming arc. From the maid's perspective, he looked very handsome. How much good fortune must the young lady have accumulated in her previous life to have met a father who dotes on her so much like the young master? To be honest, if possible, they would really like to replace the young lady who was held in the arms of the young master. That must be an extremely happy feeling. Pity. They knew that they could never replace the young lady's position, and perhaps the young lady could sleep there. Ding. The host is getting better and better at doting on his daughter, and I will reward you with God-level music ability. Hearing the system sound ringing in his ears, Yichen was slightly stunned. Is there such a operation? A mysterious smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. She carried the little guy into the room under the envious gaze of the maids. The maids raised their slender hands over the abyss, wondering how great it would be if they could get the young master's high-quality genes. Chapter 8, Yichen, the male god, is he a hidden rich man? The next day, early morning. The first ray of golden morning light poured into the room, dispelling the last trace of darkness. The morning sun shone on a pretty pink face. Even though she was only 3 years old, she had the face of Lin Shireen, a man who brought disaster to the country and the people. Struggling with sleepy eyes, the little guy woke up from his sleep, and what caught his eyes was the daddy he was hugging tightly, with his little hands holding tightly as if afraid that the daddy would run away. It turns out I'm not dreaming. When the little guy saw his daddy smiling, he couldn't help but smile, looking very cute against the backdrop of the rising sun. Little girl, what are you thinking about? Lin Xiaomie was secretly rejoicing. At one moment, her little nose was scratched lovingly. Then, the little one saw her father who had woken up with eyes that seemed to be able to speak. Dad, I thought I was dreaming yesterday. The cat with a happy face is in the arms of her father. Yesterday was the happiest day for Meow Meow, As she spoke, her joy was revealed on her rosy face without any concealment. Silly baby, what are you thinking about? He rubbed the little guy's head lovingly, which made Meow Meow squint her eyes in enjoyment. It was obvious that she enjoyed the feeling of daddy rubbing her little head. But even though children speak without restraint, Yichen felt uncomfortable when he heard it. He felt inexplicably sorry for this little guy. He knew that the more you want something, the more you fear losing it. Dad, can you tell me about the Wizard of Oz? The little guy tilted up his white neck, looking at his dad expectantly. His invisible coquetry is the most deadly. Just imagine a fairy-like little girl acting like a coquettish person like this, who can resist it? Of course. Yichen had a loving smile on his face, and he held the little one in his arms and told a story. A sudden and violent vibration woke Dorothy up. If she had not been lying on the soft bed, she might have been injured. The vibration forced her to hold her breath, and she had a premonition of what was happening. Father and daughter are a little affectionate. After breakfast, we drove out of the villa. Dad, are we going to your school? Meow Meow is very smart. Thinking about the phone call her father received yesterday, she opened her eyes wide and asked curiously. Of course. Daddy is going to perform a show today. Thinking about Jiangnan University's opening ceremony today, Yichen smiled. This might be one of the few times he would go to school in the future. As for why? Of course, it's very simple. To put it bluntly, going to school is nothing more than getting a good degree and then finding a good job. But this is totally unnecessary for Yi Chen, who has already reached the peak of his life. It can even be said that going to school is a waste of time. If you use that time, wouldn't it be nice to kiss the little ones? Really? When Meow Meow heard that her daddy was going to perform, she immediately became excited. Great, daddy is going to be awesome again. The little guy clapped his hands. Although he didn't know what his dad was going to perform, he knew it would definitely be amazing. Because Daddy is Superman. At least that's what the little guy thinks. Soon, Jiangde was in sight. Boom! As the roar of the beast came from afar, it immediately attracted many students at the gate of Jiangnan University. By the time I reacted, the supercar was already close. This is Pagani Wind God. Of course not. Moreover, the 4-seat Supreme Edition is still out of stock at 30 million. Oh my goodness, a super rich second generation has come to our school. Then, the supercar came to the guard side, and the window was rolled down, revealing the handsome face in front of all the students. Everyone was shocked. Brotherly, please excuse me. Yi Chen said to the security captain, and Brotherly was stunned when he saw Yi Chen. Student Yi Chen, you are amazing. The security captain gave Yi Chen a thumbs up and then raised the railing. Yi Chen, my god. He is actually a hidden rich man. In an instant, the school gate was in an uproar. Listening to the students' heated discussions, Li Ji's mouth twitched. Thinking about getting on the road, Yi Chen looked in the direction where the supercar left, his eyes full of complexity. Wow. Meow Meow thought about the heated discussion and stared at her dad with sparkling eyes. Dad, you're so angry. Of course. Yi Chen was not surprised by this. Now that the identity of the super rich man was exposed, it was like a bolt from the blue. Dad is the most handsome hunk in the school. In front of your own little one, you naturally have to maintain your image. He, Daddy is great. Meow Meow was smiling happily, and she looked 1,000 times happier than if she were the school hunk. It turned out that her dad was even more powerful than she thought. Humph, he is worthy of being my dad. For a moment, the little guy thought so proudly. If Lin Shireen knew, she would be jealous and envious. Ding! The host triggers a random task, the musical talent explodes, and the reward is a mysterious blind box X1. As he was speaking, Yi Chen suddenly heard the sound of the system triggering a task, which made Yi Chen stunned. The system was really getting better and better. The whole place is filled with laughter. Isn't this exactly what I want? Only in this way can I better establish my image in the little one's mind. I am quietly looking forward to the upcoming opening ceremony. Chapter 9 Boss, U1 TB, the one taking over. School, auditorium. The opening ceremony was held at a busy venue where many students had already entered. Squeak. At this moment, there was a sound of brakes and the car stopped suddenly at the entrance of the auditorium, which instantly attracted the attention of many students, especially those from the student union, who were all stunned. What the hell? The ultimate version of Pagani Wind God, the rich man, is coming? Could it be some big star in the school? Everyone cheer up. A well-dressed boy was giving orders to his subordinates from the student union. This man was none other than Li Bin, one of the LSP trio and the third oldest in the dormitory. Maybe she is a celebrity with long legs. LSP's true face was revealed at once. Pushing the door and getting out of the car, Yi Chen suddenly appeared in front of the auditorium with the little guy. Puff! Li Bin, who was drinking lay-bai to relieve his craving, spat out all the lay-bai when he saw the person coming, but his eyes widened to the extreme. Wow! The person who got off the supercar turned out to be the boss. The sudden scene really made Li Bin feel burnt on the outside and tender on the inside. This shouldn't be the case. The script is wrong. Shouldn't the person coming down be a long-legged celebrity? Oh my goodness. Pa! Seeing Li Bin in a daze, Yi Chen raised his hand and patted him on the back of the head. Seeing this scene, the students in the student union didn't dare to say a word. He was the only one in the whole school who dared to do this to their student union propaganda minister. The head of our department, the most popular school idol of Jiang University. But, who would have thought that Yi Chen was actually a hidden rich man? Binzi, long time no see. He glanced at Li Bin, then introduced him to Miao Miao. Little guy, this is your uncle Li Bin. Hello, Uncle Li Bin. Miao Miao looked at Li Bin, who was choking, with a smile on her face. Her sweet voice made Li Bin stunned. The voice was so pleasant to hear. Hello? Li Bin waved at the little girl, then pulled Yi Chen aside. Boss, where did you kidnap this beautiful little Lolita from? Aren't you afraid of being approached by the parents? Roll. Yi Chen raised his foot and was about to kick Li Bin, but he dodged it. This guy is always a dog that can't spit out ivory. Stop it. Yi Chen rubbed the little guy beside him. Binzi, this is my daughter. Ha! After hearing this, Li Bin was completely dumbfounded. All the student council members. His eyes immediately fell on the super cute Miao Miao. This little girl will definitely become a super beautiful goddess when she grows up. What? That little loli is the male god's daughter, oh my god? Suddenly, the sound of swallowing saliva was heard in the room. Everyone was in an uproar. Li Bin was stunned for a long time before he came back to his senses. Kuda swallowed his saliva, and Li Bin immediately pulled the boss aside, because he was afraid that a riot would break out in the field if he stayed any longer. Soon, in the backstage lounge of the auditorium. What? Wang Zihang and Dong Kuan, who rushed over after hearing the news, heard Li Bin's words. The pupils of the two LSP trio widened and their eyes fell on their boss in disbelief. The boss is a super rich man, and he has a daughter. Finally, the three men's eyes fell on the little guy. Miao Miao looked at the shocked expressions of the three uncles with a smile on her face, because she knew it was all because of Dad. Hello, three uncles. Please introduce yourselves. Miao Miao greeted me politely, her heart melting with her sweet voice. My name is Lin Xiaomiao, I'm Daddy's daughter. My mom is the famous little diva Lin Shireen. I like listening to stories. Oh, Lin Xiaomiao, sister-in-law is Lin what? Li Bin murmured for a while, then his eyes widened, and so did Wang Zihang and Dong Kuan. Boss, you. Senior Lin Shireen, the most beautiful campus goddess in the history of Jiang University. Ah, beast. No, my goddess, boss you bastard. In an instant, Wang Zihang and the other two felt their hearts broken, because Senior Lin Shireen was the goddess of their dreams. No, to be precise, she was the dream goddess in the hearts of all the boys. But, such an existence was actually taken away by the boss. They were naturally upset, and if the news got out, they had no doubt that the boss would be killed instantly. Wrong. Wang Zihang then made a bold guess. Boss, you are not the one who will take over. Boom. As soon as Wang Zihang finished speaking, Yi Chen hit him on the head, causing him to scream in pain. Take over your uncle. Yi Chen rolled his eyes at the captain of the LSP trio. 4 years ago, I did sleep with Lin Shireen. Snap. When these words came out, the three of them felt extremely broken-hearted. However, when they heard Yi Chen's account of what happened, they couldn't help but feel struck by lightning. What? The boss hit the nail on the head, and he even asked senior sister Lin Shireen to raise his daughter alone for 3 years. What the hell did I hear? Oh my god, beat me to death, I must be dreaming. Chapter 10, Stop Singing, My Male God. Come home with me and have a baby. Oh little. Wang Zihang and the other two looked at their boss with resentment. Not only did he sleep with the goddess of their dreams and not tell anyone, but he was also a hidden rich man? Are they going to be allowed to live? It's unbelievable, boss, you are really a rich second generation? Dong Kuan still feels like he is dreaming until now. The boss is a hidden rich man. Isn't that too cool? That's nothing. Miao Miao listened and said proudly, Dad lives in Kowloon 1 villa. Besides, there are many beautiful aunties. As she spoke, Miao Miao skillfully opened her phone and said, look. When they looked over, Wang Zihang and the other two saw a scene that they would never forget in their entire lives. In the scene, their boss was eating delicious food, and he was being served by 8 school beautiful maids, and there was also an extremely beautiful housekeeper. Boss, who is this goddess? Can you introduce her to me? Li Bin fell in love with Lu Menjiang at first sight. She was so beautiful, like a fairy. Hee, Uncle Li Bin. This is Daddy's personal butler. He seems to be the president of Rose Cafe. Miao Miao thought about it and nodded before speaking, but Li Bin was stunned by what she said. Private butler? Cafe president? In this age where there are more wolves than meat, the boss actually wastes resources like this. Wang Zihang and Dong Kuan were envious. It turns out that the happiness of rich people is not something we can understand. Binzi. Yi-Chen skillfully changed a song accompaniment from the system panel. When I sing later, help me play the accompaniment in the USB drive. Oh. Hearing his eldest brother's words, Li Bin was stunned for a moment, knowing that his eldest brother had just recognized his daughter. Hey, it seems that we are benefiting from our niece. Wang Zihong and Dong Kuan looked at each other. It seemed that the boss was serious this time. Leave it to me. Li Bin patted his chest and assured everyone that as the Minister of Propaganda, he still had this power. At the same time, the auditorium exploded. Hey, have you heard that Senior Yi-Chen is a hidden rich man? Of course, driving the Ultimate Edition Pagani Wind God. That Su Jiayao from the dance department has flown to the treetops and become a phoenix. What a shame, why not me? I like Yi-Chen so much. It would be great if he was my boyfriend. The audience was in an uproar, all talking about Yi-Chen driving a supercar to school, which was truly too explosive. As for the live broadcast of the Jiangnan University opening ceremony, the number of fans has soared to over 10,000 due to the sudden appearance of a super rich man. Obviously, they saw a loser-esque counterattack in Yi-Chen, not to mention that he was the campus idol of Jiang University. Next, enjoy the dance Pure Land of Bliss performed by our super beautiful schoolgirl. On the podium, a sweet-looking goddess-like Minister of Culture and Arts, Chen Xianer, uttered a pleasant voice, which blew up the entire place. Oh. When they heard the campus beauty goddess group start the show, the students at the scene immediately became enthusiastic. At this time, more than a dozen girls wearing cheongsams with slits appeared on the stage. Her slim figure and pretty face alone have already attracted enough attention. Obviously. Jiang University spent a huge amount of money on this opening ceremony. The clothes alone are estimated to have cost a lot of money, so this move naturally has the suspicion of recruiting students. For a while, the live broadcast room of the opening ceremony was in a frenzy, and the fans watching the live broadcast were dazzled. Chen Xianer came to the stage with the announcement card. When she saw the next person to appear, her beautiful eyes lit up and her voice became louder. Okay? Next, we invite Yi-Chen, the sophomore music student, to perform a song called Little Dimples for us. Wow! The girls who were discussing heatedly in the audience all turned their beautiful eyes to the stage when they heard Chen Xianer's words. God Yi, it's time to go on stage. Wow, Master Yi is a talented musician and a wealthy man. I'm really looking forward to it. My dear, I love you, come home with me. My male god, stop singing and come home with me to have a baby. The announcement caused a phenomenal sensation in the entire audience. The host Chen Xianer smiled slightly, obviously not surprised. In fact, she also liked the handsome junior boy very much. It was a pity that she heard that he already had a girlfriend. Wow. Miao Miao in the audience was stunned as she watched the boiling atmosphere. Daddy, he is so popular. Feeling the enthusiasm, Miao Miao's heart was filled with joy and pride. Of course. Wang Zihong looked at the field and smiled slightly. The boss is a well-known figure in the school, he is handsome and talented. Hey, look, niece, you will definitely see a different side of your dad tonight. Li Bin and Dong Kuan looked at each other, nodded in agreement, and looked towards the stage with full of anticipation. At some point, a handsome face appeared on the stage, looking particularly charming under the incandescent light. Wow, the boss is so handsome. Li Bin looked at the boss who appeared on the stage with envy. Damn, if I had half the boss's looks, I could definitely conquer 90% of the school beauties. Roll. Look at what you have accomplished. Wang Zihong rolled his eyes at Li Bin, then said with emotion, my goal is to walk through a sea of flowers without getting a single leaf on me. Tisk. Dong Kuan looked at the two with disdain. In front of the boss, you are all scum. You know, the boss is the man who slept with the goddess Cheyenne. Miao Miao listened to the three uncles' complaints, her eyes curved into crescents, and she shouted towards the stage, come on, daddy, you are the best. Chapter 11 Yi-Chen, come with me. I can warm the bed and do the splits. On stage. With everyone's attention on the opening ceremony, the number of people in the live broadcast room has soared to 30,000. I'm still looking for someone to rely on. And a hug. Who will pray for me and worry for me? Be angry for me, make trouble for me. With his super warm voice and the magical blessing of God-level music, the noisy scene fell into silence. Under the lights, Yi-Chen at this moment looked like the Prince Charming in all girls' minds. Wow. Miao Miao always opened her mouth wide and said, Daddy sings very well, just as good as Mommy. Hee hee, I like it very much. Really? Listening to their boss's voice, Wang Zihang and the other two looked at each other and wondered why they hadn't noticed that their boss could sing so well before. Wow! In the first row of the audience, Principal Zhao Qiming smiled and said, "This little guy is good, very good. Maybe I can become the second Lin Shireen in the future." Good. The professor of the music department nodded in agreement. "Principal, I think we can introduce Yi Chen to Shireen. I wonder what Lin Shireen would think if she heard this conversation." In a corner of the stage, school beauty Chen Xianer's mouth curved into a smile. She was indeed the person he liked, starting with her looks and ending with her talent. The number of fans in the live broadcast room also experienced an unprecedented surge at this moment. "Dimples and long eyelashes are your most beautiful features. I can't sleep every day because I miss your smile. You don't know how much you mean to me. With you, my life is complete." The sweet attack came, and the fans in the live broadcast room were completely excited. "Oh my god, who is this guy? His singing is so awesome. My male god is so handsome, I miss him so much, boo-hoo. Brother, you are so handsome and you sing so beautifully, give me a chance to live." Shocking, a man could have made a living with his looks, but he chose to rely on his talent. "My male god, I love you. Come home with me and I will give you 30 villas." The number of fans in the live broadcast room also broke the 100,000 mark, and was soaring at a visible speed. On the screen, no less than 100 barrages whizzed by every second. The audience at the scene also expressed their love and affection. Jokingly, if they could hear such a sweet song every day, they would never get tired of it. The boys are all so envious. My god, if they had this singing ability, they would still be single today. Why is there such a big gap between people? Ahem, I feel like the boss is going to get angry. Wang Zihong coughed dryly. He knew that this opening ceremony was broadcast live simultaneously in the Dosha live broadcast room. God knew what the situation in the live broadcast room was now. Hey, maybe the boss will surpass his sister-in-law in the future. Li Bin chuckled and spoke with a prophetic voice. But no one knew, in a corner of the auditorium. A woman wearing sunglasses, this person is the phoenix that soars into the sky in the hearts of countless girls, Su Jaya. That guy. Su Jaya clenched her teeth and regretted it, more than ever before. She never expected that her dumped boyfriend could sing so well. It can be said that even without the identity of a rich second generation, his future is still limitless. Su Jaya, Su Jaya, do you know what you missed that day? She clenched her fists and took a deep breath. She had wanted more than once to save the situation with her proud techniques and oral skills, but she knew very well that doing so would only make Yi Chen hate her more. Ding-a-ling. Just then, a cell phone rang. After looking at the caller ID and considering for a moment, I finally answered the call. Hello. King's Landing Hotel, okay, I'll be right there. After hanging up the phone, Su Jaya left reluctantly. From the previous call, she obviously knew what was waiting for her next, which was nothing more than some issues about water bill collection. A little. The song ends and everyone is silent. This was also true in the live broadcast room, where the audience was still immersed in the sweet melody, unable to extricate themselves. This lasted for more than 10 seconds before the audience gradually came back to their senses. Oh! Thunderous applause mixed with howls filled every corner of the auditorium. It sounds so good, so sweet, Yushin, I love you. He's handsome, rich, and sings beautifully. I love him. It would be great if my idol was my boyfriend. Master Yi, please come with me. I can warm the bed and do the splits. Oh. Many cute girls at the scene stood up excitedly, looking as if they were ready to pounce. Such actions put the student union under great pressure for a while. Li Bin and his LSP trio watched this scene, and the villain in their hearts shouted, "Let go of the boss, come at us." Chapter 12, The Emperor's Set Meal, Stunning Trio. Magic City, Thompson Villa. Opening her sleepy eyes, a stunning girl sat up and stretched. Her beautiful figure was faintly visible under her thin nightgown in the sunlight. Unfortunately, no one saw the scene, otherwise the battle would definitely have lasted for 300 rounds. Yi Chen would never know that this fairy-like figure was favored by only one person, and he had no idea how happy he was. Ding dong. After stretching, she looked at the proud abyss with a confident arc on the corner of her mouth. In terms of figure, no one has ever surpassed her. The phone rang and I saw it was a video sent by the old principal. I'm still looking for someone to rely on. And a hug. Who will pray for me and worry for me? A heartwarming voice sounded, and Lynn Shireen was stunned. It was obvious that this song was very touching and the singing was also superb. Looking around. When her eyes fell on the handsome face on the screen, her eyes could not help but pause. Why is it him? Surprised, stunned, unbelievable. All kinds of emotions surged into my heart at once, followed by an unprecedented sense of crisis. Good. No matter how rich that guy is, her greatest pride is in the music industry. Now, she feels that the singing talent that she is so proud of is not as indestructible as she imagined. As the video played, Lynn Shireen couldn't help but be drawn into it. Wasn't this the kind of love she had longed for? You know what, putting aside everything else, that guy is indeed quite attractive. Realizing something, Lynn Shireen shuddered. That guy is just a jerk. What's so charming about him? At this time, Principal Zhao Qiming sent another message. Shireen, this little guy is pretty good. Good. Lynn Shireen glared at a guy in the video and typed perfunctorily. Then Shireen will have the chance to help him in the future. When Lynn Shireen saw this, the corners of her mouth couldn't stop twitching. Support? What a joke, she was ready to kill someone, and you asked her to help. Oof. After the chat, Lynn Shireen's sharp eyes fell on someone in the video. Help that bastard, unless the sun rises from the west. Next to Jiangnan University, Junlin Hotel. As one of the few top hotels in Jiangnan City, it is said that this hotel has just been rated as a 7-star hotel. Gulp. Looking at the extremely luxurious top-level hotel, the LSP trio swallowed their saliva after getting off the car. Boss, are we really going to eat here? Obviously, this was the first time for the three of them to come to such a place. It was rumored in the outside world that this was a den of money, and if you went in, you would not be able to get out without spending tens of thousands of dollars. Come in, I've made all the arrangements. Yi Chen smiled slightly. Although the three of them were not very good at it, they got along well. It was a good opportunity for them to experience the feeling of being at the peak of their life. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission of blasting the musical talents, and you will be rewarded with a mysterious blind box X1. Entering the King's Landing Hotel, Yi Chen heard the system voice in his ears. Open the blind box. Without hesitation, Yi Chen said. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100% equity of King's Landing Hotel. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining God-level martial arts abilities. Wow! Yi Chen was stunned when he heard two consecutive voices from the system. 100% equity of Junlin Hotel? God-level martial arts ability? Good job! The system's operation, is it trying to show off again? The familiar scene made Yi Chen think of his previous experience in the Rose Cafe. Dad, it's so beautiful here. As you enter the lobby on the first floor, you are greeted by the magnificent and luxurious decorations, especially the large chandelier in the center, which would cost you millions. The various decorations are all luxurious. Yeah. Yi Chen was also quite emotional. It would not have been like this before, but now he knew that this hotel was all his. Third floor, luxurious private rooms. Sir, can we start with the imperial set menu? The beautiful staff with slim figures and good looks were respectful. After all, those who could order the imperial set menu were the hotel's distinguished customers. Let's get started. Yi Chen was very satisfied with the service of King's Landing Hotel, which was quite humane. Open 3 bottles of 1982 Lafite for me. Yes, sir. Gulp. After hearing what their boss said, Wang Zihang and the other two looked at each other and said, Boss, you are crazy. A bottle of 1982 Lafite costs 50,000 or 60,000 yuan, or even more than 100,000 yuan. Li Bin took a sip of water to calm down, but when he saw the introduction of the imperial set meal on the menu, he spat out all the tea and screamed, What? Emperor's set menu, 188,000. Wang Zihang and Dong Kuan. Oh my god, boss, you are such a spendthrift. I swallowed my saliva and thought, oh my god, this meal would cost more than 300,000 yuan. Knock knock. The door of the private room opened, and a beautiful staff member pushed a cart to the round table in the private room. King crab. Australian lobster. Foie gras puff soup. Lobster stew with rice porridge. The LSP trio were shocked and greedy after seeing the dishes. They had never seen such a scene before. No wonder a table of dishes cost 188,000 yuan. It made sense that they were robbed. Sir, would you like to open the wine now? A beautiful staff member spoke in a sweet and pleasant voice, which seemed to have some kind of magical power to calm people's minds. Open all 3 bottles at once. Wang Zihang and the other 2 didn't dare to say a word at this moment. Damn it, they are the eldest brother and brothers after all and they can't lose face. But this, isn't the boss spending too much? Chapter 13 Dad, it's that vixen. Come on, cheers. After clinking their glasses, they started eating in the private room. Wang Zihang and the other 2 were so touched that they felt that they had not been called the boss for a year in vain. A meal cost more than 300,000 yuan. All the meals they had eaten since they were born were probably not that expensive. Boss, I won't say anything. It's all in the wine. Wang Zihang and the other 2 rough old men had tears in their eyes and toasted Yi Chen with a glass of wine. After 3 rounds of drinks, Wang Zihang and the other 2 looked slightly drunk. But at this moment, the private room was pushed open and 2 figures came in. Sir, this is our VIP room. The girl who was holding the man's arm turned pale when she saw the familiar figure. Yi Chen, it's you. Dad, it's that vixen. Miao Miao recognized Su Jiayao the first time, and Su Jiayao's pretty face turned even paler when she heard this word. Brother Kuei, let's go. Su Jiayao tried her best to hold Feng Kuei back, not wanting him to have a conflict with Yi Chen, because the current Yi Chen was not someone they could afford to offend. Hey, Yao Yao, this is the boy you admired. And that Xiao Yi just now. Before Feng Kuei could finish his words, Yi Chen slapped him and sent him flying, with 2 teeth flying out of his mouth. This guy obviously violated Yi Chen's bottom line. Mad, your uncle. Bang. Another strong and loud slap, this time Feng Kuei's facial bones were directly shattered and his face was swollen like a pig's head. What are you doing? At this moment, the hotel manager Zhou Zitian came over from a distance. Feng Kuei was delighted to see him. Mr. Zhou, you came just in time. It's this guy. He hurt someone for no reason, call the police immediately and arrest him. As he spoke, Feng Kuei smiled coldly. As the head of the public relations department of Phantom Entertainment, he often cooperated with the King's Landing Hotel. This kid dared to hit him here. He was simply looking for death. Pa! Zhou Zitian's eyes fell on Yi Chen, his whole body shuddered, and he slapped Feng Kuei in the face with his backhand, and the slap hit the other side of his face directly. Shut up! After beating Feng Kuei, Zhou Zitian smiled tremblingly. Master Yi, why are you here? Wow! The commotion here had already attracted quite a few people. When they heard Zhou Zitian being so respectful to the young man, they were all shocked. As for Su Jiayao, her mind was even more shocked. What? Yi, young Master Yi, this is the name again. Previously it was the Rose Cafe, and now it is the King's Landing Hotel. Could it be that this hotel is also his? Zhou Zitian, you dare to hit me. The slightly drunk Feng Kuei, feeling extremely humiliated, glared at Zhou Zitian fiercely, but Zhou Zitian didn't even look at Feng Kuei. Manager Feng, from now on, all cooperation between Junlin Group and Phantom Entertainment will be terminated. Oh my god. Wang Zihang and his trio looked at the sudden turn of events and their eyes all changed when they looked at their boss. Wow, the boss is awesome. Not only did he beat up someone else's guest, he also asked the person in charge of the King's Landing Hotel to cancel all cooperation with the other party. Boss, are you satisfied with this treatment? After handling everything, Zhou Zihang bowed slightly to Yi Chen. Feng Kuei, who was about to shout at the side, heard this and for a moment he was like a dead dog with its neck choked, his face full of disbelief. What? Boss, this King's Landing Hotel belongs to that guy? Immediately, my whole body shuddered, and a bad feeling came over me. Joke? Although he has some power in Phantom Entertainment, he is from a completely different world from someone like the owner of the King's Landing Hotel. If such a person wants to mess with him, he will die without knowing how. Plop. Thinking of this, Feng Kuei knelt on the ground and said, Master Yi, I didn't recognize the great man. Please let me go. At this moment, without Zui Phantom Entertainment and once it loses its partnership with the King's Landing Hotel, the company will not let him go easily. If he is not careful, he will lose his position. Pa. After saying that, he slapped Su Jiayao to the ground and said, It's her. Master Yi, it was this bitch who made me offend you. A scarlet slap appeared on Su Jiayao's pretty face. If I knew it was you, I wouldn't dare to do it even if I had 10 times the courage. There was another dramatic turn. Wang Zihang and the other 2 felt so happy, especially when they saw Su Jiayao, who looked dumbfounded and ashen. This bitch is worthy of being my boss. Phew. What the hell? Fortunately, the boss did not favor that bitch, and only a goddess like Senior Cheyenne is worthy of his boss. Roll. A calm voice rang in Feng Kuei's ears. Feng Kuei felt as if he had been pardoned. He ran away in panic, followed by the distraught Su Jiaya. Then, everyone's eyes fell on Yi Chen again, and they were all shocked. They thought Phantom Entertainment was going to be in trouble this time. Wow. Meow Meow reacted at this time, looking at her dad with big eyes full of sparkles. So this hotel also belongs to Dad, hee hee. Humph, I told you to say Papa, you bad guys. Hung Hung pouted his lips angrily and looked in the direction where the bad woman left. Then he thought of the scene where his father defended him. However, his father was so handsome just now. Chapter 14, Junlin Hotel belongs to Master Yi. In front of the King's Landing Hotel. Hey, director. Seeing the caller ID, Feng Kuei answered the call flatteringly. An angry voice came from the other end. Feng Kuei, you are a loser. Do you know how much money the company will lose by losing the Junlin Hotel as a partner? The company has decided to fire you and never hire you again. Beep beep. After the other party finished speaking, he hung up the phone. Feng Kuei's mind suddenly buzzed. The lucrative position was gone just like that. At this moment, he was completely confused. He never expected that things would develop so quickly. Brother Kuei, what's wrong? Su Jiao's pretty face turned pale. Feng Kuei in front of her was her last hope. If Feng Kuei didn't care about her, she would be left with nothing. Pa! Seeing that everything was caused by the woman in front of him, Feng Kuei immediately slapped her again and knocked her to the ground. However, at this moment, her graceful figure did not attract him at all. Bitch, get out! He spat, his face ferocious. If you follow me again, I will kill you. Su Jiao was startled by the ferocious look and she just stood there in a daze. How so? He never treated me like this before, and he loved me very much. But when Su Jiao came back to her senses, Feng Kuei was no longer in front of her. It was obvious that Feng Kuei was busy with his own affairs, so how could he consider her? In the private room. Boss, you are so awesome. Wang Zihong swallowed his saliva, looked around and thought about what had just happened. Is this King's Landing Hotel really yours? Yes. It feels like a dream to me till now. Li Bin and Dong Kuan smacked their lips. Although the boss was also very awesome before, he was totally different from now. No wonder you could take down Senior Cheyenne. It's so unfair. Wang Zihong was filled with emotion, thinking about how the boss had won over the little diva Shireen 4 years ago. He would be lying if he said he wasn't envious. Hey, boss. Since this hotel is all yours, we won't be polite. The LSP trio grinned evilly, then revealed their domineering aura. Waiter, another serving of king crab. And 2 more Australian dragons. Another bottle of 1982 Lafite. The trio were talking to each other, and the dishes they ordered were always more expensive, making it clear that they wanted to rip off the boss. Go ahead. Yi Chen smiled slightly and waved to the waiter. This little money might take a year or even several years of accumulation for an ordinary family, but it was just a drop in the bucket for him. Okay, old boss. The waitress took a deep breath. When she was serving before, she never expected that this young man who looked to be in his early 20s was actually the owner of their Junlin Hotel. All of a sudden, I felt a huge pressure. Boss, sure. Cheers. After finishing 3 bottles of Lafite, Wang Zihong and the other 2 fell drunk on the table. Arrange 3 rooms for them to sleep. Yes, boss. The waiter immediately asked the person in charge Zhou Zitian, and soon opened a presidential suite for each of the 3 people. Half an hour later. Kowloon 1 Villa, a supercar parked in front of the villa. Master Yi, we're here. When Zhou Zitian saw where his boss lived, he couldn't help but be amazed. Kowloon No. 1 Villa was the dream residence of countless wealthy people. It is indeed a place that attracts countless wealthy people, and... Welcome home, master. A sweet voice came out, and Zhou Zitian's eyes lit up immediately. There were 8 gorgeous school-level maids, and a private butler dressed in cheongsam, which perfectly highlighted their curvy figures. Boss, that's awesome. Obviously, Zhou Zitian did not hide his envy at all. This quality of life is definitely the pinnacle of life that countless men dream of. Master Yi, I'm leaving first. After saying goodbye to his boss, Zhou Zitian took a deep breath and then left in the car that came with them. Ha! When Lu Menjing saw Zhou Zitian, she frowned slightly and said, "That person looks so familiar, I seem to have seen him somewhere." At this moment Yi Chen had already entered the villa, and Lu Menjing asked Miao Miao curiously, "Young lady, who was that person just now?" Hearing Aunt Menjing's words, Miao Miao looked in the direction the car left and said, "Oh. Aunt Menjing, you mean Uncle Zhou. He seems to be the person in charge of King's Landing Hotel." After saying that, Miao Miao also entered the villa, leaving Lu Menjing frowning. At a certain moment, Lu Menjing thought of something unbelievable and looked towards Zhou Zitian again with a changed look in her eyes. King's Landing Hotel? The person in charge? Could it be? Lu Menjing heard it clearly just now. The man was called Boss Yi Xiao. King's Landing Hotel belonged to Yi Xiao. Butler Menjing, do you know that person? At this time, a maid sipped her lips and asked curiously, and the 7 beautiful maids around her did the same. It was obvious that they could see that the man was not simple. He is the president of the Junlin Hotel. I didn't expect that Mr. Yi also has a 7-star hotel. The maids, He looked towards the direction Zhou Zitian drove away. What? One of the few top hotels in Jiangnan, the Junlin Hotel, which is worth over 10 billion, actually belongs to my own young master. Am I sure I'm not dreaming? Chapter 15, Excellent Cooking Skills, Win the Mother-in-Law. Inside the villa. A woman was sitting at the coffee table in the living room sipping tea. Although she was in her 40s, she looked no different from someone in her 30s. Grandmother. Entering the villa, Miao Miao was surprised when she saw the woman. Why are you here? Obviously, from the happy reaction, it can be seen that the little guy likes the woman very much, and this person is Lin Shirin's mother, Mu Yiling. Of course I miss our Miao Miao. Mu Yiling pinched Miao Miao's face lovingly and her eyes fell on Yi Chen in front of her. You are Yi Chen. Mu Yiling looked at the man in front of her who had been protected by her daughter for 4 years, Miao Miao's biological father. Ahem. Seeing his mother-in-law asking for censure, Yi Chen coughed dryly. Hello, auntie, I'm very sorry for what happened back then. Hearing that Yi Chen did not shirk his responsibility, she nodded slightly. Moreover, she naturally knew something about Yi Chen before coming. After all, as the wife of the Lin Group, it was very easy for her to understand a person. The fact that you have been able to protect Shirin for 4 years is enough to prove that you are good. Of course. Before Yi Chen could say anything, Miao Miao couldn't help but interrupt him. She looked so arrogant, as if she was declaring her sovereignty without even looking at who the father was. The clever Miao Miao then gave a brilliant assist. Hee, Grandma. You may not know this, but the food that Daddy cooks is really delicious. Miao Miao smiled coquettishly and pulled Mu Yiling's arm. When she heard that the cooking skills were good, Mu Yiling narrowed her eyes. She usually liked to study food. Yeah. Mu Yiling smiled slightly, then looked at her future son-in-law, Xiao Yi. It seems that you are a good cook. Ha, so. Yi Chen rubbed Miao Miao's little head lovingly, knowing that the little fellow was giving him a great assist. Auntie, you must be hungry. Why don't I help you make something to eat? Okay. Mu Yiling naturally saw what her granddaughter was thinking. They had only been together for a few days, and it seemed that the father and daughter got along well. Hee. Miao Miao saw that Daddy went to the kitchen and went to her grandmother's side. Grandma, just wait and see, Daddy's knife skills are amazing. Oh. Hearing her granddaughter's words, Mu Yiling narrowed her eyes and looked at her future son-in-law in the kitchen. Speaking of knife skills, she was pretty good. Swish. At this moment, Mu Yiling saw the flash of a knife in the kitchen, and saw the skillful knife skills come out. Slices of winter bamboo shoots of uniform thickness appeared on the plate, and each piece was exactly the same in shape and size. What amazing knife skills! Mu Yiling looked at this hand and couldn't help but sigh in amazement. Even the look in her eyes when she looked at her future son-in-law changed. This knife skills were much better than hers. A glimpse of the whole picture shows that my future son-in-law must be an amazing cook. Abalone, sea cucumber, pigeon eggs, scallops. Watching the preparation of ingredients and seasonings, Mu Yiling realized something. Could it be that Xiao Yi is going to make Buddha jumps over the wall? Good job. You know, it is rumored that the top-grade Buddha jumps over the wall is so delicious that even monks would be tempted to jump over the wall to eat it. And this is also the origin of Buddha jumps over the wall. Half an hour later, the aroma of the dishes wafted towards her. Mu Yiling couldn't help but swallow her saliva as she felt so hungry. Really? Although Mu Yiling was somewhat prepared, she was still amazed by the cooking skills of her future son-in-law. Obviously, she still underestimated the cooking skills of her future son-in-law. Smells so good. At this moment, the aroma of rice spread out, awakening Mu Yiling's taste buds a little more. Meow Meow saw her grandmother's greedy look and smiled proudly. "Grandma, you don't know yet, but the rice cooked by Dad costs 10,000 yuan per pound. It seems to be called, Jingyang rice." At this point, Meow Meow asked Lu Menjing in a quirky way, "Aunt Menjing, right?" "Hee, yes ma'am." Lu Menjing had a very sharp eye and of course knew that the young lady was establishing an image for Master Yi. Jingyang rice costs tens of thousands per pound. As a cooking enthusiast, Mu Yiling naturally knew about the existence of Jingyang rice. She had asked someone to buy some before, but she had no channels. Unexpectedly, the future son-in-law, got it. After a while, Mu Yiling took a bite of Buddha jumps over the wall and found it tasted great. The feeling was indescribable. "It's delicious, Grandma, hee. Meow Meow narrowed her eyes and asked with a smile, "Can you believe that she is just a 3-year-old cute fairy with such a clever side?" Good. Even a picky person like Mu Yiling had no objection at this moment. "It is undeniable that this is the most delicious Buddha jumps over the wall I have ever eaten. Xiao Yi, your cooking skills are amazing." Yi Chen smiled slightly when he received the compliment from his mother-in-law. "Not bad. I am sorry for showing off my skills in front of my aunt." "Ha, you kid." Listening to the sweet talk of her future son-in-law, Mu Yiling liked him more and more. Apparently, she had been bought by a dish of Buddha jumps over the wall without realizing it. If Lin Shireen saw this scene, I wonder how she would react. Chapter 16 Domestic Luxury Goods, Sky-High Priced Brocade Cheongsam. The next day. After a delicious breakfast, Meow Meow blinked her big eyes and asked her father curiously, "Dad, where are we going?" At this moment, there is not only Meow Meow in the supercar, but also the future mother-in-law Mu Yiling. "Shopping at the mall." Yi Chen smiled slightly and captured the stomach of his future mother-in-law. The next step was to capture her heart. Ding! The host triggers a random mission. He takes down the mother-in-law with his boldness. He will be rewarded with 100% of Kunpeng Securities shares and 1 billion renminbi. Wow! Listening to the system's voice ringing in his ears, Yi Chen was stunned. Kunpeng Securities shares? With a bonus of 1 billion renminbi? The system is becoming more and more powerful. For a moment, Yi Chen's mouth curled up. He was really not doing this for Kunpeng's security or 1 billion wealth. He just liked buying things for his mother-in-law. If this idea were heard by outsiders, I wonder if he would be beaten to death, or he would be criticized by everyone. "Your face is so thick that it is not as thick as a city wall." "Xiao Yi, I heard from Meow Meow that you are good at telling stories?" Sitting in the car and looking at the luxurious interior, I have to say that my son-in-law knows how to enjoy life, although I don't know how he managed to own the Rose Cafe and the King's Landing Hotel. After hearing what his future mother-in-law said, Yi Chen looked at a little girl and saw Meow Meow pouting her little mouth and sticking out her tongue, looking so cute and mischievous. "It's okay." Yi Chen smiled slightly and rubbed Meng Meng's head lovingly. "Then I'll tell you a story to pass the time." "Really?" As soon as Meow Meow heard her father telling a story, she immediately became excited and listened attentively. "Okay." Mu Yiling smiled. Seeing the little guy so interested, she was in a good mood. The atmosphere in the car fell into silence. A young man was confused in the world and came to a temple on the mountain to find a Zen master. "I broke up with my girlfriend of 7 years. Does love not exist?" The Zen master smiled and took the young man to the court where a game was being played. "Take a look at it and you will understand." The young man pondered for a long time and nodded thoughtfully. "Master, do you mean that the meaning of love is like a game? As long as you work hard in the process, the result is not important?" The Zen master closed his eyes and said, "No. What I mean is, does your breakup have anything to do with me?" Puff. When Mu Yiling heard Yi Chen's joke story, the sudden turn made her laugh out loud. Meow Meow listened carefully, and after she realized what was going on, she also started laughing. "Dad, that uncle is so unlucky." The extremely healing sound echoes in every space in the car, creating a great atmosphere. "It's quite interesting." The future mother-in-law looked at Yi Chen and had a better impression of this most ideal son-in-law. he was rich, very doted on, talented, and humorous. This kind of man is much better than her husband. I wonder how Lin's father would feel if he knew what Lin's mother is thinking at this moment. Daddy, Daddy, can I have another one? Meow Meow's sweet and cute voice came out, and Yi-Chen felt very satisfied. He never resisted the requests of his little girl. With a fatherly smile on his face, he sorted out his thoughts. After a while, the young man encountered another problem and asked the Zen master again, "Everyone says I'm ugly, am I really ugly?" The Zen master picked up a glass of water and poured it on the young man's head. The young man was puzzled. "You mean, if I wash my hair every day, I won't be so ugly?" The Zen master replied, "If you are so ugly that you hold water, the water will flow more. If you pour water over your ugliness, you will be uglier." Puff. After hearing this, the future mother-in-law was amused again. This son-in-law's train of thought was really novel. Meow Meow looked at her father, her eyes full of admiration as if they could speak. Just like this, the atmosphere along the way was very good. Soon, we arrived at Jiangnan City CBD shopping center. "Aunt, you finally come here, why don't I buy something for you?" Thinking about the system tasks, "If not now, when will I do it?" This is not good. Although it was the first time they met, Mu Yiling was quite satisfied with this son-in-law, and naturally did not want to take too much advantage of her future son-in-law. How could that be? We are a family all the time. With Meow Meow's help, the three of them came to a Cheongsam shop. "Welcome." Seeing Yi-Chen and the other two coming into the store, the salesgirl came over politely and asked, "How can I help you?" Wow. Meow Meow's eyes fell on a product in the window at this time. "Grandma, look at that dress, it's so beautiful." Oh. After hearing Meow Meow's words, Mu Yiling looked towards the window and suddenly found a piece of exquisite workmanship, which was obviously much more high-end than the clothes next to it. This is a brocade cheongsam. Yi-Chen was slightly stunned when he saw the cheongsam in the window. "Xiaoye, do you recognize this material?" Mu Yiling was stunned. She only felt that the cheongsam felt very good and was completely incomparable to ordinary cheongsams. "Aunt, you don't know." Looking at the cheongsam in front of him, Yi-Chen was slightly surprised. Keisai is known as the holy weaving. There is even a saying that an inch of keisai is worth an inch of gold. In ancient times, it was used exclusively by emperors. The workmanship is quite complicated and can only be done by hand. He paused and looked at the tapestry in front of him. If you want to make a cheongsam like this, it will take at least a year. Judging from its design, it must be the work of a famous artist. Boss, good eyesight. At this time, the manager of the cheongsam shop came over and said, "This is the most precious treasure of our shop. It has been here for more than a month and no one has shown interest in it." At this time, the mother-in-law's eyes fell on the price tag, and when she saw the price tag, she was slightly stunned. 1.98 million? Just to make sure he was not mistaken, Yi-Chen curled his lips and said, "I want this cheongsam." The mission is about to be accomplished, how can he not be happy? Chapter 17. Dad, this bad woman said Mom is a vixen. Brocade shawl. Lantian jade pendant. Jade bracelet. An hour later, Mu Yiling looked at the large and small bags and said, "Xiaoye, I'm sorry for making you spend money today. Looking at these, it is estimated that it will cost at least more than 3 million. It has to be said that shopping is a woman's nature. With this wave of operations, if anyone dares to compete with their Lin family for a son-in-law in the future, Mu Yiling will be the first to disagree. This son-in-law is very good. You're welcome, Auntie. They can only play their greatest value in my aunt's hands." Hearing what her future son-in-law said, Mu Yiling felt so happy. He was nothing like the one at home who had no romance at all. At this moment, Mu Yiling was just about to bring the household registration booklet so that the two of them could get their marriage certificate. Where did this wild child come from? While the two were talking, at the entrance of the shopping mall, a charming woman saw Meow Meow running and complained in a coquettish voice, "Master Zhang, look at that little girl. She must be the wild child of a vixen." Stop. Just as the seductive woman was about to leave, Meow Meow's face was full of anger. "You are the vixen, your whole family is vixen. Apologize to me." The powerful words immediately attracted many passers-by to watch. Feng Kuei's eyes fell on Meow Meow and he was startled. "Is she that guy's daughter? This is bad." As expected, the seductive woman saw this and said, "Hey, what's wrong? You don't allow people to say your mother is a vixen. You." Meow Meow heard someone slandering her mom. "Dad, this bad woman said Mom is a vixen." "Hey! The charming woman then glanced at Yi Chen and looked him up and down. Tisk, a poor loser. Bang! Before the charming woman could finish her words, she was slapped hard and flew away. Seeing this, Feng Kuei hurriedly grabbed Zhang Kuan and said, Master Zhang, that person is. Get lost. Zhang Kuan slapped Feng Kuei in the face, then angrily said to Yi Chen, Boy, you were so bold. Kneel down and apologize to me now, and I will let you go, otherwise. At this point, Zhang Kuan smiled coldly, I will make sure you have no place to stand in Jiangnan. Not good. When Feng Kuei heard this, he thought to himself that something was not good, because that guy was a ruthless person. Bang! Sure enough, just as Feng Kuei had this thought, Zhang Kuan was kicked and fell to his knees on the ground. He slid more than 1 meter and stopped 2 meters away. With a wow sound, he vomited with his stomach churning. How dare you touch me? Spatting out a mouthful of blood, Zhang Kuan looked at Yi Chen in disbelief. He obviously didn't expect that the boy to be so confident. Move you. He glanced at Zhang Kuan, who was kneeling on the ground, and raised an intriguing arc at the corner of his mouth. Who do you think you are? Boy, wait for me. Feng Kuei had already helped Zhang Kuan up at this moment. Naturally, he didn't dare to stay here any longer, for fear of implicating innocent people. Master Zhang, wait for me. The seductive woman tumbled and crawled, leaving the scene in a panic without caring about her beauty. Mu Yiling saw it all from beginning to end. He remained calm in the face of danger and acted decisively. Good. Obviously, this wave of operations has greatly increased the points of this son-in-law in Mu Yiling's eyes. Dad, so handsome. Miao Miao blinked her big eyes, excitedly watching her daddy beat the bad guys away. Mua kissed her daddy on the face and said with a smile, I knew that daddy is the best. Of course. Yi Chen would naturally not lose face in front of his daughter. From now on, daddy will beat away all bad guys like this for you. Hearing daddy's words full of security, Miao Miao the little chicken pecked at the rice and nodded its head, which made Mu Yiling smile knowingly. When she arrived outside the shopping mall, someone had been waiting for Mu Yiling for a long time. It turned out to be someone from the Lin family. Goodbye, Grandma. After waving goodbye, Miao Miao raised her little pink fist. Yes. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the bold operation and winning the mother-in-law mission. You will be rewarded with 100% of Kunping Securities shares and 1 billion renminbi. Looking at the little guy's excited expression, Yi Chen heard the sound of system reward in his mind, which made him feel a lot better. Then, bring up the properties panel. Name, Yi Chen. Age, 21. Skills, God-level cooking, God-level music, God-level martial arts. Items, 100% shares of Rose Cafe, Pagani Wind God, Supreme Edition, Kowloon No. 1 Villa, 100% shares of Junlin Hotel, 100% shares of Kunping Security. Wealth, 1.1 billion renminbi. Looking at the attribute panel, Yi Chen couldn't help but smile. This is what a man with a system should have. Although 1.1 billion in assets is not a lot, it is definitely not a small amount. On the other side, Jiangnan City Airport. Ding-a-ling. A beautiful lady wearing sunglasses, pushing a suitcase, even so, still attracted many boys to turn around and look at her. Indeed, both her temperament and her profile exposed to the air proof that she must be a rare goddess. This girl with extraordinary temperament is none other than Lin Shireen. Hello. When I answered the phone, a familiar voice came from the other end. Hee, Shireen, have you gotten off the plane? I just got off. What's up? If your mother calculates the time to call you, and she is being too attentive to you for no reason, she is either a traitor or a thief. Of course there is something. Mu Yiling on the opposite side was smiling as she looked at the beautiful scenery outside the window. You kid, you secretly hid such an outstanding boy. I agree to your marriage with Xiao Ye. Let's get the marriage certificate when we have time. After that, he hung up the phone without giving his daughter time to speak, which confused Lin Shireen. She stopped where she was. What, you agreed and even got the marriage certificate? An ominous premonition came to my mind. Could it be that my mother had seen that guy? Damn, that bastard, what kind of magic potion did he drink with my mom? Thinking of this, Lin Shireen did not dare to delay for a moment and drove straight to Kowloon No. 1 Villa. As for what would happen next, no one knew. Chapter 18, First Meeting. Lin Shireen was numb. In front of the shopping center, Longqing Plaza. Dear audience, today is the last day of the love song contest. At this moment, a loud sound came from the stage speakers not far away. which immediately attracted a lot of people's attention. Meow Meow also looked over. Hurry up! As long as you win first place, you can take home the grand prize of 100,000 new Taiwan dollars, and you can also get a Pikachu signed by the little diva Cheyenne. The lively sounds attracted many audience members to try their luck, but few dared to go on stage. After all, the contestants who participated in the competition a few days ago were all very talented. Eh? When Meow Meow heard that Mama had signed a Pikachu, her eyes rolled around. Daddy, Meow Meow really wants that Pikachu. Let's go back and give Mama a surprise, okay? Yi Chen, this is not good. Yi Chen coughed dryly. This little guy either wanted him to be in the spotlight or was on his way to being in the spotlight. He felt that he would be left with no friends if he continued like this. No, Meow Meow likes it very much. Poof. Meow Meow acted coquettishly and shook her daddy's arm, with pitiful eyes and humming sweetly, as if to say, Daddy, you don't love me anymore. Ahem, that. Is it not okay for me to go? I really can't do anything about you. Obviously, Yi Chen, who dotes on his daughter crazily, has no resistance to the little girl's coquetry. At the same time, Lin Shireen, who drove a supercar to the square, stopped with interest when she heard that there was a Pikachu signed by herself. It's still early, it's nice to listen to some music first. Lin Shireen thought so, but she didn't realize that this place became the first place she met someone in 4 years, and it was also the beginning of Yi Chen's intrusion into her life. Let me try. With the little guy cheering for him, Yi Chen came to the stage and spoke to the host. When the host saw that it was a handsome guy, his eyes immediately lit up. Obviously, he did not expect that such a good-looking audience member would participate in the last day. Good. Let us all give a warm round of applause to welcome this handsome guy. As the host's voice fell, the audience around him burst into warm applause. This is that guy. Lin Shireen came closer and saw a figure on the stage, and then soon saw her daughter whom she missed very much after not seeing her for many days in the audience. The sudden change made Lin Shireen not expect that they would meet in this way. Host, please put down the USB accompaniment for me. Yi Chen was talking to the host, and the host became more excited when he saw the handsome guy who came prepared. Come on, Daddy. You are the best, he. The crowd fell silent. Meow Meow's cheering voice startled Lin Shireen, but the little guy seemed quite happy. Think of this. Lin Shireen couldn't help but curl the corners of her mouth into a charming arc. The lights were focused, and at this moment Yi Chen's already handsome face looked even more handsome. Whose girl am I welcoming under the warm sun? I walked on that little bridge. You play the piano and play sadness. The little girl singing by the bridge, tears are flowing from your eyes. You said one person is trying to be strong while the other misses his hometown. The warm tone and catchy lyrics stunned the audience. This guy is quite capable. This is the unanimous thought of the audience at this moment. Especially the girls, they put their hands together in front of their chests and stared at the boy with misty eyes. With his handsome face and beautiful singing voice, he looked like their Prince Charming at that moment. That bastard. While Lin Shireen was sighing, she saw the infatuated looks of the girls, and a subtle jealousy rose up in her heart. She looked at someone on the stage with a hint of resentment in her eyes. I knew it, Daddy is awesome. Meow Meow had no idea what her mother was thinking at the time. Her eyes were full of admiration as she looked at her super talented and handsome father. There were many children in the audience, and they all looked at Meow Meow with envy and jealousy. They also wanted such a powerful father. How great it would be if this was their dad. In that case, they must study hard and move forward. Yi Chen was not surprised at the audience's reaction. After all, it would be strange if they did not react in the same way. Since the system produced God-level music, it naturally had a blessing beyond the common people's cognition. For a moment, as the song sounded, everyone's thoughts appeared in their minds, with scenes of beautiful encounters. She has long black hair and bright eyes. Girl, you make my heart flutter and my heart beat fast. You said that no one was around and you were wandering alone. You look elegant and graceful. Sitting on the bridge I listened to you singing. At some point, the audience began to sway their feet to the heartwarming melody, and the corners of each audience member's mouth curved up involuntarily, as if they had become the protagonists of various stories, listening to the beautiful girl they like singing by the bridge. The picture is warm and beautiful. Just like that, there was no sound to disturb them. Even Lin Shireen came back to her senses as if she was in a trance, because she found that the boy on the bridge was actually some hateful guy. Then her eyes changed when she looked at Yi Chen. That guy's song is poisonous. Chapter 19. Father and daughter show off their love. Lin Shireen is so sweet. Poisonous. That's right, this was the result Lin Shireen got after trying it. She then narrowed her eyes and looked at someone warily. That guy is so scary. Thinking about the feeling just now, even though I hate him, I have no resistance to his songs. No wonder my mother was fooled by him. It seems that we must be careful with this guy. Thinking of this, Lin Shireen immediately said, but this guy's singing is really good. A little. Pa 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 pa. When the song ended, many audience members applauded and there were many howls. Wow, the handsome guy sings so well. I feel like my ears are pregnant. The songs of those popular singers are nothing compared to those of handsome guys. Oh, come on, handsome guy, you have to be responsible for me. For a moment, those who didn't know would have thought it was a concert. The girls were so eager to jump on him that the host was scared. He never expected that the guy in front of him was so awesome. Ahem, what is that? The host coughed dryly at this time. I think you can guess the level of this handsome guy. I declare. The first place in this love song competition is this handsome guy. Then, the awards were presented, including 100,000 new Taiwan dollars in cash and a Pikachu autographed by the big diva goddess Cheyenne. Long live daddy. Meow Meow, who was holding Pikachu, had an extremely happy look on her face. The host even gave Yi Chen a thumbs up. Brother, it would be a pity if you don't sing with your level. Do you want to try your hand at singing? I can help you contact an agency. The host spoke familiarly, and he naturally saw the potential in Yi Chen. With a little work, he would definitely be a phenomenal singer, and would beat the current popular young stars by at least 180 blocks. Entering the music industry? Hearing the host's words, Yi Chen shook his head, not interested. Wouldn't it be nice to spend some time with my little girl and cultivate her relationship with her if she has time to develop a career in the music industry? The sweet dog food was all over the place. Meow Meow enjoyed the touch of her father's big hands, and her little face was full of enjoyment. Gulp. Many children look at other people as doted fathers and feel extremely envious. The audience looked at Yi Chen strangely. Was he trying to trick them into giving birth to a daughter again? Humph. However, even though I thought so, I felt very jealous in my heart. Obviously. It would be a lie to say that I'm not envious. Just think about it, who wouldn't want to have such a super cute daughter? If they had such a lovely daughter, they wouldn't trade her for the throne, let alone the music industry. This father and daughter. Tutu forced a mouthful of the sweet dog food into her mouth, and Lin Shireen was stunned. Why are these two guys like this? Are they afraid that others don't know they are father and daughter, or what? Poof. With a delicate snort, Lin Shireen secretly left the square in order to avoid being discovered by the two men, and drove towards Kowloon No. 1 Villa. The more she did so, the more she felt that the little girl must not stay with this guy for too long. Otherwise, if this goes on, there will be no place for her in that girl's heart. Half an hour later. Yi Chen drove back to the villa with Meow Meow. Hello, master. Hello, young lady. As soon as I returned to the villa, I saw 20 burly men guarding the villa professionally. These people were sent by Yi Chen at the request of the Kunping security chief. Meow Meow, you go in first. He pinched the little guy's face, then followed the leader to the lawn. Young Master Yi, I am the captain of the team, codenamed Tianlang. Looking at the spirit and energy of the heavenly wolf in front of him, especially the unique murderous aura on his body, it is no surprise that he should be a mercenary king. You will be in charge of the villa from now on. Yi Chen nodded with satisfaction, and continued, remember, no matter who it is, anyone who threatens the safety of the villa will be killed without mercy. If anything goes wrong, I'll take responsibility. Calling Tianlang here alone is to give him a death order. This is the most important place for him in the future and he must not be negligent in the slightest. Yes, Master Yi. Tianlang responded respectfully, then returned to his post to inspect the safety of the villa. When Yi Chen arrived in the villa, the maids were chattering around the big Pikachu. Wow, this is the goddess autographed Pikachu. Miss, you are so happy. It's the goddess autograph. If only I had one. Yeah, me too. If that happens, I will be so excited that I won't be able to sleep. The maids kept chattering, while the personal housekeeper Lu Menjing seemed to be hesitant to speak, looking at the signed Pikachu. She wondered how they would react if they knew that the young lady was the goddess Shireen they were talking about. Buzz. At this moment, the sound of another supercar came from far away. By the time Tian Lang and his group reacted, the supercar had already stopped in front of the villa. Snap! After pushing the door and getting out of the car, what came into view was a beautiful figure. After seeing the beautiful figure, the 20 people of Tian Lang were all shocked. The young lady is here. Chapter 20. Daddy and Mommy, let us go back to our room and sleep. Hello, madam. 20 bodyguards called out in unison. Lin Shireen was stunned for a moment and then her face turned red. That damn bastard must have done it on purpose. However, since we had already arrived at the villa, we had no choice but to go in. Meow meow. A pleasant and doting voice was heard, and Meow Meow, who was playing, ran towards the source of the sound without thinking. Hee hee, Mommy is here. When the maids came to their senses, they couldn't help but look over there curiously. Soon, a beautiful figure appeared before their eyes, but when the maids saw the figure, they did not hide their shock at all. This is Goddess Cheyenne. Little Queen of Pop, I am not dreaming. No, the young lady just said she was Mama. Could it be that Goddess Cheyenne is the young lady? After the heated discussion, the maids were completely upset. Lu Menjiang was not surprised to see the maids' surprised looks. After all, they finally found out. Do you want to be numb? At this moment, Lin Shireen does not have the aura of a little diva at all. She is just a mother full of the radiance of maternal love. Yes, of course. The little chick pecked at the rice and nodded its head, which made Lin Shireen feel very relieved and felt that all the hard work was worth it. But before she could continue to feel relieved, she heard the little guy heading towards the villa's living room. Daddy, come quickly, Mommy is here to see us. Lin Shireen. Hearing what the little guy said, Lin Shireen's forehead was full of black lines. What does it mean to come and see us? When Lin Shireen followed Meow Meow to the living room, Yi-Chen had already brought 2 bowls of noodles to the dining table. The aroma of the noodle soup immediately made Lin Shireen's stomach rumble. The sudden scene made Lin Shireen's face even redder, while Meow Meow's mouth corners curved. Mom, come and eat. Dada's cooking is so delicious. Looking at Meow Meow's innocent look, Lin Shireen wanted to refuse, but the taste buds swallowing the sweet saliva did not give her any chance to refute. Good. After saying that, Lin Shireen felt a little regretful. She originally wanted to intimidate someone, but the taste of this noodle soup was indeed very tempting. Slurp. After taking a bite of the noodle soup, Lin Shireen and Wang Quan's beautiful eyes were stunned. That guy's cooking skills were better than she thought. As her taste buds were stimulated, the top young diva no longer cared about her image and started eating faster. After all, she had not eaten since noon. Seeing that their goddess had such a good appetite, the maids couldn't help but have a new understanding of their idol, that their goddess was such a big eater. Undoubtedly. This was the unanimous thought of the maids. Half an hour later. Lin Shireen drank the last mouthful of soup with satisfaction on her pretty face. The little guy's voice came at the right time. Mom, Daddy's noodles are delicious, right? Well, not, just average. Lin Shireen almost uttered something subconsciously, and quickly changed her words, her face slightly dizzy. Damn it, it seems that the plan of showing off her power is not working. The saying you should be grateful to the one who feeds you and you should be grateful to the one who gives you is exactly like this. Hee hee. Meow Meow doesn't indulge her mom, so she exposed her mom's shortcomings. Mom, you're lying. I ate 2 big bowls and there was no soup left, but you still said it was just average. Lin Shireen, #@. Hashtag. Listening to the little girl's actions as a filial daughter, Lin Shireen wanted to hang the little girl up and beat her for a moment. That guy, he's just a good cook, but he's so heartless that he betrayed me like this. After dinner, it was night time. Meow Meow yawned and held her parents' hands. Daddy and Mommy, let's go back to the room and sleep. Lin Shireen, who hadn't had time to find an excuse, was hesitant to let the maids know Meow Meow's life story, so she said, okay. For a moment, Lin Shireen's heartbeat suddenly accelerated. How could this happen? The script is not like this. What should I do? Am I really going to sleep in the same room with that unfaithful man? Click. As the bedroom door closed, Lin Shireen's heartbeat seemed to stop for a moment. The forgotten encounter 4 years ago emerged in her mind, and her face immediately turned red to the back of her ears. Soon, I finished washing up. Lin Shireen was wearing a thin nightgown, her perfect figure was fully revealed under the light. She seemed to sense someone's burning gaze, and she glared at him fiercely, but there was a hint of hidden joy in her heart. As for why, she couldn't say it. Perhaps every woman wants to receive this kind of attention from the opposite sex. Yi Chen, I'm warning you. If you cross the 38th parallel, I won't be polite. Miao Miao ignored her mother and continued to act coquettishly with her father. Daddy, Daddy. Can you please continue telling me the Wizard of Oz? Mommy's stories aren't good at all. Lin Shireen, I. As expected, Lin Shireen was despised by the little guy. She felt mixed emotions for a moment. She had only been away for a few days, and that guy had surpassed her in importance. After a long time, the three people in the bedroom fell asleep one after another. However, Yi Chen had a very realistic dream that night. He dreamed of a scene similar to the encounter 4 years ago. Chapter 21 Mom is Jealous. The next day. The golden morning sun poured into the room through the window, dispelling the last trace of darkness. Lin Shireen struggled to get rid of her sleepy eyes and woke up from her dream, but when she saw the guy she was hugging, all her sleepiness disappeared instantly. She stared with her beautiful eyes wide open, looking in disbelief at the head buried in the abyss and the huge hands covering both sides of the mountain. That guy, you bastard. Lin Shireen clenched her slender hands and really wanted to punch him, but when she saw the little guy at the other end of the quilt, she glared at someone. Damn, what a loss. Lin Shireen couldn't believe it. How did she get through the night? She had always thought she was holding a little kid. How could this happen? Also, why do I feel sore all over? She frowned and thought for a long time but couldn't figure it out. She could only blame it on being too tired in the past few days. Yesterday, I actually had such a dream. Lin Shireen, what were you thinking about? Then, he struggled to escape from the guy's hand, tiptoed to put on his clothes, and finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the guy was still sleeping soundly. Come to the living room. The maids were all looking at the bedroom at this moment. When they saw Lin Shireen coming out, they hurriedly avoided her gaze and went back to their work. Morning, madam. The maids bowed and greeted them, looking at the still blush on their young mistress's cheeks, as if she had suddenly thought of something. Several maids couldn't help but whisper envy and gossip. Wow, I see the young lady looks very well. Yeah, I heard that it will be like this after that. No way, the young lady is still in there. Could it be that after the young lady fell asleep? Thinking of this, everyone looked at their goddess, the young lady, again, and couldn't help but imagine scenes in the second dimension in their heads. At this moment, they really wanted to say, if anything happens in the future, you can just come to them. After breakfast, Yi Chen drove Lin Shireen and her daughter away from the villa. Dad, are we really going to the amusement park? The little guy blinked his eyes as if they could speak, looking forward to it. Of course. He scratched the little guy's nose lovingly. He was already familiar with this kind of loving behavior, but Lin Shireen rolled her eyes at this invisible wave of dog food. Didn't I tell you yesterday? When has Dad ever lied to you? Long live Daddy. Feeling the strong fatherly love, the little guy smiled and kissed his father on the side of his face with a moa. Then he did not forget to praise his father. I know that my father loves me very much. Of course, you are Daddy's little cotton padded jacket. He. Listening to the two of them talking back and forth, Lin Shireen's voice came out at one point. Are you two going to stop? You talk too much. Hearing what his mother said, the little guy shrank his head. Dad, is Mommy angry? The little girl asked her father curiously. As far as she could remember, her mother rarely lost her temper before. No way. Yi Chen glanced at the stunning beauty in the back seat and said, Mom is jealous. Pft, cough cough. After hearing what someone said, Lin Shireen, who had just taken a sip of water to calm down, immediately spat it out, then glared at someone and stopped talking. I secretly hated that guy in my heart. How could he be so narcissistic that I would be jealous? Joke. As for why she didn't refute, it was because she was afraid that if she saw someone, she would lose control of herself and strangle him to death. Soon, Disney was within sight. Wow. Dad, Mom, there are so many people here. When we arrived at the entrance of the amusement park, the little guy's eyes were full of excitement as he watched the tourists coming and going. This was the first time he came out to play with his parents. Hey, I heard there's no free play. Free? Is this true? Is this just another gimmick? Of course it's true, you see it's being broadcast live there. Many tourists were talking about it. The little one's eyes rolled when he heard it. When the family came closer, they heard the beautiful lady on the stage, wearing a deep V-neck slit dress, hosting the show very attractively. This beautiful lady just sang a very good song, but the audience was not enthusiastic enough. Here is a 100 Kwai participation prize coupon. Thank you for participating. Next. The beautiful young lady said in a sweet voice, "Are there any handsome guys or beautiful girls who would like to come up and try it out?" Us. When the little one heard the singing, his eyes sparkled. Daddy is really good at singing. Lin Xiaomiao. Lin Shireen was shocked when she heard the little guy was making trouble. She was only wearing sunglasses, and it would be bad if people found out. Hee, Mom, Daddy sings so beautifully. Seeing the little guy's clever look, Yichen smiled dotingly. Ding. The host triggers a random task, a sweet song fills the audience, and the reward is a mysterious blind box X1, with 3 billion renminbi as a gift. Oh. Hearing the system sound ringing in his ears, Yi Chen's smile deepened. This system is becoming more and more discerning. Thinking of this, Yi Chen walked towards the stage. Lin Shireen's eyelids twitched slightly. This bastard is going to die. Is it really okay to pamper that girl like this? Chapter 22. Why is such a handsome guy married? Woohoo! On the stage, the beautiful young lady's eyes lit up. Handsome guy. I don't know, what song should I sing? Obviously, such a handsome guy will undoubtedly be of great benefit to their activities, and she feels that this handsome guy is very much like the Prince Charming in her dreams. Yi Chen thought about it, a sweet song to fill the whole place. This is easy, please play the accompaniment for me, thank you. I wrote this song to commemorate my first encounter with a girl 4 years ago. I also hope to have her in my life for the rest of my life. The song is called Love Is Not My Choice. I hope you like it. The corners of his mouth are curved, and his looks are far better than those of the popular young actors. Come on, Daddy, you're the best. The little guy clapped his hands excitedly to cheer his dad on. You. Hey. Lin Shireen held the little girl, fearing that she would rush onto the stage accidentally. Her heart was pounding with anxiety. After all, her identity could not be made public now, otherwise, who knows what would happen. The light and joyful melody makes people relax. I will never forget the first time I saw you. A pair of charming eyes. Your image in my mind. Can't go away. Hold your hands and feel your tenderness. I want to cherish your innocence. It's really a bit suffocating. Lin Shireen was stunned by the singing of a certain guy, but she soon found something wrong. That bastard, the girl 4 years ago, was not her, but the lyrics. Lin Shireen couldn't help but think of the encounter that night, the first time they met. Could it be that this guy at that time also felt his tenderness in my hands? Lin Shireen's face suddenly turned red, not knowing what she was thinking about. The hit that night could be said to have changed her life, and it also almost caused her to break up with her family. Oof. Don't think that singing a song will make me forgive you. Lin Shireen hummed softly as she made up her mind, but soon she was captured by the singing and all the fans in the live broadcast room were stunned. Oh my god, this guy is awesome. Wow. His skills are no less than those of a legendary singer, oh my god. My goodness, it seems he is the original singer. It would be a shame if this guy doesn't become popular. You're so handsome, but why are you married? Woohoo. 4 years ago, that girl couldn't be the mother of that cute little Lolita. What a happy family. It would be great if I could get the good genes from a handsome guy. I really want to kiss him. Shuaiguagua, stop singing and come home with me. As Yi Chen started to increase his influence, the number of tens of thousands of active fans directly exceeded 100,000, and the speed was still soaring. Hee, Mommy, look. The little guy turned his head towards his mother with a smile and said, Daddy sings really well, I like it so much. In an instant, the little guy became a loyal fan of his dad and felt that his dad was the most awesome person in the world. Tisk. It's okay, just a little better than the average person. Lin Shireen glanced at the stage with a confused look in her eyes, but before her voice fell, the singing came again. I'm just afraid that I'll fall in love with you. Don't dare get too close. I'm afraid I don't have anything to give you. Loving you also requires a lot of courage. I'm just afraid that I'll fall in love with you. Maybe one day I won't be able to help myself. Wow. The little guy didn't hear what Mom said, his mouth was wide open. Although he didn't quite understand what was said, he felt that Dad must be confessing his love to Mom. So sweet. I feel like my dad is so great. The tourists around saw this and were moved. Who is this guy? His singing skills are amazing. In particular, many cute girls who came to Disney looked at the handsome guy singing super sweet love songs, their eyes full of love and admiration. Pity. Why, such a handsome guy is married, woo-woo. It would be great if they were not married, maybe I could have an encounter with him. If not, one night is not unacceptable. After all, he is not responsible. At this moment, Lynn Shireen's face turned red. She didn't dare to get too close because she was afraid that he would fall in love with her. But what about her saying that she couldn't help herself? This bastard was just lying. Lynn Shireen, you must not give in. Do you hear me? She made a secret decision and encouraged herself, but every time she looked at the guy on the stage, she felt something strange in her heart, which made her just frown. He looked at Yi Chun with a complicated expression. That guy was actually quite good apart from what happened in the past. Chapter 23 Hee, Mom, you are bullied by Dad again. A little. The song ends and everyone is silent. Although the singing has ended, everyone's thoughts are still lingering in the artistic conception of the song Love is Not a Choice, unable to extricate themselves. He thought of the goddess he liked, and the feeling of wanting to confess but being afraid of being rejected was perfectly interpreted by this song. Ah. Pa 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 pa. It lasted for more than 10 seconds, and the scene was filled with thunderous applause mixed with cheers. The eyes that looked at Yi Chen again changed. This guy is so awesome. With such ability, he still fights with them for free tickets. Damn, this guy has more than enough money to hold a concert. Ha, thunderous applause. The beautiful young lady came to the stage, with the microphone close to her lips. Awesome handsome guy, this is the first time I've won so many applause from the audience. Congratulations handsome guy, you can bring your family to play for free. After a pause, the beautiful lady asked tentatively, by the way, handsome guy, we want to use your song to promote it outside the amusement park. Do you think it's okay? Can. Yi Chen smiled slightly. He would naturally not refuse something that was convenient for him. Hiss. What a talented young man. It would be a shame if he didn't sing. What's this handsome guy's name? I like him so much. Try harder, maybe you can snatch the handsome guy away. Zhou Kai, this handsome guy belongs to me, no one can snatch him away. The tourists at the scene were chattering, and the people in the live broadcast room were also reluctant to leave, but it was a pity that they would never see that handsome guy again. Dad, you were so handsome just now. The little girl's face was full of admiration, and it was obvious that she had completely become her father's most loyal fan. That is. Hearing his lover's words, Yi Chen lovingly scratched the little guy's nose. Daddy can do anything. Poof. Lynn Shireen snorted and rolled her eyes. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you're handsome. Oh. Hearing this, Yi Chen put his big hands around her slender waist and said, actually, being handsome really allows you to do whatever you want. Just imagine, a handsome guy and an ugly guy hit on the same girl at the same time. If it's a handsome guy, it might be a chance encounter, but if it's an ugly guy, it's probably just a hooligan show. Lynn Shireen. Wrong logic, I don't want to bother with you. Although she said so, Lynn Shireen was secretly discussing it in her heart. In fact, there was some truth in it. TSK, how handsome do you think you are? Lynn Shireen was really speechless about this guy's narcissism. What should she do if she really wanted to give him a beating? Of course your man is handsome. Yi Chen then looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle. Let me put it this way, tens of millions of years after my death, when posthumans were born, they restored my bones and buried them in the Arctic. Above my tombstone, there is a cloud floating all year round, changing from one thing to another, with only one word, handsome. Puff. Hearing the guy's crazy narcissism, Lynn Shireen laughed out loud without acknowledging the owner. I really want to rip your head open and see how it looks like. I glared at a certain guy. Is that bastard behaving properly? It feels harder to make that guy suffer than to become a diva. Oh, what an enemy. Although the little guy didn't quite understand, he thought it was fun to see his mom going crazy. The invisible dog food made many tourists behind him choke. Showing affection will lead to death soon. This buddy will have no friends if he does this. Hee, Mom, you're being bullied by Dad again. The little fellow was saying something shocking at this time, but Lynn Shireen's face turned red after hearing this. What nonsense are you talking about, little girl? Lynn Shireen, with a red face, pounced towards the girl with her teeth and claws bared. This was outrageous. Did she really think she could do whatever she wanted with that guy protecting her? Yeah. The little guy saw that his mother was very fierce, and hid behind his father. Daddy, please save me, mommy is catching me. Lulu. The little guy stuck his head out and made faces at his mom, which made people laugh, but it made Lin Shireen very angry. Lin Xiaomiao, come here. I promise I won't kill you. Lin Shireen hummed and circled around someone. If you didn't know, you would think that the two of them were sisters instead of mother and daughter. After turning around a few times, the little guy ran away. Seeing the mother and daughter chasing each other, Yi Chen's mouth curved up, and the tourists not far away were envious. Damn it, are you trying to trick me into giving birth to a daughter again? I won't be fooled. Enter the playground. Dad, shall we play this? The little guy was looking at the vertical roller coaster not far away, his eyes full of anticipation, but Lin Shireen's pretty face turned pale. No one knew that she was actually afraid of heights. Okay. Yi Chen naturally didn't know Lin Shireen's habits, so he agreed casually. Lin Shireen wanted to say something but didn't say it in the end. After all, she couldn't bear to let the little guy down, especially in front of a certain guy. Chapter 24. Mommy's legs are weak, can daddy carry mommy on his back? Why, are you nervous? Seeing Lin Shireen's slightly unnatural expression, Yi Chen asked suspiciously. Nervous? How is that possible? This queen has seen all kinds of storms. However, after saying that, she looked towards the vertical roller coaster in the distance, her beautiful eyes flickered with panic, and it would be a lie to say she wasn't nervous. Only. She absolutely cannot lose face in front of that guy. A few minutes later. Lin Shireen's pretty face turned pale and she felt her stomach churning. It was horrible. Daddy, this is so fun. The little guy's face was full of excitement, and even Yi Chen was slightly stunned. This little guy was very brave. Mom, let's play this, okay? Meow Meow excitedly pulled Lin Shireen, whose pretty face was pale, and pointed at the high-speed bungee jumping machine not far away. Lin Shireen's pretty face turned black when she saw it. This girl was going to kill her. Ahem. Okay. Lin Shireen coughed dryly and said. Yi Chen looked at the backs of the mother and daughter as they left thoughtfully. That girl, she won't be afraid of heights, right? Thinking about the scene on the vertical roller coaster just now, and then looking at the beautiful woman who was holding on, the corners of his mouth curled up in a mysterious arc. This girl is quite cute. Ah. The little guy screamed excitedly as the high-speed bungee jumping machine descended, unaware that Lin Shireen's head was buzzing. As for Yi Chen, he just smiled and said nothing. Super pendulum, canyon swing, flying trapeze. After a series of exciting projects, Lin Shireen was exhausted. It was so exciting. She will never forget today's experience. Mom, are you okay? The little guy realized it later and looked at his mother with weak legs and asked with concern, but Lin Shireen was already in tears at this moment. This girl finally thought of him. Ahem, it's okay, just that my legs are a little weak. Lin Shireen said this hatefully, glaring at a certain guy. Why did this bastard bring the kid to the amusement park instead of doing anything else? She would never come to this damn place in the future. It's horrible. Daddy, mommy's legs are weak, can you carry her on your back? A sweet voice was heard, and the little guy smiled innocently at his father. After all, how could a child have any bad thoughts? That's okay. Looking at Lin Shireen who was holding on, Yi Chen smiled slightly. She couldn't hold on any longer. Lin Shireen wanted to refuse, but her legs would not obey her. She had no choice but to bite the bullet and let someone take advantage of her again. However, Yi Chen did not carry Lin Shireen on his back, but instead held her up like a princess. Wow. It was a super sweet scene. The little guy couldn't help but cover his mouth in amazement. After playing around a lot, the boy with an unnatural expression looked at Yi Chen with surprise in his eyes. That buddy, aren't you scared at all? The princess hug is so steady. You. Lin Shireen felt herself being held in the arms of someone, her face flushed, and she naturally noticed the attention from the people around her, especially the girls who were talking about her with envy. This bastard only knows how to show off. You have a nice figure. Yi Chen felt the touch of the perfect body and joked with a laugh that only the two of them could hear. Poof. You tell me. Lin Shireen rolled her eyes and howled in her heart, damn it, I've been taken advantage of so much on only the first day. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission of Sweetly Blast the whole audience. You will be rewarded with one mysterious blind box and 3 billion renminbi. The system reward sounded in his ears at this time, and Yi Chen's mood improved again. Ding! Detection, the host has a mysterious blind box. Do you want to open it? Open. Yi Chen naturally didn't think too much about it and directly agreed to the khaki mysterious blind box. After all, what is in your hands is king. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning an Apollo supercar. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning a Ferrari LaFerrari supercar. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning a Lamborghini Venom supercar. 3 voices sounded in succession, and Yi Chen was stunned. He obviously didn't expect that the mysterious blind box would actually produce 3 supercars. Bring up the properties panel. Name, Yi Chen. Age, 21. Skills, God-level cooking, God-level music, God-level martial arts. Items, 100% shares of Rose Cafe, Pagani Wind God, Supreme Edition, Apollo, Ferrari LaFerrari, Lamborghini Veneto, Kowloon 1 Villa, 100% shares of Junlin Hotel, 100% shares of Kunping Security. Wealth, 4.09 billion renminbi. Looking at the items and wealth on the attribute panel, the corners of my mouth raised high. The happy thing is that you never know what you will get in the next second. However, Lin Shireen saw a guy's mouth curled up, and her pretty face turned red. That bastard smiled so obscenely. Sure enough, this guy is a big pig's hoof, hee hee. Lin Shireen thought so. If Yi Chen knew about this, he would fight her for 300 rounds. That would be a great scene. Chapter 25 Fundraising to save the day, dog food in progress. In super sports car. Ding-a-ling. After putting Lin Shireen in the back seat, Yi Chen's cell phone rang. Lin Shireen calmed down a lot at this moment, and the little guy showed the curve of a cunning little fox. Hey, boss. As soon as the call was connected, Wang Zihan's anxious voice came from the other end. Are you free now? It's urgent. Today is the annual school angel fundraiser. The singer who had agreed to perform with us suddenly asked for more money and walked out of the show. Do you think it would be helpful if you have time to save the situation? Listening to Wang Zihan's words, Yi Chen was stunned. The singer walked out of the show? And asked him to save the show? Such a bloody plot actually happened to him. Sure enough, once the life with the cheating system begins, it will not stop. Yi Chen also wants to keep a low profile, but his strength does not allow it. Okay, I'll be right there. After hanging up the phone, Yi Chen looked at the little guy. Meow meow, are you going to Jiangnan University with your dad to save the situation or go back to the villa? Save the day. When the little guy heard what his father said, his eyes lit up without thinking. Of course I'll go to daddy's school. How can she be left out when dad is in the spotlight? Don't look at me. Lin Shireen felt the gaze of a certain guy and said, I can do anything. After pondering for a moment, Lin Shireen spoke out, wondering if she felt that the guy was working so hard to accompany the little guy, which was a bit tiring. 20 minutes later. Jiangnan University, playground entrance. Squeak. The supercar stopped suddenly at the entrance. Wang Zihang and the other 2 had been waiting for a long time. Boss, you are finally here. When they pushed the door and got out of the car, Wang Zihang and the other 2 widened their eyes when they saw a goddess wearing large sunglasses, with her perfect figure and facial features exposed to the air. Goddess Cheyenne. Oh my god, boss, you even brought your sister-in-law here. Wang Zihang and the other 2 were shocked. It was obvious that the scene before them was far beyond their expectations. However, they were even more impressed by how powerful their boss was, as he had captured the goddess Shireen in such a short time. Hello. When Lin Shireen heard the 3 people recognize her, her face flushed and she greeted them politely. Ahem, hello, sister-in-law. Wang Zihang and the other 2's faces flushed with excitement. Just kidding, this is the most beautiful campus beauty in the history of Jiangnan University. It would be strange if they were not excited. If the news that goddess Shireen was coming to the school spread, the entire Jiangnan University would probably be turned upside down. Before Li Bin could speak, Yi Chen rejected him directly. Don't set your sights on your sister-in-law. Don't you think today's incident is not big enough? Hey, what about that, boss, I'm just saying it. Li Bin smiled awkwardly. He was very clear about Lin Shireen's status. If the outside world knew that she had a child with his eldest boss, it would definitely be an unprecedented blow to her star career. Boss, it's your turn soon, is that okay? Wang Zihong thought of something and turned his attention back to the main topic. Don't worry. Yi Chen waved his hand, then handed Wang Zihong a USB drive, and Li Bin understood. This guy, is he going to sing again? Seeing the guy in front of her perform, Lin Shireen couldn't help but twitch her lips. Although she didn't like the guy, his singing was really amazing. A little. On the playground, host Chen Xianer picked up the microphone and looked at the announcement card with her eyes lit up. Good. Next, let's invite classmate Yi Chen to perform a song for us called Where Are We Going, Dad? Everyone welcome. Wow. When the students of Jiang University heard that the school idol Yi Chen was coming on stage, they were all stunned. They invited the idol to save the situation through a fundraising activity. For a moment, many students who were originally disappointed were now looking forward to it, and the number of people in the Dosha live broadcast room that was broadcasting simultaneously also increased a lot. After all, Yi Chen had gained a lot of loyal fans in the live broadcast room with one song. Mom, I'm going to sing with Dad. Offstage, Miao Miao said to Lin Shireen in a playful way. When Lin Shireen realized that the father and daughter had already gone to the stage, she was stunned. Is that guy crazy? You actually brought the little one on stage and sang with him? On the way here, Yi Chen learned that the Angel Fund's fundraising was for the purpose of helping poor children. It just so happened that he had been rehearsing a song with the little guy these days, which was quite appropriate for this situation. Oh my gosh. Wang Zihong and the other two were looking at the little guy on the stage. The boss seemed to be about to cause trouble. When the host Chen Xianer saw this, she was also worried. After all, this fundraising was of great significance. There's a cool guy in my family. 3 heads and 6 arms, invulnerable to swords and guns. His palms are a little rough. Holding my hand, I learned to walk. As everyone was worried, a pure and pleasant voice was heard, which instantly attracted everyone's attention and then fell on the little guy. Even Lin Shireen herself was stunned. This is that girl. I didn't realize before that she has such a lovely side. Lin Shireen fell silent for a moment, looking at the father and daughter on the stage. Could it be because of fatherly love? 5,000. 8,000. 10,000. As Miao Miao started singing, the number of fans in the live broadcast room started to skyrocket. The fans in front of the screen felt their hearts melt. Oh my god, is this another attempt to trick them into giving birth to a daughter? Chapter 26, Damn, I am convinced by this dog food. What a cute little baby. Yeah, it would be even better if I could give you a kiss. That handsome guy has such strong genes, it would be great if we could meet him. I want a daughter like you, aw. The live broadcast room was boiling with excitement for a while because of the little guy, and the host Chen Xianer in the corner of the stage was stunned by the unexpected joy. Amid the heated discussion, Yi Chen's doting voice was heard again on the stage. This is the first time you're my dad. We all have mixed feelings. You're trying so hard to grow, but my hair is turning white. Let's write one stroke at a time. Listening to Daddy's super warm singing voice, the little guy's face was full of happiness and sweetness. The sweet dog food poured all over the venue along with the musical notes, making the audience feel both pain and happiness. When Lin Shireen heard this, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl up. It was obvious that she couldn't believe that the guy could write such a song. And it seems that this guy is not as hateful as I thought. At this moment, Lin Shireen quietly forgot all the times she was taken advantage of, and she didn't even notice that her attitude towards Yi Chen had changed significantly. The girls from Jiang University at the scene all looked at Yi Chen with changed eyes. God, Yi is so handsome and he is so good at pampering people? Finished. It seems, I have fallen hopelessly in love with Yi Chen. What should I do? That little guy's mom is so happy. What kind of extraordinary woman could win the heart of someone as outstanding as Yi Chen? She could have made a living solely on her looks, but she chose to rely on her talent. More importantly, Yi Chen himself is a super rich man. After a while, the song ended and everyone fell silent. After the audience was silent for more than 10 seconds, thunderous applause and cheers broke out. At this moment, everyone present felt the charm of music. The number of fans in the live broadcast room has surpassed 100,000. Ha, it turns out that the boss's moves are extraordinary. Wang Zihong looked at the live broadcast room and sipped his lips. Wow, the 100,000 mark was even more shocking than the welcome party. Damn it, I am convinced by this dog food. Li Bin coughed dryly and swallowed his saliva, feeling like he had eaten another bite of dog food from the boss and his daughter. Dom Cohen glanced at the stage and said sourly, "Boss, you are trying to trick me into giving birth to a daughter, but I don't even know where my girlfriend is." These two people. Lin Shireen looked at the boiling scene, feeling filled with emotion for a moment, and then looked at Yi Chen with complicated eyes. There was no doubt that this guy's singing level was not inferior to hers at all. At the same time, Yangcheng No. 1 Middle School. Ding dong. Yi Pengfei picked up his wife and was in the car returning home when he received a push message from Li Wanting's phone. It was from Dosha Liv, and the two people in the message were Yi Chen's parents. When she clicked on the video, Li Wanting saw a cute little baby on the screen, and "Old Yi! Stop the car, something's wrong." Hearing Ye's mother's voice, Yi Pengfei was startled and stepped on the brakes and stopped at the side of the road with a squeak, leaving a half-meter mark on the ground. "What's wrong?" Yi Pengfei's face was full of solemnity. Mother Yi then placed the phone in front of Father Ye's eyes and said, "Look, we have a granddaughter." Yi Pengfei? Yi Pengfei was unable to react for a moment and looked over, only to see his son. "There's a cool guy in my family. 3 heads and 6 arms, invulnerable to swords and guns. His palms are a little rough." A pleasant and healing voice was heard, especially the cute and adorable appearance of the little guy, which made Yi Pengfei's eyes fixed. "Wanting, this little guy looks a bit like you." "Yeah." When Mother Yi heard what Father Yi said, she narrowed her eyes and looked at the two people showing off their affection on the screen. "That brat actually did such a big thing without telling us. Hey, but look at this little guy, our daughter-in-law must be very beautiful." Yi Pengfei nodded in agreement, "Not bad. This kid is quite like me back then." For a moment, Yi Pengfei thought of his college days. Didn't they also get pregnant before marriage, so it was not difficult to understand such a familiar operation. Tisk. Mother Yi rolled her eyes at Father Yi, virtue. "This little guy looks about 3 years old, which means 4 years ago, our son is much better than you." These fierce words left Ye's father speechless. In other words, this kid gave birth to a granddaughter for them when he was 17 years old 4 years ago. It must be said that he is better than himself back then. That brat is hiding too well. "I'll break his legs when I see you back." Yi Pengfei said this with a ferocious look, but the satisfaction on his face completely betrayed it. Mother Yi glanced at Father Yi and asked, "Break his legs?" In this age of more monks than meat, the old guy couldn't contain his joy. Moreover, his daughter-in-law looked good at first glance, and his son's action saved the old guy a lot of money. "Just you? Just be happy." Ye's mother said this, and Ye's father laughed when he heard it. Then he thought of something and said, "Oh, right, call that brat and ask him. Don't be happy for nothing." Chapter 27: A Strange Mission, to Destroy the Tiger Gang? Jiangda, a corner of the playground. Ding-a-ling. Looking at the mother and daughter talking not far away, Yi Chen's cell phone rang and he saw the caller ID. "Hello, Mom." After answering the phone, I felt particularly relaxed while feeling the gentle breeze. "You're so bold, you little brat." Then came the mother's questioning voice from the other side, "You kid, did you hide from us that you had a granddaughter, and you sang with us?" Yi Chen was stunned when he heard his mother's words. He obviously didn't expect that she would know the existence of the little guy in this way. He originally planned to confront his mother in a few days. "Ahem, Mom, you know everything." With a dry cough, Yi Chen did not hide anything. "This is what happened 4 years ago." Then, Yi Chen recounted what happened 4 years ago in general. Listening to her son's narration, Ye's mother became more and more stunned. "You kid, you must have had shit luck in your last life." After listening to it, Li Wanting couldn't help but admire her daughter-in-law. It was hard to imagine how much determination she had and how much grievance she had endured in raising the child alone. "Stop doing that useless thing. I want to see a photo of my daughter-in-law." A few minutes later. Ding dong. After hanging up the phone, Li Wanting received a message, which turned out to be a video of Lin Shireen and her daughter playing. Click on the video. At this moment, Ye's mother was stunned. "Old G, this girl looks so familiar, as if I've seen her somewhere before." Ponder for a moment. Suddenly, Ye's mother thought of something and looked at the girl in the video again with disbelief in her eyes. "No way. I remember this girl. She is the popular little queen Lin Shireen. Many students in Yangcheng No. 1 Middle School like her. The ancestors of our Yi family are very proud of her. The little queen of the music world, Lin Shireen?" Father Yi was also quite familiar with the name. "Are you saying that our daughter-in-law is a top-tier singer?" 9 times out of 10 it is true. Ye's mother nodded seriously. This video couldn't be fake. It seems that I need to go to Jiangnan when I have time. Ding dong. Before returning, Yi Chen received a message on his mobile phone. When he clicked on it, he saw that it was from Zhou Guoping, the head of Kunping Security. Young Master Yi, intelligence shows that someone is secretly ambushing outside Jiang University and is suspected to be harmful to you. Looking at the message on the phone, Yi Chen was slightly stunned. It seemed that he had not offended anyone. Soon, the event ended. Dad, won't you come with us? The little guy asked his dad with a pitiful look, while Lin Shireen glanced at someone. She wished that this guy would stay away from her. No. He pinched the little guy's face lovingly. Daddy has something to do later. Oh well. After being naughty for a while, the little guy finally agreed and then waved his little hand. Goodbye, Daddy. You have to go home quickly. Don't worry. Yi Chen replied with a smile, and Lin Shireen stepped on the accelerator and drove away from the field. A few minutes later. Buzz. At the gate of Jiangnan University, a Lamborghini Veneno roared like a beast. It was one of the 3 supercars that Yi Chen opened in the mysterious blind box. As the whistling sound faded away, the person who was hiding in the dark immediately picked up the walkie-talkie. Master Zhang, the fish is in the net. Very good. A familiar voice came from the other side. Follow that kid. If I don't make him pay the price today, I won't be called Zhang Zitao. Yes, Master Zhang. In the business car, a young man with a tiger tattoo on his arm looked in the direction of the supercar. If he offends Master Zhang, he's done for. About 10 minutes later. These people are quite professional. Yi Chen looked at the business car with good tracking ability in the rearview mirror, and was quite curious about who was targeting him so openly. Ding! The host triggers a random mission. He defeats Zhang Zitao and his group and personally destroys the Tiger Gang. He will be rewarded with 100% of the shares of Phantom Entertainment and a god-level bone-setting massage skill. Out of curiosity, Yi Chen heard the system's task sound in his ears, which made him stunned, and then he understood something. Zhang Zitao? Tiger Gang? It seems, this is the person who did it, but his last name is Zhang? Thinking of this, Yi Chen's mind flashed back to the scene at the shopping mall. Could it be that dude? Squeak. Not long after, Yi Chen braked suddenly and stopped. There was a truck blocking the middle of the road in front of him. It was already night. Swish. The lights came on and the whole place was brightly lit. Snap, snap, snap. The rhythmic sound of leather shoes tapping on the ground could be heard, and it was obvious that the people coming down were well trained. There were about 40 or 50 people on both sides, and the lineup was quite large. Boy, long time no see. At this moment, a young man with bruises on his face came from the front. When he saw the person coming, it was indeed the person from the shopping mall that Yi Chen had guessed. Let me see how good you are at fighting. Zhang Zitao snorted coldly, then looked at Yi Chen, cut off his hands and feet. I will be responsible if anything goes wrong. Master Zhang, please hold it. One of the leaders of the Tiger Gang sneered, destroy him. He glanced at Yi Chen and gave the order directly. At that moment, 40 or 50 people rushed forward. As the underground emperor of the Jiangnan area, their Tiger Gang had never been afraid of anyone. There were about 40 or 50 people holding batons, and various attacks soon came. At this moment, Yi Chen, with the corner of his mouth raised, moved. Chapter 28, Kill 10 people in one step, leaving no trace. Boy, you're not going to die this time. Zhang Zitao sneered. The boy's miserable appearance with broken arms and legs already appeared in front of his eyes, especially his face, which was bound to be disfigured. Pa! While he was imagining, a crisp sound of a slap in the face was heard, and the next moment, he saw a member of the Tiger Gang being slapped and flew 5 or 6 meters away. Fuck! The faces of all the Tiger Gang members who rushed forward changed drastically. That boy was so fierce. Bang! Bang bang bang! Within a few seconds, 40 or 50 people in the field were wailing everywhere, and only Yi Chen was standing in the field, with his clothes not wrinkled at all. These people are too weak. You! Before Zhang Zitao could say anything, Yi Chen appeared in front of him, slammed his palm forward, and hit the front of the truck with a thud. There was a loud crackling sound and he broke countless ribs. His eyes rolled back and he fainted. Gulp! Seeing Master Zhang's miserable condition, everyone's eyelids twitched wildly and their faces were filled with fear. That guy is a devil. Asshole. An elite leader of the Tiger Gang looked at the direction where the supercar left with resentment. If you mess with someone from the Tiger Gang like this, you're dead. Click. His fists were clenched and his face was ferocious. Their Tiger Gang was the underground emperor in the Jiangnan area. Now that the Tiger Gang had suffered such a big setback, it was definitely not over. But they didn't know that a disaster was about to happen to their Tiger Gang. Paradise on Earth, the headquarters of the Tiger Chamber of Commerce. Squeak. The club was brightly lit, and at some point, a Lamborghini Veneno stopped in front of the club. Boss, Master Yi is here. In the darkness of heaven and earth, a master spoke solemnly to a middle-aged man. This man was none other than Zhou Guoping, the head of Kunping Security. Should we take action? After hesitating for a moment, the master looked towards the Tiger Gang headquarters to ask. Hold still. Zhou Guoping looked at the field. Young Master Yi came here alone, so he must be confident. And at this point, Zhou Guoping narrowed his eyes. I also want to see how skilled Yi Xiao is. However, Master Yi's safety is the most important thing. He paused and took a breath. If anything unexpected happens, follow me and destroy heaven and earth immediately. Yes, boss. Zhou Guoping's trusted subordinate responded solemnly. Who is it? In front of the Paradise Club, 2 Tiger Gang members shouted to stop them. This is a private club, no parking. Bang! Yi Chen did not hesitate at all. He slapped the subordinate so hard that he flew out and was stunned on the spot. How brave! Boy, you're looking for death. After another member of the Tiger Gang called for help, he swung a baton, but was slapped back by Yi Chen and flew 5 or 6 meters away, unconscious on the spot. Crash! At this moment, hundreds of people poured out of the Paradise Club. How dare you come to the Tiger Chamber of Commerce to mess things up? Destroy him! Hundreds of soldiers rushed towards Yi Chen without any hesitation. Zhou Guoping's heart tightened in secret. Everyone, get ready, start. Wait. Just as they were about to ask someone to take action, Zhou Guoping hurriedly stopped them because he saw a scene that he would never forget in his life. Pa! Papa papa! The sound of slapping people in the face was intensive, and every time one of his men was slapped, one of them flew sideways. Kill 10 people in one step, and leave no trace after 1,000 miles. Half a minute later. Hundreds of people were wiped out, and everyone looked at Yi Chen with a changed look in their eyes. Is that guy still a human? At this moment, there was a man standing at the entrance of the club. This man was the president of the Tiger Chamber of Commerce, Zhao Menghu, the underground emperor of Jiangnan. At this moment, he was twirling the Buddhist beads in his hand, and was indifferent to the scene here. Whoosh! Bang! Also in this room, a firework rose into the sky and eventually transformed into a ferocious tiger pattern, which was the emergency call of the Tiger Gang. Is this a call for the Tiger Chamber of Commerce? Zhou Guoping's confidant was completely confused, but Master Yi's skills are too good. Boss, why don't we take action yet? Zhou Guoping looked at the field and saw no sign of nervousness on his boss's face. Wait a little longer. The confidant said, As the two were talking, the sound of squeaking brakes could be heard from all around, and then the first group of about 300 or 400 members of the nearby Tiger Gang arrived. When several key members arrived at the entrance, Zhao Menghu nodded slightly, and then they rushed forward with 300 or 400 people. 2 fists can't beat 4 hands. I don't believe that kid can make much of a difference. After more than a minute, 300 or 400 people fell to the ground. The core members of the Tiger Gang were dumbfounded. It hurts so much. Who dares to act wildly in my Tiger Gang? A rough voice was heard, and then the second in command of the Tiger Gang came to the field with the main force. There were about 1,000 people. Although their fighting power was not as good as the elites of heaven and earth, they were numerous. Superior. With a wave of his hand, the second in command rushed forward first. Boss, should we take action? Zhou Guoping's confidant asked again. Oh my god, the Tiger Chamber of Commerce is mobilized in full force. Wait. Zhou Guoping didn't say much, but watched the scene silently. A few minutes later. As expected, all members of the Tiger Gang were wiped out, including the second in command. Gulp. Watching the scene, Zhou Weiguo's confidant was shocked. Oh my god, this is not a dream. Chapter 29, Conquering the Tiger Gang, mission completed perfectly. Boss, this Zhou Guoping's confidant looked at the scene in disbelief. Young Master Yi, he actually destroyed the Tiger Chamber of Commerce alone. Although it was a bit unexpected. But, it is true. Zhou Guoping was extremely shocked at this moment. He obviously did not expect that the boss of Kunping Security, whom he met for the first time, would be so powerful. One man defeated more than 1,000 people from the Tiger Gang. No wonder he was able to acquire Kunping Security. He is amazing. Good boy. At this moment, Zhao Menghu put away his Buddhist beads. The young man in front of him was far beyond his expectations. Heaven on earth, Booth. What do you want to do in my Tiger Chamber of Commerce? Zhao Menghu was sipping the fragrant tea. Behind him stood Lei Bao, the second in command of the Tiger Gang, with a bruised face. He looked at Yi Chen with fear in his eyes. Nothing. Yi Chen looked at Zhao Menghu drinking the fragrant tea and said, I want the Menghu gang to be removed from Jiangnan. How brave. As the voice fell, a secret attack came. The person who came was a graceful figure with a sharp dagger in her hand. The speed was fast and the attack was tricky. Zheng. However, the next moment, the dagger in the man's hand was directly flicked away by Yi Chen's finger, and then almost half of it penetrated into the wall, and then he slapped Xianying's heart with his palm. Phew! Blood spurted, and the beautiful figure turned into a stream of light, broke through the window and flew out of the club. It can be seen how powerful the palm was. Your Excellency, you have amazing skills. Zhao Menghu breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the other party had shown mercy. Your Excellency's request should not be limited to just removing the Tiger Gang from the list. Brother! At this moment, Xianying came in from outside the club and looked at Yi Chen with fear in her eyes, but did not attack again. Good. Looking at Xianying's tricky attack just now, that assassination method was definitely extremely powerful. I didn't expect that there would be an unexpected surprise when destroying the Tiger Gang this time. From now on, the Tiger Gang will be disbanded and merged into Kunping Security to work for me. Impossible. Before Zhao Menghu could say anything, Zhao Jian had already spoken. The second in command wanted to agree, but he didn't have the courage to do so. Shouyan. Zhao Menghu interrupted his sister, then narrowed his eyes and looked at Yi Chen. Kunping Security, could it be that it was acquired by you? Old Zhou, come in and meet someone you know. Yi Chen did not answer directly, but spoke to himself. Just as Zhao Menghu was suspicious, a figure appeared in the club. It was Zhou Guoping, the head of Kunping Security. Meet Master Yi. Zhou Guoping bowed and greeted him to show his respect. Although he did not answer, his actions spoke volumes. Good. Zhao Menghu weighed the pros and cons for a moment and made up his mind. I agree to disband the Tiger Gang and join Kunping Security to work for you. Boss, you. The second in command of the Tiger Gang was anxious, but was stopped by Zhao Menghu. But I have a condition. You have to ensure that my brother and I are safe. This. Hearing the words of the big boss, the second in command of the Tiger Gang thought of something and a bright light flashed in his eyes. Oh. Zhao Menghu's words attracted Yi Chen's attention. Zhao Menghu continued, to be honest with you, sir. My sister Xiaoyan was originally ranked 7th on the 7 Kills organization's killer list. A month ago, the 7 Kills organization wanted me to sell drugs to the Tiger Chamber of Commerce, but I directly refused. Xiaoyan also left the 7 Kills organization in anger. After hearing Zhao Menghu's narration, Yi Chen's eyes fell on Zhao Jian. No wonder this girl's assassination skills were so high. And he also understood the situation of the two. Now the 7 Kill organization has issued a kill order against the brother and sister, hoping to make an example of them. Can. Yi Chen agreed without thinking too much. After all, he didn't take the 7 killing organization seriously. Brother, I have made up my mind. Zhao Menghu is also a decisive person. He then looked at Yi Chen and said, I will immediately announce the disbandment of the Tiger Gang, and the personnel will be selected according to Kunping security rules. Although Zhao Menghu is tall and strong, he is very smart. From now on, Kunping security will be developed by you and Lao Zhou together. Yes, Master Yi. After clarifying his identity, Zhao Menghu couldn't help but feel a lot less pressure. After all, he himself was fine, but he couldn't let his sister be in danger with him. Then, Yi Chen's eyes fell on Zhao Jian. Jian, right? Your killer skills are pretty good. From now on, your task is to train killers for me and you will only be responsible to me. Cultivating killers? When Zhao Ziyan heard the task Yi Chen gave her, her eyes lit up. She had long wanted to start her own business. Yes, Master Yi. Yi Chen nodded slightly. You can discuss the next thing. I'll go first. It's not good for the little one to wait for too long. Soon, there were only 4 people left on the field. Zhao Ziyan's eyes flickered, and no one knew what she was thinking. Zhou Guoping and Zhao Minghu looked at each other and both smiled bitterly. They had fought for so many years and never expected that they would become each other's people in the end. As for the second in command, Lei Bao, he looked at the scene with admiration in his eyes. Young Master Yi is truly a remarkable man. Chapter 30. I have been a wise man all my life. Why did I give birth to a loser like you? Lamborghini Veneno, in the car. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission of beating up Zhang Zitao and destroying the Tiger Gang. You will be rewarded with 100% of the shares of Phantom Entertainment and a god-level bone-setting massage skill. As Yi Chen drove towards the villa, he heard the sound of system rewards arriving in his account, which made him feel better. Then, bring up the properties panel. Name, Yi Chen. Age, 21. Skills, God-level cooking, God-level music, God-level martial arts, God-level bone massage. Items, 100% shares of Rose Cafe, Pagani Wind God, Supreme Edition, Apollo, Ferrari LaFerrari, Lamborghini Venom, Kowloon 1 Villa, 100% shares of King's Landing Hotel, 100% shares of Kunping Security, 100% shares of Phantom Entertainment. Wealth, 4.09 billion renminbi. Looking at the attribute panel, he is getting closer and closer to the peak of his life. Phantom Entertainment is one of the top entertainment companies in the country, creating over 30 to 40 billion in value every year. Otherwise, Su Jiaya wouldn't have thought she could reach success overnight by hooking up with Feng Kuei. At the same time, at the Zhang family villa, Zhang Tianlai looked at the equity transfer contract beside him with a serious expression. Yi Chen, a student from Jiangnan University, became the new boss of Phantom Entertainment. He lit a cigarette, swallowed and exhaled smoke. This Yi Chen is not simple. Phantom Entertainment is a very profitable business, with his share of the profits alone amounting to hundreds of millions each year. Being able to fully control the company, one can imagine how powerful the power behind it is. If we can establish this relationship, we will benefit in the future. Thinking of this, Zhang Tianlai couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. With a bang. At this moment, the arrival of the prodigal son interrupted his beautiful dream and brought him back to reality. What? Seeing the object approaching, Zhang Tianlai was so scared that he almost kicked it. Dad, it's me. Zhang Zitao had a frown on his face. That damn boy beat him so badly that he couldn't even recognize his old man. Zhang Tianlai. Xiao Tao. Hearing the sound, Zhang Tianlai took a closer look and immediately became furious. Asshole, who beat you up like this? Tell me, I'll dig up his 8 generations of ancestors' graves. Woo woo woo. Listening to his father's words, Zhang Zitao was so moved that he burst into tears. Dad, please make the decision for me. That bastard is called Yi Chen, and he's a student at Jiangnan University. Zhang Tianlai was unable to react for a moment after hearing his son's words. What? A student dares to hit my son, Zhang Tianlai. This is outrageous. However, Zhang Tianlai soon realized something and his heart jumped into his throat. He asked to confirm, no, who did you say was the one who hit you? Seeing his father's puzzled look, Zhang Zitao thought he didn't hear clearly. That bastard is Yi Chen, from Jiangnan University. Bang! Before Zhang Zitao could finish his words, Zhang Tianlai couldn't help but slap him hard in the face. Ah! The wound that had just healed was beaten by the old man and made him doubt his life. Dad, you! Bang! You bastard! Zhang Tianlai had already realized that his son had gotten into trouble. I don't have a rebellious son like you. I have been so wise my whole life, how could I have given birth to a loser like you? Boom! This slap directly slammed Zhang Zitao to the ground, his ears buzzing. Dad, I. As he spoke, Zhang Zitao protected his face, fearing that the old man would slap him again, which would probably beat him to death. Shut up! Zhang Tianlai cast a sharp gaze at his son. He really wanted to strangle him to death. You evil creature, do you know how much trouble you have caused? That Yi Chen, he is not an ordinary person. Boom! Hearing the old man's words, Zhang Zitao's mind suddenly buzzed. Thinking of the scene in which the old man beat him to death just now, he realized the seriousness of the matter. As expected, Zhang Tianlai collapsed on the sofa, and he seemed to have aged more than 10 years in an instant. Just now, Phantom Entertainment was acquired by someone with 100% control. The acquirer is called Yi Chen, and he is from Jiangnan University. What? As soon as these words came out, Zhang Zitao stood up suddenly, his eyes widened, thinking about the guy's expression that had not fluctuated at all before. Could it be that? Plop. His legs went limp and Zhang Zitao fell to the ground immediately, his face ashen. How could this happen? How could that guy be the boss of Phantom Entertainment? Dad, I hired someone to beat him up before. You. Zhang Tianlai was furious when he heard what his son said, but he breathed a sigh of relief when he heard that his son was beaten. You deserve it, you evil creature. Zhang Tianlai gritted his teeth. If he hadn't been badly injured, he really wanted to kick him a few times. This bastard was more of a hindrance than a help. If I had known this 20 years ago, I should have thrown it against the wall along with hundreds of millions of its brothers. Chapter 31. During the massage, the relationship heats up. Ding-a-ling. Zhang Tianlai was extremely angry when a cell phone rang. He glared at his evil son and answered the call. What? The Tiger Gang was wiped out by one man. Upon hearing the information coming from the other side, Zhang Tianlai's face changed drastically. You know, the Tiger Gang is the underground emperor of Jiangnan City. How could such an existence be destroyed by one person? Impossible. In an instant, Zhang Zitao's face turned pale, and he was filled with anxiety and fear. Seeing the look on the face of the evil creature beside him, Zhang Tianlai's face turned cold. What's wrong? Dad, I. Explain. An extremely bad feeling came over him. What on earth had this bastard hidden from him? Those captivating eyes frightened Zhang Zitao so much that he shuddered. Dad, the one I asked to teach Yichen a lesson before was the Tiger Gang. Boom. As soon as these words came out, Zhang Tianlai's mind suddenly buzzed. Asshole. He kicked him directly with a bang, not caring at this moment that his son was seriously injured. This was a big disaster. This evil creature just offended Master Yi, and the next moment the Tiger Gang was destroyed? This is what a coincidence. If the Tiger Gang is really destroyed by Yi Chen, my Zhang family will be in great trouble. Zhang Tianlai has been in both the black and white worlds for many years and knows this point too well. Although he is very successful in both the black and white worlds, he knows very well that there are some big shots whom he and the Zhang family cannot afford to offend. Because in the eyes of those people, they can make the Zhang family disappear quietly with just a flick of their fingers. Dad, what should I do? Zhang Zitao crawled to his father's feet, ignoring the blood at the corner of his mouth, completely terrified. What to do? Zhang Tianlai glared at his useless son and said, kneel down and apologize. Until Master Yi forgives me, there is no other way. For a moment, Zhang Tianlai seemed to have aged more than 10 years. I'm glad Yi Chen can forgive you, otherwise, my Zhang family will be wiped out. Zhang Zitao felt extremely regretful for a moment, his head hung, his face full of self-blame. Dad, I'm sorry. You. Seeing his son apologizing to him in a rare way, Zhang Tianlai didn't know what to say for a moment. It's not all your fault. I spoiled you since you were a child. Kowloon 1 Villa. After dinner, Lin Shireen was exhausted after a busy day. She took a quick shower and lay down on the bed, feeling tired in every part of her body. Hee, Dad and Mom, you two should sleep together tonight. I'm going to sleep with Aunt Menjing. After saying that, he closed the bedroom door with a snap. Yi Chen was speechless looking at the little guy's great assist. Lin Shireen was startled immediately. She was so tired that she just wore pajamas and forgot about this thing. She thought she was going to sleep with the little guy at night. How? Are you afraid that I will eat you? And? Looking up and down at someone in pajamas, it's not like I haven't eaten before. You. When Lin Shireen heard this, she wanted to rush up and beat him up. This guy couldn't spit out ivory from a dog's mouth. After a few words, I thought about the torment the girl had gone through today. You must be exhausted. Yi Chen suddenly spoke softly, and Lin Shireen's heart trembled when she heard it. Come, I'll give you a massage. I guarantee you'll have a good sleep tonight. Itching to show his skills, Yi Chen decided to practice on Lin Shireen. Lin Shireen, who was about to refuse, suddenly felt the incredible level of massage, and even her spirits perked up. She couldn't help but be surprised that guy actually knew massage. Moreover, this technique seems to be very good. It's just. I was just wearing pajamas, so I don't know if it's a bit inappropriate, but it feels really good. Never mind. In the end, emotion triumphed over reason, and that guy got away with it this time. As the massage technique continued, Lin Shireen felt drowsy and comfortable as if she was floating into the clouds. There is no doubt about it. This guy's massage was definitely the best she had ever seen. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Shireen groaned and tried to turn over, but her pajamas slipped off her shoulders. The abyss and the mountain peaks are unobstructed. At this moment, the distance between the two was less than 3 centimeters, and the charming atmosphere instantly filled the room. Curious coincidence. Looking at the stunning beauty in front of him, Yi-Chen couldn't help but kiss her. Lin Shireen was in a daze and was reluctant to resist. By the time Lin Shireen came to her senses, they had already been kissing each other for a while. Yi-Chen, you dare, Before Lin Shireen could finish her words, her red lips were blocked, and the encounter happened again. Lin Shireen could never have imagined that a mere massage would lead to such a sudden change. If she had known that this would happen, she would never have agreed to a massage even if she was beaten to death. This night is destined to be sleepless. Chapter 32, Ye's mother comes online, and the divine assist begins. The next day. The sun is shining brightly and the day is high in the sky. These words were like sunlight falling on her beautiful eyes. Lin Shireen opened her sleepy eyes and looked at the person in front of her. Memories in her mind came flooding out like a torrent, and her face flushed. She knew very well that she had been awake every moment last night. Hateful. Lin Shireen said angrily, how could this happen? Nizi, wake up. At this moment, someone's voice came from her ear, which made Lin Shireen crazy. Yesterday was an accident, I must forget it. Rest assured. Yi-Chen looked at the beauty in his arms, with a smile on his face. I will remember what happened yesterday. Yi-Chen, you. Ding-a-ling. Before Lin Shireen could teach someone a lesson, Yi-Chen's cell phone rang. Seeing that the caller ID showed her mother, Lin Shireen's beautiful eyes widened and she didn't dare to make a sound for a moment. Yi-Chen clearly felt that someone's heartbeat suddenly quickened. He didn't expect that this girl would get nervous sometimes. Hello, Mom. I turned on the speakerphone, but Ye's mother's voice came from the other side. You little bastard, you're still sleeping. Hurry up, I'll be at the villa you sent me in 10 minutes. What? Upon hearing Ye's mother's voice, Yi-Chen was stunned immediately, and Lin Shireen beside him widened her beautiful eyes. At this moment, Ye's mother hung up the phone with a beep. Yi-Chen. You actually gave the address to your mother. At this moment, Lin Shireen was dumbfounded. What should she do? For a moment, she felt as flustered as an ugly daughter-in-law meeting her parents-in-law. Ahem, I didn't expect my mom to be so fierce. Yi-Chen said with a dry cough, but at some point Lin Shireen's face turned red. Don't let go. Apparently, someone is still taking advantage and hasn't had enough time to feel his own opinion. Hey, that thing is not obeying my orders. Yi-Chen quickly put on his clothes and left the room in embarrassment. Feeling the unreserved shamelessness of the eye-catching look, Lin Shireen's face flushed for a moment, and then she burst out laughing. How come? That guy took advantage of you so much, and yet you're still laughing, Lin Shireen? Are you crazy? Suddenly, Lin Shireen was shocked by her own reaction. How could this happen? She must be dreaming. Ron. That guy's mother is coming, hurry up and get ready. Dada put on her clothes skillfully, but no one appreciated her perfect figure without any clothes on, only the air was appreciated. 10 minutes passed quickly. Hello, madam. Li Wanning, who arrived at Kowloon 1 Villa by taxi, was frightened by the sudden scene, but after all, she was a special teacher who had seen storms and waves, so she quickly calmed down. But I was secretly shocked. Is the configuration of the villa of the top little queen so high? Mom, you're here. Seeing his mother suddenly attack, Yi-Chen greeted her with a smile. You little bastard. It would have been fine if Li Wanning hadn't seen her son, but when she saw him, she was furious. If I don't come, my granddaughter will be old enough to help with cooking. You've grown wings, kid. You kept such a big thing a secret from your family. After a few words, Li Wanning's eyes fell on the little girl. You must be Meow Meow. Hello, Grandma. Meow Meow, who had been told by her father a long time ago, called Li Wanning sweetly, and was very happy to be called Grandma. Ah, my dear granddaughter. Li Wanting held the little one in her arms, her face full of joy. This happiness came too suddenly. They were originally worried about their son finding a wife after graduation. Now, not only does he have a daughter-in-law, but he also has a granddaughter. They are happy just thinking about it. That's right. Putting the kid down, Li Wanting took out a red envelope from her bag. This is our first meeting. There's a card with about 100,000 yuan in it. It's a gift for you. Wow. When these words came out, the maids around were stunned. My God, giving 100,000 on the first meeting is so generous. Yi Chen was stunned when he saw this. His mother was really generous. Auntie, this is too expensive. Lin Shireen knew that Yi Chen's parents were actually from an ordinary family, and 100,000 was not a small sum of money. Hey! Li Wanting pretended to be angry and said, "This is for my granddaughter." Thank you, Grandma. The little one called out in a sweet voice and immediately accepted the big red envelope given by her grandmother. Seeing this, Lin Shireen wanted to say something but finally didn't say it. After some pleasantries, Li Wanting's eyes fell on Lin Shireen. You must be Shireen. It's hard to imagine that the brat actually found a big singer for the Yi family. Come, let me talk to you. As she spoke, she held Li Wanting's slender hand and said, "Come to think of it, I'm still half a fan of yours. It's been hard raising a child alone these years." The two of them sat on the sofa, and their caring looks made Li Shireen feel both nervous and touched. Yi Chen knew that his mother was about to start something. As expected, Mother Yi took out a brocade box from her bag. When she opened it, she found a jade green bracelet inside. This is a family heirloom of my Yi family. It was passed down to me by Grandma Xiaochen. Now I pass it down to you. Lin Shireen. Ah, this. Auntie, it's too expensive. Before Lin Shireen finished speaking, Ye's mother said, "Silly child, this is a good thing, and it is estimated to be worth hundreds of thousands. It doesn't matter whether I like that brat or not. I should consider it as compensation from our Yi family that I have raised the child by myself for so many years." But. That's it. With the aura of the special teacher, he used both soft and hard methods to put the jade bracelet on Lin Shireen's bracelet. After doing all this, Li Wanting's mouth corners showed a cunning arc like a fox. She came here just to give her son a helping hand. If her daughter-in-law couldn't catch her, she would definitely beat that brat so hard that he wouldn't recognize herself. Chapter 33, Brat, Such a Spendthrift. A delaying tactic. As a second best option, Li Wanting has already mastered this kind of skillful operation to perfection. Although Lin Shireen is a top young queen, she is still experienced after all. What's more, Li Wanting has been teaching for more than 20 years and has seen all kinds of troublesome students. It can be said that she has eaten more salt than Lin Shireen has eaten rice. This result is not surprising. Now that the future daughter-in-law is wearing the heirloom bracelet, it means that she has a bond with the Yi family other than the little one. With a bond, this is the beginning of a close relationship. Of course, this is just her first step here. Seeing Lin Shireen accept the bracelet, Li Wanting continued to take out something from her bag. The dark brown cover was the household registration book. Shireen, this is the Yi family's household registration book. If you have made up your mind, register with this brat. If you haven't made up your mind, I'll leave it with you. Lin Shireen, this. Obviously, this wave of operations will not be able to deal with Lin Shireen. Even the household registration booklet was handed over to herself. Doesn't that guy have any initiative at all? Retreat to advance. Watching his mother's actions, Yi Chen smiled bitterly. Is it really okay for his mother, a 1,000-year-old fox, to treat a little girl like this? This mother-in-law, oh no, auntie, is she too open-minded? However, Li Wanting soon lost her composure. What? Meow meow, you said this house belongs to your father? Li Wanting looked at the luxurious house. Although she didn't know how much it was worth, it was definitely beyond her imagination. Of course. Seeing his grandmother's surprised look, the little guy continued to show off his dad. Not only the house, but also the Rose Cafe and the King's Landing Hotel are all dad's. The little guy spoke like a treasure, and Li Wanting looked at her son again with a changed look in her eyes. That kid, how did he do it? Master Yi, are the 3 supercars parked outside yours? At this time, Lu Menjing came in from outside the villa and asked her boss. Good. Yi Chen nodded slightly. Park them. Yes, Master Yi. Lu Menjing bowed slightly as she spoke, and Li Wanting smacked her lips. This brat really knows how to enjoy himself, finding such a beautiful girl to be his housekeeper. Supercar? But then she was puzzled, and Lu Menjing naturally did not dare to neglect her wife's words. Yes, madam. All three cars are top-notch supercars, namely Apollo, Ferrari LaFerrari, and Lamborghini Veneno. The three supercars are worth about 100 million. 3 supercars? Worth 100 million? Mother Yi listened to Lu Menjing's words and then looked at her son. Stinky boy, such a spendthrift. With that money, why don't you buy some clothes for Shireen? As she spoke, Ye's mother took Lin Shireen's slender hand and said, Come on, Shireen, I'll take you shopping for clothes and let that brat pay for it. After lunch. In the back seat of the Pagani Huayra, Ye's mother was whispering to Lin Shireen. Shireen, if that boy dares to bully you in the future, I will take care of it for you. Ye's mother never missed any opportunity to assist. When the time comes, Auntie will break that brat's legs. Mom, you. Shut up. Before Yi Chen could say anything, he was interrupted by Ye's mother. Drive your car. Shireen, Xiaochen was very naughty when he was little, you don't know. Then Ye's mother began to tell her future daughter-in-law about her son's childhood football experiences, such as fighting with Shiba Inu, robbing bird nests, and poking hornets' nests. All those football incidents appeared vividly in Lin Shireen's mind, and she couldn't help but smile. She didn't expect that guy was so naughty when he was a child. You don't know, even now in my hometown, Daweishu village, all the dogs run away when they see Xiaochen. Phew. Hearing what her future mother-in-law said, Lin Shireen couldn't help laughing, which made Yi Chen frown as all his great achievements were revealed by his mother. Hee, Grandma, Daddy was so naughty when he was a child. The little guy also listened with great interest, especially when he heard his dad fighting with the Shiba Inu, which must have been very interesting. Not really, but more than 10 years have passed in a flash. Li Wanting was quite emotional. The atmosphere was cheerful along the way, and the pleasant laughter of Lin Shireen and her daughter could be heard. 20 minutes later, Chenjun Square. Jiangnan City's luxury shopping center is ranked among the top 3 and is in no way inferior to the commercial center we visited before. Enter the Chanel flagship store. This dress is great. Shireen, try it. And this bag. Purchase. Buy. Li Wanting likes the style and buys the most expensive ones. Since the brat is not short of money, he might as well spend more on his future daughter-in-law. Such a luxurious scene is really enviable. The little guy watched Grandma's operation, especially Mom's helpless expression. Grandma is so generous, I like it so much, ha. If Lin Shireen knew what the little one was thinking at the moment, she would probably beat her until she cried daddy. It was obvious that Ye's mother was worried sick about her son's happiness in the second half of his life. Chapter 34. My mother always wants me to get married, don't mind. After browsing the flagship stores, we came to the Bulgari jewelry area. Shireen, this pendant is nice. When Ye's mother arrived at the Bulgari jewelry area, she was attracted by the most eye-catching display cabinet, the huge heart of the ocean, at first sight. Of course, the most important thing was that it must be extremely expensive. This, Auntie, no need. Lin Shireen was really scared. She happened to know that this Bulgari exhibit was designed by the world's top designer Master Saya, and the sapphire weighed 56 carats, and its value was inestimable. How can we not use it? Ye's mother naturally would not miss this opportunity. This was also her last gift to her daughter-in-law. Please pack this for me. This. After hearing what Ye's mother said, all the shopping guides in the Bulgari store were stunned, and then they looked at Lin Shireen with envy and jealousy. This mother-in-law is too generous. Ahem. The beautiful store manager coughed dryly. Auntie, are you sure you want it? This heart of the ocean is the most valuable treasure of our Bulgari store, worth 30 million. I bought it. Ye's mother interrupted him directly. Although she was shocked, for the sake of her son's happiness in the second half of his life, she would not blink an eye even if it was 300 million yuan. Hiss. The shopping guides around all gasped, truly shocked by Ye's mother's domineering actions. Miao Miao looked at her grandmother in admiration. It turned out that her grandmother was so powerful. This. Until Yi Chen paid the bill and the whole family left Bulgari, Lin Shireen's mind was still confused. Thinking back to what Ye's mother said about someone being a spendthrift, it seems that my aunt is not thrifty either. To be honest, even if she was the daughter of the Lin Group and a top little diva, she would not buy such expensive things. Seeing her daughter-in-law's shocked expression, Ye's mother curved her lips. This was exactly the effect she wanted. Spending a large amount of money will naturally solidify the relationship between the two. Of course, the most important point is that the son doesn't lack this little money. By the way, meow meow. Grandma will take you shopping. Let your parents go shopping together. Mother Yi knew that her granddaughter was smart, and with a glance the little girl understood. Yeah, thank you grandma, hee hee. The dramatic grandparents and grandchildren quickly disappeared from the scene, leaving only Yi-chan and Lin Shireen. Ahem, that. My mother has always wanted me to get married, don't mind. Lin Shireen rolled her eyes at someone. It would be a lie to say that she was not moved by such an action. Moreover, after experiencing what happened last night, Lin Shireen's mood had subtly changed. At least, now she thinks that guy is not as hateful as she thought before. She also had some understanding of Ye's mother's actions. On the one hand, it was to make up for herself, and on the other hand, it was for someone else. As a mother herself, she can better appreciate the selfless maternal love. But she didn't deserve it. It's getting late, why don't you go eat something first? With a dry cough, Yi-chan ended the somewhat awkward topic and made a suggestion. Lin Shireen's face flushed slightly and she felt weird in her heart. This should be their first date. Bah, let's eat alone. Well, I just happen to have something to tell you. Yi-chan thought about it and said, but Lin Shireen was stunned by what he said. That guy had something to say to her. Could it be that he wanted to confess to her? But that's not possible. Isn't it too fast? I'm not ready yet. If he really confesses his feelings, should I accept or refuse? For a moment, Lin Shireen's heart couldn't help but beat violently, as if it would jump out at any time. On the other side, around the corner. Grandma, isn't this a good idea? A mischievous little kid stretched his neck and stared at his parents who were talking in the field with great curiosity, wanting to listen to what they were saying. What's wrong with that? After hearing this, Ye's mother said nonchalantly, we call this caring about them. Don't you also want your parents to be together soon? Hearing what her grandma said, the little chick nodded her head, pecking at rice. Of course she thought about it. That'll do. Ye's mother and grandchildren followed the two people. Be careful, they are leaving. Oh. The little guy nodded thoughtfully, and followed his parents to a Western restaurant. This feeling of following my parents is pretty good. While tracking, the little guy was thinking. About a few minutes later. Western restaurant, booths. Beef Wellington. French foie gras. Fuji Fipian. After ordering a table full of dishes and a bottle of red wine, Lin Shireen's heart was in her throat. This guy. I've never seen him so gentlemanly before. Fine wine, beautiful women, and candlelight. The atmosphere was just right. At this moment, the two of them looked like a young couple. It would be a lie for Lin Shireen to say that she didn't like this feeling. Perhaps no girl could resist this kind of atmosphere. Thinking about what the girl had experienced over the years, Yi-chan felt quite guilty, and his long plan quietly unfolded. Chapter 35. This brat has finally gotten the hang of it? Western restaurant, the atmosphere is here. Under the dim light, he looked at the girl with stunningly beautiful face opposite him. Although her face was covered by sunglasses at the moment, her identity could not be known in this place after all. At least, not now. Nizi, you have worked hard over the years. The affectionate eyes and the words that were spoken with a hint of doting were like the warm sunshine pouring into the heart. The feeling was wonderful. For a moment, the suffering of the past 4 years seemed to melt away like ice and snow, and even tears were flashing between her beautiful eyes. She thought that the guy didn't feel sorry for her. Master Yi. Here is the file you requested. At this moment, a graceful figure came to the dining table from not far away, holding a document in her hand. The person was none other than Lu Menjing. Go ahead. Yi-chan took the document. Lu Menjing bowed slightly and left, but before leaving, she looked at her young lady with envy in her eyes. This is a gift for you, take a look. He handed the document to Lin Shireen and spoke softly, but this change made Lin Shireen feel a little uncomfortable. This is? Lin Shireen took the document and looked at it. When she saw the share transfer contract, she was stunned. 100% of the shares of Rose Cafe. What are you doing? I want to transfer the Rose Cafe to my name. Indeed, after reading the contract, Lin Shireen was stunned. For a moment, she didn't know what to feel. She never expected that the so-called gift from that guy was to make her the owner of the Rose Cafe. Are you crazy? Do you know what you are doing? According to the contract, the market value of Rose Cafe was more than 10 billion, and this guy just gave it to her? Although it's vulgar to talk about money, I still want to transfer the Rose Cafe to you, just as. Then, Yi-Chen looked at the person in front of him. This is my compensation for not being with you and the little guy for so many years. Although, it's pale, this is the most direct way to express my apology now. Listening to Yi-Chen's words, Lin Shireen fell silent. No, to be more precise, she was a little choked up. In fact, she couldn't blame him for what happened back then, and it was she who insisted on raising their child alone. Looking at the transfer contract in front of me, it has already proved the sincerity of the guy on the other side. Actually, I should have let Miao Miao meet you earlier. Lin Shireen naturally knew that she had done something wrong. After all, it was unfair to both the little guy and Yi-Chen not to let them recognize each other. Nizi, I'm so glad I met you 4 years ago. Yi-Chen looked at the beautiful lady opposite him and said, from now on, you will no longer face all this alone. So, next, I have another gift. After a pause, Yi-Chen stood up and walked towards the stage in the corner of the Western restaurant. Yi-Chen, you. Lin Shireen was about to say something when the background screen slowly lit up and a short film was playing on it. It turned out that it was a misunderstanding that led to an encounter between the two people. It looked exactly like the scene when she first met that guy. But the video that played next made Lin Shireen realize that this was a video that the guy had deliberately taken based on them, probably because he was afraid of causing unnecessary trouble by using his own photos. Next, I want to dedicate this song to the girl in my life. When the magnetic voice came out, Yi-Chen's gaze had already made everyone in the Western restaurant look at Lin Shireen. The girls were even more envious because that handsome guy was so handsome. The name of this song is Forget Time. I hope everything for us can go back to the starting point. As the voice fell, cheerful and joyful accompaniment suddenly sounded in the Western restaurant. How far can I go if I walk in silence? I looked up and suddenly realized. Keep going backwards to the starting point. Stubbornly persist against time. We agreed to disconnect forever. I expected things to remain unchanged, but everything has changed. The beautiful voice and superb singing skills can be said to have interpreted this popular love song to the extreme, and it is also an acquaintance of Lin Shireen 4 years apart. At this moment, the song is elevated to a new level. That guy. Lin Shireen was also stunned by the beautiful music ringing in her ears, especially the familiar background video and the mood of the lyrics. He wrote a song about their experience, and it was obvious that this was a confession. From Lin Shireen's perspective, that guy was really handsome, and it didn't seem like she was at a disadvantage. Wow. At this time, his mother and the little guy, who had just arrived at the Western restaurant, were stunned when they heard the sweet voice of the confession. They wondered what they had missed during this period of time. This brat, has he gotten it? His mother watched her son confess his love to his daughter-in-law. As expected, the boy's singing skills were amazing. Looking at her handsome son's high emotional intelligence, his mother couldn't help but sigh. If the old man at home was 1/10 as romantic as this boy, I would wake up laughing in my dreams. As expected of his own son, he is quite good at this operation. Chapter 36. Since you are so happy, why not sleep with me tonight? There was silence in the Western restaurant. What should I do if all the girls are looking at the handsome and super talented boy like crazy and feel like they are in love? Although, their boyfriends and husbands are right next to them. But, it still can't stop them from secretly loving each other. How great it would be if that boy was their boyfriend or husband. It makes them so happy just thinking about it. Under everyone's attention, the brewing emotions finally materialize at a certain moment. Gradually forgetting that I can't catch up with tomorrow. Just hold on to the longing tightly. Tomorrow I won't see your smiling face anymore. Gradually I forgot the time. I just have to go down memory lane. This kid is really good at spreading dog food. Ye's mother nodded with satisfaction, eating the dog food about her son's confession and his relationship with his daughter-in-law. To be honest, she would eat as much dog food as possible. Phew. Lin Shireen couldn't help laughing out loud when she saw the handsome face of a certain guy, especially when she saw the background video on the screen. She felt deeply moved. Quietly, the resentment accumulated over the years also dissipated into thin air. Amidst the dog food everywhere, 2 people were panting and arriving late outside the Western restaurant. Ms. Liu, what is Master Yi doing? Looking at the scene in the arena, Zheng Tianlai was confused for a moment, and everyone in the boiling arena was questioning with suspicion. Master Yi is confessing his love to Madame Young. Lu Menjing looked at the two of them and knew their intentions very well. Young Master Yi just transferred the Rose Cafe to young Madame's name. What? Hearing Lu Menjiying's words, Zhang Zitao's pupils widened. The Rose Cafe was given to the young lady? How is that possible? Obviously, Zhang Zitao was not calm at this moment. Others might not know, but he naturally knew that the coffee shop previously managed by Lu Menjiying was worth hundreds of billions. Even Zhang Tianlai was stunned, and then looked at Yi Chen in disbelief. Billions of coffee shops, given just as he said, what a generous deal. As expected, they acquired Phantom Entertainment in a snap. Zhang Tianlai sipped his lips, and Zhang Zidao finally realized what kind of person he had offended before, who gave billions to his woman without even blinking an eyelid. Right? Zhang Tianlai suddenly thought of something and asked Lu Menjiying curiously, Miss Lu, who is Mr. Ye's wife? Obviously. This is very important to him. After all, if he wants to get close to Master Yi in the future, his woman is a good breakthrough. Director Zhang, you actually know my young lady. Her name is Lin Shireen. When the calm voice came out, Zhang Zitao's pupils suddenly froze, and it was obvious that his face was filled with disbelief. The top little queen in the music industry. Zhang Tianlai was also quite solemn. Others might not know it, but he was very clear that the company behind Lin Shireen was the Lin Group. Although the Lin Group was not as good as Phantom Entertainment, the Zhang family definitely could not afford to offend it. So, today's apology? Looking at the scene, Zhang Tianlai fell silent for a moment. He could naturally see that Yi Chen was doing something very important. If Yi Chen was in a bad mood or his plan failed because of him, the consequences would definitely be quite serious. Some other time. Lu Menjiying looked at the field and said, Young Master Yi is in a good mood today. Don't let you guys disturb his mood. Listen to Miss Lu's arrangements. After saying a few words, Zhang Tianlai took his evil son and left the Western restaurant, fearing that he would be seen by Yi Chen and his mood would be affected. At this moment, the song ended. Ah! After a dozen seconds of silence, thunderous applause broke out, mixed with sky-high howling sounds, and the whole place was filled with noise for a while. This guy is awesome, I love him. Wow, why are all the good men from other families? Handsome Appa, come home with this beautiful lady, please. I have 7 thorns on my leaf. The little cow sat on the power line, sparks and lightning all the way, awesome buddy. The customers in the venue were talking about it enthusiastically. Lin Shireen breathed a sigh of relief. That guy finally finished singing. Listening to the confessions of love from the girls around her, she couldn't help but glare at someone. That guy only knew how to show off. But, this feeling is pretty good. Return to your seat. How is it? It's okay. Seeing the girl opposite him looking quite moved, Yi Chen smiled. Oof. Not bad. Lin Shireen said insincerely, but after struggling for a moment, her pretty face flushed. Yi Chen, thank you for your gift. Today is the happiest day I've ever had. Thinking about the scenes of today, Lin Shireen recalled that she seemed to have gotten used to this kind of life unconsciously, or someone had become a part of her life. Real. Yi Chen looked at the stunning beauty, his lips curled up. Since you are so happy, why don't you sleep with me tonight? Lin Shireen. After hearing someone's words that ruined the mood, she was caught off guard by the sudden turn of events. Yi Chen. You, bastard. She originally had a good impression of a certain guy, but suddenly her impression was as bad as a mountain collapsing, and she wanted to bite him to death. Hateful. That bastard, is he crazy? He actually said such vicious words. What should I do if I really want to kill him? Chapter 37. Whose man are you? You are so shameless. Outside the Western restaurant. Grandma, are we going to look for Mom and Dad? The little guy was full of admiration for his grandmother and asked. Of course not. Mother Yi looked at the young couple meaningfully. As someone who had experienced this, she knew their current state too well. Mom and Dad are in a period of warming up in their relationship now. What they need most is to be alone. We would disturb them if we go there. We'll go back with your Aunt Menjiying later. Ye's mother then called her son, and on the other side, Yi Chen, who had just left the Western restaurant, unexpectedly received a call from his mother. Hello, Mom. What? You brought Miao Miao back to the villa, let us have fun. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Lin Shireen, who was listening to what her future mother-in-law said, blushed slightly, and obviously guessed what her future mother-in-law meant. Hey, my mom won't let us go back to the villa, saying she wants us to have a baby. Lin Shireen. Put. You big head ghost. Lin Shireen rolled her eyes at someone, thinking that he was an innocent little girl. After joking for a while, Yi-Chen thought of something. Nizi, why don't you go to the King's Landing Hotel to have a look? That's another property of your man. That's okay. Lin Shireen breathed a sigh of relief. She was really afraid that the guy would say something vicious again, so she nodded in agreement. In her opinion, as long as the guy didn't say anything vicious, it didn't matter where he went. Come to the car. Yi-Chen called Zhou Zitian, the person in charge of Junlin Hotel, and said, "Hello, Zitian. Boss." After receiving a call from his boss, Zhou Zitian naturally did not dare to slack off in the slightest. My wife and I will go to the hotel later. Please help me make the arrangements. Young madam is coming. Hearing his boss' words, Zhou Zitian was shocked. Oh my goodness, this was his chance to show off. Okay, Master Yi, I'll arrange it. After hanging up the phone, Lin Shireen's face turned red. Who is your daughter-in-law? Don't talk nonsense. Lin Shireen glared at a certain guy, and that look of charm was so beautiful that even Yi-Chen couldn't help but sigh that God was really kind to him. Of course it's you. Yi-Chen said seriously, you can only be mine in this life. If anyone dares to snatch you from me, I will destroy him. Lin Shireen rolled her eyes when she heard his ferocious look, but she felt sweet in her heart and snorted on her pretty face. Tisk. Who cares about you? After saying that, Lin Shireen turned her head to the window with an expression that said, I don't care about you. That expression was just like someone who was in love and is being petty with her partner. In response, Yi-Chen smiled but said nothing. This girl, it seems that her attitude towards him is getting different. Yeah. Seeing the top little queen, Yi-Chen also had a joke. Why not, let your man tell you a story. Casual. Lin Shireen said perfunctorily, but soon realized something. Whose man are you? You are so shameless. As she spoke, Lin Shireen's face turned red. That guy kept saying he was taking advantage of her. Was it really good for her to do that? It was so hateful. In the park, a young man has been observing a beautiful woman for a long time. She sits there quietly, drinking beer by herself, with red eyes, as if she is worried. In an instant, all kinds of questions flash through the young man's mind about this mysterious beautiful woman. Seeing her finish the third can of beer on the bench, he looks around and sees that there are still many people waiting for an opportunity to strike up a conversation with her. He can't hesitate any longer. The young man mustered up his courage and stepped forward, asking with concern, Girl, do you still want this jar? Puff. Hearing about the guy's sudden change of mind, Lin Shireen couldn't help laughing out loud. What do you mean by waiting for an opportunity and not hesitating anymore? It turns out that the purpose is not to comfort others but to get a jar. Sure enough, this guy has bad intentions and is definitely doing it on purpose. Then he snorted and ignored that guy, as if to say, don't think I can pay attention to you just by making a joke of you. It's not funny. Then change your man. Seeing a girl listening attentively, Yi-Chen smiled slightly. It turned out that women always say one thing and mean another. The day I met her, she was always looking down at her iPad, which was out of tune with the atmosphere at the table. Later, he took great care of her, ran around for her, and made her smile, but he was still too embarrassed to ask. Then one day, someone came to cause trouble and made a scene at the company. The broken glass cut her, and he carried her to the hospital like the wind. She asked him tearfully why he was so nice to her. He finally asked without hesitation, Can you lend me your iPad for 2 days? Lin Shireen, ahem. The sudden turn of events almost made Lin Shireen choke on her own saliva. She then glared at someone fiercely, Yi-Chen, you wanna die? This guy is so mean. He actually used this method to retaliate against me for ignoring him. Wrong. I don't want to die, I want you. Before Lin Shireen could get angry, Yi-Chen's words caught her off guard again. You treat me like this, don't you feel guilty? As the two talked, night had already fallen, and the supercar arrived at the hotel. Chapter 38, a top-tier sissy who can't make waves. King's Landing Hotel. Lin Shireen got out of the car with a flushed face, completely because she was teased by some guy. Oof. Lin Shireen snorted and put on her sunglasses. After all, if the paparazzi caught her entering the hotel with this guy, she could imagine what would be on the front page of the newspaper tomorrow. Lin Shireen, who wanted to complain about Yi-Chen, suddenly saw several familiar figures in the hall. Yi-Chen, are those your roommates? It looks like they're having some trouble. I saw him having a conflict with a young man opposite me who looked like a fake girl. It's true. Looking over, he suddenly saw 3 LSPs clashing with 2 people. Let's go and take a look. In the field. Apologize to Master Koan. A Korean Taekwondo genius looked at Wang Zihong and his 2 companions with contempt. His name was Chi Mingxian, a 3rd-degree black belt in Taekwondo. Naturally, he looked down on the 3 students in front of him. Fart. It's obvious that he was walking without paying attention. Li Bin was the first one who didn't tolerate the retort. Just now, Dong Koan was almost knocked down because of it. Uneducated thing. How brave. Chi Mingxian narrowed his eyes upon hearing this and raised his hand to slap Li Bin. He wanted to let this kid know that there are some people they cannot afford to offend. Ding. The host triggers a random task and is given a chance to draw a popular young man and is rewarded with god-level chess skills and 5 billion renminbi. The system voice rang in his ears, and Yi Chen had already taken action. Pa! Before Chi Mingxian could succeed, Yi Chen slapped him and he flew out, hitting the ground with a bang. Fuck! The hotel security captain who was about to step forward was all confused and looked at his boss in the field. Wow, Master Yi is so skilled. When they got the news, they were about to help the boss's friends, but they never expected the boss to take action himself. Captain, shall we go? A security guard looked at the field and asked. Fuck. The security captain swallowed his saliva and said, Boss Joe has instructed that Master Ye's identity must not be exposed. Just watch. The security captain's eyes fell on the field. This kind of bastard is no match for Master Yi. Boss. Wang Zihong and the other 2 were worried, but when they saw their boss show up, they immediately felt reassured. Then Wang Zihong told them what had happened. It was obvious that the 2 people in front of them had bumped into others and were blaming them instead. Boy. Kai Kunkin narrowed his eyes and looked at Yi Chen unkindly. I advise you to apologize to my friend, otherwise, you will regret it. Yeah. After hearing what Kai Kunkin said, Yi Chen looked at the sissy in front of him. This was probably the target of the system task. You take a step forward. Hearing Yi Chen's words, Kai Kunkin sneered and stepped forward. I'm going to take a step forward. What do you want? Bang. Kai Kunkin originally wanted to show off his face to make the other party afraid, but Yi Chen knocked him down with a palm. Nothing, I just want to beat you up. Oh my god. When Wang Zihong and the other 2 saw this operation, they were so happy. Damn, the boss is so awesome. Cool. When the security captain saw what Kai Kunkin did, his face was full of contempt. Is that sissy an idiot? He dared to offend young Master Yi. This guy is finished. Snap. Kai Kunkin knew that his face was disfigured because of his facial bone comminuted fracture. If you dare to hit me, believe it or not, I will make sure you can't leave the hotel. Oh? Hearing the top sissy's nonsense, Yi Chen smiled. It keeps me from leaving the hotel. Who do you think you are? Yi Chen smiled coldly, and the Taekwondo genius Chi Mingxian's mouth twitched. He hurriedly helped Kai Kunkin up. Mr. Kai, you have a tough idea. It's better to leave first. Kai Kunkin wanted to say something, but thinking about what had just happened, he could only let Chi Mingxian pull him away. This was his last act of stubbornness. Boss, that's awesome. Watching Kai Kunkin and the other 2 leaving in disgrace, Wang Zihong and the other 2 surrounded them, and the scene just now flashed before their eyes like a movie. Soon, a group of people arrived at the box. My sister-in-law is here too. Wang Zihong and the other 2 looked at Lin Shireen, who took off her sunglasses, and they couldn't help but envy her stunning beauty. Yi Chen, the person you just beat up is not simple. As a pop diva, Lin Shireen naturally knows more about the entertainment industry. That man is called Kai Kunkin. He is the son of Kai Qianyu, the chairman of Kai's real estate. He is also a first-line star. Although his acting skills are not that good, he has a strong background. He is one of the stars that Phantom Entertainment strongly supports. Listening to Lin Shireen's words, Yi Chen was stunned. An artist under Phantom Entertainment? Thinking that he is now the boss of Phantom Entertainment, he can't help but smile meaningfully. It's really a coincidence. What? When Wang Zihong and the other 2 heard this, they immediately lost their composure. That guy turned out to be a top star, and his father was the chairman of a real estate company. This was bad. Boss, we've got you in trouble. Wang Zihong and the other 2 said guiltily that such an existence was not something that ordinary people could afford to offend. Fine. Yi Chen waved his hand and said indifferently, he is just a top-tier sissy, he can't make any waves. After talking for a while, Wang Zihang and the other two were relieved to be sure that the boss had the ability to solve the problem. If the boss was in trouble because of them, they would never forgive themselves for the rest of their lives. It's getting late, so, old man and sister-in-law, you guys should rest first. Lin Shirin's face turned slightly dizzy after hearing what the three people said. She glared at a certain guy imperceptibly. It was all this pervert's fault. He should not have come to the hotel if he had known earlier. What should she do now? Thinking about what might happen next, my heart couldn't help but beat fast. Chapter 39. I didn't kill Boren, but Boren died because of me. In the box. Bang! At a certain moment, the door opened and a man came in anxiously from outside. This man was Zhou Zitian, the person in charge who had just returned to the hotel. Master Yi, are you okay? Zhou Zitian asked with a panicked look on his face. He rushed over as soon as he heard the news. Zitian, it's okay. Yi Chen shook his head slightly, obviously quite satisfied to see him rushing over in such a hurry. After a brief exchange of greetings, Zhou Zitian's eyes finally fell on Lin Shirin. He was stunned. Master Yi, this is the young lady, right? I didn't expect that. The young lady is actually Miss Shirin, the little queen of the music world. At a certain moment, Zhou Zitian realized something. Thinking about the cute 3-year-old baby that young Master Yi had taken care of before, could it be that young Master Yi already had a 3-year-old child with his wife? Oh my god. You go and help. I'll show Shirin around the hotel. Yi Chen looked at Zhou Zitian, and Zhou Zitian understood and took his leave from the hotel. He naturally would not let himself become a light bulb here. Yi Chen, how much have you hidden from me? Looking at the guy next to her and Zhou Zitian's attitude just now, it was obvious that she was becoming more and more confused about Yi Chen. How much? Yi Chen smiled mysteriously. You will know this in the future. We were talking while visiting the magnificent 7-star hotel. Nizi, what do you think of the King's Landing Hotel? This. Looking at the hotel's supporting facilities and service quality, Lin Shirin nodded. Not bad. Yeah. Yi Chen took Lin Shirin's slender hand, which made Lin Shirin's body stiffen, but she did not refuse, just her face flushed slightly. It was obviously the first time for them to hold hands like a young couple, which made her a little nervous and expectant. Although their child is 3 years old, Lin Shirin is still a novice when it comes to love. How about I transfer this hotel to you? After holding hands for a while, Yi Chen said casually that he had made countless hotel staff envious along the way. Give me. Hearing someone's words, Lin Shirin was stunned. You are crazy. This 7-star hotel is estimated to be worth tens of billions. You're giving it to me? Yi Chen tapped Lin Shirin's smooth forehead lovingly. What's wrong? As long as you like it, why not give it to you? Lin Shirin was surprised by these light words, but more importantly, she felt relieved and touched. She knew very well that although this guy was usually not serious, he never joked with her when it came to big things. Lin Shirin was inexplicably moved, and she pretended to roll her eyes at someone and waved her hand. Forget it. I don't have the time to think about that. But. After a pause, Lin Shirin took a breath and said, thank you anyway. Before they knew it, they arrived at the presidential suite. It is now night time. Click. As the door closed, Lin Shirin's heart skipped a beat, as if she knew what she would experience next. I will go take a shower first. Lin Shirin's face turned a little red, and she walked towards the bathroom with her little feet, while Yi Chen smiled like an uncle. What follows will surely be a night of spring worth 1,000 gold. A little. The two of them were lying on the bedding, and the sound of a message broke the charming atmosphere. Lin Shirin took the phone and opened it quickly to calm her heart that seemed like it might jump out at any time. This is. However, when Lin Shirin opened her phone and saw the push message clearly, she froze in place, her beautiful eyes full of disbelief. It was nothing else but a statement from the official website of Phantom Entertainment. In view of the improper conduct and immoral lifestyle of the first-line star Kai Kunken, he is hereby banned. Phantom Entertainment will never hire him again and will terminate all cooperation with Kai's real estate. This is hereby announced. What? After seeing this, Lin Shirin couldn't believe her eyes. Kai Kunken was banned. How is this possible? You know, if a company wants to cultivate a first-line star like Kai Kunken, it has to invest a lot of resources. Now he is banned without any sign. So weird. When something is abnormal, there must be something wrong. Could it be because of someone? Thinking of this, Lin Shirin's beautiful eyes fell on Yichen again. Yichen, could it be, you did it? Obviously. Lin Shirin realized the most suspicious point. You know, Kai Kunken had just had a conflict with this guy before. This. Hearing Lin Shirin's words, Yichen shook his head slightly. Instead of answering directly, he said, Nizi, have you ever heard of a saying, I didn't kill Borin, but Borin died because of me? Lin Shirin, Hearing someone's words, Lin Shirin was stunned. What the hell? You mean, you didn't ban Kai Kunken, but Kai Kunken was banned because of you? Obviously, Lin Shirin was even more confused. Seeing the beauty in front of him like this, Yichen did not keep her in suspense and directly revealed his cards. Let me put it this way, actually. I am the current boss of Phantom Entertainment. The calm voice was like a thunder in Lin Shirin's mind, and then she stared at Yichen in astonishment. What did you say? You are the boss of Phantom Entertainment. Chapter 40, Improper Poker is online. Lin Shirin plays badly on the eve. How is that possible? Lin Shirin's beautiful eyes were filled with disbelief. This matter was truly too unbelievable. But this guy had never taken it to heart from the beginning to the end. Did he already know that Kai Kunken would end up like this? After a while, Lin Shirin came back to her senses and her heart finally settled. Originally, she thought there would be a cyberbullying. I never thought that the farce would end in this way. Ha! At a certain moment, Lin Shirin saw a deck of golden poker cards placed in a conspicuous position in the room, and she couldn't help but feel curious. There are poker cards in this room? Obviously, the eye-catching poker caught Lin Shirin's attention, and she took it and said, why not? Let's play a game of poker. Lin Shirin suggested that if nothing was done the atmosphere would feel weird. Okay. Yichen nodded slightly. While he was talking, Lin Shirin had already taken out the poker cards. However, when he took out the cards and saw the pictures on the cards, he realized that he had underestimated the hotel service after all. Embracing the moon, spreading the wings of the rock, and getting drunk as a concubine. Wait, looking at the poker cards, Lin Shirin's face turned red. You pervert, you are shameless. How dare you put something like this? Indeed, Lin Shirin lost her composure and directly pushed the responsibility onto Yichen, saying that it must have been that guy's doing. Looking at the cards, Yichen was also confused. Zhou Zitian, that guy, has arranged so many ways, he can even find this kind of unorthodox poker. This assist is really laughable. I don't want to take the blame for this. Yichen looked at the eye-catching cards and said, it must have been done by Zhou Zitian. Besides, do you think I look like that kind of person? For a moment, Yichen spoke seriously, but Lin Shirin rolled her eyes, as if to say, aren't you that kind of person? All right. How about I give you a full body massage first? I have nothing to do anyway. Although Lin Shirin was wearing pajamas, her proud figure could not be concealed, especially with the 3 pieces of cloth arranged by Zhou Zitian. No one would believe that she had no other intentions. Oof. You have a conscience. Lin Shirin naturally noticed the guy's gaze and couldn't help but snorted. Perhaps because the guy's massage technique was really good, she didn't bother with him. Just like that. Under the skillful bone-setting massage technique, Lin Shirin's fatigue disappeared, and the indescribable feeling of comfort made her even less resistant. While the full-body massage was going on, Lin Shirin thought about that guy's singing level. It would be a shame if more people didn't hear it. Pervert, I have a concert soon, why don't you sing a song for me? Obviously, Lin Shirin is eager to recruit talents, and her studio is in need of people right now. Not interested. Listening to Lin Shirin's words, Yichen shook his head slightly. If I have that time, I might as well spend some time with the little guy. At the very least, it would be good to discuss life with you. Lin Shirin, Pa. What nonsense are you talking about? She glared at someone fiercely. This guy was getting bolder and bolder. What the hell was he thinking? She knew too well what he was thinking. Seriously. Obviously, Lin Shirin didn't want to continue the guy's unscrupulous topic. You really want to invite me to your concert? Yichen looked at Nizi, whose pretty face was full of enjoyment. He pondered for a moment, his eyes fell on the poker, and a bold plan came to his mind. It's not impossible for me to attend your concert, but we play this poker game. If you win, not only will I be able to attend your concert, I'll even work for you for free. You. Hearing that a certain guy was still harboring evil intentions, Lin Shirin's beautiful face flushed, but when she thought of the conditions that guy offered, she had to admit that she was tempted. Good. After weighing the pros and cons, Lin Shireen finally agreed to someone's unreasonable request. It was obvious that she was trying her best to get someone to work for her for free. Don't regret it. Yi Chen didn't expect that this girl would agree so easily. It seemed that she really wanted him to work for her for free. Let's get started. Lin Shireen's idea was very simple, which was to defeat this guy and then exploit him well. It's just that her idea is good, but to defeat Yi Chen is almost impossible. Since you are so anxious to explore life, your man will help you. Yi Chen laughed, then looked at the poker between the two of them. Well, let's do a simple one and compare the size directly. Watching a guy shuffling playing cards, Lin Shireen narrowed her eyes and secretly made up her mind to beat this guy in one go. If she lost, then if you want to execute the key points of poker, it will be very troublesome. Thinking of this, I don't know what Lin Shireen was thinking about, but her heartbeat suddenly quickened by several points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully exchanging and using the lucky card, which costs the host 100 renminbi. 8 hours. With skillful operation, Yi Chen exchanged for the lucky card possessed by the European emperor. After doing all this, Yi Chen's mouth curled up meaningfully, but Lin Shireen had no idea about it, and no one knew what would happen next. Chapter 41, Watch Your Man Kill You. A few minutes later. The poker cards were lined up in a row with their backs facing upwards, and Yi Chen and Lin Shireen each took one. You go first. She was not nervous when she agreed, but when it came time to flip the cards, Lin Shireen's heart beat faster and she was quite nervous about letting someone flip the cards first. Good. Yi Chen naturally would not refuse. After all, with the blessing of this lucky card, he could not lose. If he lost, Yi Chen would definitely beat the system to its knees and call it daddy. Turn over the poker in front of you, and the cards will appear before your eyes. 5 of hearts. Cards, swallows copy water. Seeing that it was just the 5 of hearts, Lin Shireen was delighted. After all, it was a very small number in a deck of cards. However, when she saw the instructions for the card moves, her face turned red and a picture that shouldn't have appeared in her mind emerged. It's a sure win. He made up his mind fiercely, then gritted his teeth and turned his poker cards face up. 4 of spades. The card hit the bull from behind the mountain. Boom! Looking at her own cards, Lin Shireen's mind suddenly buzzed. She looked at her cards in disbelief. 4 of spades, how is this possible? That guy is a little bigger than me, doesn't that mean I lose? It's over. Looking at the girl's face, Yi Chen's mouth curled up as expected, but he didn't expect the system to be so cruel, just a little bit short, tsk. However, compared to the system's kindness, this swallow's cheating is undoubtedly good. Nizi, you should accept the loss if you lose the bet. For a moment, Yi Chen was not too satisfied with Zhou Zetian's arrangement. The old guy was quite good at handling things, but it felt pretty good. Looking at the poker moves, Lin Shireen's mouth twitched. That bastard, let him die. Just like this, one operation takes half an hour. Come again. After a while, Lin Shireen was in a desperate mood. It was obvious that she had suffered a great loss and she vowed to make a comeback. When Lin Shireen thought about what she had just done, she wished she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Ahem. Nizi, are you sure? Yi Chen coughed dryly. To be honest, the feeling just now was extremely good. He had never dared to even think about it before. This deck of cards completely refreshed the cognition of this veteran driver. What nonsense! Hurry up! Lin Shireen urged. She wished she could immediately make that guy her free laborer, let him do all the dirty work for her and make endless money for her. Thinking of this, Lin Shireen felt much better. Here we go. Lin Shireen shuffled the cards herself to prevent someone from cheating. Of course, Yi Chen was very happy about this. After all, he would not lose. Lin Shireen stared at the poker with her beautiful eyes, not moving away for a moment, as if she was afraid that the guy would switch it. Don't worry, I'm not as shameless as you think. Yi Chen glanced at the girl who was guarding against him like a thief, and said unhappily. Oof. You bastard, you can't do anything. With a snort, Lin Shireen finally carefully turned over a corner of the cards. After seeing the cards, her beautiful eyes lit up with joy, and then she pretended nothing had happened. Pervert, are you done? Obviously, Lin Shireen has a lot of cards, otherwise she wouldn't be so confident in her words. All right. Yi Chen picked one at random and didn't worry too much. After all, the system lucky card was really amazing. Hey, pervert. Lin Shireen was overjoyed and couldn't contain her excitement. You're definitely going to lose this time. After saying that, Lin Shireen turned over the cards, and the cards appeared in front of the two of them. King of Spades. Card, monkey reaching for the moon. Looking at the cards she had, Lin Shireen couldn't contain the excitement on her face. She had already imagined herself exploiting someone. This guy had just bullied her so much, and now the situation had changed. Nizi, are you so sure you'll win? Seeing Lin Shireen's delight, Yichen smiled and said, to be honest, my luck has always been very good. Just a king of spades. After a pause, Yichen turned over his cards and said, look, your man will kill you. Then, the deck unfolded and a card suddenly appeared before his eyes. Your Majesty. Card, Azure Dragon's Claw. Looking at the cards held by the guy opposite, Lin Shireen stood up suddenly, her face full of surprise. The card is actually the king. This. Lin Shireen was completely upset. The script shouldn't be like this. She had the king of spades, so how could she lose? Seeing this, Lin Shireen gritted her teeth and said, you cheated. Oh. Hearing the words of the beautiful girl in front of him, Yichen was stunned, and then looked at the poker cards on the bed. You were the one who did it from shuffling to finishing the poker. I just picked a card. If it's cheating, you are more likely to be suspected. For a moment, Lin Shireen was speechless. At this moment she had to admit that the pervert was really lucky. But, what should I do next? Do I have to obey that guy? Chapter 42, This girl, I didn't realize, she has quite enough firepower. Half an hour later. The key points of the green dragon claw were completed. At this moment, Lin Shireen wanted to kill someone. Thinking about what happened just now, she knew that she had lost money at her grandma's house. Nizi, I think we'll stop here. Yichen was massaging a girl, and it felt really good, but it made Lin Shireen suffer. No. Let me rest for a while, I will definitely beat you. Yichen smiled bitterly when he heard this, the happiness seemed to be too intense. Swallows skimming the water, fairies pointing the way, overlords raising their flags. It was late at night, but the presidential suite was still bustling with activity. Lin Shireen would never forget this day. I don't know how long it took. After completing some movements, Lin Shireen leaned on someone's arms and fell asleep. If the outside world knew what happened here, they would definitely be shocked. I didn't realize this girl had quite enough firepower. Yichen recalled the key points of the actions just now, and felt so happy. No wonder those wife-doting maniacs were so energetic, it turned out that they had to take some tonic food every day. At this moment, Yichen had some taste of the happiness of those crazy seniors who doted on their wives. If Lin Shireen knew this thought, I wonder if she would get up and strangle him to death. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task of drawing the popular young idol. You will be rewarded with god-level chess skills and 5 billion renminbi. While Yichen was feeling happy, he heard the sound of system reward in his ears. He couldn't help but smile. Good things really came one after another. Bring up the properties panel. Name, Yichen. Age, 21. Skills, God-level cooking, God-level music, God-level martial arts, God-level bone massage, God-level chess. Items, Pagani Wine God, Supreme Edition, Apollo, Ferrari LaFerrari, Lamborghini Venom, Kowloon 1 Villa, 100% of King's Hotel shares, 100% of Kunping Security shares, 100% of Phantom Entertainment shares, Lucky Card X3. Wealth, 9.08 billion renminbi. The changes in the attribute panel instantly made Yichen feel better. Holding the beauty in his arms, the peak of his life was within his reach. But what the hell is this god-level chess technique? Yichen looked at his new ability. Could it be that he was allowed to play chess with others? However, at this moment, Yichen's chess skills were as good as those of a chess god. As for how good his chess skills are, let us put it this way, the so-called professional 9th dan chess players are not even worthy of Yichen's shoes. Never mind, let's get some sleep first. After thinking for a while without figuring it out, he fell asleep beautifully, smelling the beauty's fragrance, holding her slender waist and the mountain beside the abyss. Such treatment will surely make countless people envious. Unfortunately, Yichen was the only one who benefited from this. It was also because of Ye's mother's actions that the relationship between the two of them heated up like a blowout. I'm afraid Ye's mother could not have imagined such an effect. On the other side, Kai Kunken's villa. Bang! Kai Qianyu looked at the online comments and was so angry that his lungs exploded. Asshole. What a phantom entertainment. You dare to ban my son, Kai Qianyu, you are seeking death. Kai Qianyu's face was grim. Although he was the chairman of a real estate company, few people knew that he was a well-deserved underground king before he was whitewashed. Even though Zhao Menghu today is his descendant, he is not a native of Jiangnan City. Ding-a-ling. Just then, Kai Qianyu's cell phone rang. He saw the caller ID and answered it. How's the investigation going? Yi Chen, sophomore in the music department at Jiangnan University. Suspected to be a hidden rich second generation. After hanging up the phone, Kai Qianyu smoked a cigarette and then stood up to look at the starry night view outside the large floor-to-ceiling window. It can make Phantom Entertainment ban Koiner, and it can also defeat a third-degree black belt in Taekwondo in seconds. I don't care who you are. If you bring ruin to Koiner's reputation, I'll make you pay with your life. A resentful voice was heard, and at this moment Kai Qianyu's face was covered with hideousness. But I don't know the background of this Yi Chen, so I need to borrow a knife to kill him. Although Kai Qianyu wanted to tear Yi Chen into pieces, he knew better than to be cautious. 7 Killing Organization, it seems, the relationship that has not been used for many years will finally be used. A few minutes later, Kai Qianyu called the 7 Killings Organization's mission release phone number. Hello, I want to kill a person named Yi Chen, a sophomore at Jiangnan University. Yes, the hiring price is 30 million. After a skillful conversation, Kai Qianyu hung up the phone and immediately transferred a deposit of 15 million. This time, even the Lord can't save you. I wanted to live a peaceful life, but there are always some people who are looking for death. Kai Qianyu sneered, obviously not taking Yi Chenji to heart. After all, even if the mission failed, it would not be traced back to him. This way, not only could he achieve his goal, but he also didn't have to take any risks. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone, this operation is also one of the most important reasons why Kai Qianyu was quickly whitewashed. However, Kai Qianyu did not know what kind of existence his protective son had offended this time, and the Kai family was tragically wiped out shortly afterwards because of this. Of course, this is all a story for later. Chapter 43, Nizi, do you think you can marry someone other than your man? The next day. The golden morning sun was shining, and Lin Shirin, who was sleeping soundly, made a hum sound and struggled to open her sleepy eyes. Then she saw a guy who had woken up early and was looking at her quietly. You are awake. Lin Shirin's face turned red. She couldn't even imagine what happened yesterday. Who could have imagined that she had played the game so many times but never won once? You must be exhausted. Why don't you get some more sleep? Holding the slender waist of the beauty in his arms, Yi Chen laughed. I really don't know what kind of blessing I had in my previous life to be able to marry such a beautiful wife. Tisk. Who is your daughter-in-law? Lin Shirin snorted and then rolled her eyes at a certain guy. She was so beautiful, but he treated her like that yesterday. Didn't he feel guilty? I don't know if it's an illusion, but the conversation between the two has a faint sweet taste of dog food. The damn author values money more than his life. Hey, it's not a matter of sooner or later. Yi Chen said in a serious and domineering manner, Nizi, do you think you can marry anyone other than your man? If you dare to have such thoughts, be careful that your man will regain his power as a husband. As he spoke, Yi Chen caressed Lin Shirin's nose lovingly. I feel like I have the potential to be a wife-loving maniac in the future. Put. No one would believe that. Lin Shirin said this with a light puff, but her attitude towards someone was obviously completely different from before. Really? Then you'll know if you try it. Then he openly kissed the beautiful lady on the lips, which made Lin Shirin push him away. You are never satisfied. Hey, a lifetime isn't enough. The sweet dog food was instantly sprinkled to the readers without mercy. At this moment, countless readers were on the road with machetes, ready to cut Yi Chen into pieces, and then hug the beautiful woman in their arms and enjoy the sweet tenderness. Snort! Lin Shirin felt the pampering of a certain guy, and suddenly she understood why the little guy liked to be attached to this guy so much. Under such overwhelming sweet words, I am afraid that no woman in the world can escape. Then how do you plan to show your sincerity? Lin Shirin herself didn't realize that her tone had a hint of the coquettish charm of a young couple, and Yi Chen quite enjoyed it. How about your man agree to attend your concert, and then sign it under your studio's name, and the duration will be indefinite. Feeling the mountain peaks lovingly, Yi Chen's eyes were full of tenderness. Feeling the gaze of a certain guy, Lin Shirin's heart felt a sweet feeling surge up like a spring for some reason. This feeling was very wonderful. She had never experienced it before. The taste of love? A word appeared in Lin Shireen's mind, and she felt that every breath was sweet. It was over. Could it be that she had fallen in love with this guy? Otherwise, how could I have this feeling? But, Lin Shireen, that guy bullied you like that yesterday, and you still like that pervert. You have a masochistic tendency. So angry. For a moment, Lin Shireen's heart was in a mess. How could this happen? You've only been with that guy for a few days. Lin Shireen, that's all the self-control you have. You're a top little diva, can you please be a little more promising? A girl in love has an IQ of 0. This applies not only to ordinary girls, but also to top little divas. Are you really willing to sign a lifelong contract with my studio? Lin Shireen raised her swan-like neck and looked at the handsome boy in front of her. She felt that this guy was more handsome than before, which was very strange. Of course. Yi Chen then exchanged the contract from the system and took it from the bedside table. Here, this is the contract I printed and it's already signed. Just wait for my wife to sign it, in duplicate. After she signs it, you will be my boss, hee hee. Lin Shireen. Looking at the contract in front of her, Lin Shireen was stunned. Pervert, you are serious? Obviously, Lin Shireen thought that the guy in front of her was teasing her on purpose. Certainly. Don't you want your man to be your free laborer for the rest of his life? Yi Chen joked with a wicked smile. Lin Shireen didn't feel disgusted when someone called her his wife. She picked up the pen that the guy handed over and said, "Sign it." Thinking about how I spent so much effort yesterday but failed to complete the operation, now that guy is delivering it to my door for free. If I don't accept it, wouldn't it be a shame for the effort I put in yesterday? Signing completed. Lin Shireen looked at her contract and said, "Humph, you pervert. From now on, you will be my free laborer, Lin Shireen. Please pay attention to your identity." After a pause, Lin Shireen's pretty face revealed a charming smile. Otherwise, boss, I will squeeze you dry. Really? Then I'll just wait for my wife to squeeze me dry. Lin Shireen blushed at the hidden meaning in his tone. Yi Chen, you. Can you please speak properly? Believe it or not, I will bite you to death. As she spoke, Lin Shireen bared her teeth and made gestures. This kind of expression was something her fans had never seen before. It was estimated that Yi Chen was the only one in the world who could see the goddess Shireen in this expression. The sweet dog food continued to pour out, and Lin Shireen felt unprecedented sweetness at this moment. She felt that she must be the happiest girl in the world at this moment. Chapter 44, You evil creature, why don't you kneel down and apologize to Master Yi? A little tenderness. Lin Shireen went to the concert venue, recalling the scenes that Yi Chen had touched last night. It must be said that the girl's performance far exceeded his expectations. Hotel, with restaurant. Boss, enjoy your meal. The restaurant lobby manager bent down respectfully and brought breakfast nervously. Yi Chen nodded slightly, which made the lobby manager feel as if he had been pardoned. He breathed a sigh of relief. The pressure was too great. Not long after they left, a middle-aged man came up with a young man who looked familiar. You evil creature, why don't you kneel down and apologize to Master Yi? The middle-aged man slapped the young man on the back of the head, knocking him to his knees on the ground. The man was none other than Zhang Tianlai and his son. Plop. Zhang Zitao knelt on the ground, his face no longer showing his superiority, but only fear. Master Yi, I'm sorry. I was blind and offended, Master Yi. I deserve to die. After saying that, he slapped himself several times without mercy. Joke. It's not that he doesn't want to show mercy, but he doesn't dare. Who are you? Yi Chen was stunned for a moment by the familiar actions of the young man in front of him. Zhang Tianlai coughed and explained, Young Master Yi, I am a director of Phantom Entertainment. This evil creature offended your daughter in the shopping mall and spoke rudely. I brought this evil beast here to apologize to Master Yi. After a pause, Zhang Tianlai glared at his rebellious son and said, You bastard, you can do whatever you want with young Master Yi's broken legs and feet. I have no objection. Zhang Zitao, Dad, I. When Zhang Zitao heard that the old man was going to cut off his hands and feet, his eyes widened. Is he crazy? All right. Seeing Zhang Tianlai's self-torture trick, Yi Chen waved his hand to interrupt. Look after your son from now on, not everyone is as easy to talk to as me. Yes, yes. Hearing Yi Chen's words, Zhang Tianlai's eyes lit up with joy, and he slapped his evil son hard. Why don't you thank Master Yi? This slap directly knocked Zhang Zitao's head to the ground with a dull thud, which was obviously full of sincerity. Oh, thank you, Master Yi. Zhang Zitao realized something belatedly and hurriedly expressed his gratitude. He knew very well that the man in front of him was most likely the culprit who destroyed the Tiger Gang. If he were to deal with their Zhang family, they would probably not even know how they died. How could he dare to slack off? Then Mr. Yi, we will leave first. Zhang Tianlai bowed and said, sorry to bother you with your meal. Afterwards, he did not forget to kick his evil son and said, go home now. Apparently the self-torture tactic is still being played out, for fear that the big shot will go back on his word. Worry. Using the restaurant entrance, the LSP trio stared at the scene in amazement. It was Wang Zihong and his two companions. Oh my goodness, isn't that the boss? Wang Zihong looked at the field, rubbed his eyes, and thought he had just seen it wrong. I know the man who knelt before the boss. He's called Zhang Xiao. I heard his father is a director of Phantom Entertainment. Li Bin frowned slightly and said something as he thought of it. What? After hearing Li Bin's words, Wang Zihong and Dong Kuan looked at each other and saw shock in each other's eyes, and then looked in the direction where Zhang Tianlai and the other disappeared. The director of Phantom Entertainment brought his son to apologize to his boss in such a manner. Good job. How did that young Master Zhang offend the boss, causing his father to be so cruel? Not long. After some investigation, the three of them realized that the guy had offended their niece. But, boss, you are awesome. Of course not, the infamous Master Zhang kneels down to apologize to you. Hey, if you kneel down and apologize to me, I will be so excited that I won't be able to sleep. Listening to the three people's complaints, Yi Chen served 3 more breakfasts. But soon, the style of painting changed. Boss, you look so rosy-cheeked. You must have slept well with Sister Shireen yesterday. The three of them looked at their boss like they were eating melons, trying to analyze clues about yesterday from his micro-expressions. Not bad. It feels much better than 4 years ago. He looked at the 3 people with a smile. How could he not know what bad things these 3 guys were planning? Wang Zihong and the other 2 shouted. Boss, you are a beast. Why are you so direct? The damage was not great, but the insult was great, and the 3 of them instantly envious of having endured the impact of tens of thousands of tons. Ding dong. At this moment, Yi Chen received a message on his phone, young Master Yi, someone may have hired a killer to attack you. Ziyan is in place, be careful. Oh. Looking at the message on the phone, Yi Chen narrowed his eyes, hiring a killer, the other party is really willing to spend a lot of money. However, they were naive enough to think that they could kill him by hiring Xie Xiugo and Xiaomao. The gleam in their eyes made Wang Zihong and the other 2 shudder. Boss, are you okay? Wang Zihong swallowed his saliva, because every time the boss had that expression, someone was bound to be in trouble. It's okay, let's eat. Yi Chen smiled slightly. Li Bin winked at Wang Zihong, quickly finished his meal and left, obviously realizing that the boss must have something to deal with. Watching the 3 people leave, Yi Chen also took the elevator to the lobby on the first floor of the hotel, raised his lips and walked out of the hotel. I want to see who the killer who came here is. Chapter 45, the assassination failed, and Phantom Entertainment was in chaos. Phantom Entertainment on the way. Squeak. The car came to an abrupt stop on a sparsely traveled road blocked by a huge rock. Seeing this scene, Yi Chen knew that the killer in the dark could no longer hold back. Push the door and get out. After arriving on the ground, the next moment a series of figures appeared around Yi Chen. Each of them was very powerful and they were obviously well-trained professional killers. Especially the leader, his strength is quite good, although not as good as Zhao Jiyan, but not bad either. You took money from others to help them get rid of their misfortunes. You are to blame for offending someone you shouldn't have offended. Ghost Slayer, who ranked 18th on the 7 Kill Organization's assassin list, smiled cruelly and coldly. He could get 20 million in commission for this mission, which was already very good. I heard that you are good at fighting, let me give it a try. Sniff. As the voice fell, Demon Slayer had already approached and was about to succeed. The scene of getting a commission of 20 million had already emerged in his mind. He didn't expect that there would be an unexpected surprise when he came to investigate the whereabouts of the Tiger Gang. Zheng. But at this moment, a sound of metal collision was heard, and the next moment, Demon Slayer was directly knocked away by the terrifying force, sliding half a meter on the ground before stopping. A person appeared in front of Yi Chen at some point, and when Guemia saw the person, his pupils suddenly shrank. Blood rose. It's you. Seeing the person coming, Demon Slayer and many assassins from the 7 killing organization around him all swallowed their saliva. They never expected that the target would appear in this way at this time. 7 killing organization. Seeing the person coming, Zhao Ziyan narrowed her eyes. It's true that enemies often meet on a narrow road. Since you're here, don't leave. Zhao Ziyan was filled with murderous intent, which made Gui Miaguda swallow his saliva. He knew that he was no match for this woman. Blood rose. If you dare to touch me, the 7 killing organization will not let you go. Puff. Before Gui Slayer could finish his words, blood was already spurting from his neck. It was obvious that Zhao Ziyan had already made her move without him noticing. Ranking 7th on the killer list was no talk. Kill them all, leaving no one alive. A cold voice was heard, and then no less than 30 figures rushed out from the surroundings, and in an instant all the men of the 7 kill organization brought by Demon Slayer were wiped out. The speed was extremely fast. The 7 killing organization? Seeing the dead bodies all around, Yichen looked calm and said, "Well done. You come and clean up after this." "Yes, Master Yi." Zhao Ziyan bowed and spoke in a low voice to show her respect. She knew that if she hadn't intervened, the Ghost Slayers would have died a more miserable death. "Master. That's Master Yi. Even though he didn't make a move, he looks very strong." The women behind Zhao Ziyan looked at the direction where the supercar left with fear. Their instinct told them that if Yi Xiao made a move, they would definitely not be able to survive a single move. Deal with the body quickly. Zhao Ziyan didn't say much and directly ordered her subordinates. She knew very well how powerful Yi Xiao was. Before, she had no power to resist at all in Yi Xiao's hands. With this strength, even the number 1 on the killer list may not be Yi Xiao's opponent. 10 minutes later. Kai family villa, in the living room. Ding-a-ling. Kai Qianyu, who was sipping red wine and waiting for good news, saw the caller ID and answered the call with a smile on his face. However, when he heard the message from the other end, he couldn't help but freeze in place. What? The assassination attempt failed. How is that possible? Kai Qianyu knew very well what the 7 Kills organization was. It could be said that half of the credit for his current achievements came from the 7 Kills organization. Even the 18th ranked assassin failed in the assassination, so that kid. Kai Qianyu narrowed his eyes, thinking about his son being banned for the rest of his life and his reputation being ruined. The murderous intent in his eyes was stronger than ever. How much money do you need to continue the assassination? He was very familiar with the operations of the 7 Killings organization and went straight to the point. 50 million. The other side received a quotation, and then continued, "For this price, we will send out the top 10 assassins on the list to do it." Good. I'll add an assassination. After the conversation, Kai Qianyu's face was grim and he paid another 10 million yuan as a deposit. He naturally knew that he would never get the money back regardless of whether the assassination was successful or not. But none of this matters. What matters is that he wants Yi Chen to die. Yi Chen knew nothing about what was happening here. Now he has arrived in front of the Phantom Entertainment building. Looking at the towering building, Yi Chen is in a good mood because this is his property. Guo Xiaoting. I'm warning you, you'd better obey me, otherwise you will never make a breakthrough in Phantom Entertainment. As soon as I parked the car, I saw a scene of unspoken rules being played out not far away. A playboy teased and threatened a girl who looked sweet and was a school beauty. This girl was a contracted artist of Phantom Entertainment. Master Zhang, let me go. I just graduated and have never been in a relationship. Please. As she spoke, the girl knelt on the ground pitifully and helplessly, begging Zhang Xiao in front of her to give her a way out. The reason for this was that Zhang Xiao's father was the president of Phantom Entertainment. You just graduated. Haven't you ever been in a relationship? Great, I'll let you have a taste of love tonight, hee hee. As he was talking, young Master Zhang had already taken action. The 2 bodyguards beside him looked at this scene and were not surprised. This was too normal in the entertainment industry. Their young master had seduced countless girls with his status. Of course, they also drank a lot of soup, which is why they are so bootlickers. Phantom Entertainment is really a mess. Yi Chen looked at this scene. The atmosphere of Phantom Entertainment was worse than he thought. It seemed that it was time to rectify it. At this moment, Zhang Xiao in the field had no idea that they were in great danger. Chapter 46, Rectification of Phantom Entertainment, New President Lu Menjing. Underground parking lot. Zhang Xiao winked at the two bodyguards, obviously intending to execute them on the spot like he had done to the girl before. As for the follow-up matters, his father will naturally help him deal with it. Are all the people in Phantom Entertainment like this? When the girl was helpless, a voice suddenly came, which made Zhang Xiao, who was in high spirits, frown, and then looked at Yichen, who appeared on the scene. Kid, what's wrong? Want to be a hero and save the beauty? Seeing this, the two bodyguards attacked him from both sides in an apparent attempt to control him. Don't worry, I'll do this little beauty in front of you later, and then let you drink some soup, hee hee. After a pause, Zhang Xiao's face turned cold and he continued, but before that, I will cripple one of your hands and one of your feet first. It will be more interesting later, right? Stop. At this moment, a voice came from a distance, and then a middle-aged man came to the scene, but his face turned pale when he saw Yichen behind him. Master Yi, why are you here? Indeed, Zhang Xiaoyu's face changed drastically after seeing Yichen. He naturally received news that his son was fooling around again, but this time it was unusual because his subordinates told him that they saw the boss suddenly come to the company. This news is like a bolt from the blue. I wanted to settle my son's matter quietly, but who would have thought that I was a step too late? Dad, this kid ruined my good thing. Bang! Before Zhang Xiao could finish his words, Zhang Xiaoyu slapped him in the face. Shut up. If you dare to say one more word, I will destroy you now. Seeing Zhang Xiaoyu doing this, Yichen watched coldly. Long before he came, he had heard that Zhang Xiaoyu was capable, but he was very protective of his own people. Now it seems that the rumors are true. Boss Shang, Zhongzi's methods of committing crimes are really eye-opening. Yichen looked at the pitiful girl and continued, if I hadn't come today, what would have happened to this girl? Presumptuous. When Zhang Xiao heard this, he immediately exploded. Boy, who do you think you are to dare to speak to my father like that? In his opinion, Phantom Entertainment belongs to their Zhang family, and he can do whatever he wants. Shut up. In a rage, Zhang Xiaoyu used all his strength to slap his beloved son to the ground, causing the corners of his mouth to be torn. Chairman, I failed to educate my son properly and I am willing to bear all the consequences. Zhang Xiaoyu bowed respectfully. He knew that he could not resist the boss in front of him at all. After all, he was very likely the one who could destroy the Tiger Gang. What? Zhang Xiao wanted to refute something, but when he heard his father's name, his mind suddenly buzzed. Chairman? Let my father call him the chairman. Could it be that he is the new boss of Phantom Entertainment, the one who controls 100% of the company's shares? Plop. For a moment, Zhang Xiao's legs went weak and he fell to the ground. The girl looked at Yichen, tears and surprise welling up in her eyes. The man in front of her was the chairman, and she was saved. Day. At this moment, a girl with extraordinary temperament came to the scene with more than 10 Kunping security bodyguards, and then more than 10 bodyguards controlled the entire scene. Boss Zhang, this is how you have abused your position to seek personal gain for your son during the years you have been in charge of Phantom Entertainment. I think if this is handed over to the Ministry of Justice. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaoyu turned pale and his men were also terrified. Chairman, I am willing to resign as the president of Phantom Entertainment and return all the money I have embezzled from the company. Zhang Xiaoyu knelt on his knees with a thud. Chairman, please let my father and I go. Go away. Yichen glanced at Zhang Xiaoyu. If he wanted to reorganize things thoroughly, he would have to fire Zhang Xiaoyu first. He had already planned this before coming. However, he never expected that Zhang Xiaoyu's useless son could help him so much. Soon, only Yichen, Lu Menjing and the girl who was almost succeeded were left on the field. Thank you, Chairman. The girl burst into tears of gratitude. She couldn't imagine what would happen if the chairman was not here today. She was afraid that her life would be over. Lu Menjing then handed the USB drive to the girl and said, Little girl, I think it would be most appropriate for you to hand this USB drive over to the Ministry of Justice. It's hard to change the nature of such a scumbag. If we don't get rid of him this time, many girls will suffer in the future. After hesitating for a moment, the girl took a deep breath and her eyes became firm. Okay. Watching Lu Menjing's operation, Yichen smiled without saying anything. Menjing, now you don't need to ask about the Rose Cafe. Why don't you come to Phantom Entertainment to be the president? Master Yi, this. Lu Menjing realized something and her pretty face changed slightly. President of Phantom Entertainment, this is not good. After all, she knew very well that Phantom Entertainment was much more complicated than Rose Cafe. The annual salary is 4 million, and I'll give you a supercar worth less than 10 million yuan. Seeing Lu Menjing in a daze, Yichen raised his lips and said, "You only have 5 seconds to think about it." "I promise." Lu Menjing agreed without thinking. This kind of treatment was something she had never dared to dream of before, so she naturally would not refuse. It was just that happiness came too suddenly. Then, after signing some documents, Lu Menjing came to her office and sat down, overlooking the beautiful scenery of Jiangnan City. Her beautiful eyes suddenly became firm. "Master Yi, don't worry, Menjing will not let you down." Chapter 47. The maid is jealous. The young master is going to the concert to show off his love? Phantom Entertainment, outside the building. The sky was clear and cloudless. After getting rid of a big termite, Yichen felt much better. It seems like it's time to go back to the villa. You know what, I really miss the little guy. Thinking of this, Yichen had a kind smile on his face. This charming smile really fascinated the cute girls around him. They wanted to go up to him and ask for his contact information but didn't dare to. Speeding all the way, Kowloon Villa is right in front of us. "Hello, master." Tianlon's bodyguards all saluted respectfully. They had heard that their boss had wiped out the Tiger Gang single-handedly, which really made them admire him so much that they stood up straight as if they were being inspected by their boss. "Daddy is back." Hearing the noise outside the villa, the little guy who was playing ran out with his little feet. "Hee, Daddy." He threw himself into his father's arms, and Yichen picked up the little guy with ease, with a series of smooth movements. "Ha!" The little guy looked around and said, "Daddy, where's mommy?" At this time, Ye's mother also came out of the villa. Seeing that only her son came back, she frowned slightly. This shouldn't be the case. "Hee, your mom is busy with the concert." Yichen scratched the little guy's nose lovingly and came into the villa while talking. "How was yesterday, kid?" When Ye's mother saw her granddaughter playing, she leaned over to her son's ear and asked. "Rest assured. Wait for the wedding wine." Thinking about what happened last night, Yichen said with a slight smile. As someone who had experienced this, Ye's mother naturally noticed her son's secretive smile. It seemed that her help yesterday was not in vain. "Ah, that's good." Mother Yi knew that this boy would not lie to her about important matters, so she was relieved. "Now that it's over, I'll go back. If they're not in school for a few days, who knows what kind of crazy things those kids will become." Although she is physically with her son, her heart is at school. Now that she knows that her son and daughter-in-law's relationship is on track, she naturally can't stay here anymore. "Grandma, aren't you waiting for Mama to come back?" When the little guy heard that his grandmother was leaving, he held her hand and asked reluctantly. After talking for a while, Ye's mother drove to the airport with Tianlang driving himself. Time flies and night is approaching. Squeak! A supercar stopped in front of the villa, and a beautiful figure suddenly got out of the car. It was naturally Lin Shireen, who had not been seen for a day. "Hello, madam." Tianlang and his group still called her the young madam, but Lin Shireen couldn't help but curl up the corners of her mouth slightly, which made Tianlang and others stunned. They thought it was not an illusion just now, the young madam was actually smiling. "Mom, you're finally back." The little guy spoke cutely when he saw Lin Shireen, and Yichen personally cooked a table full of dishes that day. Now their relationship has warmed up a lot, and the natural conditions are also different from before. "Oof. That guy has some conscience." Lin Shireen snorted softly. She saw all of this, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl up in happiness. It turns out, the feeling of love is so wonderful. In her eyes, every one of these dishes seemed to be added with honey. "Mom, Daddy said that he will be your free laborer from now on, is that true?" The little guy thought about what his dad said during the day and asked his mom curiously. "Of course." When Lin Shireen heard her daughter's words, she said proudly, "Your dad is now an artist signed by Mama's studio, and he has a lifelong contract." Maids, wow. After hearing what the young lady said, they all looked at their young master in surprise. "Signed a contract with Young Lady Studio, indefinitely? Oh my god. Young master, do you have to pamper me so much? Invisible dog food is the most deadly, and this is what I am talking about." "Is that so?" The little guy nodded his head in confusion, then blinked his big eyes. "Did Daddy say you were going to hold a concert?" "Yes. Mom has been preparing for a long time." I don't know if it's because her relationship with that guy has warmed up, but Lin Shireen seems to be especially patient with the little guy, and even seems to like everything about him. And at this point, Lin Shireen rubbed the little guy's head lovingly, your daddy will also sing at your mommy's concert when the time comes. Maids. What? Goddess Shireen, your young mistress is going to hold a concert? And the young master can sing. Oh my god. What is this for? Showing love in the villa is not enough, do they have to show love in the concert too? It's terrifying when you think about it. For a moment, the maids' minds flashed the scene of their young masters showing off their love at the concert of Goddess Shireen. Such a scene was simply unimaginable. Chapter 48 Because I like someone and fall in love with a city. At night, in the room. The little guy was very smart and went back to his room with the maids, leaving some alone time for his parents. He was so sensible that the maids loved him very much. I have thought more than once how great it would be if I could get the young master's excellent genes. Whenever the maids looked at their young master's room, they were full of envy and hope. If they could sleep well enough to wake up with a smile in their dreams, the young mistress would be so happy. In fact, it is true. In the room, Lin Shireen came out of the bathroom wearing a thin nightgown, her slim and proud figure presented in front of someone. Feeling someone's gaze, Lin Shireen rolled her eyes at him, thinking that this pervert was really insatiable. Yi Chen, give me a massage. I'm exhausted today. While speaking, Lin Shireen was lying on the quilt and talking to someone. Faced with such an excessive request, Yi Chen naturally would not refuse. After a while, Lin Shireen leaned against a guy's chest, thinking about the time they had spent together. Are we developing too fast? At this moment, Lin Shireen was completely naked, and what was even more terrible was that this lasted throughout the entire massage process. Quick! Yi Chen embraced the beauty and sniffed the pleasant scent. It's okay. Actually. Yi Chen paused and looked a little absent-minded. This look made Lin Shireen's face smile. From her perspective, that guy was really handsome. 4 years ago, why didn't I notice it? While Lin Shireen was daydreaming, Yi Chen's voice rang in her ears. I have always wanted to give you the best in the world, but I found that the best in the world is you. Is this true? I don't believe it. After hearing what that guy said, Lin Shireen's heart somehow surged with honey, like a spring. She wanted to give the best to herself, but she found that she was the best. Why didn't I notice that you were so sweet before? You must have said the same thing to many girls. How could that be? Hearing the words of the beautiful lady, Yi Chen was unwilling to take the blame. It's definitely you. TSK, I wouldn't believe you. Lin Shireen said this insincerely, but her heart was pounding. She wondered how that guy could come up with such words. Nizi, do you know what the difference is between you and the stars? Seeing the beauty in front of me, I couldn't help but want to tease this girl when I had nothing to do, especially when I saw the shy look on that guy's face. To be honest, I felt quite a sense of accomplishment. What's the difference? After hearing what someone said, Lin Shireen thought for a moment and couldn't help but look at Yi Chen curiously. Seeing Nizi looking at him, Yi Chen stared into her beautiful eyes. The stars are in the sky, and you are in my heart. Tug. As soon as these words were spoken, Lin Shireen's face turned red with embarrassment. Was that guy crazy? This sudden confession caught her off guard. Yi Chen, you are going to die. He was so sweet just now, and now he's teasing her again, so mean, But, this feeling is pretty good. Shireen, I remember you like Madhu, right? He ignored that girl and continued to tease her. Yes. Maybe it was because someone was teasing her. Lin Shireen didn't care that someone was going to trick her. Actually, I like the Magic City, too. Yi Chen nodded seriously, which made Lin Shireen quite curious. Why? Obviously, he was unaware that he had been tricked by someone. Just as Lin Shireen was thinking hard, a loving gaze fell on her, because I love a person and fall in love with a city. Wow. Hearing that someone had succeeded in teasing her again, Lin Shireen's face turned red all the way to the back of her ears. It was over. She had been fooled again. Hateful. While being cheated, enjoying. That feeling is full of mixed emotions. Yi Chen, I'll let you tease me, and I'll make sure you don't get into trouble. As she spoke, Lin Shireen scratched someone's waist. Yi Chen naturally did not want to be outdone and started to fight back. During this time, he gained a lot of advantages. After all, at this moment, the two of them were completely honest with each other. It was an unknown amount of time since the commotion lasted, but at a certain point, what was supposed to happen happened. A quarter of an hour. 3/4 of an hour. 5/4 of an hour. As the battle continued, the two fell asleep in each other's arms late at night, and Lin Shireen slept particularly soundly. At the same time, she felt an unprecedented sense of security. And all of this came from a man who held her in his arms as she fell asleep. If this scene was seen by the maids, I wonder if they would rush over with envy and carry their master away. It would be even better if they could get the master's favor. Of course, the maids will never know what happened that night. Chapter 49, Uncle Xiaowang, you are not allowed to talk about dad like that. The next day, early morning. As the sun rises, the melodious birdsong outside the window heralds the beginning of a new day. Ding-a-ling. Lin Shireen was woken up from her sleep. Seeing that the caller ID was her mother, she glared at the guy who answered the call. Hey, Mom. What? Xiaowang School requires parents to participate in interest competitions? Today I. Beep beep. Before Lin Shireen finished speaking, Lin's mother hung up the phone. This gave Lin Shireen a headache. She was busy with the concert and had no time to take part in any interest competition of that little ancestor. However, if that kid knew that no one was going there, I'm afraid. That's right. At a certain moment, Lin Shireen thought of something and then rolled her eyes at the guy who was taking advantage of her. Yichen, if you have nothing to do today, go to Jinghua Middle School to participate in my brother's interest competition. Oh? Hearing Lin Shireen's words, Yichen was stunned. Brother-in-law's interest competition? Yichen knew before that Lin Shireen had a younger brother who was in junior high school. I see. It's okay to go, but you have to feed your man, otherwise you won't have the strength. Before he could finish his words, another wave of business worth hundreds of millions came. After a long battle, he finally agreed to participate in his future brother-in-law's interest competition. Taking money from others to help them get rid of disasters, you still understand this rule? After all the trouble, Lin Shireen glared at someone, got up to wash up, but didn't say anything. After all, she needed help from someone. After breakfast. Dad, where are we going? The little girl watched her mom go to the concert while she was with her dad and asked curiously. Oh. Go and participate in your Uncle Xiaowang's interest competition. Thinking about the scene of receiving benefits in the morning, Yichen couldn't help but feel a little nostalgic. He should have been more gentle earlier. Really? The little girl naturally didn't know about the private deal between her parents. When she heard that she was going to her uncle's school, she was very excited. It can be seen that the little girl has a very good relationship with her uncle. Dad, Uncle Xiaowang loves Miao Miao so much. The little guy said excitedly, Uncle Xiaowang will give me everything delicious and fun, haha. With the little guy chirping beside me, I didn't feel lonely along the way. On the contrary, it was quite enjoyable. 20 minutes later. Jinghua Middle School, on campus parking lot. Wow. Apollo Sun God, good fellow. Oh my god, look, I'm not dreaming. There were chattering sounds and snapping sounds of photos. As one of the few aristocratic schools in Jiangnan City, it was not surprising to see junior high school students using mobile phones. Snap. Pushing the door and getting out of the car, the little guy listened to the envious and amazed voices around him. His face was full of smiles. He was so happy that he must earn face for Uncle Xiaowang today. Wow! What a handsome big brother. After Yichen got off the car, his extremely high looks immediately captured the hearts of countless cute girls in Jinghua Middle School. Daddy, I'll take you to Uncle Xiaowang's classroom. It was obviously not the first time for the little guy to come here, and he came to Uncle Xiaowang's classroom with ease. Grade 7-3 class. Yes, this is Lin Xiaowang's class. After knocking on the door, it immediately attracted many naughty children who didn't want to attend boring classes. This guy is so handsome. Lin Xiaowang's class teacher is a 23-24-year-old girl who just graduated. She is a school beauty and she is none other than the goddess Chu Yuqing of Jinghua Middle School. Who are you looking for, parent? Chu Yuqing asked directly. After all, she had never seen such a handsome guy in Jinghua Middle School. I'm looking for Lin Xiaowang. I'm his brother-in-law. Yichen showed a warm smile, and then his eyes all fell on a boy who looked somewhat similar to Lin Shireen. Yichen looked and saw his brother-in-law. And this was also the first time the two met. Lin Xiaowang, brother-in-law? Hearing the handsome brother's address, Lin Xiaowang was a little confused. Obviously, he didn't know that his sister had been trying to arrange for Yichen and his daughter to meet each other during this period of time. Uncle Xiaowang. At this moment, a sweet voice was heard, and Lin Xiaowang came back to his senses when he saw the little guy. Student Lin Xiaowang, please go out for a while. Shu Yuqing couldn't help looking a little disappointed as she spoke. Such a handsome guy turned out to be Lin Xiaowang's brother-in-law, which meant they were already married. Oh, what a pity he's so handsome. Soon, outside the classroom. After asking for leave, the three of them left the classroom. Lin Xiaowang tilted his head and looked at Yi Chen in disbelief. Are you really my brother-in-law? The heartless man who abandoned my sister. Uncle Xiaowang, you are not allowed to say that about daddy. Before Yi Chen could say anything, the little guy was unhappy. He looked fiercely at his favorite Uncle Xiaowang. Seeing his fierce look, Lin Xiaowang swallowed his saliva and said, Ahem, meow meow, I just said that. Obviously, the brother-in-law was completely controlled by his own daughter. When the little girl heard this, she still snorted, as if to say, I don't like you anymore. It was so cute. This scene made the surrounding teachers and students envious. That little Lolita is so cute. Chapter 50, Weird Mission, wanting Yi Chen to crush him? Good job. Lin Xiaowang wiped the cold sweat off his forehead, wondering what kind of drug had his brother-in-law, no, that unfaithful man, given the little girl. Hey, meow meow, please forgive your uncle. Uncle is wrong. Lin Xiaowang apologized all the way. Well, I won't say brother-in-law. Oof. The little girl obviously doesn't buy it. Daddy is her bottom line, and no one can say anything against her daddy. Lin Xiaowang. Uncle will buy you a Barbie doll. The little guy turned his head away proudly and ignored his Uncle Xiaowang. 3. Uncle will use his pocket money to buy you 3. In order to please his aunt, Lin Xiaowang tried his best. Deal. When the little girl heard that her uncle bought her 3 Barbie dolls, her pretty face became much prettier. Huh. If you do this again next time, the 3 Barbie dolls meow meow will not forgive your uncle. The little guy counted on his little fingers, calculating how many Barbie dolls he had. The journey was fast and the chess training class was just around the corner. Play chess. When Yi Chen saw the chess training class in front of him, he obviously did not expect that his brother-in-law's interest class would be playing chess. This coincided with the god-level chess ability he had acquired not long ago. Damn system, this is definitely intentional. Unfaithful, ahem, brother-in-law. Just when he was halfway through his words, Lin Xiaowang glanced at the little guy, coughed dryly, and said hurriedly, let me show you how good I am at chess. When he arrived at the chess training class and saw that no one had arrived yet, Lin Xiaowang wanted to give the guy who let his sister down a warning. Yeah. Listening to his brother-in-law's words, Yi Chen smiled slightly, while Lin Xiaowang skillfully opened his mobile phone and quickly logged into the chess website. It was obviously not the first time he had done this. Amateur 5th Dan. Looking at his brother-in-law's rank on the chess website, Yi Chen's mouth was bitter. He thought his brother-in-law was a talented king, but he didn't expect him to be a bronze. Match. As the brother-in-law started to match opponents, soon an amateur 7th Dan appeared on the opposite side, which made Lin Xiaowang's face bitter. As expected. After 5 or 6 minutes, Lin Xiaowang was at an absolute disadvantage in the chess game. The little guy stared at the screen curiously. Dad, did Uncle Xiaowang win? Lin Xiaowang, meow meow, Uncle made a mistake, I will definitely win the next game. Lin Xiaowang raised his fist and made up his mind, just when he was about to admit defeat. Wait a moment. When Lin Xiaowang heard the voice, he turned to the unfaithful man beside him. Brother-in-law, you're giving up already. You've only just got so far. Then, while Lin Xiaowang was confused, he took out his mobile phone, and then a black piece fell. Looking over, Lin Xiaowang was stunned. Is this chess alive? How is that possible? For a moment, Lin Xiaowang looked at his brother-in-law as if he had seen a ghost. This unfaithful man seemed to be very good at playing chess. At the same time, outside the chess training class. What? Student Xiaowang actually turned the tables. This is impossible, it's clearly a dead end. 3 or 5 classmates in the training class who were watching Lin Xiaowang playing chess had astonishment on their faces. In the next few minutes, Lin Xiaowang's chess game fought back with thunderous force and defeated the amateur 6th Dan chess player with ease. Tiga defeated Atlanta, and the victory was increased by 1. In the chess room, a congratulatory message was sent out and Lin Xiaowang opened his mouth wide. Brother-in-law, you are so awesome. For a moment, Lin Xiaowang, who had been secretly criticizing the unfaithful man, immediately called him brother-in-law in a much more intimate manner. Squeak. At this moment, the teachers of the training class and parents of the classmates all walked in and were shocked to see Yi Chen holding Lin Xiaowang's mobile phone in his hand. I was wondering, how could Xiaowang be so amazing? That's right. To beat an amateur 6th Dan that quickly, his strength must be at least an amateur 9th Dan. The members of the society were chattering enthusiastically, and there was a hint of admiration in their eyes when they looked at Yi Chen. It was very rare to turn the tide against the odds. That kid. The parents of the students who came saw that all the limelight was snatched away by that boy, and they suddenly felt competitive. If they could defeat this boy, all the glory would go to them. Ding! The host triggers a random task. The chess skills crush all opponents and turn the brother-in-law into a fanboy. The reward is a mysterious blind box X1, with 8 billion renminbi as a bonus. Wow! The system voice rang in his ears, and Yi Chen was stunned. Such a simple task directly rewards a mysterious blind box, and also comes with 8 billion? System, are you complaining that you are taking too long to reach the peak of your life? Or what? Mr. Xiaowang, you are quite good at chess. Why don't we have a competition? Soon, many parents came forward to challenge their children to a match, all wanting their children to admire them. Of course, they were all quite confident in their own chess skills. The teacher of the training class was a little confused when he saw this, as if today was just an interest competition for the students. However, what happened next was far beyond his understanding, and Lin Xiaowang became a loyal fan of his brother-in-law. Chapter 51, Strong Crush, Beating the Whole Way. Dear parents, I think we. Yi Chen interrupted the training class teacher before he finished speaking, saying, just kidding, it's absolutely impossible to stop me from completing the task. Good. I agree. Yi Chen then smiled meaningfully, but to save time, everyone come together. The training class teacher said? This guy. Many parents in the training class were furious. What does this kid mean? Provocative. Dear parents, what Xiaowang's parents mean is. However, the parents did not buy it and looked at Yi Chen with inexplicable hostility for a moment. Good. Since Xiaowang's parents are so confident, we won't be polite. With just a few words, Yi Chen succeeded in provoking the parents, and finally the parents selected 10 representatives to participate in the battle. Isn't that boy awesome? Let us see how good his chess skills are. Others may not know, but they all know that any one of these 10 representatives is at a professional level. Wow! Lin Xiaowang was stunned. There were already 10 chessboards set up around his brother-in-law in front of him. There was a parent in front of each chessboard, and his brother-in-law was right in the middle of it. 1 against 10. Brother-in-law, is he crazy? Obviously, Lin Xiaowang didn't have any expectations for his brother-in-law at the moment. What a joke, how is it possible for one person to play 10 games of chess at the same time? Come on, Daddy, you're the best. The little girl didn't care about that. Although she didn't know what happened on the field, her daddy would definitely be in the spotlight again. As for what it was, it didn't matter. At least, that's the case for her. Ahem, are young people nowadays so competitive? The teacher of the training class looked at the field, smiled bitterly and shook his head. It seemed that it was getting further and further away from the theme of their interest competition. I'll go first. With a snap, a parent took the lead and apparently took the position of Tian Yuan. Although he disliked the boy, he still adopted a safe approach. Pa. As expected, the other 9 parents did the same. They looked at each other and then their eyes fell on Yi Chen. Today, they would let this kid know that being too arrogant will not end well. Xiaowang, can your brother-in-law really win? Yes, my dad is a professional chess player. Listening to his classmates' words, Lin Xiaowang's mouth twitched and he was speechless for a moment. Although he knew that his cheap brother-in-law was good at chess, no one had ever tried playing chess with 10 people at the same time. Ahem, I should win. Lin Xiaowang coughed dryly, greased his feet and was ready to run away at any time. Pa. As the chess pieces of both sides fell one by one, the 10 chess games were completely different, but the looks of the 10 parents when they looked at Yi Chen changed, because they found that their respective chess games were at an absolute disadvantage. What, this? The training class teacher stood up from his seat, eyes full of disbelief, and then looked at Yi Chen meaningfully. With 10 things at once, you can still have an absolute advantage. Xiaowang's brother-in-law is at least a professional 5th Dan in chess. Of course, the most important thing is that Xiaowang's brother-in-law looks to be in his early 20s. He is a chess genius. Looking at the 10 chessboards again, he breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that something big is going to happen today. Lin Xiaowang and his friends were all stunned, looking at Yi Chen with admiration as he handled the situation with ease. Xiaoan, your brother-in-law is so awesome. Yeah, one person can still have the advantage against 10 people. So handsome. How great it would be if this was my brother-in-law. Lin Xiaoan felt elated by the chattering of people. When had he ever attracted so much attention before? His impression of his brother-in-law soared. This brother-in-law, he gets angry with anyone who tries to snatch it from him. Quietly, the smile on Lin Xiaoan's face grew wider and wider, just like he was eating his favorite candy. If Lin Xiaoan's thoughts were known by Lin Shirin, they would be beaten so badly that even their parents wouldn't recognize them. Hee, I knew daddy is the best. The little fellow's voice was laughing at this time, his face full of pride, and he raised his white neck, looking like a victorious little peacock. This kid is not simple. It's totally not on the same level. All 10 parents had beads of sweat on their foreheads. Oh my god, who could have thought that this kid would pretend to be a pig and eat the tiger? Doesn't he feel guilty for torturing them like this? They are 10 people against one person at the same time, which means that my strength is not even 1/10 of theirs. This is fuck. Feeling the resentful eyes of the 10 parents, those who didn't know would think that they were done something by Yi Chen. This scene will become their nightmare for the rest of their lives. Chapter 52 Brother-in-law, you are much better than my sister. Is that guy the devil? The corners of the mouths of the parents in the training class twitched. With such a good level of chess, why didn't he go to the chess academy to serve the country? Don't you think it's too much to bully these rookies? Young people have no martial ethics. The parents looked at the 3 people who were leaving with complaints, and thinking about the abuse they had just experienced, they felt upset. So cool. In the future, I want to marry a big brother like this. The students looked at the handsome older brother with admiration, their faces full of love. Xiaoan must be so lucky. Brother-in-law, well done. Lin Xiaoan was so excited thinking about what had just happened. At this moment, his admiration for his brother-in-law was like the endless torrent of the river or the unstoppable flooding of the Yellow River. He has never been so impressive before, hee. Poof. Someone once said that my dad was an unfaithful man. The little girl glanced at her uncle and spoke in a snorting manner, but it was Lin Xiaoan who blushed immediately when she heard her niece's revelation. Ahem, uncle bought you 3 Barbie dolls. Tisk. When the little guy heard someone's words of bribery, he turned his head away proudly and made a snort, but didn't say anything else. Obviously, the 3 Barbie dolls played a significant role. As we were talking, we arrived at the parking lot. Wow, look, this is the supercar. Apollo, the sun god, is so rich. Woo, I dream of having a supercar like this. It was the time when school was over, and quite a few people gathered in the parking lot, all of them attracted by the cool Apollo supercar. Lin Xiaoan had obviously heard the heated discussion among his classmates and looked around. Apollo, the sun god. In addition to playing chess, Lin Xiaoan's other hobby is cars, and his house is filled with various car models. When did the school get a car like this? How can I? Swish. At this moment, Lin Xiaoan saw his brother-in-law take out the car key from his pocket and then pressed it. The lights of the Apollo car that shocked him flashed. Oh. Then, Lin Xiaoan realized something, and with his mouth wide open, he looked at the sun god Apollo and then at his brother-in-law. This sun god Apollo, ahem, is yours. Plop. Although it had been confirmed, Lin Xiaoan still asked in disbelief. Of course. Seeing his uncle's surprised expression, the little guy wondered how he could miss such a good opportunity. Uncle Xiaoan, Daddy has several supercars at home. It seems there are Pagani Wind God, Ferrari LaFerrari, Lamborghini Veneno. The little girl counted on her little fingers and said, this is her daddy's achievement and of course she remembers it very clearly. Hiss. When Lin Xiaoan heard this, his eyelids twitched and he took a breath of cold air. My god, my brother-in-law is so generous. Even the old man was reluctant to buy those cars, but my brother-in-law owns several of them. If this wasn't a public occasion, Lin Xiaoan really wanted to kneel down in front of his brother-in-law and shout, my brother-in-law is so great, please accept my greetings. Let's go. Get in the car and go home. While Lin Xiaoan was excited and nervous, the sound of the beast supercar spread, and the next moment it drove towards the Kowloon villa. Long live my brother-in-law. Lin Xiaoan jumped 3 feet high with excitement. Such a scene really made the classmates around him envious. It happened that at this time, the parents of the students in the training class came to the scene. Was she? That kid actually drove the Apollo, the sun god. Nima, who the hell is that guy? The parents who were originally complaining suddenly felt a chill in their hearts. My god, the person who can drive such a supercar is definitely not an ordinary person. Lin Xiaoang's classmates in the interest class all had stars in their eyes. Oh my god, what a cool car. Dad, can we buy one too? One of the boys asked his father next to him, and the boy's father's mouth twitched when he heard it, and the envy in his eyes was not concealed at all. As for buying one, are you kidding? Although he has some money, he won't spend it on this. Besides, this kind of limited edition supercar can't be bought with money. Ahem, let's talk about it later. He made an awkward excuse and then stuffed his son into a Bentley and sped away. He was really afraid that this kid would say something weird again. Uncle Xiaoang, how about having face today? The little guy looked at his uncle and gave him advice. After hearing this, Lin Xiaoang's face was full of joy. Hee, it's so face-saving. Brother-in-law, you are so much better than my sister. Lin Xiaoang said this, but if his elder sister knew, he didn't know how she would react. He estimated that a beating would be inevitable. Chapter 53. Sister, you don't know that my brother-in-law is so handsome today. There was talk and laughter in the supercar. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task of crushing all opponents with chess skills and turning his brother-in-law into a fanboy. You will be rewarded with a mysterious blind box X1 and 8 billion renminbi. As expected. As Yi Chen was driving back to the villa, he heard the sound of the system reward arriving in his account. Open the mysterious blind box. Yi Chen was quite looking forward to this mysterious blind box. After all, the system would never let him down. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring 100% of the shares of the karaoke music platform. Hearing the sudden voice, Yi Chen was stunned. Karaoke music platform. Isn't that the biggest sponsor of Lin Shirin's concert? And they also have close cooperation with her studio. What a move! For a moment, Yi Chen's mouth showed an intriguing arc. If that girl knew that he was the boss of a karaoke music platform, that scene. Brother-in-law, are you okay? Lin Xiaoang called his brother-in-law several times, but there was no response, so he couldn't help but wonder. It's okay. Yi Chen's mood suddenly became better, and he was looking forward to what would happen next. By the way, that girl's concert should be tomorrow. Oh. Lin Xiaoang said oh and didn't think much about it. After all, what bad intentions could his brother-in-law have? Bring up the properties panel. Name, Yi Chen. Age, 21. Skills, God-level cooking, God-level music, God-level martial arts, God-level bone massage, God-level chess. Items, Pagani Wine God, Supreme Edition, Apollo, Ferrari LaFerrari, Lamborghini Veneto, Kowloon 1 Villa, 100% of King's Hotel shares, 100% of Kunping Security, 100% of Phantom Entertainment shares, Lucky Card X3, 100% of Karaoke Music shares. Wealth, 17.08 billion renminbi. Looking at the attribute panel, Yi Chen is more and more looking forward to the future. If he follows the system rewards, the next wave of wealth rewards will be 10 billion renminbi. 100 small goals, just thinking about it makes people excited. Soon, Kowloon 1 Villa was in sight. Hello, master. Hello, young lady. As soon as he got off the car, Lin Xiaoang was frightened by a sudden scene. 20 burly men were bending over, which looked exactly like the image of the big guys on TV. My god, my brother-in-law is even more stylish than this old man. Poof. When the little girl saw her uncle's unworldly look, she snorted, with her arrogance not concealed at all, as if to say, I asked you to say daddy, now you are dumbfounded. Hello, master. Before Lin Xiaoang could react, the sweet voices of 8 super beautiful maids came from the villa, which made Lin Xiaoang's eyes widen. Oh my god. Sister, you are too careless. In an instant, the 8 beautiful maids made Lin Xiaoang's sense of crisis reach the extreme. By the way, Xiaoang, your nickname on the chess website is Tiga. What's the meaning? Yi Chen thought of his brother-in-law's online name during the day and asked curiously. Nickname. When he heard his brother-in-law mention his nickname on the chess website, he immediately became excited and said, Hey, brother-in-law, have you seen Ultraman? Ultraman Tiga in the movie is so awesome, he's my idol. Don't you think it's cool to use Tiga as your online name? Ultraman. Hearing his brother-in-law's words, Yi Chen's mouth twitched. He was not very interested in what children watched. Compared with this, he preferred Japanese movies. Ahem, it's quite domineering. After a dry cough and an evasive reply, Lin Xiaowang seemed to have opened up his conversation, right. My brother-in-law also likes to watch Ultraman. Hee, I said my brother-in-law is a fellow traveler. Yi Chen. Well, they are indeed like-minded people, as long as this kid likes it. The two brothers were talking happily, and at this time Lin Shireen came in from outside the villa. Seeing the two people in the living room in a very good atmosphere, she couldn't help but frown. What the hell? Doesn't that kid hate that unfaithful guy the most? Why, that little ancestor is completely different from before. Yeah. Sister, you're back. When Lin Xiaowang saw her elder sister coming back, her face immediately lit up with joy. It was obvious that the two sisters had a very good relationship. Sister, you don't know how handsome your brother-in-law is today. Lin Xiaowang chattered with great relish, my brother-in-law is so domineering. Hearing Lin Xiaowang calling him brother-in-law affectionately, Lin Shireen got goosebumps all over her body. What's wrong with this guy? Before, let alone brother-in-law, even saying unfaithful man felt like an insult to these three words, but now. That bastard, what happened during the time I took my brother to work? However, as Lin Xiaowang continued to talk, Lin Shireen's pretty face became complicated, and then she looked at someone in surprise. How could that pervert be so good at chess? The little guy listened to his uncle's admiring words, his eyes curved into crescents with smiles. He knew that daddy is the best. Chapter 54 Yi Chen, you are going to die. A little. Lin Shireen looked at someone with a strange look in her eyes. She asked this pervert to participate in an interest competition, but he swept away the students' parents? This guy will die if he doesn't show off. After dinner, Lin Shireen washed up and put on her thin pajamas. She looked at someone lying in bed and said, I didn't expect you to be good at chess. That is. He looked at the beauty in front of him and took her into his arms. Your man is omnipotent, you know that. Tisk. What a boast. The shameless words of a certain guy caused Lin Shireen to roll her eyes. With a thud, Chongyi's head crashed onto Lin Shireen's fair and smooth forehead. How could that be? Even our baby can't blow it. Lin Shireen. Yi Chen, you are going to die. Hearing someone's explicit hidden meaning, Lin Shireen's face turned red. She was really hurt by that guy's vicious words. Oof. For a moment, Lin Shireen snorted and turned her head away. That guy was so mean. Not only did he ask her to do that, but he also said it out loud. Damn it. Seeing the appearance of the beauty in his arms, it was obvious that at this moment she no longer had the demeanor of a top little queen. She was completely like a young wife being bullied by her own man, and her look was as if she was saying, I don't care about you. In response to this, Yi Chen smiled calmly without any worry. Nizi, let me tell you a joke. Holding the beauty in his arms, he then plunged into the abyss, his movements very skillfully. Who cares about you? Lin Shireen rolled her eyes at someone, but did not stop him. After all, compared to his previous excessive behavior, this was nothing at all. Yeah. Listening to what the girl in front of him said, Yi Chen curved his eyebrows. That smile is from a puppy. A joking voice came out, and Lin Shireen responded with a proud snort, which seemed to be saying come on. The wife went out to collect debts, but returned empty-handed after a few months. The husband scolded her, you are so incompetent. The wife was not convinced and retorted, although I didn't get the money, I took the boss's child hostage. The husband was overjoyed, where is the child? Seeing her husband's excitement, the wife proudly patted her belly and said, it's locked in there. Puff. Hearing the sudden turn of events, Lin Shireen couldn't help but burst out laughing. Everything was completely out of her control. But soon, her pretty face returned to her cold look. Oh. Looking at Nizi, who was still as proud as a peacock, Yi Chen raised his head slightly. Nizi, you seemed to smile just now, didn't you? Laughing? You heard it, no. Lin Shireen said this with a flushed face. She would naturally not admit it. After all, if she admitted it, it would be like admitting that she was a puppy. Laughing is absolutely impossible. Yeah. Seeing a girl who was stubborn, it seems I heard it wrong. It is said that a rich second generation and a poor loser went on a blind date with a beautiful woman at the same time. The rich second generation said that his family had 30 villas, 2 gold mines, and 10 supercars. When it was the poor loser's turn, the poor loser took a leaf from the pickled fish he was eating and put 7 fish bones on it. Just like that, the beautiful lady left the restaurant with her arm around the poor loser, her face full of happiness. When Lynn Shireen heard this, her eyebrows slightly frowned. That girl actually chose the poor loser? Is this true love? Thinking of this, Lynn Shireen was certain of her conclusion. Nizi, do you want to know why? Seeing the determined look on the girl's face, Yi Chen knew that she had been successfully tricked. Tisk, isn't this true love? Lynn Shireen rolled her eyes at someone, apparently forgetting that she had just ignored that guy. No. Yi Chen shook his finger and held her slender waist with his other hand, because the girl knows what that poor loser meant by putting leaves and fish bones on the table. I think, maybe, no girl can refuse the confession of that poor loser. Leaves? Fish bones? Hearing this guy trying to persuade her, Lynn Shireen became even more confused. Good. After a pause, Yi Chen continued, or it can be easily understood in another way. Then let me ask you, how many leaves are there? How many fish bones are there? Nature has 1 leaf and 7 fish bones. Lynn Shireen blurted out, and it was obvious that her memory was still very good. Good memory. Yi Chen praised and said, that's 1 leaf 7 times. Why don't you try to read it quickly? Well, 1 leaf knight 7 thorns times. Lynn Shireen's face turned red all the way to her ears before she finished speaking. She turned over and pounced on a guy with her teeth bared. That bastard is crazy. Where did he learn to be so evil? For a moment, Lynn Shireen's heart began to beat violently, and certain images appeared in her mind involuntarily, which made her want to tear that pervert into pieces. Doesn't that bastard feel guilty for bullying her like this? Chapter 55, the young master is so handsome and doting, it would be great if I could have a baby with him. They met overnight and fell asleep in each other's arms. Ding-a-ling. The next day, a cell phone ring woke up Lynn Shireen from her deep sleep. In a daze, she stretched out her fair arm and answered the call. Hello. A sleepy voice sounded, and the urgent voice of Assistant Lily came from the other side. Sister Shireen, something big has happened. 10 minutes ago, the karaoke platform officially announced that they have booked all of your upcoming concert sponsorships. The karaoke platform officially announced, what did you say? Lynn Shireen realized something halfway through her murmur. The only trace of sleepiness she had was gone. The karaoke platform has booked all the sponsorship for the concert. Yes, Sister Shireen, the studio and the internet are going crazy now. I understand. After hanging up the phone, Lynn Shireen took a deep breath and then frowned. The karaoke platform has taken over all the sponsorship. Are they crazy? Then her eyes fell on a certain guy and her face turned red. Thinking of what happened last night, this pervert only knew how to sleep. Pa! Just as Lynn Shireen was lost in thought, a crisp sound came from behind. Apparently someone was slapped in the face, which brought Lynn Shireen back to her senses. Nizi, what are you standing there for? Poof. Nothing. Lynn Shireen snorted and continued, I just got the news that the karaoke platform has taken over all my remaining sponsorships. Lily said that it was probably a decision made by the top management of the karaoke platform. Yeah? Seeing the look from the beauty in his arms, he naturally knew that she was testing him. It seems that my baby is so charming that even the top executives of KTV can fall at your feet. Yi Chen smiled slightly. Even if others didn't know, he knew it very well. The senior executive of the karaoke company was none other than him. Aren't you worried at all? Obviously, seeing the guy's indifferent reaction, Lynn Shireen was quite disappointed, and she didn't know that the entire karaoke music platform belonged to her man. Of course not. Yi Chen smiled slightly and said indifferently, your man still has this confidence. Besides, whoever dares to steal my treasure will be killed by me. The domineering voice sounded, and Lynn Shireen, who was originally a little disappointed, couldn't help but burst out laughing. If that kind of charm was seen by the outside world, it would surely fascinate many people. Unfortunately, this is just a benefit for someone now. Tisk. Look at what you can do. For a moment, Lynn Shireen's mood turned from cloudy to sunny, and she felt that everything in the world was so beautiful. Quietly, she didn't even realize that someone's attitude had affected her mood. That is. After a conversation, Lynn Shireen felt so sweet in her heart. It felt pretty good to eat the dog food she had spread. After breakfast, the little guy couldn't wait to urge, Daddy and Mommy, let's go. The concert is going to be late. The maids were so envious of the cute urging voice that they also wanted to go. It was not until the young master drove away from the villa that the maids gradually withdrew their gazes. Young madam and young miss, so happy. Yeah, the young master is very fond of people. I'm going to attend the young mistress's concert. I heard that the young master will work for the young mistress for free in the future. I am a man who dotes on my wife. I really want one too. What should I do? Oh. The young master is so handsome and doting. It would be great if I could have a baby with him. The sound of chattering was heard, and the bodyguards Tian Lang and his group outside the villa twitched their mouths when they heard it. Hey, it feels like Master Yi is going to be in the spotlight again this time. One of the bodyguards looked at his bosses departing back with admiration and said with certainty. Although the other bodyguards around him did not speak, their slight nods already made their attitude clear. On the other side, the concert venue. At this moment, 6 long lines have formed in front of the venue and are stretching far away. You should know that the venue for this concert is the Gangnam Stadium, which can accommodate 120,000 people. And this number is exactly the number of tickets for Lin Shireen's first concert. Even so, the tickets were sold out in less than a minute after they were released for pre-sale, setting a new record for ticket sales in the music industry. Hey, I heard that the boss will also sing today? In the team entering the venue, a familiar figure was laughing expectantly. This person was Wang Zihong. Of course. These are VIP tickets. I heard that scalpers are selling them for 18,888 each. Li Bin held the ticket in his hand, feeling quite emotional. The scene of the boss's stunning debut seemed to have emerged in his mind. The boss's singing level was really beyond words. Damn it, I don't know why I feel like the boss is going to cause trouble today. Dong Koen frowned, looked towards the stadium and smacked his lips. Wang Zihong and the other man were stunned when they heard it, and they couldn't help but look at each other. No way. Today is my sister-in-law's concert, the boss can mess around, but others might not. But if it's their boss, it's not certain? At one point, Dong Koen looked down at his phone, logging into the live broadcast room of the concert, and when he saw the screen of his phone, he screamed in astonishment, "What? The number of fans in the live broadcast room has exceeded 100,000. Chapter 56 That pervert is too unscrupulous. Breaking 100,000. When these words came out, the audience queuing around were all stunned. Fuck, it's true. Wow, there's still half an hour before the concert starts, and it's already 100,000? Amazing, you are worthy of being my goddess Shireen. My goodness, goddess Shireen has such a strong appeal. If I can marry her in this lifetime, I would be willing to live 20 years less. Hey, I'm really looking forward to the concert today. Time passed quickly and all the spectators entered the stadium. All the Kunping security personnel immediately surrounded the entire stadium. It seemed nothing special from the outside, but there were no less than 3,000 Kunping security elites ready to take orders in secret. After all, their young master Yi will be here today, and the concert is hosted by their boss lady, so they have no choice but to take it seriously. 120,000. 15,000. 80,000. By the time the live broadcast of the concert started, the number of fans in the live broadcast room had exceeded 300,000. One can imagine how popular this top little queen is. Backstage lounge. Nizi, didn't I realize you're so popular? Watching the live broadcast of the concert, Yi Chen raised his head and scratched the beautiful woman's nose, causing Lin Shireen's face to faint slightly. She rolled her eyes at him fiercely. Humph, now you know how powerful this boss is. Hey, sure. My husband has long known how powerful Nizi is. Listening to someone's indecent words, Lin Shireen glanced at him. She was already accustomed to this and had to admit that she had been blackened a lot by Yi Chen. Virtue. Lin Shireen took a deep breath and said, "It's going to start soon, so be careful." Pa. Lin Shireen was about to leave the lounge when she felt a strong slap on her back, which made her body shudder. That bastard. I clenched my slender hands, and at that moment I really wanted to rush up and tear that guy apart. He was too unscrupulous. If fans saw the beautiful goddess going crazy, I'm afraid Yi Chen would be killed by everyone with machetes. Soon, Lin Shireen started her first concert performance. As soon as he appeared, thunderous applause and cheers broke out from the audience, which in an instant sounded like waves. Goddess Cheyenne, I love you. The goddess concert has finally begun, woo-woo. Oh my god, look, the number of fans in the live broadcast room has exceeded 500,000. There was a lot of noise, and many people were watching the soaring number of fans in the live broadcast room. At this moment, they felt the super popularity of the top little queen firsthand. Return to the place where we met. I just realized that I don't understand you. I thought that if I loved deeply, I wouldn't be afraid of sadness. Love turns the heart into snow. I walk alone on the long, lonely street. Memories replay themselves. A new song was presented, with superb singing skills fully displayed, and fans in the live broadcast room were completely engrossed in the song. Soon the song ended and thunderous applause broke out at the scene. The number of fans in the live broadcast room also soared to over 1 million at this time, which was unprecedentedly exciting. Yi Chen, who was in the backstage lounge, looked at the skyrocketing number of fans in the live broadcast room and couldn't help but sigh, "That girl is so popular." However, his singing level is far better than those young singers. 1.1 million. 1.3 million. 1.5 million. Half an hour later, with Lin Shireen singing of a few songs, the number of fans once again exceeded 1.5 million, which was truly unstoppable. Finally, at a certain moment, the beautiful host smiled sweetly and announced, "Next, please welcome the first mysterious guest of this episode, Mr. Yi Chen, who will perform a song Rolling Pearl Curtain for us." Welcome everyone. Wow. In the VIP seats, the little guy's eyes lit up when he heard the announcement, "Daddy is going to go on stage." Hey, is boss finally going to start? Wang Zihan, LSP and other 3 members were also looking at the stage expectantly. They came to the concert to see their sister-in-law and the boss. Yi Chen? Upon hearing this name, the audience at the scene and in the live broadcast room were all stunned. It seemed that there was no such person in the music industry. But, being arranged by Goddess Cheyenne to be the first to go on stage, his strength is naturally beyond doubt. Lights focused. A handsome face looked even more handsome under the light at a certain moment, and his appearance alone was enough to dazzle everyone. However, before the audience could comment, a song as if from outer space reached their ears. Engrave every eyebrow and heart. Thoughts through the painting. Stained with ink. All the writings of thousands of families have turned yellow. The night is quiet and the window screen is slightly lit. What the hell? Watching the singing of the handsome boss on the stage, Wang Zihan and the other 2 were dumbfounded. This voice, was it really sung by the boss? Oh my god. So scary. In the backstage lounge, the expectant Lin Shireen was staring blankly at a guy on the link screen. That guy, is it true that he can handle this kind of singing style? Every word seemed to have some kind of magic, plucking at her heartstrings. Lin Shireen's gaze fell on a certain guy again, and her eyes were as if she had discovered a new world. If this pervert doesn't become popular, it's unforgivable. Chapter 57. What? I worship your man. So awesome. This is the unanimous thought of the audience, and every line of the lyrics has a strong ancient artistic conception. So beautiful. For a moment, it was as if a new window had opened in front of everyone's eyes. It turned out that Chinese-style songs could be so beautiful. Yi Chen, his singing skills are online at this moment. Dancing with sleeves waving, wandering in dreams. Love creeps into my heart. She is attached to the tears of pear blossoms. Who is waiting for the return of the red makeup? The beauty is left alone and becomes increasingly haggard. Fans in the live broadcast room listened to the captivating singing voice. They had never enjoyed such a Chinese-style divine song. All of a sudden, crazy comments flooded onto the screen of the live broadcast room, no less than 1,000 every second. As for the number of fans, at this moment, it has exceeded 3 million. Good. It's just 3 million, which is totally insane and outrageous. Oh my god, who is this guy? He's so awesome. Damn, her singing skills are no less than those of the Goddess Cheyenne. Ahem, not only is his singing skill great, every line of his lyrics is extremely beautiful. Could it be that this song is also original? If this guy doesn't get angry, I'll dig my eyeballs out and use them as cannons for you to stomp on. Handsome guy, leave yourself a way out. You should just rely on your face to make a living. The audience was talking about it enthusiastically and were truly shocked by the song. The boys were so envious that their eyes were cracking with envy. Not only was the girl so handsome, but she was also so talented. How embarrassing it is for ordinary people like them. Boss, you are invincible. The LSP trio in the VIP seats were really shocked by the boss's amazing performance. Although they knew that the boss was a good singer, this was a little too good. Compared with my sister-in-law, she is not weaker at all. No. To be precise, it feels better than my sister-in-law's singing. I wonder if it's just their illusion. After all, Their sister-in-law is a top-tier pop diva. They simply can't imagine what it means to be better than her. Brother-in-law, awesome. Lin Xiaoan was in the VIP seat at the moment, and was extremely excited. For a moment, his admiration for his brother-in-law was so great that it was impossible to describe it with words. No wonder my sister likes my brother-in-law. My sister has such good taste. Looking at his brother-in-law shining brightly on the stage, Lin Xiaoan completely fell for him and became a hopeless fan. He would definitely fight to the death with anyone who wanted to snatch his brother-in-law from him. Daddy is so great. When the little one saw his father's elegance and style, he naturally couldn't do without her presence. After a few flying kisses, the LSP trio almost exploded with envy. Damn, my old man's girlish heart, the boss lied to them about having a daughter again. When the song ended, the whole audience was shocked. Backstage lounge. Squeak. As the door opened, Yi Chen came into the room. Lin Shireen looked at the man in front of her with a complicated expression. Yi Chen, you can actually handle such a song? Lin Shireen was surprised. Of course, the lyrics were impeccable. Just as Lin Shireen was about to continue speaking, she slipped and sprained her ankle, screaming in panic. Yi Chen, who was quick-eyed and quick-handed, skillfully grasped her slender waist with one hand and supported himself against the wall with his left hand, and the two of them did a beautiful wall dong. The two of them were so close that they could even feel each other's breathing. Why, you worship your man? He looked at the beautiful woman who was being wall donged jokingly. Your husband can even control you, so a mere song is a piece of cake for him. You. After hearing someone's vicious words, Lin Shireen really wanted to bite this guy to death. What was he doing talking about controlling her? That was too abominable. What to do when you are angry? But, I can't beat him. Get out of the way, hiss. Before it left Yi Chen's arms, it returned to someone else's arms again in pain, and even the Abyss Mountain was deformed because of it. Seeing this, Yi Chen immediately hugged Lin Shireen in his arms like a princess. Yi Chen, what are you doing? This is the backstage of a concert, how dare you? Boom. Before Lin Shireen could finish, Yi Chen gave her a slap on the head. Neezy, what are you thinking about? Am I the kind of person who would do anything for a living? After hearing what that guy said, Lin Shireen really wanted to say, isn't it? But she didn't dare, because she was really afraid that the guy would be so hungry that he would do anything, and it would be bad if he was seen by outsiders. Sit down. She carefully placed Lin Shireen on the chair, then skillfully took off her high heels. It was obvious that she had done this countless times. Lin Shireen's face turned red involuntarily, and her heartbeat quickened. No one knew what this girl was thinking. Hiss. It hurts, go slower. Lin Shireen glared at someone fiercely, as if she was being bullied by that person, but Yi Chen rolled his eyes at her. If you keep talking nonsense, believe it or not, your husband will take over the husband's position right now. Chapter 58, Korean Taekwondo, only this much strength. Hateful. When Lin Shireen heard the threat from someone, her face turned red. She naturally knew what the so-called restoring the husband's authority meant. I couldn't help but think of them in the lounge. All right. As scenes emerged in Lin Shireen's mind, Yi Chen's voice came to her ears. Take 2 steps and try. Take 2 steps? Hearing someone's words, Lin Shireen was stunned. She had just sprained her ankle so badly that she needed to rest for at least 10 days or half a month, but this guy actually asked her to walk 2 steps. He showed no mercy at all. Lin Shireen's feet landed on the ground and she was stunned. This doesn't hurt anymore. How could it be, Yi Chen, you? Lin Shireen looked at the guy beside her in surprise, which was really unbelievable, and Yi Chen smiled and doted on her. Don't worship me, I'm just a legend. Puff. Seeing the narcissistic look of a certain guy, Lin Shireen was immediately amused and rolled her eyes at him. Tisk. Worship, you big-headed ghost. The two were flirting with each other, but unfortunately no one was interested in their sweet dog food. A little. Lin Shireen continued with her concert while Yi Chen went to the bathroom. Director, that kid went to the bathroom. Not long after leaving the backstage lounge, a young man called to report, looking at Yi Chen with mocking eyes. This kid is finished. After hanging up the phone, the young man snorted coldly. He was the companion of the Korean Taekwondo genius Chi Mingxian and the elite of Fengxian Taekwondo Gym. After glancing at somewhere in the dark, Yi Chen curved his eyebrows. Not long after he left the lounge, he discovered that someone was following him, but the tracking method was very clumsy. Obviously, it is inferior stuff. As expected. Near the restroom, a group of dozens of people surrounded Yi Chun from front and back. They were members of Fengxian Taekwondo Gym, and the leader was the owner of the gym, Jin Jishio. Director, that's him. At this time Yi Chen saw a familiar face. This person was the Korean Taekwondo genius. Seeing this, he already knew the purpose of this person's visit. Oh. Jin Jishio looked at the fair-skinned young man in front of him and said, "Is it him who defeated you with one move?" Ahem. Director, he's very skilled. Chi Mingxian coughed dryly. Although he had been a little careless before, he knew very well that the opponent's skills were definitely better than his. Yeah. Jin Jishio looked at Yi Chen with interest in his eyes. Let's go together and give him a try. Yes, director. Dozens of people heard the director's order and rushed forward. After all, the fact that he was able to defeat the genius of Fengxian Dojo with just one move was enough to show his extraordinary strength, so they naturally did not dare to be careless. Pa! Seeing dozens of people rushing forward, this scene was much smaller than the previous destruction of the Tiger Gang. With a palm strike, one of the Fengxian members was directly knocked flying and hit the wall, and a bone-breaking sound was heard. Then, a one-sided massacre began. Half a minute later, dozens of people fell to the ground, including Chi Mingxian. At this moment, Chi Mingxian's eyes widened and he looked at Yi Chen with disbelief on his face. What? That boy is so strong. In less than half a minute, he defeated all of them. Even their director couldn't do such a feat. Could it be that this guy is even stronger than the director? Good opportunity. Curator Jin Jishio narrowed his eyes, apparently finding Yi Chen's distraction, and kicked him on the head, obviously intending to kill Yi Chen with one move. Hit. Chi Mingxian and others looked at the director's unexpected action. Although it seemed like a sneak attack, it didn't matter. Yi Chen didn't even look at Jin Jishio, and slapped him casually. A lightning-fast palm strike hit Jin Jishio's cheek accurately, and the 6th-degree black belt director was knocked to the ground. His head made a dull thud and he was stunned. Chi Mingxian and others. Impossible. That guy, when did he make his move? The curator had clearly succeeded, but how could this happen? That guy was so fast. Boy, you. With a slap, before Jin Jishio could stand up, Yi Chen slapped him to the ground again. Korean Taekwondo, that's all it is. It's really disappointing. Jin Jishio was furious, his face turned red, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, but he was just angry. This kid was too arrogant. Crash. At this moment, no less than 100 people rushed over from both sides and immediately surrounded the venue. The leader was Lei Bao, the second in command of the Tiger Gang. Master Yi, please forgive me for being late. Lei Bao's face was full of self-blame. As the chief conductor of this concert, he was naturally responsible for not supervising strictly enough. No problem. Yi Chen waved his hand. You take care of the aftermath. Yes, Master Yi. Lei Bao's eyes flashed. Damn it, it was all these bastards who made him take the blame. Not long after Yi Chen left, a shrill scream like a pig being slaughtered was heard from the back. Damn it, get thrown out of the stadium. Lei Bao glanced at the miserable scene. Everyone in Fengxian Dojo would not be able to get out of bed for a month or two. However, he did not notice that the director Jin Jishio's eyes were filled with resentment. If that kid did not pay the price, he would not be called Jin Jishio. A sinister plan emerged in his mind. However, he didn't know what kind of disaster this plan brought to the Korean country. Chapter 59, Changing Generals Before Battle, Explosion in Progress. Backstage Lounge. Not good. Teacher Meng fainted. Teacher Meng, who was making final preparations, collapsed to the ground without warning and lost consciousness. The concert medical staff rushed to the scene immediately. After preliminary examination, beads of sweat appeared on the back of his forehead. Mr. Meng has had a sudden cerebral hemorrhage and must be sent to the hospital immediately. Otherwise, your life will be in danger. The venue immediately fell into chaos. You have to know that Mr. Meng is a legendary figure in the music industry, and many fans come for him. Now that he cannot perform, I am afraid, he will be in great trouble. After seeing Teacher Meng off, Lin Shireen was worried about Teacher Meng, but she was even more worried about the upcoming concert. What should I do? Lin Shireen's mind was working rapidly, thinking of various solutions, but, in the end she couldn't solve the problem well. Sister Cheyenne. At this moment, Lin Shireen's assistant Lily thought of something. Yi Chen's previous performance of a song was very good. If we let him sing one more song, maybe he can replace Teacher Meng's absence. Oh? Hearing Lily's words, Lin Shireen's mind flashed with the figure of a certain guy, especially the song Rolling Pearl Curtain just now. She really looked at him differently. Just, in such a hurry, does he have any new songs? Lin Shireen said this worriedly. The reason she asked Yi Chen to attend the concert was to make him famous. If he fails to perform well later, it will definitely be an unprecedented blow to him. However, after weighing the pros and cons, Lin Shireen still called Yi Chen. Ding-a-ling. On the way back, Yi Chen's cell phone rang. He smiled when he saw it was Lin Shireen. Nizi, you miss your man so soon. Obviously, Yi Chen had no idea what happened in the backstage lounge and was joking. Don't be funny, something went wrong at the concert. Lin Shireen paused and continued, the legendary singer Mr. Meng suffered a sudden cerebral hemorrhage and has been sent to the hospital for treatment, but he will definitely not be able to participate in the performance. It will probably have a significant impact on the concert. I think. Hearing Lin Shireen's words, Yi Chen was stunned. Asking him to save the situation? Ding. The host triggers a random mission, perfectly saves the concert and blows everyone away, and is rewarded with god-level calligraphy skills and 10 billion renminbi. Hearing the system voice ringing in his ears, Yi Chen couldn't help but sip his lips. Wow, not only is the reward a god-level ability, but there is also a bonus of 1 million renminbi. What a generous offer. It's not impossible to get your husband to agree, but... After a pause, Yi Chen revealed a fox-like cunningness. Nizi, you must serve me well tonight. Lin Shireen. You. When Lin Shireen heard a certain guy's excessive request, her beautiful eyes widened. That guy was crazy. He was still thinking about that at this moment. I didn't want to damage his reputation, so I stopped hesitating. Poof. With a snort, Lin Shireen's face flushed for a moment. Okay? However, you must have the ability to replace Elder Meng, otherwise, it won't count. Hey, don't worry. Hearing that the other side had succeeded in taking advantage of the situation, Yi Chen didn't care at all. With your husband here, there will be no accidents. That's settled then. Lin Shireen took a deep breath. She was putting the success or failure of the concert on this guy. Half an hour later. The beautiful host, with a slightly nervous face, said, Dear guests, Mr. Meng Kai is ill and cannot perform for you tonight. Now, please invite Yi Chen to perform a song, The New Drunken Concubine, for us. Welcome everyone. Wow. As soon as these words were spoken, there was an uproar in the audience, and everyone looked towards the stage suspiciously. It's such a pity that Teacher Meng can't sing. But how can that young boy be compared with Teacher Meng? At this moment, there are already more than 4 million fans in the live broadcast room, and crazy comments are pouring in, questioning the direction of the concert more and more. This is... Wang Zihang and the other two in the VIP seats were all bewildered, and they all thought to themselves that something was wrong. They could clearly hear the doubts of the audience around them. If you are not careful, the boss will be doomed. Changing generals in the middle of a battle is a taboo in military strategy. Dong Kuan looked towards the backstage. What on earth happened? My sister-in-law actually asked the eldest brother to replace the legendary singer Meng Kai. Brother-in-law, hold on. Lin Xiaoan prayed silently, while the little fellow raised his little pink fist. Daddy, come on. Under everyone's attention, a figure appeared on the stage, and the screen lit up with the love scene of Emperor Minghuang of Tang and Yang Yuhuan in ancient costume exchanged by the system. The beautiful MV scene immediately caused the voices of doubt to gradually quiet down. That year, the snow fell and the plum blossoms bloomed. That year, there was too much sorrow beside the watching pool. Don't say who was right or wrong in a relationship. I just want to get drunk with you again in my dream. The golden hairpin and jade hairpin are the gift you gave me. The song of colorful clothes and feathered robes has been sung and danced for you for many times. The beautiful love story background in Yi Chen's superb singing skills instantly made everyone dazed, as if they were immersed in the era of Emperor Minghuang of Tang and Yang Yuhuan along with the singing. A strong ancient atmosphere blew over her. Lin Shireen looked at the scene, her beautiful eyes flashing with ripples. Sister Shireen, this Yi Chen is amazing. Assistant Lily looked at the stage in surprise. He must have put a lot of effort into this song. The MV shooting alone must have cost a lot of money. Maybe I can really shoulder Mr. Meng's heavy responsibility. At this moment, Lin Shireen's heart was slightly relieved, and a mysterious smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. As expected, that guy would not let her down. He is worthy of being my man, but if this guy really takes on the responsibility, then don't I really have to sleep with him tonight to thank him? In an instant, Lin Shireen's heart began to beat violently. No one knew what she was thinking about. Her shy face was so charming that it made many people fall in love with her. Chapter 60. Is this opera? It looks so awesome. Daddy, great. The little guy was very excited looking at the beautiful background and pleasant sounds. Wang Zihang and the other two looked at the stage in surprise, and exchanged glances with each other in suspicion. With this level, boss, could it be that you were prepared in advance? Hey, you are worthy of being my brother-in-law. Lin Xiaowang chuckled, his brother-in-law's singing skills were absolutely amazing. Many viewers and fans in the live broadcast room also quieted down, and the comments were no longer questioning as before, but they didn't know that the king bomb was coming quietly. Love and hate happen in a moment. Raise a glass to the moon and feel the love as if it were the sky. Love and hate are both boundless. When did you fall in love? The moon reflected in the chrysanthemum terrace. Who knows that my heart is cold? Drunk in the king's arms. Dream of love in the Tang dynasty. What? The sudden turn of events left Wang Zihang and the other two in the VIP seats dumbfounded. His eyes were fixed on the stage, his face full of astonishment. Oh my god, this is sung by the boss. Is this a drama? It's so awesome. The three of them were stunned. Lin Xiaowang was also very devilish. The little guy covered his mouth with his two slender hands, his eyes full of admiration. Oh my god, Daddy is so good. This. Assistant Lily was shocked and stared at the stage in disbelief. Sister Cheyenne, this song is simply unimaginable. Indeed, Lily, who had seen a lot of the world with Lin Shireen, was also shocked. This guy. Looking at the guy on the stage who blended classical and popular opera into perfection, his talent was far beyond her imagination. His singing skills and cross-dressing skills were simply invincible. That bastard, how much ability does he have to hide from me? With such a solid foundation, let alone replacing Mr. Meng, I'm afraid he has already surpassed him. Drunk in the king's arms, dreaming of love in the Tang dynasty. Listening to the opera singing and looking at the beautiful background, she would not believe that bastard was not prepared to beat her to death at this moment. Could it be that this guy did it on purpose? Thinking about the conditions I just promised that guy, to sleep with him, well, what should I do? The audience in the live broadcast room were all shocked. 4.8 million. 5 million. 5.2 million. The fans who originally didn't think highly of Yi Chen at this moment rushed into the live broadcast room like crazy, heading straight for 6 million, killing gods and Buddhas who stood in their way. Comments flooded the live broadcast room like snowflakes. If the comments were not turned off, the entire screen would be as blank as a sheet of paper. The excitement was obvious. The audience at the scene was also delighted by Lei's performance. Wow, this guy is awesome. What an amazing singing skill. Is she a cross-dresser? I didn't know opera can be performed like this. Oh my god, this is what a singer is. Damn, he is 10,000 times better than those popular young stars. My male god is so handsome and awesome. I love him so much. Oh. Just now it was a song about rolling up the pearl curtain, and now it's a cross-dressing song, TSK. This guy is definitely the future of the music industry, a landslide that can destroy everything. Handsome boy, stop singing and come home with me. I will let you work 20 years less. Wouldn't it be nice to kiss each other every day? At some point, a figure stood up from his seat, followed by 10, 100, 1,000. Soon. The audience all stood up and looked towards the stage with burning eyes. The Kuanping security elites who were responsible for maintaining order looked at the excited audience with serious expressions. Oh my god, what is young master trying to do? If these audiences riot, their small bodies won't be able to stop them. Ahem, let me wipe it. Lei Bao spat out all the tea in his mouth and immediately called the 3,000 elites outside to come in. Damn it, we can't let the audience riot. No one is allowed to disturb Master Yi's highlight moment. Yes, Boss Lei. When the 3,000 elites heard what Boss Lei Bao said, they all swallowed their saliva, but when they saw the excited audience, they felt unsure for some reason. Oh my god, Master Yi is going crazy. Lei Bao retracted his gaze and looked at the figure on the stage. Yi Xiao was truly an extraordinary person. He defeated the Tiger Gang with ease and without any pressure, and he could even perform such tricks while singing. This kind of performance was unprecedented. Lei Boss, it seems the number of fans in the concert livestream has exceeded 6 million? This was the voice of one of Lei Bao's confidants. Lei Bao looked over and his pupils shrank suddenly. The number of fans was clearly 6.1 million. Wow, it had soared to 100,000 in such a short time. He looked at the stage again and felt his brain explode. Chapter 61, Pervert, I sold you for a good price. Backstage lounge. Ding-a-ling. Looking at that guy who was so brilliant, Lin Shireen's beautiful eyes were filled with a hint of pride, because that was her, Lin Shireen's man, and he was also in this room, and his cell phone rang. I saw that it was the call from the contract director of the karaoke music platform, so I answered the call. Hello, Minister Chen. After the call was connected, Lin Shireen greeted him, and Minister Chen on the other side coughed and said, Ms. Lin, is it convenient now? As one of the few people who knew that Lin Shireen was his boss's woman, Minister Chen naturally did not dare to overstep the line. Good. Lin Shireen felt the other party's attitude and couldn't help but frown. The other party's tone was so strange? It's like this, we just watched the concert, and those two songs by Yi Chen are definitely classics, and we think. After some conversation, Lin Shireen understood the meaning of the caller's call. You want to sign Yi Chen as an exclusive musician, right? And you want to buy out every song he sings? Hearing the olive branch extended by the karaoke platform, Lin Shireen narrowed her eyes. She didn't expect the karaoke platform to come to her so quickly. Only. She didn't know that the entire karaoke platform belonged to her man. Yes, Miss Lin. After a pause, Minister Chen spoke again, but don't worry, Miss Lin. We will definitely give you the most favorable contract terms. So, thinking that the person in front of him was his boss, and the woman in front of him was his boss's wife, he naturally did not dare to be arrogant. Yi Chen signed an exclusive musician, and the karaoke platform gave him an annual salary of 30 million. In addition, the platform signed an exclusive copyright for each song for 1 million per song, and the subsequent income was divided into 30% and 70%, with the platform only taking 30%. Hearing Minister Chen's words, Lin Shireen was stunned. These conditions were extremely generous. After all, Yi Chen was just a newcomer, and this was already higher than the treatment of top-tier singers. Good. Lin Shireen was not a hesitant person and agreed immediately. As for the opinion of that person, she didn't need to consider it at all. After all, that guy was just her free laborer. The first wave of squeezing seems not bad. Thinking of this, Lin Shireen couldn't help but curl up the corners of her mouth. Just like that, she got the original versions of the two songs from someone and then passed them to Minister Chen. Ding dong. Just after sending the message to Minister Chen, Lin Shireen received a message on her phone. Dear CCB user, your account number ending in 5210 received 32 million renminbi on October 10, 2023. Please check it. CCB. Lin Shireen. It's already arrived. Looking at the speed of the karaoke platform, Lin Shireen was stunned for a moment. When did the karaoke platform become so efficient? She had dealt with them a lot before. Could it be because of a certain guy's song? For a moment, Lin Shireen thought of various possibilities in her mind, but they were all denied. She naturally would not think that the boss of the K-song platform was her man. The concert hasn't even ended yet, and you've already squeezed that guy out of 32 million? Lin Shireen looked at the guy on the stage again, with a charming smile on her lips. Hee, just consider this as the interest I collect. On the other side, Yi Chen left the stage. Hey, Master Yi. Ms. Lin has already received 32 million in funds. The caller was none other than Wei Yiming, the president of the karaoke music platform. Okay, I understand. After hanging up the phone, Yi Chen looked towards the backstage lounge. That girl should be feeling proud. A little. He pushed open the door, then took a certain beauty into his arms from behind. What are you laughing at? You look so happy. Oof. Hearing a certain guy coming, Lin Shireen snorted. Hey, I sold you for a good price. You will be the exclusive musician of karaoke music from now on, with an annual salary of 30 million, and the exclusive copyright of each song will be 1 million, which will be divided into 30% and 70%. After a pause, Lin Shireen blushed slightly. 32 million is not a small amount, why don't I transfer it to you? He glanced at someone with a tentative look, and Yi Chen saw it all. He kissed the beautiful woman's face lovingly. What are you talking about, baby? Your man said that all the income from the studio belongs to you. I am just working for free. Yeah. Listening to what someone said, Lin Shireen ignored the guy and was kissed by him. You are sensible. As expected. When Lin Shireen heard what this guy said, she felt so sweet in her heart. 32 million is a huge sum of money, and that guy gave it to her without blinking, which was enough to prove how much he valued her. Of course. He pushed a girl against the wall, and then naturally had a sweet, dog food-filled French kiss. Lin Shireen was reluctant to accept it, but in the end, she let someone get away with it. Not long after, Lin Shireen struggled to push someone away, but heard a wicked laugh in her ear. Nizi, I have saved Teacher Meng's place. You must promise your man to sleep with you well tonight. You. Hearing someone's words, Lin Shireen's beautiful eyes widened and she remembered the previous bet agreement. Her heart was immediately filled with joy. Oh no, how could she have forgotten this? Chapter 62, Exploding the Entire Network, Becoming a God in One Battle. Kaesong Platform Headquarters. Following an order from President Wei Yiming, everyone stopped all work and focused on promoting the boss's 2 new songs. Certainly. Only a few senior executives knew Yichen's identity. As for the ordinary employees and even supervisors at the KTV platform headquarters, none of them knew Yichen's identity, and this was also done deliberately by Yichen. 10 minutes later. The karaoke platform page refreshed, and a line of large characters appeared in the most eye-catching position at the top, singing Genius Yichen joins karaoke with 2 divine songs. As the page refreshed, active fans clicked in with a hint of curiosity, and soon they were captivated by the 2 songs. Who is this Yichen? He's so awesome. Hey, didn't you read the introduction? He's a talented sophomore in the music department at Jiangnan University. Oh my god, a sophomore student, damn. The pearl curtain is rolled up, the new imperial concubine is drunk, TSK, is she going to start a wave of ancient style with her own strength? Yichen Appa is so handsome, I like him so much, boo-hoo. My mother asked me why I was kneeling to listen to music, and I said I saw the originator of music. In an instant, Yichen's name spread throughout the KTV network at a speed like a plague, and he gained countless fans. 5 minutes later, the video had over 500,000 views, over 200,000 reposts, and over 150,000 downloads. 10 minutes later, the video had over 1.5 million views, over 800,000 reposts, and over 400,000 downloads. 20 minutes later, the video had been viewed over 4 million times, forwarded over 2.7 million times, and downloaded over 2.5 million times. The 2 songs soared with exponential momentum, interpreting the word explosion to the extreme. Wei Yiming, the CEO of KTV, was overwhelmed with emotions when he saw how popular his boss's 2 songs were. Young Master Ye's operation is amazing. He has put himself in a position to test the law. Who knows how much revenue the next 2 songs will bring to the platform? Recommended. Regardless of the consequences, open all channels for me. Wei Yiming tasted the sweetness, so of course he started to spend a lot of money and began to promote the boss's song crazily. The boss's strength is more than 10,000 times stronger than those young traffic stars. Yangcheng No. 1 Middle School, Teacher's Office. Li Wanting is correcting homework. As one of the few special teachers in Yangcheng No. 1 Middle School, she is well known for her dedication and responsibility to her students. Ah! A teacher looked at the video on his phone and felt terrible. Teacher Li, come and see. This is your son Yichen, right? After hearing what the teacher said, not only Li Wanting but other teachers gathered around, and when their eyes fell on the video, they were all shocked. It's really that kid. Li Wanting recognized her son at first sight. That song just now was sung by this kid? Teacher Li, your son is amazing. You have taught him well. Yes, can you share how to educate your son? Colleagues looked at Teacher Li's son and felt that their own sons were trash in comparison. It's that kid's own fault. Hearing her colleagues' envy, Li Wanting's face was filled with joy. Concert scene. Fuck. Dong Kuan looked at the link sent to his phone, his pupils widened, and he read it several times before he realized that he was not hallucinating. The boss is famous. These 2 songs have actually been uploaded to the karaoke platform. Hearing Dong Kuan's words, Wang Zihan and the other man looked over. 10 million plus views, 6.7 million plus reposts, 4.5 million plus downloads. Looking at the eye-catching data summary, Wang Zihan and the other man's faces were filled with shock. The number of views has exceeded 10 million. Oh my god. Although the 2 knew that the boss's 2 songs were very good, they never thought that it would become such a phenomenal situation. Brother-in-law, so cool. Lin Xiaoan listened to the surprise of Wang Zihang and the other two, his face full of excitement, and for a moment he admired his brother-in-law even more. Hee, that's. The little girl was smiling happily, saying that daddy was of course the best. Although she didn't know what those data were, she knew that daddy must be super awesome. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission of perfectly saving the concert and blowing everyone away. You will be rewarded with god-level calligraphy skills and 10 billion renminbi. As everyone was watching, Yichen suddenly heard the voice of the system. Then, bring up the properties panel. Name, Yichen. Age, 21. Skills, God-level cooking, God-level music, God-level martial arts, God-level bone massage, God-level chess, God-level calligraphy. Items, Pagani Wine God, Supreme Edition, Apollo, Ferrari LaFerrari, Lamborghini Veneto, Kowloon 1 Villa, 100% of King's Hotel shares, 100% of Kunping Security, 100% of Phantom Entertainment shares, Lucky Card X3, 100% of Karaoke Music shares. Wealth, 27.08 billion renminbi. Looking at the attribute panel, Yichen's mouth curved even more sharply, but he didn't know that his two songs had become popular all over the internet, and even the most popular young stars in the music scene were beaten by him by a huge margin, and the battle was horrible to watch. At this time, a certain character from Jiangnan University. Ding dong. A message sounded, and a girl with a pretty face looked at the push message on her phone, her pretty face pale and unnatural. Yichen, his two songs are popular all over the internet, his future is limitless. What kind of man did I miss? The girl staggered and her eyes were dazed. This girl was none other than Su Jiayao. Chapter 63. We will get the certificate tomorrow, let us celebrate tonight. The concert is over. Ding-a-ling. In the supercar, Lin Shirin's cell phone rang. As for Lin Xiaoang and the little guy, they were taken back to the villa by Tianlang. Hello, Mom. When the call was connected, it was obvious that the other party was Lin's mother Mu Yiling. What? We are going to have a family dinner tomorrow, and we need to bring Yichen along, this. Beep beep. Before Lin Shirin could say anything, her mother hung up the phone. Obviously, no one knows a daughter better than her mother. Mu Yiling naturally knew that her daughter was reluctant. Family dinner? How can I do this? For a moment, Lin Shirin felt uneasy, and her beautiful eyes couldn't help but steal a glance at someone, but when the words came to her lips, she didn't say anything. After dinner. It was late at night. After washing up, Lin Shirin's face flushed. She did not forget that she had lost the bet and had to sleep with him properly. Ha! After taking a deep breath, Lin Shirin changed the subject and looked at a certain guy. Yichen, my mother called and asked you to attend the family dinner. Do you have time? Lin Shirin clenched her slender hands tightly, obviously making a great determination. Of course there is time, but... Seeing the expectant girl in his arms, Yichen raised his eyebrows and said, whether you go or not is not certain, it depends on your performance today. You. Hearing that someone was taking advantage of someone's misfortune, Lin Shirin looked at the guy in disbelief with her beautiful eyes. Show your big head, ghost. As she spoke, the embarrassed and angry Lin Shirin pounced towards someone with her teeth bared, determined to teach this guy a lesson. In the midst of the commotion, the fierce battle reaches heaven. After a long time. Holding the beauty in his arms tenderly, he enjoyed the moment of tranquility after the battle, which was beautiful and peaceful. Pervert. Let's go get the certificate tomorrow. Lin Shirin leaned on a guy's chest, listening to the strong heartbeat that made her feel at ease. At this moment, she knew her true feelings. She was afraid that her life would be ruined by this guy. Without further ado, Yichen nodded, and everything was said without words. Thinking of this, Yichen couldn't help but lift up the chin of the beautiful woman in his arms and looked into her beautiful eyes. Nizi, after getting the certificate, your man will be able to work with a certificate. Put. What nonsense are you talking about? Lin Shirin knew what the guy meant by having a certificate to work. Her face turned slightly red and she couldn't help but glare at that guy. As expected, that pervert lost his composure after just a few words. How could I fall in love with such a little hooligan? Hey, why are you talking nonsense? Yichen chuckled, we'll get the marriage certificate tomorrow, let's celebrate tonight. Yichen, you. About an hour later, Yichen embraced the sleeping beauty, feeling the temptation beside the abyss, smelling the pleasant fragrance that calmed his heart, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. Ding dong! A message came from Zhao Jian, young Master Yi, the assassins from the 7 Killings organization appeared deep in the back hills of Jolong Villa and are suspected of attacking you. How should we respond? Oh. Looking at the message on his phone, Yichin didn't think much about it and typed back, "You can solve it yourself." After sending it, delete the information. After all, the fewer people who know about this kind of thing, the better. Obviously, Yichin didn't take the so-called assassination seriously. After all, if you have that time, wouldn't it be nice to sleep with your woman? On the other side, outside Kowloon Villa. Solve it yourself? Looking at the message she received, Zhao Ziyan's eyes narrowed and she said, "Let's go." With a flash of her figure, Zhao Ziyan disappeared from the spot, followed by a group of masters from the blood-killing hall that she had formed during this period. "Master, how do we deal with the enemy?" As they passed by, a key member looked into the depths of the dense forest and asked Zhao Ziyan. "Kill him. Don't leave anyone behind." Zhao Ziyan's eyes were full of ruthlessness. The moment the 7 Kills organization issued a killing order to the Tiger Gang, she was destined to fight to the death with the 7 Kills organization. Total destruction? Hearing the Hall Master's words, the many blood-killing Hall Masters behind him all showed ferocious expressions. It was the first time for them to see the Hall Master with such murderous intent. But it's more interesting this way. Deep in the dense forest, the members of the 7 Kill organization were completely unaware of this. "Boss San Yue, who is this kid?" Poison Bird, ranked 12th in the 7 Killings organization, looked curiously in the direction of Kowloon Villa. This time the lineup was unusually large. This person must be a bit strange if he can make Demon Slayer fail. We must not be careless. Who? Before Kanyue could finish his words, he sensed a strong danger approaching. Then a figure appeared not far away from them. The moment they saw the figure, Kanyue and the other two were shocked. "Blood Rose, it's you." Seeing who was coming, Kanyue and the others' hearts jumped into their throats, and they were fully alert to the person in front of them. You have to know that woman is ranked 7th on the 7 Kill organization's list, and her strength is far above theirs. But soon, the three of them had burning eyes, and they all understood each other's thoughts after looking at each other. You have to know that the 7 Kill organization has a killing order. Once they kill this woman, they will definitely do a great deed, and their status and strength will be greatly improved. Good chance, die. At a certain moment, Dark Knight, who was ranked 17th, noticed that Zhao Ziyan was distracted, and stabbed out with a poisonous tongue like lightning, and a fierce battle quietly unfolded. Chapter 64, the original painting of 100 horses, the father-in-law is not calm anymore. Sniff. Deep in the jungle, when Dark Knight thought he had succeeded, the Blood Rose moved. Impossible. The next moment, and Yi had no idea what was happening. He only felt a pain in his neck and then his consciousness faded. At this moment, he had turned into a cold corpse. Plop. As Dark Knight died with a look of horror on his face, Sanyuet and Dunio were both shocked. Is that Blood Rose so strong? Let us go together. Sanyue and Dunio, who ranked 10th on the killer list, attacked at the same time without any warning, and their speed was so fast that they arrived in an instant. Phew. Phew. 2 streams of blood splattered, and when the Sanyue poison bird came to its senses, its eyes widened and it covered its neck. You. With extreme shock, he fell to the ground with his head raised and his eyes open, then hit the ground with a thud. Kill 2 with 1 strike. At the moment before they died, both of them realized something that made them unbelievable. The strength of that Blood Rose was definitely far more than 7th on the killer list. It was definitely enough to be ranked in the top 5, or even top 3. One day, I will wipe out the 7 Killers organization. Zhao Ziyan narrowed her captivating eyes. She knew very well that only when the 7 Killing organization was destroyed would she and her elder brother be out of danger. Escape. Dozens of assassins from the 7 Killings organization who came with them all fled in all directions. They must be kidding. After seeing the terrifying power of Blood Rose, how could they dare to stay for a moment? Swish. Then, the figures were about to fly away, but Zhao Ziyan would not give them this opportunity. Do it. Lang Ji's voice was heard, and the next moment, dozens of figures began to slaughter unilaterally like tigers entering a flock of sheep. After all, the killers of the 7 Kill organization were too weak for them. 3 minutes later, the 7 Killing organization, including the 3 people from Kanyue, were all wiped out, and this was the second time the assassination attempt on Yichin failed. The next day, early morning. Against the backdrop of the golden morning light, Yi Chen opened his eyes and what came into his sight was a stunningly beautiful girl, and the girl with a faint and charming curve at the corner of her mouth was none other than Lin Shireen. The crisis is over. After glancing at the message on his phone and deleting it, his eyes once again fell on the profile of the beautiful girl against the backdrop of the golden morning sun. That face looked as if it had been kissed by an angel, flawless. Looking at the beautiful face so close to him, Yi Chen couldn't help but kiss her red lips, feeling very good. AMU. Just when Yi Chen was about to succeed in his attempt to show his skill, he was bitten by a girl without any warning. The pain made Yi Chen gasp. Hee, let you take advantage of me. Obviously, the person who spoke was none other than Lin Shireen. This girl must have been awake for a while. Pa. He raised his hand and patted the beautiful lady from behind. Good for you, little Shireen, you were so brave. Look, I'm going to make you suffer. As he spoke, he began his revenge action. For a moment, Lin Shireen giggled like a silver bell, and during this period, someone really took advantage of her. After showing off his ventriloquism skills and talking about business for a while, Yi Chen drove towards the Lin family villa, which was their destination this time. Brother-in-law, I'll be at my house soon. He. Lin Xiaowang smiled and a villa appeared in front of him. This villa was his father-in-law's house. Come on, deliver the gift. Yi Chen handed a painting and a brocade box to Lin Xiaowang and the little guy respectively, exactly 2 gifts. As for him, he carried a few bottles of wine. Hello, miss. Hello, uncle. The maids were very observant and when they saw Yi Chen they all respectfully called him son-in-law. After all, this was the order from the madam herself and they dared not make any mistakes. Xiao Yi is here, come in quickly. Just after saying hello, the voice of Lin's mother was heard from the villa. Next to Lin's mother sat a middle-aged man, who was Lin Shireen's father, Lin Ziming, who was also the chairman of the Lin Group. Dad, this is a gift from your brother-in-law. As he spoke, Lin Xiaowang placed a scroll on the table and breathed a sigh of relief. It was obvious that the scroll was quite heavy. Oh. Hearing that her son-in-law brought the old man's favorite antiques, Lin's mother smiled with satisfaction. It was obvious that her son-in-law had made some preparations. She hurriedly assisted, Hey, Xiaoye, bring whatever gifts you want when you come. We are a family sooner or later, why waste that money? Poof. Hearing what Lin's mother said, Lin Ziming snorted. It was obvious that the bastard in front of him had made his daughter suffer for 4 years of pointing fingers at her, and he couldn't swallow this. Ignore him. Mu Yiling then opened the scroll, and the maids came forward to help with great discernment. Although they didn't know what mysterious gift their son-in-law had brought, it must have been a big one considering the boy's generosity. Although Father Lin was resentful, antiques were his life, so how could he resist looking at them? It is. It wouldn't matter if he didn't look at it, but once he did, he couldn't take his eyes off it. 100 horses? Looking at the painting in front of her, Lin's mother frowned slightly. It was obvious that she was not very interested in antiques and didn't know much about it. This is the original painting of 100 horses. At this time, Lin's father came up from behind and pushed Lin's mother aside. It's actually the original painting of 100 horses. How is it possible? Seeing his father-in-law so surprised, Yi Chen was not surprised. After all, Lu Menjing spent nearly 100 million to buy it. It would be strange if it couldn't make his father-in-law interested. However, this is just the beginning of the gifts for this family dinner. Chapter 65 Dad, is the wine my brother-in-law brought expensive? It's just a painting, what's the big deal? Mother Lin rolled her eyes at Lin Ziming, but she looked at her son-in-law with satisfaction and gave him a thumbs up. It was obvious that this son-in-law was very smart. Tisk. Lin Ziming was not aware of his mother's little trick. If she knew, he wondered whether she would eat meat in the evening. What do you know? This is one of the 10 most famous paintings by the court painter Lang Shining. Lin Ziming looked at the original painting of 100 horses in front of him and couldn't let it go. This work is conservatively estimated to be worth 100 million, and it is in short supply. What? Hearing the master's words, the maids in the villa were shocked. Oh my god, this painting is worth 100 million? Ahem, it seems to be true. I've heard that the 100 horses painting is a treasure-level painting. My son-in-law is so generous. He just gave me 100 million right away. Yeah, and my uncle is super handsome, I like him so much. No wonder the young lady fell in love with my uncle back then. If my future boyfriend is half as good as my uncle, he would wake up laughing. When Mu Yiling heard what Father Lin said, her face straightened. This painting is so expensive. What do you think? Father Lin glanced at Mother Lin, apparently blaming her for not understanding. Xiao Yi, this is too valuable. We can't accept it. Lin's mother was ready to refuse at the first moment. After all, this was not a small amount of money. If it were auctioned, it would definitely be sold at a sky-high price. Hearing what Lin's mother said, the father-in-law felt nervous. Such a treasure was definitely a fatal temptation for him who was keen on collecting. Yi Chen naturally took this in and said appropriately, "Aunt is too polite. Uncle has a keen eye for painting. This thing will only reflect its value when it is in your hands." See? Father Lin interrupted. Xiao Yi has no objection, you are the only one who talks too much. As he spoke, Father Lin had already put away the paintings and put them into a scroll. The series of actions were smooth and seamless. When Lin's mother heard this, she was stunned. This old guy, it turned out that she was the one who was wrong. That's right. Yi Chen changed the subject and his eyes fell on the brocade box. "Aunt, this is a gift for you." Oh? Hearing Yi Chen's words, Lin's mother was stunned, and Lin Shirin's eyelids twitched wildly. That guy, what kind of gift is this? The painting he gave to his father was worth hundreds of millions, so I'm sure the one he gave to his mother wasn't just an ordinary thing either. When the brocade box is opened, a striking green color comes into view. Imperial green. Jade bracelet. Seeing the bracelet in Lin's mother's hand, the father-in-law was shocked again. Such a jade bracelet made of jadeite emperor must be made by a famous artist. If this jade bracelet were auctioned, it would probably be worth at least 80 million. Lin Xiaoang. Hearing the old man's words, Lin Xiaoang's eyes sparkled. "Dad, what did you say?" "This bracelet is worth 80 million. Lin's mother was obviously stunned as well. Lin Shirin looked at that guy as if he was a madman. Before, a painting was worth 100 million yuan, and now a jade bracelet is worth 80 million yuan. Too wasteful, isn't it? This, Xiaoye, you're spending too much money. Lin's mother was obviously shocked by her son-in-law's arrogant behavior. As for the maids, they looked at their son-in-law with great fondness. They really did not do it for the money, but because they truly liked their son-in-law. Listening to his mother-in-law's words, Yi Chen smiled slightly. The gifts were not over yet. Besides, I also brought a few bottles of good wine. I heard that my uncle likes to drink. As he spoke, Yi Chen opened the exquisitely wrapped brocade box in his hand, and soon 4 bottles of Henry IV brandy appeared in front of Lin's father. Henry IV brandy. Looking at the luxurious wine in front of him, Father Lin narrowed his eyes. "You kid, you are really willing to spend a lot of money." How could Lin Ziming not see that this was a blatant bribe to his father-in-law under such an open conspiracy? But he still had to accept the gift. Really, there is no way to refuse. Yi Chen, right? Lin Ziming now looked at the boy who had been protected by his daughter for 4 years, and he didn't seem so hateful. "Since you are here, have a few drinks with me later, and the past will be wiped out." Obviously, these gifts from Yi Chen are of great help. "Ha, Xiaoye, don't pay attention to your uncle. He is just being stubborn." Mother Lin exposed Lin Ziming's shortcomings and rolled her eyes. "Let's eat. We can eat and talk at the same time." Lin's mother livened up the atmosphere and talked and laughed. The little guy was laughing on the side, while Lin Xiaoan looked at his old man. "Dad, is the wine my brother-in-law brought expensive?" Obviously, he was quite happy to see the old man's change in impression of his brother-in-law. "It's okay." Father Lin glanced at his cheap son-in-law and said, "Henry IV brandy is known as the king of brandy. Each bottle is worth 15 million. These 4 bottles are worth 60 million. Puff." Hearing the old man's words, Lin Xiaoan's eyes widened. "What? These 4 bottles cost 60 million. Dad, is this okay?" Lin Shirin. That guy, just 4 bottles of wine are worth 60 million. No wonder the old man's attitude towards him changed so much. 240 million is that guy's sincerity? For a moment, Lin Shirin was quite moved. If there were no outsider around her at this moment, she would really resume her role as wife. Chapter 66, The sky-high betrothal gift shocked the father-in-law's family. Cheers, kid. Since Lin Ziming failed to show his power, he naturally wanted to crush his son-in-law with his drinking ability in order to establish his authority as a father-in-law. Dry. The father and son clinked glasses and soon finished a bottle of Henry IV brandy. The maids sipped their lips at the sight. What they drank was not just wine, but 15 million renminbi. This was the most expensive wine they had ever seen the master drink. The most expensive in the past was only about 600,000 or 700,000 yuan. It had to be said that Henry IV brandy had a strong aftertaste. Father Lin was a little tipsy, and the family dinner had lasted for more than half an hour. That's right. Seeing that the time was almost right, Yi Chen took a document from his side and then took out a contract from it. "Uncle, this contract is my betrothal gift." Puff. After hearing what that guy said, Lin Shirin couldn't help but spit out all the tea. It was really too sudden. Bride price? What is that guy doing? Oh. The slightly drunk father-in-law couldn't help but become interested when he heard his son-in-law's words. Really? She took the contract and looked at it carefully. When she saw the contents, her drunkenness disappeared a little, and Lin's mother looked over it. The contract for the transfer of 100% equity of the King's Landing Hotel. Seeing the contract, Lin's mother looked at Yi Chen in disbelief. "Xiaoyi, the King's Landing Hotel is yours." Of course. Before Yi Chen could say anything, the little guy next to him was acting arrogant and uncalm. "No, it's too expensive." Mother Lin hastily declined. "The market value of the King's Landing Hotel is more than 3 billion. It is really inappropriate to use it as a betrothal gift." Good boy. Seeing the handiwork of his son-in-law, Father Lin's eyes sparkled. He really didn't expect this kid to be so sincere. "I accept this betrothal gift." After thinking for a moment, Father Lin nodded and continued, "However, I will put this transfer contract under Shirin's name." "Dad, you." Lin Shirin was stunned when she heard the old man's sudden words. She obviously didn't expect that guy would use the King's Landing Hotel as a betrothal gift, and she didn't expect that the old man would take it under his own name. "I think this is okay." When Mu Yiling heard what Lin's father said, she nodded slightly. This way they were neither snobbish nor stingy. Just right. "Mom, why are you also?" Before Lin Shirin finished speaking, her father interrupted her and said, "It's settled." "Dad." Obviously, Father Lin would not listen to what his daughter said. After all, this was an estate he was buying for his daughter. Then he changed the subject and looked at Yi Chen. This son-in-law of his was much more pleasing to his eyes at this moment. "Boy, I heard that you have good literary talent. I wonder if you know calligraphy." "Calligraphy? I know a little bit. Thinking about the god-level calligraphy I just got, it turns out that things given by the system will never be wasted. I am afraid that the time to show off is coming." "Yeah." After hearing what his future son-in-law said, he, who loves collecting, has often copied famous calligraphy, so he naturally has a lot of insights into calligraphy. "How about showing off your skills?" Being slightly tipsy, the father-in-law was obviously in better spirits than usual. Listening to his father-in-law's words, Yi Chen knew that the time had come to take action. "Uncle, then I will show my ugliness." Lin Shirin. Listening to the conversation between the two, Lin Shirin had a bad feeling. Starting from the hundreds of millions of calligraphy and paintings, it can be said that this guy was gradually undermining the old man's hostility towards him. She didn't know if it was her illusion. Soon, while he was lost in thought, the maids had already prepared the writing brush, ink, paper, and inkstone. "Hey, brother-in-law, let me help you grind the ink." Lin Xiaoang volunteered to come to the inkstone. Seeing this, Lin's mother smiled. Normally, the little ancestor would spend a long time every time his father asked him to grind ink. "Shirin, how about Xiaoye's calligraphy?" Seeing her son-in-law looking confident, Mu Yiling asked her daughter suspiciously. It's okay." Hearing what her mother said, Lin Shirin coughed dryly and evaded the question. Then, Yi Chen licked a mouthful of ink and wrote the 3 big characters Man Zhang Hom on the upper right corner of the rice paper. Great calligraphy. The 3 words jumped onto the paper, and the father-in-law's eyes lit up. They were vigorous and powerful, and hit the point deeply. "Hee, come on, Daddy." When the little guy saw his grandfather's excitement, he cheered for his father with a happy face. The maids looked at each other and saw that each was surprised that their son-in-law was so good at calligraphy. My hair is standing on end with anger. I lean on the railing, and the rain has stopped. I look up, and howl to the sky, with great passion in my heart. 30 years of fame and success are now dust, and 8,000 miles of journey are now clouds and moon. Don't wait until your hair turns white, and then feel sad for nothing. Looking at the guy writing in front of the desk, Lin Shirin's beautiful eyes were filled with astonishment. When did that guy learn calligraphy? 30 years of fame and glory are dust and dirt, 8,000 miles of journey are clouds and moon. At this moment, Father Lin felt the literary aura coming from his son-in-law. It was impossible for him not to admire him, especially because his calligraphy was so high. He didn't expect that this kid could write such a poem, which was not inferior to the literary masters at all. At this time, Yi Chen was so full of energy that he wrote again, "The shame of Jingkong has not yet been avenged. When will the hatred of the ministers be eliminated? Drive a long chariot and break through the gap in the Helan Mountains. With great ambition, I will eat the meat of the barbarians when I am hungry and drink the blood of the Xiongnu when I am thirsty. Let's start from the beginning, clean up the old mountains and rivers, and face the sky." Xiao Yi, this writing is amazing. Mother Lin looked at her son-in-law. The more she looked at him, the more she liked him. This little guy. I don't know what he ate to grow up. It really makes people curious. Chapter 67, Happy to get the red book, let's go to the hotel. Xiao Yi, welcome back next time. In front of the villa, Lin's father and mother said goodbye with a smile. The more they looked at this son-in-law, the more satisfied they were. Brother-in-law, have fun. Lin Xiaowang's sudden words aroused the elder sister's blood-suppressing gaze, which frightened Lin Xiaowang. Poof. Look at what you've done. While running, Lin Shireen rolled her eyes at a guy. This guy managed to take down her parents at just a family dinner. She would never have believed it if she hadn't seen it with her own eyes. But, isn't the price a bit too high? Nizi, where are you going now? Looking at the beauty in front of him, Yi Chen smiled slightly, and his meaningful eyes explained everything. Civil Affairs Bureau. I am not like you, you don't keep your word. Lin Shireen's face flushed as she spoke. Apparently they had already agreed to register their marriage yesterday, and there shouldn't be many people there at this hour. Half a day later, in front of the Civil Affairs Bureau. You have already got the certificate? Looking at the red book in her hand, Lin Shireen felt like she was dreaming. In the past 4 years, she had never thought that there would be such a day. From now on, she would be the legal wife of the guy next to her. Thinking of this, for some reason, the corners of Lin Shireen's mouth curved slightly. Pervert, now you have got what you wanted. Lin Shireen rolled her eyes at a guy and said with a slightly dizzy face, which means that she will never be able to get rid of this guy from now on. Hey, now everything your man does is legal. Looking at the red book in his hand, Yi Chen couldn't help but feel more confident. After all, they were already a legal couple, so it didn't matter even if others knew about it. When Lin Shireen came to her senses, she had already been driven in a certain direction by someone, which shocked her. Pervert, where are you taking me? Obviously, this direction was not Kowloon Villa, and her intuition told her that this guy was going to cause trouble. As expected. Hey, of course we're going to King's Landing. Yi Chen looked up and down at the beautiful lady with a graceful figure. It would be a pity if such a good wife is not used alive. Put. When Lin Shireen heard what someone said, her face turned red. This guy was obviously not a serious person. By the way, I will hand over the King's Landing Hotel to you. Yi Chen said this casually, in order to make it seem more reasonable to take this girl to the hotel. Virtue. Obviously, Lin Shireen, who had been deceived many times, knew this guy's words too well and would never believe him. But, why do I feel so excited and happy? After some teasing, the King's Landing Hotel appeared before their eyes. Squeak. As the car stopped in front of the King's Landing Hotel, Zhou Zitian and the hotel's senior executives had been waiting for a long time. Master Yi, you are here. They knew long before that young Master Yi was coming, so naturally they did not dare to slack off in the slightest, which led to the current scene. Then Yi Chen handed a contract to Zhou Zitian. From today on, your boss is changed. Zhou Zitian, After hearing what their boss said, everyone at the King's Landing Hotel was stunned. What the hell? The boss has changed, this. In fact, they were unable to react for a while. However, when everyone's eyes fell on the contract, their pupils suddenly shrank. What? This. Major General Yi transferred the Junlin Hotel to Lin Shireen. Ahem, and it's a betrothal gift, my god. In an instant, Zhou Zitian's eyes changed when he looked at his boss. He had finally acquired the profitable King's Landing Hotel, but he gave it to Lin Shireen as a betrothal gift so easily. What a generous deal. The senior executives behind Zhou Zitian all smacked their lips. This action made them respect Yi Chen even more. Ahem, Master Yi, you. What do you want me to do? A while later, in Zhou Zitian's office, there were only him and Yi Chen in the office. Yi Chen was not surprised to see Zhou Zitian's respect, and went straight to the point. This time I came to the hotel, first, to tell you that the boss has changed, and second, I plan to invest 10 billion to establish a branch of the Junlin Hotel. Yi Chen, you. Hearing what someone said, Lin Shirin was stunned. Investing 10 billion to open a chain of stores, is he crazy? The King's Landing Hotel is a 7-star hotel. This is a crazy move from any perspective. Gulp. Hearing what Yi Xiao said, Zhou Zitian swallowed his saliva and thought, oh my god, not only did he use the hotel as a betrothal gift, but now he is investing an additional 10 billion in chain stores. How can he be so cruel? Don't be stressed. Yi Chen smiled slightly, not caring at all. Money is not a problem. If 10 billion is not enough, you can add more. Enough, Master Yi. Zhou Zitian took a deep breath. He knew this was a chance for him to realize his ambitions. He suppressed his excitement and spoke. At the same time, he secretly decided in his heart that he must not let Yi Xiao down. What Yi Chen didn't know was what kind of hotel legend today's decision had created. Of course, this is all a story for later. Chapter 68, Unorthodox Brain Teasers. Ding dong. Not long after Yi Chen left, Zhou Zitian received a message on his mobile phone. Dear CCB user, your account number ending in 5368 received 10 billion renminbi on October 20, 2023. Please check it. CCB. Looking at the sound of the information in his hand, Zhou Zitian almost fell to his knees. It's already arrived. Rubbing his eyes, Zhou Zitian felt like he was dreaming. 10 billion, just transfer it as soon as I said it. Wow. Master Yi, who exactly is he? His financial resources are too terrifying. On the other side, the presidential suite. Seeing the familiar furnishings, Lin Shirin couldn't help but think of the scene when she came here last time. Her heart couldn't help but beat violently, especially the improper card. Tell the truth, pervert. Lin Shirin breathed a sigh of relief and diverted her attention. How much money do you have? Listening to Nizi's forcing the emperor to abdicate, Yi Chen smiled slightly and knocked her head. How do you talk to your man? Believe it or not, your man will execute you right here on the spot. Hearing the guy's unscrupulous words, Lin Shirin glared at him fiercely and couldn't help feeling guilty, because she knew that the guy was capable of doing it. You. Lin Shirin was speechless for a moment. What could she say? If that guy really wanted to execute her on the spot, should she refuse or accept it? But it's not impossible to know how much money my husband has. He deliberately stretched out his voice to attract a girl's attention. How about this? I'll give you a few brain teasers. If you can answer one, I'll tell you. Apparently, some idle guy has started to set a trap for our comrade Lin Shirin again. Oh? Hearing the words of the bastard in front of her, Lin Shirin narrowed her eyes and thought of a quick riddle. Good. After thinking for a moment, he agreed. After all, there were several questions, and it would be no problem for him to answer one with his own ability. Only. She obviously overestimated her own strength, and also underestimated someone's shamelessness. Yes. Yi Chen smiled and said, there were 2 birds on a tree, one male and one female. A sheep came down to eat grass, and then a wolf came and bit the sheep to death. At this time, the female bird said something to the male bird, and they went to get a room. What did the female bird say? Hearing someone's words, Lin Shirin was stunned. A sheep ate grass and was eaten by a wolf. What did the mother bird say? Still booking a room? What with what? Obviously, Lin Shirin was a little confused about the topic for a moment. This was clearly just a short story, but what exactly was said? They went back to get a room. No matter how much you think, you will never get it. What did you say the mother bird said? Lin Shirin gave up on the first brain teaser, but she wanted to lose knowingly. Actually, what the mother bird said is very simple, just. Yi Chen raised his head. I feel so itchy down there. Lin Shirin. Hearing someone's words, Lin Shirin's beautiful eyes widened and her face turned red. That pervert was indeed, a dog can't spit out ivory. Bah bah bah. Is that guy crazy? How can he be like this? So bad, so mean and evil. Yi Chen, you. Obviously, at this moment, Lin Shirin had the urge to strangle someone to death. If you continue like this, I will ignore you. Ahem, liven up the atmosphere. He glanced at the beautiful woman who had been teased, and coughed dryly. Now I'm going to talk about something serious. Why is Chang'e in such a hurry to reach the moon? Oh. Hearing another brain teaser, Lin Shirin hesitated for a moment, because he stole the elixir. Wrong. Yichen didn't keep the secret and knocked on the smooth and fair forehead of the beauty in front of him. It's because Hui shoots 9 times a day, even the gods can't stand it. Hui shoots 9 times a day, even the gods can't bear it. While mumbling, Lin Shirin suddenly realized something in the middle of her words, and her beautiful eyes suddenly widened. Yichen. Come here, I promise I won't beat you to death. Lin Shirin pounced on a guy with bared fangs and claws. That pervert, what a bastard. Hateful. Rogue. Bad guy. Words cannot describe even 1/10 of his behavior. What was going on in that guy's mind? How could a god not be able to handle 9 shootings? Crazy. Look, I won't scratch you. While Lin Shirin was giggling at being taken advantage of by someone, she also launched a fierce attack, but with little success. At a certain moment, Yichen looked at the beautiful woman who was so close to him, and she looked particularly charming under the light. Nizi. Don't forget, your man is now certified. Looking at her graceful and perfect figure, Yichen sighed, baby, it's late, time to go to bed. Snap. The lights went out, and then a war quietly broke out under the faint moonlight. Chapter 69, 100 Consecutive Victories, a Divine Move. Nightfall. After working for a long time with a certificate, Lin Shirin fell asleep in someone's arms with a smile on her face. Ding dong. At this time, my brother-in-law Lin Xiaowang sent a WeChat message, brother-in-law, is it okay for me and my sister to be alone together? Smirk.jpg. This kid. Looking at the WeChat message sent by the little guy, Yichen typed back, not bad. Thinking about the scene just now, I can't help but feel nostalgic. Hey, brother-in-law, this is the smurf I created, help me upgrade it. After looking at the message, Lin Xiaowang then sent his newly created chess network nickname. The Devil of Chaos? Looking at Lin Xiaowang's nickname on the chess website, Yichen's mouth twitched slightly. This name is so childish. Good. Lin Xiaowang naturally believed the casual reply and was so grateful that he almost kowtowed to his brother-in-law. Ding. The host triggered a random task. The Demon King account won 100 consecutive victories and received a mysterious blind box with 20 billion renminbi as a gift. Wow. Yichen, who wanted to sleep with his beautiful woman in his arms, suddenly heard the sound of the system triggering a task. 20 billion renminbi? Sure enough, the system never deceives me. Obviously, as the tasks progress, the rewards become more generous. In addition, there is also a mysterious blind box that people are looking forward to. Done. It's just 100 consecutive victories. He will kill anyone who dares to stop him. Then, after downloading the chess website, log in to the Demon King account. Suddenly, personal information appeared on the phone screen. Nickname, the Devil. Win rate, 0 wins, 0 losses, 0 draws. Rank, Amateur 1. Obviously, this is the initial state and also the lowest level of chess online. Match. I clicked the match button and the match was quickly successful. The opponent was also an amateur chess player, but with a record of 1 win, 4 losses and 0 draws. He was obviously a rookie who couldn't be any worse. After more than a minute, the opponent gave up and admitted defeat, obviously knowing that the mixed stone Demon King was much stronger than him. Just like that. 3 consecutive wins. 5 consecutive wins. 10 consecutive wins. More than an hour later, the Demon King account successfully won a white winning streak, and the winning rate was naturally 100 wins, 0 losses, and 0 draws. Tianxiao invites you to a fight. At this moment, a professional second dan chess player sent an invitation to a fight, and the Demon King account had just been promoted to the professional first dan level. Oh. Seeing that the other party's nickname was Tianxiao, I clicked to agree. This name is quite domineering. At the same time, in the Imperial Capital Chess Academy. Good. Today we will explain one of the 3 most difficult Go patterns in practice, the Demon Sword pattern. As the vice president of the Chess Academy, Xiao Tian has been responsible for teaching tasks. He is also a professional chess player of the 8th dan level. Except for the president, there are few people in the Chess Academy who can be his rival. At this moment, the big screen clearly displayed a chess game that was about to begin, and Xiao Tian's nickname was Tianxiao, which was the nickname Xiao Tian created for the convenience of teaching. As for the opponent, it was none other than the Devil who had won 100 consecutive games. Oh. Xiao Tian looked at his opponent's record and was stunned. 100 wins, 0 losses, 0 draws? Very good record. It seems, this person's strength is definitely far beyond the professional level. Looking at the opponent's performance, Xiao Tian smiled slightly and didn't take it to heart. After all, he could achieve such a result easily if he wanted to. Everyone, pay attention. The so-called demon sword formula. During the teaching, Xiao Tian had already tapped a chess piece on the screen, and suddenly a black piece appeared on the screen. Pa! As Xiao Tian made a move, a white piece from the opposite side landed not far away. Xiao Tian was not willing to be outdone and had already memorized the magic sword moves by heart. He raised the corner of his mouth and made a quick move. However, even so, Xiao Tian's approach was full of flaws in Yi Chen's eyes. 5 hands. 10 hands. 20 hands. Soon, all the members of the chess academy became restless. Even Xiao Tian became more serious. Good boy. This devil's chess skills are at least comparable to those of a professional 6th Dan. All the members of the chess academy on the field stood up. Good fellow, to be able to go to such lengths with Vice President Xiao. You've already said that you're a professional of level 6. Could this person be a professional 7th Dan? Look, Vice President Zhao's magic sword pattern has been broken. A scream was heard, and everyone's eyes immediately fell on the screen, with shock on their faces. Xiao Tian was also stunned. This devil of a mortal, what a weird chess move. Obviously, Xiao Tian had no idea what the devil was doing, but as time went by, his expression became more and more serious, because he found that he was at a complete disadvantage in this chess game. Oh my god. Everyone in the chess academy was really getting nervous at this moment. They gathered around and looked at the chessboard in disbelief. Who on earth was that chess master who could force Vice President Xiao into such a situation? Pa! At this moment, a white piece landed on the chessboard. Beads of sweat rolled down Xiao Tian's forehead, and his pupils suddenly shrank. The Devil King of Chaos showed his amazing move. When these words came out, everyone in the chess academy was shocked. Vice President Xiao actually lost. Chapter 70, Brother-in-Law, so awesome. A hand of God. In the chess academy, everyone stared at the screen with astonishment on their faces. How could they not be surprised when the legendary God's move appeared? This person's chess skills are actually better than Vice President Zhao's. It's incredible. His chess skills are probably at the professional 9th Dan level. Is there a person on the same level as the Dean? It's hard to imagine. Amid the uproar and heated discussions, Vice President Xiao took a deep breath and then looked at the elites of the chess academy in front of him. Since a master has appeared, I will use this chess game as the content of today's lesson. Apparently, this kind of chess game was directly used as a teaching case by Vice President Xiao, who did not feel angry at all about losing the game. After all, it was not unfair for him to lose the game of chess to such a master just now. What's more, he also benefited a lot. It turned out that the more complicated the demon sword pattern was, the better. At the same time, the chess network was in an uproar. What? That devil has won 101 games in a row. The opponent is Tian Xiao, a professional 2nd Dan chess player? The god's hand appeared. Who is that devil? Demon King, please accept my disciples' greetings. For a time, the Demon King became famous in one battle, especially his godly move, which made many chess players eager to play chess. They created small accounts to invite him to fight. Unfortunately, at this moment, the devil has gone offline. Joke? If he had that much time, Yi Chen would rather hug his sweet-smelling wife to sleep, so how could he quarrel with these rough old men? On the other side, the Lin family villa. In Lin Xiaoan's room, a cell phone message sounded. Lin Xiaoan, who wanted to sleep, clicked on the message, his eyes widened, and his sleepiness disappeared. Congratulations to the player Chaos Demon King for his promotion to the 1st professional level. Puff. Looking at the message on the phone, Lin Xiaoan was shocked. Wow, brother-in-law. What did I do? It only took me over an hour and my account has reached the 1st level professional level. That's awesome. Then looking at the winning rate, Lin Xiaoan's mind suddenly buzzed. 100 consecutive wins, no, it's 101 consecutive wins, 0 losses, 0 draws. OMG. Lin Xiaoan opened his mouth wide, so cool. Brother-in-law, you are so awesome. Lin Xiaoan was amazed and sighed for a long time, and then he burst into laughter. It was so cool. His brother-in-law was even better at playing chess than he had imagined. QQ. The wanton laughter scared the father-in-law and his wife so much that they jumped and hurried to the door. Xiaoong, are you okay? Mother Lin asked with concern on her face. Although Father Lin didn't say anything, his serious expression said it all. Ahem, it's okay, Mom, Looking at the winning rate on the phone screen again, Lin Xiaoong smiled again. I saw a joke and couldn't help it. Oh, I see. Mother Lin breathed a sigh of relief. This little ancestor was really scary. The maids gathered together and listened to their young master's screams and howls, and discussed it heatedly. Was it really just a joke? Kowloon Villa, in the bedroom. Yi Chen hugged his beautiful woman and slept with her clothes on, smelling the pleasant fragrance and enjoying the pleasant time. This feeling was much better than winning 101 consecutive victories just now. Ding dong. The sound of a cell phone message came, and then I saw a message from my brother-in-law. Brother-in-law, I love you so much, moi kiss.jpg. Roll. Seeing his brother-in-law's disgusting words, Yi Chen directly replied with one word and turned his phone to silent mode. It was a pity that the girl fell asleep. It would have been better if they could fight a few more times. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission of winning 100 consecutive victories on the Chaos Demon King account, and receiving a mysterious blind box with 20 billion renminbi as a gift. The sound of the system's reward arriving rang in his ears, and Yi Chen's mouth curled up. Open the mysterious blind box. With a thought, he suddenly opened the mysterious blind box of the task reward. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring 49% of the shares of Lin Group. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the God-level medical skills. Yi Chen was stunned by the two consecutive voices. He could understand the God-level medical skills, but what the hell was that 49% stake in the Lin Group? Reluctantly let your father-in-law take control of the company? My goodness, with the level of confidentiality of that system, my father-in-law would probably go crazy. Yi Chen couldn't help but curl the corners of his mouth. If this girl knew that he owned 49% of their family's shares, he wondered, what would she feel? Then, bring up the properties panel. Name, Yi Chen. Age, 21. Skills, God-level cooking, God-level music, God-level martial arts, God-level bone massage, God-level chess, God-level calligraphy, God-level medicine. Items, Pagani Wine God, Supreme Edition, Apollo, Ferrari LaFerrari, Lamborghini Veneto, Kowloon 1 Villa, 100% of Kuanping Security, 100% of Phantom Entertainment, 3 Lucky Cards, 100% of K-Song Music, 49% of Lin Group. Wealth, 47.08 billion renminbi. Looking at the attribute panel, Yi Chen felt sorry for his father-in-law for a second, then he fell asleep peacefully while hugging Xuefeng beside the abyss with a little sleepiness. As for what would happen to his father-in-law's family, it was none of his concern. Chapter 71 Nothing, it's just that my wife is so beautiful today. Lin Family Villa, Master Bedroom. What did you say? As soon as he returned to the room, his father-in-law received a call. He immediately sat up from the bed, his face solemn. Okay, I understand. After hanging up the phone, Lin's mother hurried forward. Lao Lin, what's wrong? Something bad has happened. The father-in-law sat on the bed with a pale face and a bitter mouth. A mysterious person acquired 49% of the shares of Lin Group, and no matter how hard we try, we can't find the identity of that person. 49% of the shares were acquired. Obviously, Lin's mother was also shocked when she heard what Lin's father said. How could it be? That's the case. Except for our 51% stake, the rest has been acquired by that person? Thinking of this, Lin's mother already knew that the matter was more serious than she thought. This matter must be kept secret inside and outside the group. Once it gets out, it may cause unnecessary panic. Listening to Mother Lin's worries, Father Lin nodded heavily. He knew that this night was destined to be a sleepless night for his father-in-law and his wife. The next day, early morning. The golden morning sun shone through the hotel window and onto the white bedding, making her already stunning face even more beautiful. At this moment, Yi Chen just quietly looked at the gorgeous woman in front of him. This must be the best gift God has given him. At a certain moment, the beautiful lady's eyelids moved, and she opened her sleepy eyes. What appeared in her beautiful eyes was a certain guy. Seeing him staring at her, her face turned red. What's wrong? Why are you staring at me like that? Lin Shireen was obviously a little embarrassed by being stared at, although there was nothing that the guy hadn't seen before. Nothing, it's just that my wife is so beautiful today. Looking at the peerless beauty under the golden morning sun, Yi Chen sighed, and he was not exaggerating at all. Put. What's wrong with you today? You're so sweet. Obviously, Lin Shireen enjoyed the invisible teasing very much, and her heart felt as sweet as if it was filled with honey. What a sweet talk. I'm just telling the truth. Yi Chen held her slender waist and felt great. With such a beautiful wife, if you still like other women, then your husband must be blind. Tisk. I'm as good as you say. Lin Shireen leaned against someone's chest, feeling the strong heartbeat that made her feel at ease. Aren't you afraid that your lover will be jealous? Thinking of a certain little guy, Lin Shireen snorted jokingly. How could that be? How can a little lover be as important as our little Shireen? Yi Chen is as steady as an old dog, so he can naturally answer this kind of question with ease. Real. Although she knew that what that guy said might not be true, Lin Shireen was still very happy in her heart. Perhaps this was women's nature. There is an old saying, women are meant to be coaxed. As long as you grasp this essence, you can walk through a field of flowers without getting a single leaf on you. Of course. If you don't believe me, I'll dig my heart out and show it to you. He pretended to grab Lin Shireen's hand and put it on his chest. Feeling her heart pounding, Lin Shireen's face flushed. Who wants your heart? He pushed someone's big hand away, but obviously failed. They were affectionate for a while until a cell phone ring interrupted the sweet atmosphere. Shoo. Hearing that it was an old man, Lin Shireen was startled, but Yi Chen didn't care. What are you afraid of? We are now certified to work. You. Hearing what someone said, Lin Shireen rolled her eyes at him, but didn't say anything. Hello, Dad. What? A mysterious person acquired 49% of the shares of the group. Okay, I understand. After hanging up the phone, Lin Shireen's face changed. Yi Chen smiled slightly when he heard his father-in-law calling. Obviously, this reaction was completely within his expectations. What's wrong? Yi Chen asked with concern, but of course he couldn't let him know that it was him who acquired 49% of the shares of Lin Group. My dad just called and said that someone had acquired 49% of the group's shares. The situation is very serious now. My dad asked you to help investigate. 49% of Lin Group was acquired? Yi Chen pretended to be surprised and said, It is my duty to follow my father-in-law's orders. I will have someone check it out later. Thank you, Yi Chen. Lin Shireen said this with great emotion. Seeing that a guy agreed to her without even thinking about it, she would naturally not remain indifferent. But if he knew that the person who acquired the Lin Group was Yi Chen, I wonder if Lin Shireen would tear that guy to pieces on the spot. What are you thanking me for? We are all family. Yi Chen said this calmly, but he couldn't help feeling a little guilty. After all, his father-in-law might not have slept well the night before. Pooh. Who are your family members? Lin Shireen glared at a certain guy, but then she remembered that they had already received red books, and her face flushed a little. She looked so shy, and it was really beautiful. Nizi, you'll be going to the Magic City soon, let's talk about some business before you leave. Before Lin Shireen could say anything, her red lips were occupied by someone. Yi Chen, As expected, the world's most difficult water bill problem has quietly come online. Chapter 72, Trying out the knife and killing Bones instantly. See you in the Demon City, pervert. Lin Shireen stepped on the accelerator and sped towards Zhengnan Airport. It was obvious that this trip was to prepare for the concert 3 days later. Don't think about your man. Listening to the voice ringing in her ears, Lin Shireen's face turned red. Thinking of the tenderness just now, she breathed a sigh of relief and thought to herself that she could finally leave that guy for a few days. However, her next focus will be on her second concert in Shanghai. Looking at the direction where Nizi left, Yi Chen recalled the scene just now. Come back to your senses. Yi Chen drove the car towards the direction of Kunping security, but just as he started the car, he sensed a hidden murderous aura surging in the dark. Obviously, someone was targeting him. Interesting. Feeling the opponent's strength, he is even stronger than Zhao Ziyan. But this level of concealment is full of loopholes in his eyes. I haven't made a move for a long time, and I'm really itching to show off my skills. Thinking of this, Yi Chen's mouth curved up. Then I'll play with you guys. A quarter of an hour later. Yi Chen drove the car to the lawn by the roadside and stopped. Then he stepped onto the lawn and glanced at the trees swaying in the wind. You've been following me for so long, come out now. A plain voice was heard, and then figures suddenly appeared in the woods. About 10 of them blocked all of Yi Chen's escape routes, and they were obviously coming to kill him. Boy, it's good to be alert. Then, a skinny killer appeared in the field. It was this person who had been following secretly before. His strength was very extraordinary. This person was Baigu, who was ranked 6th in the 7-kill organization. Die! As soon as Baigu's voice fell, more than a dozen of his men behind him rushed forward and cooperated with each other tacitly. At the same time, Baigu was not idle either. He narrowed his eyes and was ready to kill him with a fatal blow at any time. After all, although Kanyue and the others were useless before, they still had some strength. Bang! Yi Chen naturally would not show mercy to the killer. He killed the first person who attacked with a palm, and then snatched the dagger from his hand. Snort! The swords were dancing, and half of them were killed in an instant. Although these killers were strong, they were still too weak in Yi Chen's opinion. Good opportunity. Finding an opportunity, Baigu's sharp and vicious knife slid towards Yi Chen's neck at such a fast speed that it arrived in an instant. Phew! But it was Baigu's fatal blow. Before he could get close, Yi Chen had already appeared in front of him. He felt a sharp pain in his neck, and by the time he reacted, his consciousness had collapsed and he was dead. How is it possible? Baigu couldn't believe it even when he was dying. He didn't even see how the other party made the move, but was killed instantly. That guy was too strong. After a few breaths, none of the remaining killers were spared and they were all killed. Swish! At this time, a number of figures appeared on the scene. There were about 30 people, led by the blood-killing Hall Master Zhao Ziyan. Boom! Zhao Ziyan came to the center of the field, knelt on one knee with a look of self-blame on her face. Master Yi, Ziyan is late and I hope to be punished. Get up! Yi Chen glanced at the bones on the ground. This person should also be a member of the 7 Killings organization. He is stronger than you. This is Bones. Looking around, Zhao Ziyan was shocked when she saw the corpse on the ground. She couldn't help swallowing her saliva. Young Master Yi, this person's name is Baigu, and he ranks 6th in the 7 Killing organization. Oh. No wonder. After hearing what Zhao Ziyan said, Yi Chen understood a little. You come to clean up the mess, and then go to Kunping Security for special training. Yes, Master Yi. Zhao Ziyan responded respectfully. When she heard about the special training, could it be that Master Yi was going to teach them personally? The assassins from the blood-killing hall looked at Yi Xiao, who was walking away with shock on their faces. Wow, I didn't expect Master Yi to be so strong. Yes, that white bone is stronger than the Hall Master. It's hard to imagine, it's incredible. For a moment, the killers looked at Yi Chen with awe in their eyes. Instant kill of Bones? After checking Baigu's injuries, Zhao Ziyan sipped her lips, thinking about how she herself had been slapped away by Yi Xiao before. Yi Xiao's strength was so great that no killer on the killer list could match him. If there is anyone who could be Yi Xiao's opponent, it would probably be Old Man Qi Sha. Clean up the battlefield. Yes, Master. After the well-trained and skillful operation, Zhao Ziyan led the blood-killing hall and left the scene. Even the smell of blood in the air had faded a lot, as if nothing had happened. At this moment, they don't know that this devilish special training will be the beginning of their nightmare. Of course, this is all a story for the future. Chapter 73, You want to see Chinese martial arts, right? As you wish. 3 days later, at the Magic City Airport. Wow. Daddy, this is the Demon City. After getting off the gangway, the little guy looked around with curiosity in his eyes. It was obviously his first time in Shanghai, or to be more precise, his first time traveling far away. Let Mama take us out for a good tour later, okay? Rubbing the little guy's head lovingly, Yi Chen said with a loving face. Really? When Miao Miao heard what her father said, her eyes were full of little stars and she was obviously very excited. Certainly. When has Dad ever lied to you? When the father and son were getting closer and closer, 2 people pointed at Yi Chen at the airport exit. One of them was Jin Zhishou, the director of Fengxian Taekwondo, who was completely defeated by Yi Chen in the previous concert. Brother Park, that guy picked on my Fengxian gym. When Jin Zhishou saw a certain figure, a cold light flashed in his eyes. It was really a narrow road for enemies to meet. Oh? Hearing his friend's words, Park Jinming's eyes fell on the harmless Yi Chen. Brother Jin, are you sure you didn't make a mistake? Is it this kid? How could it be? Jin Jishou glared at Yi Chen fiercely. I can recognize that guy even if he turned into ashes. Besides, this kid is quite powerful, especially with his great reputation. If we can defeat him, it will definitely be a big blow to Chinese martial arts. Jin Jishou knew that Park Jinming came to the Magic City this time with the purpose of suppressing China in martial arts, and now he just happened to direct the conflict to that kid. Is that so? After a moment's hesitation, Park Jinming was obviously weighing the pros and cons. He soon looked at Yi Chen with interest. In that case, let me help Brother Jin vent his anger. Thank you, Brother Park. When Jin Jishou heard that Park Jinming agreed, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. At the same time, he looked at Yi Chen with a mocking look in his eyes. The scene of the boy being brutally abused by Park Jinming seemed to appear in front of him. You must be Yi Chen. As his relationship with his lover was warming up, a discordant voice reached his ears. A cold light flashed in Yi Chen's eyes. How could this be so blind? Then, the voice came again. I heard that you picked my friend's gym. You are quite brave. It seems that you are quite capable. Chinese martial arts are nothing but fancy moves, vulnerable to attack. The people at the airport who wanted to watch the excitement couldn't help but frown and looked at Park Jinming with disgust. That guy is so arrogant, how dare he slander Chinese martial arts? What the hell are you? Pa! With a backhand slap, he slapped Park Jinming and sent him flying, not because he slandered Chinese martial arts, but because he interrupted his relationship with his lover. Everyone! I'll go. That man is so strong. Jin Jishou was completely stunned. That guy actually launched a sneak attack. Young people really have no martial ethics. Boy, how dare you sneak attack me? Court death. Park Jinming felt a burning pain on his face as he thought about what had just happened. He was the Sonda champion of South Korea this year. If this matter got out, how would he survive? Looking for your sister. Seeing Park Jinming coming at him fiercely, Yi Chen's eyes flashed fiercely. You want to see Chinese martial arts, right? As you wish. Bang! The next moment, Park Jinming's figure flew backwards. The terrifying force instantly pushed him 7 or 8 meters away, and then he hit the fence hard before stopping, and he himself was embedded in the bent fence. Puff! Blood spurted out, and Park Jinming had countless broken ribs. His eyes widened to the point of being round. Who are you? Huaxia, unknown junior. Yi Chen glanced at Park Jinming coldly and said, with your strength, you don't even have the qualifications to die in my hands. You? Park Jinming's eyes widened and he fainted suddenly. It was obvious that he was pissed off by that guy. Well. At this moment, Lin Shireen happened to see her man displaying his mighty power, and she froze in place. The guy used a Tai Chi push hand move to push a man 7 or 8 meters away, even bending the fence, and then stimulated him into unconsciousness. Is that pervert crazy? Good. Pa 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 pa. The crowd came back to their senses and burst into applause and cheers. Mad, this is so refreshing. You damned Korean dog, you uncle. The unknown youngster of China, what you said is very good. Our great China is indeed home to many hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Hey, handsome guy, are you still in need of a girlfriend? Come home with me. Jin Jishou's mind suddenly buzzed and his calves cramped. How could that guy be so strong? It was so scary. How can one person be so powerful? I am not hallucinating, am I? The script shouldn't be like this. Plop. Just as everyone was still in shock, a figure knelt on the ground and performed a series of smooth movements. Master, please accept my disciple's greetings. With a thud, his head hit the ground. It was so solid that one could see his sincerity. This boy was 15 or 16 years old, and his identity was the young master of Tai Chi sect, Li Qie. Wow. The little guy looked at the handsome brother who suddenly knelt in front of his dad, his eyes full of admiration. Dad is much more powerful than I thought. Chapter 74. Is the Korean champion so weak? Become a disciple? Looking at the young man kneeling in front of him, Yi Chen was stunned and said, not interested. Obviously, Yi Chen was not very interested in taking in disciples, and waved his hand. Master, don't be so quick to refuse. Hearing that he was not interested, Li Qie became anxious. He had finally found a master of Tai Chi, so how could he miss it? If you have any request, just ask. Oh? Hearing the words of the young man in front of him, Yi Chen was quite interested. Seeing the firmness between his brows, he said, "Do 300 push-ups with your bare hands in one breath. When you can do that, I will accept you as my apprentice." After saying that, he took the little guy and left the field, leaving everyone in disarray in the wind. 300 with bare hands? Wow, it's obvious that he doesn't want to accept him as his apprentice. This kid kowtowed for nothing. But Li Qiye took it seriously. 300 push-ups? It is a bit difficult, but if I can have such a great person as my teacher, it will all be worth it. Master, don't worry. I will never let you down. Li Qiye clenched his fists and secretly made up his mind that the move he just used was definitely far superior to his father's. If Yi Chen knew what Li Qiye was thinking at the moment, he would regret not saying a few hundred more push-ups. On the other side, in the car. You're already showing off as soon as you arrived in the Magic City. He glared at a guy, obviously blaming him for being too high profile. At least if he was angry, he could find a place where no one was around. Look, you're popular again. Lin Shireen handed the phone to someone, and Yi Chen was stunned when he looked at it. That guy is a Sanda champion. Looking at the introduction on the phone, Yi Chen was stunned. Is the champion of South Korea so weak? Lin Shireen. Speak properly. I rolled my eyes at a bastard. This guy will die if he keeps a low profile. He is still very weak. Others have high gold content, okay? Hey, just a troublemaker. Waving his hands, Yi Chen thought about what had just happened. Who allowed that fellow to disturb the relationship between me and my daughter? Beating him is the least of his punishment. That's right, that's right. The little girl echoed from the side, and it was obvious that she was also quite resentful. It's you, big-headed ghost. You too, ah. Just like that, after complaining for a while, Lin Shireen took the father and son out for a good ride, which really made the little guy excited. Seeing the little guy so happy, Lin Shireen couldn't help but smile. But the only thing that spoiled the fun was that a certain guy was trying to take advantage of her, which gave her a headache. As night falls, Thompson Villa. After washing up, the little girl fell asleep with her eyes wide open. She was really exhausted after a long day. Click. Back in the room, Lin Shireen's slender waist was immediately embraced by big hands, and the hands were skillfully put together to make love. Yi Chen, you still have a concert tomorrow, Before she could finish her words, her red lips were blocked, and a scene of discussing the true meaning of life quietly began to unfold. Swallows skimming the water, dragons fighting in the wild, the imperial concubine getting drunk. After some unorthodox poker moves, the beautiful lady fell asleep with her man in her arms until late at night, feeling a little tired. She slept very soundly that night, and I don't know if it was because she was hugging someone or for some other reason. The next day, the sun was already high in the sky. Lin Shireen finally woke up slowly. When she looked at the time, her beautiful eyes lit up and all her sleepiness disappeared. She quickly put on her clothes and opened the door. I suddenly saw the little guy in the living room, watching TV quietly and putting on his clothes by himself, not to mention they were quite tidy. Mom, you're awake, hee hee. Seeing her mother coming out and hearing the little guy's laughing voice, Lin Shireen's face turned red and she couldn't help but glare at a guy sleeping in the room. It was all that bastard's fault. I actually slept for so long. Yeah. At a certain moment, Lin Shireen thought of something and went straight back to her room. You pervert, get up quickly, you're going to be late for the concert. I glanced and it was already 9 o'clock, and the concert was still an hour away from 10. Time is quite urgent. After packing up, Yi Chen started racing mode and barely made it to the scene in time. At the same time, another remarkable event was happening in the Dosha live broadcast room that was broadcasting simultaneously. Before Lin Shireen's second concert even started, the number of her fans had already exceeded 1 million. I'm so excited. The Cheyenne Goddess concert is about to begin. Yeah, my wife Shireen is so beautiful, moi. I heard that the musical genius Yi Chen became famous yesterday. Not that bad, it is said that he is quite skilled and defeated the Korean Sanda champion in seconds. Is it true that the Korean champion is so weak? Hey, do you think Yi Chen will attend the Cheyenne Goddess concert? Hot comments flooded the barrage. Although there was only a quiet stage on the screen at the moment, it still couldn't stop the enthusiasm of the fans. As expected, Yi Chen became the topic of conversation for many fans. In the VIP seats, the little guy and the LSP trio gathered together. Looking at their fairy-like niece, Wang Zihan and the other two looked towards the stage with emotion. The boss was going to be in the spotlight again tonight. Chapter 75 Yishin, stop singing. I will support you in the next life. Niece, what? Did your dad really draw the Korean Sanda champion? Wang Zihan retracted his gaze and looked at his niece. He swallowed and asked. Although Li Bin and Dong Kuan at the side did not finish their words, their interested eyes said it all. Of course, you don't know. Then Miao Miao exaggerated her dad's achievements and almost praised her own dad to the sky. Next, please invite Mr. Yi Chen to perform a song called Will You Be My Wife? Everyone welcomes. Wow. As the beautiful host finished her voice, the audience's eyes quickly fell on the stage. What, Yishin is the first to sing? This operation is amazing, my goddess Shireen, I love you. Ahem, the Master Yi who beat the Sanda champion is really here. Stop singing, Yishin. I will support you in the next life. My male god, I want to have a litter of babies with you, boo-hoo. I'm looking forward to it. The song title looks so sweet. The fans in the live broadcast room were also stunned for a moment. They obviously didn't expect that the person they had been discussing so much actually came to the concert and was the first to sing. With these two songs that dominated all the karaoke charts, the audience fell silent, obviously knowing what was going to happen next. I have walked many intersections and heard many sighs. I take your confusion seriously. I think everyone has this feeling of confusion. Luckily, I can share your sorrow. Can you come a little closer? Can you come a little closer? Satisfy my little vanity. The super warm melody and artistic conception, interpreted by Yi Chen's singing skills, flow into people's hearts. Every note seems to dance in the audience's hearts like an elf, touching their hearts. That guy. Lin Shireen, who was in the backstage lounge, was listening to a guy singing, which was exactly like a confession. At one point, she burst out laughing, and that touch of charm was beautiful beyond words. Unfortunately, at this moment, no one appreciates this beautiful scenery. Xiaoya, this is not bad. In the audience, Lin's mother looked at her son-in-law on the stage and listened to the singing in her ears with satisfaction on her face. Lin's father was also quite moved. No wonder his daughter was so obsessed with this brat. He really had some skills. Obviously, Lin's father and mother came to watch their daughter's concert secretly, and came to Shanghai to relax. This is why they did not buy VIP tickets. After all, that would be too conspicuous. See? This is our son-in-law. Mother Lin rolled her eyes at Father Lin and said, if you had the ability back then, you would probably have a grandson by now. Father Lin. At the same time, Jinghua Middle School. This is Xiaowang's brother-in-law. With a swish, all eyes fell on Lin Xiaowang, especially the little girls, who were full of envy. Wow, Xiaowang's brother-in-law is so handsome. Yeah, his singing is really nice, I like him so much. Me too, he's my idol. Xiaowang, can I have an autographed photo of your brother-in-law? If you can give me a signed photo of your brother-in-law, I will be your girlfriend, okay? The chattering sound rang in Lin Xiaowang's ears, which really confused Lin Xiaowang. Is his brother-in-law so charming? He also has a beautiful female classmate as his girlfriend. It feels pretty good. Rest assured. Lin Xiaowang took the responsibility. If you want an autographed photo of my brother-in-law, write to me and I will get it for you later. Yes. Long live classmate Xiaowang. At some point, the classroom was in chaos, and several little girls kissed Lin Xiaowang excitedly, which made Lin Xiaowang feel so comfortable that he flew to the sky. Happiness came too suddenly. Brother-in-law, so awesome. Come on, brother-in-law, let the storm come even harder, If you don't know where to go tomorrow, just stay with me and be my wife, okay? My arms, even if they are not broad enough, will be yours. Warm embrace. If you are tired of the ups and downs outside, just stay with me and be my wife, okay? Wow. Brother-in-law Xiaowang is so sweet. It must be so happy to be his girlfriend. The students in the class were very excited. Yi Chen surprisingly gained a lot of fans. The beautiful head teacher in the corner of the classroom looked at the concert screen and her face couldn't help but blush. Lin Xiaowang's brother-in-law is so handsome and talented. It turns out, my favorite idol Yi Chen is Xiaowang's brother-in-law. My heart is beating so fast. Is this the feeling of love? Thinking of this, Lin Xiaowang's heartbeat quickened. It was a strange feeling. What should I do? Chapter 76. The feeling of eating your own dog food is quite strange. Concert, audience seats. Xiaoya's confession is really. Listening to the heated discussions of the audience around her, especially the girls' expressions of love, Lin's mother showed a proud smile on her face, as if she was telling everyone that this was her son-in-law. Ahem, this song is just so-so. Father Lin coughed and said, but Mother Lin rolled her eyes. If you can do it, go ahead. Father Lin. For a moment, Father Lin had an illusion that his family's status had dropped a lot. Then he looked at a guy on the stage, thinking, that little bastard, if he keeps a low profile, he will die. The song ends. The whole audience fell silent, but the melody of the song was still on my mind. This song is so sweet. The feeling of super sweet dog food suddenly poured out from the stage to the entire audience. At this moment, Lin Shirin's mouth curved into an arc, and she couldn't help but smile charmingly. That bad guy only knows how to stir up trouble. He. She said this in a delicate voice, but her face was full of happiness and there was no trace of blame. I'll punish him when I get back. Is it really okay to sing such a song in public? Especially, the feeling of eating your own dog food like this is quite strange. Have a song. Yi Shun. One more song. Suddenly, just as Yi Chen was about to step down from the stage, a unanimous voice rang out in the field. This scene really shocked the LSP trio. Wow. The little guy listened to the boiling atmosphere, his eyes full of surprise. He looked at the older brothers and sisters with his beautiful big eyes, and finally his face turned into a flower with a smile. Come on, Dad. You are the best. Meow Meow, her father's little cotton padded jacket, cheered for her father. The beautiful host at the edge of the stage felt the audience's high emotions and it took her a while to come back to her senses. My own boss is awesome. She would naturally not let go of such an opportunity to show off. Mr. Yi Chen, look. Without saying much, the beautiful host smiled slightly, revealing a charming curve and full of affinity. As for the delay of the concert time? Joke? The karaoke music all belongs to their own bosses, so no one dares to say a word even if it's delayed for a whole day, let alone a single song. Then sing another song. Yi Chen was in a good mood, and he did not expect the reaction on site to be so good. It was also to warm up the audience for that girl, but at this moment the number of fans in the live broadcast room had exceeded 3 million. Moreover, the upward momentum has not only not slowed down, but has become even more violent than before. The next song, Fairy Tale, is dedicated to every audience member who supports me. I hope everyone can find the girl they want to protect with their life. Hearing her boss words, the beautiful host said appropriately, okay. Next, please enjoy Mr. Yi Chen's Fairy Tale. Pa 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 pa. Ah. Before the concert even started, the audience was already in unprecedented excitement, with many cute girls loudly confessing their love, with words like, my male god, I love you, and, my male god, I want to have a baby with you appearing frequently. All of a sudden, Lin Shirin had countless rivals in love, and each of them was very beautiful and had great potential. The lamp tube is focused, against the backdrop of incandescent light. The handsome face became even more handsome at this moment. The background screen lit up, and a boy appeared on it, holding the injured heroine and running wildly on the street. The atmosphere of lovers separated by life and death suddenly spread, and the boy's helplessness and grief could not be described in words at all. I forgot how long it has been. I never heard from you again. Tell me your favorite story. I thought about it for a long time. I started to panic. Did I do something wrong again? A low and slightly suppressed singing voice was heard, as if with some kind of magic power, everyone was placed in the background screen. They wanted to protect the heroine, but they could do nothing in the face of reality. Boss, this is completely different from the song just now. Wang Zihong sipped his lips. He was truly amazed by the way the boss controlled the singing style. It seemed too easy to switch freely like this, and the boss seemed to be able to do it with ease. Ahem, no matter what, his singing skills are absolutely amazing. After today, the boss will be very popular again. Li Bin and Dong Kuan looked at each other, as if they had already anticipated what would happen after the concert. The karaoke platform was destined to experience another wave of storms. Those young handsome men in the music industry, I'm afraid they want to die now. 3.1 million. 3.3 million. 3.5 million. The number of fans in the live broadcast room skyrocketed in an explosive manner, and the comments poured in like crazy. The lyrics, artistic conception, and charm were all excellent, and the conscientious background screen made the sense of immersion even deeper. Divine comedy. There is no denying that this will be another divine song. No one knows how many fans Yi Chen will gain in this concert, but the only thing that is certain is, after the concert, this guy is definitely more popular than before. Chapter 77, I am so touched. The idol's future girlfriend must be so happy. The screen lights up and the video continues. The plot on the screen also reached its climax, and it was at this time that the heroine and the boy were separated due to injuries. I want to be in a fairy tale. The angel you love. Open your hands. Turning into wings to protect you. You must believe. I believe we will be like in a fairy tale. Happiness and joy are the ending. The music was so exciting that the audience stood up one by one, swaying their steps and shaking their glow sticks to the melody. The scene was quite shocking. It feels so sweet. Looking at the demeanor of a certain guy on the stage, Lin Shireen felt the guy's deep love, as if she felt his strong desire to protect her. That bad guy, isn't he afraid of being proud when he treats himself so well? The whole place was filled with sweet dog food. At this moment, Lin Shireen felt that she was completely wrapped in honey. She was definitely the happiest woman in the world. The feeling of being pampered is so strong that you can't help yourself. My God, I love you. Wow. I'm so touched. My idol's future girlfriend must be so happy. Yeah, my male god is awesome. I will love you for 10,000 years. Shocking, a man actually did this at a concert. You are awesome, Kozla, you don't even hold on to the wall when going to the toilet. I admire the male god. My mother asked me why I was kneeling to watch TV, and I said I saw Prince Charming. The number of fans in the live broadcast room exploded immediately, and the number of fans soared to over 8 million. And this was just after the first two songs of the concert. On the other side, the Kai family villa. Snap. Seeing a certain guy stealing the show, Kai Qianyu's face turned cold. Damn it. That kid, why isn't he dead yet? Kai Qianyu's expression turned grim. The 7 killing organization, are they all good for nothings? The first thing Kai Qianyu did was to call the 7 kills organization, and received a message from them saying that the assassination had failed again, which made Kai Qianyu furious. Failed. Is this how your 7 kills organization helps its employers? Faced with Kai Qianyu's questioning, the 7 kills organization had a hard time saying anything. After all, they paid a heavy price for this. I don't care what method you use, I just want Yi Chen's life. 100 million. Kai Qianyu narrowed his eyes and looked at the guy in the bottle. I'll hire you for 100 million, you must kill him for me. Don't worry, Mr. Kai. When the 7 Killings organization heard that the reward had been increased to 100 million, they immediately became excited and didn't even care about the tragic deaths of those killers. Money is sometimes a good thing, enough to make people forget many things. The concert was over and the crowd was silent. Accompanied by thunderous applause, Yi Chen left the stage. One song was enough time for him to kiss his wife. More than 10 minutes later. In the backstage lounge, after a fight, Lin Shireen leaned tenderly in a guy's arms. That guy was so bold that he dared to do such a thing here. You, get up quickly. She quickly got dressed. Fortunately, there were no songs of hers during this period, otherwise the concert would have been ruined by this guy. You're crazy, pervert. I glared at a guy fiercely. That bastard was becoming more and more daring. Hey, Nizi, that's not what you said just now. Before Yi Chen could finish, Lin Shireen covered his mouth. You, keep talking. At this moment, Lin Shireen wanted to tear this guy into pieces. He was too hateful. But why was she so defenseless against this bastard? Lin Shireen, is this still you? Here, these are the 2 songs. Send them to the karaoke platform. Then Yi Chen took out a USB flash drive and put it into the abyss of the stunning beauty. This action made Lin Shireen's face turn red, and she glared at a guy. Is it really okay to bully yourself like this? However, he didn't say much. After uploading 2 songs and sending a message, he left the lounge. You big bad guy, just wait for me. I'll punish you when I get back. She said this harshly. She was not very satisfied just now. After all, time was limited. When she returned to the villa, she would let that bastard know that flowers are a different kind of red. On the other side, Wei Yiming's office. What? Lin Shireen, oh no, Miss Lin sent the boss's 2 songs. Okay, I'll recommend it right away. After learning the information, Wei Yiming immediately started a series of skillful operations. He naturally also listened to the two songs sung by his boss just now. These two songs are definitely not inferior to the previous two. In this way, their karaoke platform will definitely occupy more music market. If nothing unexpected happens, Yi Chen is destined to become popular on the internet again. As for how popular the karaoke platform will become in the future, it is unknown. Chapter 78 Yi Chen, What is Long Yang's Love? Jiangnan University, Campus. The music played in the radio room during the break suddenly attracted the attention of the whole school. I have walked many intersections and heard many sighs. I take your confusion seriously. I think everyone has this feeling of confusion. Luckily, I can share your sorrow. The beautiful singing voice immediately drew praises from everyone, but soon someone revealed the original song. This song sounds so familiar, where have you heard it before? Ahem, how could I not be familiar with this song, Senior Yi Chen? Besides, this is the song he sang at the concert in Magic City. This karaoke song is so crazy, the male god uploaded it right after he finished singing. So sweet, my goodness, my male god, I want to have a baby with you. Come home with me, senior. I can warm the bed and do the splits. All is well, the Prince Charming is mine. Suddenly, groups of people from all over Jiang University campus were discussing the situation, but they were unaware that several songs of their idol Yi Chen had become extremely popular. The karaoke platforms have also seen a series of changes in the major charts. Download list. First place, Rolling Pearl Curtain singer, Yi Chen. Second place, The New Drunken Concubine singer, Yi Chen. Third place, Will You Be My Wife? Singer, Yi Chen. Hot search list. First place, Rolling Pearl Curtain singer, Yi Chen. Second place, The New Drunken Concubine singer, Yi Chen. Third place, Fairy Tale singer, Yi Chen. And so on, such as the real-time best-selling list and the collection list, all of which were dominated by the four songs without exception. For a time, Yi Chen's name once again exploded across the entire internet. There is no denying that Yi Chen is very popular. Just as the four songs were blowing up the entire internet, the concert came to an end and the audience left the venue one after another. Hey, did you see anyone confessing their love? At this moment, a rich second-generation man in a suit and tie was leaning next to a luxury car at the exit of the concert venue, with an undisguised dandy look on his face. This man's name is Li Haoyu, the eldest son of the Li family in Shanghai, and he is also one of Lin Shirin's strong suitors. In the romantic scene of heart-shaped candles, he was holding rose petals in his hands. He was already very familiar with this operation and he had impressed countless girls with this method. However, those girls before were just playing around and could never compare to Lin Shirin. At this moment, it is nighttime and there are fewer and fewer people coming and going. Shirin, long time no see. When there were few people around, two figures came to the scene, and not far behind them were the LSP trio and the little guy. Lin Shirin looked over when she heard the voice, and her pretty face immediately darkened. Li Haoyu, I'm not familiar with you, please call me by my full name. Shirin is joking. You should understand how I feel about you. Li Haoyu was shameless and persistent. He had coveted Lin Shirin for a long time. At the same time, their Li family also wanted to get involved in Jiangnan City. If they could marry Lin Shirin home, they would naturally be in-laws with the Jiangnan Lin family. Love rival? Yi Chen was slightly stunned when he looked at Li Haoyu in front of him. It seems that our little Shirin is very charming. As he spoke, he put his big hands around her slender waist. Fortunately, there were not many people around, otherwise such an action would definitely shock everyone. Yi Chen, hey. Lin Shirin was also shocked by the guy's bold move, but she did not refuse. Boy, who are you? When Li Haoyu saw the boy next to Lin Shirin dared to embrace the woman he had chosen, his eyes flashed with coldness. Pa! Without any nonsense, while Wang Zihang and the other two were stunned, he slapped Li Haoyu to the ground. The three of them were so happy to see it. Damn, he is worthy of being the boss. When dealing with his love rival, there is only one word: kill him. Xiao Shirin is my wife, who do you think I am? Yi Chen glanced at Li Haoyu, and then his expression was quite strange under his medical skills. Boy, I advise you that although Long Yangji is good, you still need to be restrained. You? Hearing the guy in front of him suddenly reveal his biggest secret, Li Haoyu was really scared. If you have the guts, just wait for me. Then he covered his face and left in embarrassment, and the farce ended. The LSP trio listened to the boss's words and looked at Li Haoyu's embarrassed back as he left. What the hell? Is this true? The boss was right. That kid has quite a unique taste. Damn, Long Yang's goodness gives me chills just thinking about it. Yi Chen, you are too impulsive. Seeing Li Haoyu fleeing in a panic, Lin Shireen looked worried. That Li Haoyu is the eldest son of the Li family in Magic City. The Li family is a well-known family in Magic City. The Li family in the Magic City is much stronger than our Lin family. It's okay, just a dandy boy. Yi Chen waved his hands and didn't take Li Haoyu seriously at all. After all, getting entangled with such a waste would only waste time and would also lower his status. You. Hey. Lin Shireen sighed as she was about to say something, then thought of something and curiously asked the guy next to her, Yi Chen, what is Long Yang's good thing? Well, Long Yang's goodness is. Then Yi Chen whispered to explain beside Lin Shireen's ear, and the three LSPs behind him smiled like uncles, as expected. Soon, Lin Shireen's face flushed. Thinking of Li Haoyu's confession, she felt sick. That guy was so disgusting. Chapter 79, You Big Head Ghost, I Will Punish You. At night, Thompson Villa. In the dense forest behind the mountain, a bus stopped by the roadside. Snap. The sound of a steady rhythm rang out, and then hundreds of people appeared on the field. Mr. Li, everyone is here. When will we start? Looking at the group of younger brothers behind him, the leader Mad Dog had a fierce look on his face. As a backbone of the Golden Shield security, he had long been accustomed to earning some extra money on weekdays. Li Haoyu glanced at Mad Dog, the thug he had always worked with, and said, tonight at Thompson Villa, destroy that Yi Chen for me. Understood, Mr. Li. Just hold it. Mad Dog's mouth curled up grimly. This kind of thing was not easy for him to do. I will make that kid pay the price tonight. Squeak. Just then, several buses stopped by the roadside and surrounded Li Haoyu and his group. Patta, patta, patta. Patta, patta. The sound of leather shoes stepping on the ground could be heard. While Mad Dog and the others looked confused, at least 1,000 people surrounded the 100 of them. Gulp. Many Golden Shield security guards were swallowing their saliva. Damn it, they had never seen such a scene before. How brave. Who are you? Mad Dog's heart was in his throat. He knew that they were no match for the people on the other side. I am a Golden Shield security. Pa. Before Mad Dog could finish his words, he was slapped to the ground by the leader. Bah, Golden Shield security is shit. The person who took action was none other than Lei Bao, the current core senior executive of Kunping Security. Boy, you are Li Haoyu. Lei Bao glanced at Li Haoyu and said, you are very brave to attack Master Yi. Do it. Without any nonsense, Lei Bao gave an order and thousands of people attacked Mad Dog and his group with a devastating force. It is easy to imagine how brutal the battle would be when there were 10 of them fighting. As for Li Haoyu, he had countless broken bones, his entire face had become like a pig's head, blood was oozing from his mouth, and he looked at Lei Bao with eyes full of fear. Kid, there won't be a next time. I'm going to kill your whole family. Lei Bao glanced at Li Haoyu, then left in a leisurely manner with thousands of people. As for killing these people, was that a joke? Hundreds of people were killed, that would be a big deal for the devil. Damn it! Mad Dog looked at the departing buses with a look of hatred in his eyes. No matter who you are, if you offend my Golden Shield security, I will make sure you can't leave the Magic City. At the same time, at the Golden Shield security headquarters. Bang! The door of the council room where the board meeting was in progress was thrown open, and dozens of evil-looking people filed in. You guys are in a meeting. The leading woman came to the chairman's seat that was vacated by her subordinates and said, from now on, Golden Shield security will be merged into Kunping security. Do you have any objections? Bang! Who are you to dare to trespass into my Golden Shield security? One of the directors slammed the table and angrily scolded Zhao Jian. Listening to the director's words, Zhao Jian winked at the subordinate beside her, and then the subordinate placed documents and USB flash drives in front of the directors and the chairman of Golden Shield security. You can take a look first and then answer my questions. Hearing what Zhao Jian said, all the directors were startled, and then their eyes fell on the document in front of them. It would have been fine if they hadn't looked at it, but this look almost scared them to death. There is no denying that what was laid out before them was the evidence of their respective crimes. It could be said that if these evidences were sent to the Ministry of Justice, they would spend the rest of their lives in prison. I agree. Second the motion. Many directors were not fools. They all passed the motion unanimously with pale faces, including the chairman of Golden Shield Security. Meanwhile, Thompson Villa. In the bedroom. Ding dong. A message sounded, and Lin Shireen looked over. Dear CCB user, your account number ending in 5210 was transferred 80 million renminbi from a karaoke platform on November 8, 2023. Please check it. CCB. After taking a shower, Lin Shireen, who was wearing thin pajamas, was stunned. This is 80 million. Then another message came, apparently from the karaoke platform, saying that the song was hot during this period and they were sharing the profits. It's only been a few days and they've shared 80 million. Not bad for pocket money, huh? At some point, a large hand wrapped around her slender waist, causing Lin Shireen's face to blush slightly. Next, it's time for baby to perform well. Lin Shireen rolled her eyes at a certain guy. Show off, you big head ghost, I'll punish you if I don't. You are my free laborer. Believe it or not, I will make you pay for all the water bills tonight. Obviously, Lin Shireen was led astray by someone, and she said such vicious words. Yeah. Listening to the words of the beauty in his arms, Yi Chen raised an arc. Then give it a try. Don't let yourself pay for your man's water bill instead of paying for your own. Ah, you, Yi Chen. Listening to someone's words, Lin Shireen's face turned red all the way to the back of her ears. Come here, I promise I won't beat you to death. Chapter 80. Is there no one in China who can fight? The next day, after breakfast. After a night of watering, Lin Shireen's complexion became rosy and her originally beautiful face looked even better. Dad, are we going to the Lantern Festival? After dinner yesterday, we decided to visit the Magic City Lantern Festival today. It is an unprecedented grand event every year and tourists from all over the world gather here. Of course. Thinking back to last night's water bill issue, Lin Shireen's face turned even redder as she looked into the eyes of the beautiful lady. She didn't dare to look at that guy. Her actions regarding last night's water bill issue were completely self-defeating. Unfortunately, I didn't get what I wanted in the end, and instead someone took advantage of me. Dad, Mom, when have I ever lied to you? He rubbed the little guy's head lovingly and laughed. To be honest, this feeling was pretty good. Yes. Long live Mommy and Daddy. The little guy excitedly kissed his parents with a mwah. The way the family showed off their love was really enviable, although only some readers could feel it. 20 minutes later, in front of the Magic City Lantern Festival. Wow! After pushing the door and getting off the bus, the little one was attracted by the colorful lanterns that stretched as far as the eye could see. So beautiful. Dad, look, there are so many lanterns. Looking at the bustling lantern festival, the smell of fireworks hits you in the face. It's very beautiful. Lin Shireen, who was looking at the little guy excitedly, suddenly felt a big hand around her slender waist. She couldn't help but glared at him, as if telling him to behave himself in public. Stalls, snacks, cold drinks. All kinds of strange and weird objects really attracted the little guy to run around. Seeing such a cute look, Yi Chen and the others smiled. It was a wonderful feeling. Just watching quietly is a pleasure. Nizi, how about, we have another son? Looking at the happy little guy, Yi Chen thought of something. I feel that Miao Miao is sometimes quite lonely. Lin Shireen, pfft. What are you thinking about? No one would give birth to a child with you. When Lin Shireen heard what someone said, her face turned red. Her good mood was ruined by that guy. How hateful. But then Lin Shireen became worried. They never took any precautions. If they were really hit, then she should choose to do it or not. For a moment, Lin Shireen became nervous. Just then, the little guy's voice came from not far away. There are so many people over there. Come here quickly. As he spoke, the little guy ran towards the crowd in the distance. Meow meow, slow down. Lin Shireen, who sensed the charming atmosphere, felt as if she had been pardoned when she heard her daughter's words, and ended the conversation with that guy. Obviously. This is done in the name of taking care of your daughter, not because I don't want to talk to you. Bang! At this moment, a dull sound was heard from the field, followed by a figure falling off the stage and spitting out blood. I am Ikawa Kazuo from Fuso. I have heard that Chinese martial arts are profound and extensive. Seeing you today, it's really disappointing. After defeating 3 people in a row, the Japanese boxer Ikawa Kazuo became more confident. He raised his eyes to the sky and said, "Why, there is no one in the Great China who can fight? I'll do it." A voice was heard, and then a monk appeared on the stage, Shaolin Temple, Jikong. Please enlighten me. After hearing what Jikong said, the Fuso boxer looked much more serious, obviously knowing that a master had arrived. Bang bang. After several consecutive exchanges, the Fuso boxer became more and more frightened, and he obviously underestimated Jikong from the Shaolin Temple. In that case, Igawa Kazuo then bit the stimulant in his mouth. After taking the medicine, his fighting power immediately returned to its peak state, and his spirit was unprecedentedly strong. Such banned drugs can make Igawa Kazuo forget his pain temporarily. Good opportunity. Igawa Kazuo seized the opportunity and punched Jikong in the chest, knocking him out of the ring with a bang. Coincidentally, he fell right towards Miao, who was squeezed to the front. Yi-chen, hurry. Before Lin Shirin could say anything, Yi-chen had already appeared in front of the little fellow. He raised his hand slightly and easily pinned Jikong to the ground with a smooth movement of force. Wow. The sudden change really attracted everyone's attention to Yi-chen. Thank you for your help, my skills are not as good as others. Jikong shook his head. He could obviously win, but he didn't know why the man from Fuso suddenly became so much stronger. This guy is amazing. With that move just now, this guy must be an expert. Everyone around was chattering and talking. Igawa Kazuo, who was in the middle of an excited state, looked at Yi-chen and said, "Boy, you look pretty good. Come on and let me knock you out with one punch." Dad, that person is so bad. The little guy looked at Igawa Kazuo with disgust on his face. Anyone who is not nice to his daddy is a bad person. Ding. The host triggers a random mission. Beat up boxers from various countries and be rewarded with 100% of the shares of Dosha Live, plus 30 billion renminbi. Oh. Hearing the system voice ringing in my ears, it seems that if I don't beat these guys, I will really let them down. Wouldn't it be nice to complete the task by the way? Chapter 81. Yi-chen starts his performance. Do you want some melon seeds and popcorn? Dude, go ahead and destroy him. Young man, you can't let the Fuso dwarf get too arrogant. For a moment, the people around cheered and assisted. Lin Shirin's heart tightened. Yi-chen, don't be impulsive. Although she disliked the Japanese boxer, she was more worried about the safety of her man. Come on, daddy, teach that bad guy a lesson. The little girl was not afraid of making trouble when she spoke. Lin Shirin really wanted to hang this little girl up and beat her. This girl only knew how to add fuel to the fire. Don't worry, I know what's going on. With a slight smile, Yi-chen stepped onto the stage. Since he had stretched out his face for him to step on, if he didn't step on it, he would be disrespecting him. Be careful, benefactor. That person is very skilled. Thanks. Yi-chen nodded to Jikong, then walked to the stage, but saw that the karate practitioner Igawa Kazuo opposite him was half a head shorter than him. Sir, I have a question, could you please help me solve it? Looking at Kazuo Igawa in front of him, he had not forgotten that this guy almost hurt the little guy just now. He had never seen anyone better than him in attracting hatred. What's the problem? Obviously, Kazuo Igawa didn't know that he had fallen into a trap dug for him by someone. I would like to ask, are all the people in Fuso so short? Or, you are malnourished? Phew. Hearing the sudden words, Lin Shirin couldn't help laughing, and the people around her laughed even louder, and all the anger just now was vented at this moment. Good job. That dude is the most vicious, but he did a great job. Boxers from various countries turned pale upon hearing this. Igawa Kazuo narrowed his eyes even more. You have a sharp tongue. I'm going to smash your head with one punch. He stepped onto the ring and then threw a rapid punch at Yi-chen's forehead. If he was hit by that punch, he would definitely be seriously injured. That kid is dead. Boxers from various countries all smiled when they saw this, and at the same time Miao picked up her phone and skillfully turned on the live broadcast, which was Dosha Live, and the nickname of the room was Invincible Little Cutie. Mom, look, this is my first live broadcast. The little girl showed off by pointing her cell phone towards the ring. She didn't look worried about her father's safety at all. If you didn't know her well, you would think she was a little fierce. As expected, several fans came in. Invincible Little Cutie, hee hee, she must be a pretty little lowly. Little lowly, let me see your stunning beauty, okay? The live broadcast room just opened, but there are so many people around? Worry, look, that can't be Yi-chen. Soon, one of the people in the live broadcast room noticed the handsome guy who was confronting the Fusang dwarf on the stage. Who else could it be but Yi Chen? Instantly, the comments in the live broadcast room exploded. You have to know that Yi Chen was a ruthless man who had slapped the Korean Sanda champion before. 10 people. 50 people. 100 people. Soon, hundreds of people flooded into the live broadcast room. But at this moment, come on, Daddy, you are the best. The little guy's sudden words really shocked everyone in the live broadcast room. What the hell? The daughter of that Fusang dwarf, can't. Could it be Yi Shen's daughter? There was a loud bang, and at one point hundreds of people in the live broadcast room discovered a shocking secret. Is this true? Yi Shen has a child. Look, it's about to start. In the live broadcast room, at a certain moment, hundreds of people all looked at the stage on the screen, but at this moment, Egawa Kazuo's attack was tricky and vicious. When Yi Chen saw this, contempt flashed in his eyes. A faint golden light appeared on his right hand, and then he slapped it down. Pa! A crisp sound was heard, and the next moment, Egawa Kazuo was knocked away from the ring, sliding on the ground for more than 1 meter before stopping. With one slap, the whole place fell silent. Jikon's eyes were wide open, staring at Yi Chen's right palm that was glowing with golden light without blinking. That can't be wrong. Shaolin's lost unique skill. Powerful Vajra palm. My god, what did I see? Wow. Daddy, old gay. The little guy was so excited to see his dad defeat the Fuso dwarf in seconds, and all the fans in the live broadcast room were stunned. Oh my goodness, Master Yi is so strong. No wonder the Korean Sanda champion was knocked over with one palm. Yes, I saw in the video that even the railings were bent. It seems like the boxers from all over the world are going to be in trouble. The small stools are ready, waiting for the show to start. Master Yi, start your performance. Do you want some melon seeds and popcorn? While he was enjoying the show, the number of fans in the live broadcast room had exceeded 3,000, and the speed was still soaring, which the little guy didn't know. Undoubtedly, the first live broadcast became popular. With a palm, Yi Chen glanced at the seriously injured Egawa Kazuo and said, "Your strength is a mess." Good. Pa. After listening to Yi Chen's words, the audience exploded. Damn, this is too exciting. Damn, it's so cool. Your strength is a mess, it feels so good. The fans in the live broadcast room were all dumbfounded. Damn it, if God hadn't given birth to the god Yi, the martial arts world would have been in darkness forever. Chapter 82, after beating the younger one, the older one is about to take action? The power of one palm exploded throughout the field. Egawa Kazuo stared at someone on the ring in disbelief. Impossible. At this moment, he couldn't believe that even after taking the stimulant, he couldn't even defeat that guy in one move. That guy was so strong. You guys, come together. At this moment, a domineering voice rang in the ears of boxers from various countries. Such a scene really made the audience around them smile so hard that their mouths were bent to the back of their ears. Dad is so handsome. The little guy was chirping excitedly, unaware that he had completely betrayed his father's identity. Arrogant. Destroy him. More than a dozen boxers from various countries had cold eyes and rushed forward without caring about their face, vowing to beat the boy to a pulp. Papa. Then, the sound of slapping in the face was heard, and boxers from various countries were knocked out of the ring one by one, slid for a distance and then stopped. More than a dozen boxers were crushed to pieces. 66666, awesome. Master Yi, awesome. Great job, Grandma. Hey, you are worthy of being my Yi Chen, your strength is amazing. Boxer, impossible, this is unscientific. I once had a friend who was as awesome as Yi Chen. Whenever he recalled the past, he would excitedly stand up from his wheelchair. Yi Chen, I love you. Come home with me and have a baby, okay? Barrages of comments appeared in the live broadcast room like snowflakes. At this moment, the number of fans has exceeded tens of thousands, and the number is still growing at a visible rate. Happy. The people at the scene were watching the scene in the arena. At this moment, the arena had already been destroyed beyond recognition. They looked at Yi Chen with eyes full of admiration and pride. Damn it, let those boxers try to bully me again. Under the powerful Vajra palm, boxers from all countries were made to doubt their lives, and their eyes changed when they looked at Yi Chen. Is that guy a devil? Presumptuous. At this moment, two figures walked quickly out of the car. Vice President. When the boxers from Japan and South Korea saw the newcomers, they were about to cry. They had just been beaten like little kids. If this got out, their boxing careers would be over. What a cruel boy. On the way here, the two learned that boxers from various countries had been annihilated, so naturally their unfriendly eyes fell on Yi-chen. Vice President of the Fuso Martial Arts Association, Okada Murakami. The Vice President of the Korean Martial Arts Association, Jin Changming. Wow. When these words were spoken, everyone around was stunned. What a guy, the Vice President of the Martial Arts Association, he beat the young one and now the old one is going to attack. So shameless. The fans in the live broadcast room were also perked up at this moment. It was obvious that two heavyweight masters had arrived. I wonder what Yi-chen would do next. Pa! Pa! Just as the fans were discussing, two crisp slaps were heard. The next moment, when they looked up, they saw that the vice presidents of Japan and South Korea were slapped to the ground. Snap! His facial bones were shattered and he was beaten to the point of losing his fighting ability. Pft, cough cough. Lin Shireen wanted to drink some water to calm herself down, but was caught off guard by the sudden scene. She spat out all the water and looked stunned. That guy got into big trouble. The vice president of the Wushu Association has a different status from the boxer just mentioned. If this matter gets out, there will probably be a lot of trouble. What, is this over? The vice presidents of the two martial arts associations were killed in 1 second, my god. The handsome guy is so handsome, I really want to have a baby with him, boo-hoo. People around were discussing it heatedly, and many beautiful and cute girls expressed their love. The fans in the live broadcast room were also shocked at this moment, and the number of fans soared exponentially in an instant. The cute host of Le Xiao rewards the invincible cute blue rose X666. The villains want to harm me by rewarding the invincible little cutie with the supreme salute X88. The runaway little loli rewards the invincible little cutie with the heart of the universe X333. Exchange your husband for candy and reward the invincible little cutie with super rocket X111. The vice presidents of the two countries' martial arts associations were instantly defeated, and the screen was immediately filled with rewards. The scene was so spectacular that the popularity of the live broadcast room soared to the extreme. 10,000. 20,000. 30,000. Soon, the number of fans exceeded 50,000, various rewards continued to come in frequently, and thousands of comments flashed by in the live broadcast room every second. You bastard vice president, you dare to challenge Chinese martial arts with this little strength. What the hell? These words immediately won Yi-chen countless fans. Wow, it was the first time they saw someone so tough against martial arts from various countries. He was awesome. Daddy is great, Mua. When he saw his dad coming down, the little guy immediately threw himself into his dad's arms, smiling happily, while Yi-chen rubbed the little guy's head lovingly. Fans who ate such dog food really lost their temper. This little loli is so cute. Oh my god. If I could have such a little lover, I would be willing to live 10 years less. She is worthy of being the daughter of Yi-chen. But is the girl with a perfect figure and sunglasses next to her the wife of Yi-chen? Damn, with this figure, she can definitely give birth to 2 children in 3 years. But if they knew that the goddess in sunglasses was their dream goddess Lin Shireen, I wonder if they would still be so calm. Chapter 83. Oh my goodness, this guy is a bit naughty. But at this moment, a reporter happened to record a scene. Walk. Hurry up, big hits. Just like that, the reporter informed the young man who was following him with the camera that he was originally supposed to record the grand occasion of the Lantern Festival, but now that there was such news, he had no time to focus on his mission. Handsome guy, can I ask you a few questions? The beautiful reporter came closer, holding a large microphone and asked professionally, what do you think of martial arts from different countries? Obviously, the questions asked by the beautiful reporter were very sharp. Of course, this is also a normal operation for her to create topics. After all, this is her job. Martial arts from various countries? After hearing what the beautiful reporter said, Yi-chen thought for a moment and glanced at the wailing boxers on the ground. It's no exaggeration to say that they are vulnerable. Those 2 guys just now can beat at least 1,000 of them. Little beautiful reporter. Ali Gay, this handsome guy is so awesome. Obviously, this sentence is bound to be a hit. Lin Shireen glared at a certain guy, but didn't say much because of his status. The people around him showed admiration, especially the cute girls, who admired him so much that they wanted to rush up to him and ask for his high-quality jeans. Fuck you, God, Yi is awesome. Hey, that really hits the spot. Damn it, this is the star we want to chase. That's right. Compared to those young hunks, Yishan is at least 10,000. No, 100,000 times stronger. Love it, hee hee, from now on Yishan is my fan. I give Yishan 9 points for this operation. I gave him 1 more point because I'm afraid he will become too proud. Master, please accept my disciples' greetings. The fans in the live broadcast room were excited again. The number of fans has reached hundreds of thousands, and various rewards have emerged. The beautiful reporter naturally didn't know about this, and continued to ask curiously, "Handsome guy, has anyone ever told you that you are very good looking? If you were asked to describe your handsomeness, what would you say?" The words of the beautiful reporter immediately attracted everyone's attention to Yi Chen. Even Lin Shireen looked at her man. She was quite curious about how this guy would describe her appearance. Oh. Hearing the high-quality questions from the beautiful reporter, Yi Chen pondered for a moment. "I think my handsomeness is like the warm sunshine that shines through the French windows in winter, warm and subtle, beautiful but not sentimental, and makes people imagine endlessly. Time magazine in the United States once compared my handsomeness to this. It's like a flawless statue of a handsome man that Michelangelo did his best to carve out. In fact, I personally don't quite agree with this metaphor. First of all, this sentence describes my handsomeness too superficially and does not penetrate my deeper connotations. Secondly, it should not be Michelangelo did his best to carve out, but a more objective description method should be used, otherwise it is difficult to convince people." Lin Shireen. Puff. The beautiful reporter was so amused that the camera of the guy following her was shaking slightly. Damn, even if you are handsome, you don't have to be so narcissistic. Oh my goodness, this guy is a bit naughty. Hey, this is a real man. The people around were discussing it heatedly with smiles on their faces, while the fans in the live broadcast room were extremely excited. This level of pretense was at least 18,000 blocks ahead of theirs. At any time, everyone's admiration for Yi Chen was like the endless flow of the river, or like the flooding of the Yellow River. 18,000 words omitted here. The handsome guy is quite humorous. The beautiful reporter continued, "I wonder if the handsome guy is planning to join the Chinese Martial Arts Association? Not interested." Hearing what the beautiful reporter said, Yi Chen didn't even think twice and answered directly, "If you have the time, wouldn't it be nice to kiss my 2 babies? What a double entendre." When Lin Shireen heard what someone said, her face turned red. 2 babies? One of them is the little guy, and the other one is probably herself. Hateful. Why am I not angry, but feel sweet instead? That guy is obviously mean, but I am still indulging him. What should I do? However, the old driver in the live broadcast room glanced at the little guy and Lin Shireen, who was wearing sunglasses and had a great figure. Yishan was really enviable. Even if you want to show off your love, you shouldn't do it this way. Then being a handsome man's partner and daughter must be a very happy thing. The beautiful reporter said so. It was obvious that she was also a fellow traveler. She looked at Lin Shireen, who was wearing sunglasses, with envy in her eyes. It would be great if such a handsome guy was her man. If that's the case, why not go to such a crappy class, hang out with handsome guys every day, and discuss the true meaning of life? Hateful. Seeing a certain guy stealing the show, the 2 vice presidents of the Martial Arts Association fainted without being able to catch their breath, and the boxers from various countries had black lines on their faces and their hearts were bleeding. What should they do if they really want to kill that damn bastard? Chapter 84. I really want to get Yishan's high-quality genes, what should I do? Bye, handsome guy. The beautiful young reporter looked at the family holding hands and leaving with envy, and imagined that if she were that girl, she would be so happy that she would not be able to sleep. Yeah. At this moment, the little brother who was filming nearby stared at the phone screen with eyes wide open in disbelief. Sister Chi, it's a big deal. You are going to die. The beautiful reporter was startled by the sudden voice, "No, Sister Chi, look." As he was talking, the paparazzi placed his cell phone in front of the beautiful reporter, who paused as she looked in the direction he was looking. That handsome guy just now is a male god. Looking at the message on her phone, the beautiful young reporter looked in the direction where Yi Chen's family disappeared and her eyes changed completely. Oh no, if I had known he was my idol, I should have asked a few more questions. For a moment, the beautiful young reporter was filled with regret. Daddy is awesome. The little guy was thinking about what had just happened, his face full of excitement. Yi Chen watched the little guy live streaming, rubbed his head lovingly, and showed a charming smile. His handsome smile instantly captivated the hearts of countless girls in the live broadcast room. Hee, today's live broadcast ends here. During the first live broadcast, the little guy waved his hands to the fans, but the fans in the live broadcast room were not happy. Don't, my invincible little cutie. God, yes, actions today were so satisfying. I didn't expect him to be so skilled. Wow, is Yishin already married? I'm so heartbroken. Yeah, and Yishin's daughter is super cute, I love her so much. I really want to get Yishin's high-quality genes, what should I do? There was a lot of heated discussion in the live broadcast room. Of course our invincible little cutie was unaware of this scene. Lin Shireen rolled her eyes at the father and son. You two, just want to be in the spotlight. Ding-a-ling. Yi Chen was about to say something when the conversation was interrupted by a cell phone ring. Hello, Mom. Yancheng No. 1 Middle School's anniversary celebration, this. All right. After hanging up the phone, Yi Chen looked at the two beauties beside him. Shireen, you don't have any plans tomorrow. Come with me to Yancheng No. 1 Middle School to attend the school celebration and meet my dad by the way. When Lin Shireen heard this, her face turned red. This is not good. When Lin Shireen heard that the guy was taking her home to meet his parents, her heart couldn't help but beat fast. Hey, what's wrong with that? They are already an old married couple. Yi Chen glanced at Lin Shireen and said, Are you planning to never see me again? Mom, just go. I really want to see Grandpa, too. The little girl was helping out at this time. Of course, part of the reason was that she missed her grandma. She was reluctant to let her grandma leave last time. Oh well. After weighing the pros and cons, Lin Shireen nodded and agreed. Although she was not quite prepared, she also understood that she would have to overcome this hurdle sooner or later. Yes. Hearing that Mommy agreed, the little guy clapped his hands excitedly. I knew Mommy is the best. Mooah. The excited little guy kissed his mother on the beautiful cheek, which made Lin Shireen roll her eyes and said, I really can't do anything about you. Apparently, the little guy's words are sometimes more useful than someone else's. Lin Shireen didn't know that the little guy gave his dad a thumbs up implicitly, which made Ji Chen couldn't help laughing. This little guy was really thoughtful. Jiangnan University, dormitory. Damn, destroy the crystal. What a bunch of idiots, didn't they see the other side steal the tower? Li Bin played a game with his teammates who were like pigs, and as expected, he ended up in failure. Fuck, they are all garbage. The more I thought about it, the angrier I got. At one point, I heard a ding-dong message from my phone. I picked up my phone and clicked on it to calm myself down. Poof. Li Bin, who had just taken a sip of water and hadn't swallowed it yet, immediately spat it out, his eyes staring straight at the screen. Was she? Second brother, fourth brother, come quickly. Li Bin screamed immediately, and the sleepiness of Wang Zihang and Wang Zihang, who were taking a nap, was disturbed, and a surge of anger rushed to their heads. Old third, your uncle. Did he die from taking drugs or what? The two men got off the bed while cursing. Li Bin didn't pay much attention to it, but swallowed his saliva and said, Look, the boss is causing trouble again. The two who wanted to beat up a certain guy were stunned when they heard this, then looked at the screen, and then their pupils widened. What, the boss, beat up two vice presidents of the Martial Arts Association. Chapter 85 Which prodigal son bought such an expensive car? Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task of beating boxers from various countries. You will be rewarded with 100% of the shares of Dosha Live and 30 billion renminbi. As expected, when all parties were shocked, Yi Chen received a reward from the system. Then, bring up the properties panel. Name, Yi Chen. Age, 21. Skills, God-level cooking, God-level music, God-level martial arts, God-level bone massage, God-level chess, God-level calligraphy, God-level medicine. Items, Apollo, Ferrari LaFerrari, Lamborghini Venom, Kowloon 1 Villa, 100% of Kunping Security, 100% of Phantom Entertainment, 3 lucky cards, 100% of K-Song Music, 49% of Lin Group, 100% of Dosha Live. Wealth, 77.08 billion renminbi. Looking at the wealth on the attribute panel, Yi Chen smiled slightly. With one more mission, his wealth would make him a billionaire. The next day, early morning. Yancheng Airport. When we arrived at the exit, there was already a stretched Maybach parked by the roadside, which had obviously been waiting for a long time. The person who came to pick us up was none other than Zhao Menghu, the current second in command of Kunping Security. Young Master Yi, walk slowly. Zhao Menghu bowed respectfully. If the people in Jiangnan knew about this scene, they would be shocked. Zhao Menghu was the underground emperor of Jiangnan City. Ever since Kunping Security dominated all the security markets in Jiangnan City, it has begun to enter Yangchang. Now, 80% of the Yangchang market has been included in the territory of Kunping Security. After all, Jiangnan City is a complete dimensionality reduction attack for Yangchang. Looking at Yishao's departing back, Zhao Menghu thought about the scene of that day and couldn't help swallowing his saliva. If Yishao's family wasn't in Yangchang, Kunping Security would not have chosen it as the first city to develop. Half an hour later. Yangchang, a family of scholars. Boom! Accompanied by the beast-like roar of a supercar, a cool extended version of Maybach drove into the scholarly family. Wow, is that the extended version of the luxury car from TV? This means that the extended version of Maybach, my god, it will cost at least tens of millions. My goodness, when has our scholarly family ever had such a wealthy person coming in and out? Damn, I don't know who is inside. Of course. There was a sudden buzz of discussion on Twitter. Every neighborhood is full of gossip, not to mention the sudden appearance of such a high-end luxury car. It was definitely a hot topic of conversation after dinner. Push the door and get out. Yi Chen's figure appeared in everyone's sight, and then everyone was shocked. That young man looks so familiar. Yi family boy. Yes, at a certain moment they recognized the person. It was the promising young man from the Yi family, one of the few people from their scholarly family who was admitted to Jiangnan University. But shouldn't that guy be in his sophomore year? Why did he come back with such a luxurious car? Could it be that he has become rich? Under everyone's attention, Yi Chen and his family entered the 8th building. At the same time, the group of owners of Shuxiang Mendi exploded. Of course Yi Chen didn't know about this. Ding dong. After ringing the doorbell, Li Wanting, who was busy in the kitchen, put down the spatula and said, "At this time, my son must have come with his daughter-in-law. Old Yi, come out quickly." After calling Father Yi, Li Wanting opened the door. She would not let her daughter-in-law stay any longer. As expected. When the door opened, he saw his son and his family. Grandmother. The little one lost control first and threw himself into his grandmother's arms. Li Wanting's heart melted when she heard her sweet and coquettish voice. Hey! Holding the little guy in his arms, Ye's father also came out at this time. Come if you want, why bring a gift? Dad, Mom, this is your first time here and I don't know what you like. Lin Shirin's face flushed slightly as she looked at her future parents-in-law. Oh no, they were already her parents-in-law. After all, the two of them have received their marriage certificate for many days. Hey, the fact that you like that brat is the best gift for our Yi family. Father Yi said this without giving his son any face. Lin Shirin's face turned even redder after hearing this. She didn't like that acquaintance at all. By the way, Mom, you are cooking, right? I'll help. After all, it was her first time visiting her mother-in-law's house, so she had to be more diligent. Although she was a top little queen, she was just the daughter-in-law of the Yi family at the moment. Help? When Ye's mother heard this, she glanced at Yi Chen and said, "Shirin, you forgot about it." After saying that, she took off her apron skillfully. Hey, brat, go to the kitchen and cook, so your dad can have a taste of your cooking skills. Hey, okay. Yi Chen took the apron, tied it up and went into the kitchen. Ye's father looked at this scene and thought that this brat was indeed a great cook, otherwise he would not have such a reaction. Grandpa. Father Yi was in a daze, but suddenly a pleasant and melodious voice came to his ears, which immediately brought his thoughts back to reality. Haha, you must be Miao Miao. How cute. I have grandchildren now. Holding the little guy in his arms, Ye's father straightened his back a lot. During this period of time, he had been envious of his chess friends who played chess with their grandchildren. Ding dong. At this moment, Ye's father's cell phone rang with a message. He looked over and saw the group of owners who were in an uproar. This is... Clicking on the message, Ye's father was stunned. Which prodigal son would buy such an expensive car? The latest extended version of Pagani, the price is said to be upwards of 30 million? But soon, Ye's father saw something and his pupils widened. The Yi family kid has made it big? That car. Grandpa, the car downstairs belongs to Dad. The little guy said this very timely, which further confirmed Ye's father's unbelievable guess, that prodigal son is a stinky boy? Suddenly, Ye's father felt very complicated. He had learned from Ye's mother before that her son was now rich and the boss of several companies, so it was not a waste for him to buy such a car given his wealth. Grandpa, you don't know. Just like this, the little guy chattered to his grandfather about his dad's achievements, or to be more precise, he was showing off. Listening to the little guy's narration, Ye's father was a little confused. At this moment, he understood a little bit. It seemed that his son was richer than he thought. Gurgle. Soon, the aroma of food from the kitchen filled the air. Father Ye's taste buds protested, and he looked towards the kitchen in surprise. That kid, is he such a good cook? The aroma of the dish alone is so good, wouldn't it be even better if it tasted better? But Ye's father didn't know that this was just the beginning of his shock. What happened next made him realize how outstanding his son was. Of course, this is all a story for later. Chapter 86, Crush the American Chess Genius and Earn a Small Profit of 70 Million. After dinner, Ye's mother took Lin Shireen and the little one to a nearby supermarket for a stroll, while Ye's father went downstairs for a walk with Yi Chen. Old Yi, your son has made great progress. This supercar costs a lot of money. Amidst the compliments from his neighbors, Father Yi headed towards the direction of today's Go competition finals. This was a Go competition held in a nearby area, and the players who qualified were all as strong as professional players. When I came to the field, the game had already begun. Looking at the final chess game, Yi Chen glanced at it and stopped paying attention. It was obvious that in his opinion, every game was full of loopholes. Master Jones, this is where the Go game will be held. Just then, two blonde-haired, blue-eyed foreigners came to the scene. Really? I want to see how amazing the Chinese chess skills are. Jones said this with a look of disdain on his face. He was a chess genius, and at the age of only 15 he had reached the level of a professional fifth dan. It has to be said that he has reason to be proud. Be quiet. At this moment, Jones's servant interrupted the final with a loud shout. Feeling everyone's attention, the servant smiled slightly. My young Master Jones is in a good mood today and wants to learn chess from Huaxia. After a pause, the servant continued, how about this, as long as you can beat my young master in chess, you will get a reward of $2 million. Wow. The whole place was shocked when they heard the servant's words. $2 million, that's more than 14 million. There is no denying that everyone in the finals was excited by the huge temptation. I'll do it. Soon, one of the players breathed a sigh of relief. It was just for $2 million that he beat a teenager. However, this player was soon defeated by Jones, and Jones was quite disappointed with the opponent's chess skills. Next. A calm voice was heard, and the final elites were defeated one after another. Everyone looked at the young man with changed eyes again. Chess genius. This was the unanimous thought of everyone. Jones wiped out all the finalists and said contemptuously, Chinese chess is really disappointing. Father Yi, who has always loved chess, couldn't stand it anymore and warned, young man, don't be too frivolous. Your country's chess skills were introduced from China. China has countless chess masters. He paused and said, if you really have the guts, why don't you go to the Imperial Capital Chess Academy to compete with me? Jones's face turned red after hearing this retort. Imperial Capital Chess Academy? Naturally, he didn't dare to go. After all, those who could enter there were all geniuses. Although he boasted that he was good at chess, he was still far from that kind of stage. Presumptuous. The servant next to Jones couldn't stand it anymore. How can you talk to Master Jones? Bang. Before the servant could flatter successfully, Yi Chen slapped him in the face. Dad, why waste your words with this kind of person? I'll go. The sudden operation stunned everyone in the community. The boy from the Yi family did a great job. To treat a person with no quality, you must be even more uncultured than him. As expected. This effect is more useful than saying 10 sentences. You. The servant wanted to say something, but was stopped by the servant, who then narrowed his eyes and looked at Yi Chen, who had made the move. Do you know how to play chess? Play chess? Listening to Jones' words, Yi Chen smiled in his heart. Could it be that this guy wanted to compete in chess with him? This is the first time I've seen someone seeking death like this. But I'm free anyway, so it's nice to play with him. A little bit. Yi Chen nodded slightly. Father Yi was worried at this time. What was that brat going to do? Well, you and I play next round. Jones looked at Yi Chen. He was absolutely confident in his chess skills. Oh? Yi Chen was not surprised to hear Joan's words. It's okay to play chess, but why not add a bet? How about $10 million? Arrogant. Hearing Yi Chen's words, the servant snorted coldly. As Master Jones' servant, he naturally knew that Master Jones did not lack this at all. $10 million US, are you sure you can afford it? Jones was obviously a little bit skeptical that someone in such a small place could come up with so much money. Nature. Then Yi Chen took out a Swiss Bank Supreme Black card. The servant was stunned when he saw this, and then nodded to Jones, because if you want to hold this card, the deposit amount must be at least over 100 million. Good. Then it's $10 million. When Ye's father heard this, he became upset. Although he knew his son was rich, he couldn't spend money like this. You little brat, you. Dad, I know my limits. Yi Chen interrupted his father's words, and a chess duel began. Everyone from the finals gathered around. Since you are a guest from far away, I will give you 3 sons. Yi Chen looked at the white piece in front of him and spoke in a calm voice. Jones heard this and narrowed his eyes. In that case, I want to be polite. Pa. Pa pa. After 3 consecutive moves, Yi Chen started the 4th move. Jones sneered and followed closely without slowing down. I'd like to see how long you can keep pretending. Young man from the Yi family, your chess skills are not simple. As the game continued, everyone in the finals looked at Yi Chen with changed eyes, because they found that the chess skills of the Yi family boy were far beyond theirs. This brat. Although his strength is not up to professional level, his father still has a good eye and can obviously see that his son's chess skills are much better than those in the finals. No wonder you're so confident. Jones did not dare to underestimate the opponent and began to do his best. A quarter of an hour later. Jones had beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, but Yi Chen, on the contrary, was calm and composed, and the difference in skill was immediately apparent. Who are you? Obviously, Jones knew that the opponent's chess skills were better than his, and the difference was not just a little bit. Most importantly, the guy was only a few years older than him. Ha, a nobody in the Chinese chess world. Yi Chen smiled slightly, which made Jones' eyes flicker. Why, Master Jones wants to default on his debt. Pa. A chess piece fell, and it crushed Jones with an absolute advantage. The servant's eyes flashed with fierceness, and he was about to say, ridiculous, Jones, always accept defeat. Give me money. Yes, Master Jones. The servant responded respectfully, and then transferred $10 million to Yi Chen. Jones looked at Yi Chen meaningfully. I will remember you. Walk. He remembered Yi Chen's appearance, and then left in disgrace with his servants. However, at this moment, the eyes of everyone in the scene changed when they looked at Yi Chen. Especially Ye's father. He went out for a walk and this kid made more than 70 million. Is this stinky boy really his son? Chapter 87, a song Dragon Scales of Heaven and Earth, the explosion is in progress. Master Jones, are we going to call it a day? The servant beside Jones looked at the cheering voices behind him and asked unwillingly. Forget it? How is it possible? Jones smiled slightly, with a fierce light in his eyes. During this period, the Fuso Sakura organization has been trying to befriend my Jones family, so let them destroy that kid. Master Jones is awesome. The Sakura organization is extremely powerful. Even in Fuso, it ranks among the top 3. If they take action, that kid will be dead. Afterwards, the servant looked in the direction of the celebration behind him, with a cold look on his face. To be honest, the death of such a chess genius was a big loss for China. You can contact them about this matter. Jones spoke to the servant who followed him, and it was obvious that he trusted him quite a bit. Yes, Master Jones. The servant bowed respectfully, his eyes flashing with coldness. That boy dared to offend you, I will make him pay the price. The next day, Yangchang No. 1 Middle School celebrated its anniversary. Principal Zhao Ziyuan and the Dean of Studies had been waiting for a long time. When a stretched version of Pagani appeared in their sight, their eyes lit up. Squeak. Soon, the car stopped at the entrance of the playground, and many students from Yangchang No. 1 Middle School looked over. Look, the heavyweights are coming. Extended version of Pagani, who did the luxury car school invite? Ahem, I don't know. Do you think it could be a big star? I feel like she must be a goddess. It would be even better if I could get an autographed photo of her. Nonsense, he must be a very handsome appa. The students discussed heatedly, and finally a figure pushed the door open and got out of the car, appearing in the field. When the students saw who was coming, they exploded on the spot. This is Yixin, oh my god. Many girls' faces were filled with excitement, because that was their Prince Charming. A music legend, their idol. Teacher Li is here. Principal Zhao greeted Li Wanting when he saw her, and then his eyes fell on Yichen. Yichen, long time no see. Yichen is the most promising student of Yangcheng No. 1 Middle School, and several of his songs are now popular on the internet. Hello, Principal Zhao. After a brief exchange of greetings, Principal Zhao's eyes fell on Lin Shireen and the little guy wearing sunglasses. Who are these two? This is my daughter-in-law, and this is my granddaughter. Wow. After hearing what Li Wanting said, Principal Zhao and his party looked at Yichen in surprise. This boy is only about 20 years old, and his daughter is already this big. Of course, if they knew that the girl wearing sunglasses was the popular pop diva, I wonder how people would react. A little. Yichen's family was unexpectedly arranged in the VIP seats, attracting the attention of many excited students around them. From their respective perspectives, the male god is so handsome. If this is their future boyfriend, it will definitely be the happiest thing in the world. Hee, Dad, I'm starting a live broadcast. The little guy clicked on the live broadcast with a smile, and Yichen smiled at this. As long as the little guy likes it, he will support it. Of course, the premise is that there are no issues of principle involved. At this moment, the beautiful teacher host on the stage looked at Yichen, her face slightly flushed with excitement. Today is the 80th anniversary of Yangcheng No. 1 Middle School, and we are honored to have invited Senior Yichen, the male god of love songs. Next, let's invite Senior Yichen to sing a song for us. What do you think? Good. Pa 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 pa. There were applause and cheers. They finally got to see their idol and they would not let him go so easily. Principal Zhao Zus smiled slightly. He was not surprised by the scene here because all this was within his expectations. When the fans in the live broadcast room saw this, they also understood something. Where is Yixin? It seems like he is about to be forced to sing a song. Hey, I'm really looking forward to it. It looks like a school celebration. Stop guessing, this is my alma mater, Yangcheng No. 1 Middle School, and Yixin is actually a senior. This little cutie is so cool. Let's watch the concert online. Several songs of Yixin went viral online. I remember he even beat the vice president of the Martial Arts Association. You are a man of both civil and military talents. You are worthy of being my little beauty's male god. Moa. The number of fans in the live broadcast room skyrocketed at this moment, and soon exceeded tens of thousands. Especially when Yichen stood up from his seat, the number of fans soared even faster. Obviously, they realized that Yixin was going to be in the spotlight again. Please put down the accompaniment for me, thank you. Yichen passed by the vocal music teacher. The vocal music teacher from Yangcheng No. 1 Middle School was flattered and felt that the USB drive in his hand weighed more than 1,000 pounds. He showed a mysterious smile, which made the beautiful vocal teacher's face blush. At that moment, she felt as if she had tasted the taste of love, and her heart was beating violently. At this time, Yichen had already walked to the stage. Next, this song is dedicated to every junior student present here. It's called Dragon Scales of Heaven and Earth. Afterwards, the beautiful vocal teacher played the accompaniment at the right time, and then the magnificent scene of the Forbidden City appeared in the background, with a giant oriental dragon hovering. I started writing this book. The bloodline of the nation is thousands of miles long. Several centuries and 600 years. Descendants of the dragon have got through ups and downs. This is the central axis of Jiangyi province. Just like a gentleman's integrity is unshakable. The magnificent video, coupled with the perfect singing voice, suddenly made them feel a sense of national pride. It turned out that their China was so powerful. All along they felt that they were living in peacetime. I suddenly forgot that this is entirely a blessing brought about by the country's strength. For a moment, many students on the playground felt their blood boiling with excitement, and it felt as if their blood was awakening. The beautiful lady rewards the invincible cute blue rose X1314. The Overlord Demon Bull rewards the invincible little cutie with Super Rocket X333. The Ace Blood Brother rewards the invincible little cutie with the Heart of the Universe X166. Ziyu Elanfong rewards the invincible little cutie with the Supreme Salute X888. Various rewards have sprung up in the live broadcast room. The number of fans has now exceeded 200,000, and the speed is still soaring like crazy. Jiangnan University, Dormitory. The LSP trio stared at the live broadcast screen in confusion, their eyes filled with shock and horror. Oh my goodness, the boss can sing such a high-class song. It's so magnificent, it makes my blood boil. The three of them sipped their lips, and were really stunned by their boss's operation. They were very moved. The boss's operation was awesome. Chapter 88. When we have time, I will go to your house with your father-in-law to propose marriage. On the stage, everyone is paying attention. Good. Principal Zhao Ziyue felt a chord in his heart and looked at the video on the background screen with deep emotion. This song is worthy of being known by all students. National honor and pride, a perfect reflection. Looking at the figure on the stage, Zhao Ziyue was excited from the bottom of his heart, with undisguised pride on his face, because this was someone who graduated from Yangchang No. 1 Middle School. Lin Shireen listened to the deafening voice. It was obvious that the level of this song was much higher than the current music scene. For a moment, she felt a little admiration for someone. This dragon scale once. The sound of breaking ice. One scale, one heart. I can't bear to hear the story. Xinwu Gate of the Forbidden City. How many vicissitudes have forged the Chinese soul? Wow. The little guy's eyes were wide open, and his mouth was wide open. Daddy is so awesome. Looking at the dad on the stage, the little one's eyes are full of admiration and love of a little fangirl. He, you know that the dad is the most awesome. Ha, you did a good job, little brat. Mother Yi looked at her son, who was shining brightly, with pride on her face. The dragon scales once fell to the ground with a clang like broken ice. The Forbidden City's Xinwu Gate had gone through so many vicissitudes to forge the Chinese soul. Amazing, with lyrics and conception like this, who else can match it in the music scene today? 200,000. 300,000. 400,000. As the song started, the live broadcast room experienced an extremely high fan value that instantly broke the 500,000 mark, and Dosha Live didn't have time to push all of this. OMG, this is so exciting, the lyrics are so awesome. It's so majestic and impressive. These lyrics make those young handsome guys feel embarrassed. Godye's operation of the little cow visiting her relatives is really awesome. Oh my god, this is even more exciting than the previous song Rolling Pearl Curtain. If I had this talent, why would I worry about not being able to get a girl? Yi Shun, I love you. I really want to keep you in my heart. Various comments from fans flew across the live broadcast room, and the scene was unprecedentedly boiling. Indeed, no matter the structure, lyrics, or charm of this song, it is enough to dominate the entire music scene, and even the little queen of the music scene cannot compare to it. As soon as the karaoke platform discovered this song, they called Lin Shireen, but unfortunately the call was not connected. However, fans in the live broadcast room were amazed at the same time. Magic City, Li Family Villa. Crack. A middle-aged man crushed the wine glass in his hand, and the red wine flowed down his fingers. Yi Chen, what a singing genius. This man was none other than Li Haoyu's father, Li Chongyang, who was still seriously injured and unconscious. From Mad Dog, he learned that the person who had injured his son so badly was none other than Yi Chen, so that's why people were paying attention to that guy's every move. If you don't die, I won't be called Li Chongyang. Li Chongyang snorted coldly, his face sinister, and then he made a phone call. Call everyone and go to the sheep farm with me immediately. I want to kill that kid. Who? Before Li Chongyang finished speaking, he felt a chill on his back. He quickly dodged and his eyes fell on somewhere behind him. Surprisingly, behind him. A beautiful figure appeared at some point, and it was none other than the Blood Rose, Zhao Ziyan. Do you want to take action against Master Yi? A sneer flashed across Zhao Ziyan's lips. I'm afraid you don't have that chance. Who are you? Li Chongyang's face was solemn. There were many experts outside his villa, but the fact that the woman in front of him could come here quietly explained everything. Could it be that you are the one of that bastard? Sniff. Before Li Chongyang finished speaking, there was a flash of swordlight. The next moment, blood spurted from his neck. Li Chongyang had become a corpse. After Yi Chen's devilish special training, Zhao Ziyan's strength had improved a lot. And this was all thanks to Yi Xiao's special medicinal bath, which was able to eliminate all injuries overnight. Anyone who speaks disrespectfully to Master Yi will die. Li Chongyang glanced at the corpses on the ground, then disappeared from the spot, leaving only a voice. It's time to change the sky of the Demon City. The moment after Li Chongyang's death, many industries of the Li family in the Magic City changed hands immediately, and the one behind it was Kunping Security. After all, the various industries of the Li family were a piece of fat meat. On the other side, the school celebration ended. Good job, little bastard. Mother Ya's mind was filled with the scenes that had just occurred, especially the envious looks in her colleagues' eyes before they left. She was happier than when she became a special grade teacher. Today, it can be said that her son has earned her enough face. Just based on this, she can brag about it in school for at least half a year, no, at least a year. With a son like this, what else could I ask for in this life? He, of course, Grandma. The little guy echoed, Daddy is the best. Isn't that so, Mama? As he was talking, the little guy asked his mother, who had taken off her sunglasses to reveal her beautiful face. If you say so, then so be it. Lynn Shireen said this with a different mind, and during the conversation she did not forget to glare at someone. It was obvious that this guy was causing trouble wherever he went, and he would die if he kept a low profile. Seeing her daughter-in-law's appearance, Ye's mother thought of something and smiled. Since you have both obtained the marriage certificate, the next step is to get married. When we have time, your father-in-law and I will go to your house to propose marriage. Marrying in a formal way is a must. Hearing her mother-in-law's words, Lynn Shireen was stunned. This, Mom, no need, right? When she thought about going to her own home to propose marriage, she couldn't even imagine the scene. Hey, silly girl, how can we not use this? Ye's mother looked as if she was blaming her daughter-in-law. That brat made you suffer for 4 years, this should be considered as making up for it. Grandma, Mommy is embarrassed. Lynn meow. Hearing the little girl's words, Lynn Shireen's face flushed and she glared at the girl, while Ye's mother smiled at this. This wonderful feeling must be the joy of family. That afternoon, Yi Chen drove the mother and daughter to Yancheng Airport. Ding dong. Arriving at the VIP waiting room, Yi Chen received a message from his brother-in-law. Brother-in-law, are you back? A lot of people are inviting you to play chess on the internet. Please help me level up. M.JPG. Looking at the message sent by her brother-in-law, Lynn Shireen couldn't help but look over and said, What are you and Xiaowang conspiring about? You're so mysterious. Nothing, that guy just opened a small account on the chess website and asked me to upgrade it so that he could show off. Lynn Shireen, put. How vulgar. Xiaowang has been led astray by you. She glared at a certain guy. No wonder that brat had stopped being close to her recently. It turned out that he was hanging out with this bastard. She felt that her status in the family was getting lower and lower. What should she do? Chapter 89, Chess Skills Reappear, Defeating All the Elites in the Chess Academy. Ding! The host has triggered a random mission. The Chaos Demon King account has won 300 consecutive victories and is rewarded with the #1 land in the Magic City and 50 billion renminbi. Just as Yi Chen was about to type an answer, he suddenly heard the sound of a system task in his ears. 300 consecutive wins, is the system going crazy? Good. For the #1 piece of land in Magic City and 50 billion renminbi, Yi Chen typed back. At the same time, at the Lin family villa. Yes. Seeing the message from his brother-in-law, Lin Xiaowang jumped up 3 feet high and immediately became excited. Come on, brother-in-law, beat up those challengers. He. Instantly, a pleased arc appeared at the corners of Lin Xiaowang's mouth, and his smile was almost reaching his ears. Ding dong. At this moment, the small account that Lin Xiaowang followed sent a push message. The Demon King of Chaos has accepted the invitation from Mijian Qingqing to fight. Would you like to go and watch the fight? Wow. Looking at the message on his phone, Lin Xiaowang was stunned. Brother-in-law, so fast. After thinking for a moment, Lin Xiaowang came into the room. At this moment, there are already several hundred people watching the game. This is obviously due to the automatic recommendation by the chess network system. After all, there are not many people who can win 100 games in a row. The Devil of Chaos, what a domineering name. Of course not, but this guy has won 100 games in a row, so he must be pretty good at chess. Look, that opponent is not bad at all, with 200 wins, 10 losses and 20 ties. This game is going to be interesting. Hundreds of people entered the room and commented on the keyboards, and the atmosphere was already lively before the game even started. By the time the game started, the number of people in the room had exceeded 1,000. On the other side, the Imperial Capital Chess Academy. At the training venue, all the elites from the Chess Academy gathered here, and their leader was none other than Vice President Xiao. Here, an elite was having a practical combat sparring match, and his opponent was none other than the Demon King of Chaos. He himself was the one sword that could conquer a city, and it turned out that this was his secondary account. This person's name is Feng Luan. He is a professional 6th Dan chess player in the chess academy and is considered a middle-class elite. But at this moment, Feng Luan obviously did not dare to be careless. After all, that guy had the ability to defeat Vice President Xiao Tian, so he was perfect for training. Feng Luan, relax. Just perform at your normal level. Vice President Xiao was guiding Feng Luan from the side. Facing such a master was undoubtedly the fastest way for them to improve their chess skills as quickly as possible. Such a master was rare. Yes, Vice President Xiao. Feng Luan breathed a sigh of relief, obviously still quite nervous. The other elites in the chess academy also stared at the screen not to miss any opportunity. After all, watching this kind of chess game was quite beneficial to them. Pa! Feng Luan took the first move and placed the black piece at Tian Yuan. Obviously, Feng Luan was being very conservative in his moves. After all, the devil on the opposite side was very strong in chess, so he didn't dare to act rashly. Seeing this, Vice President Xiao nodded slightly. At this moment, the white piece fell down with a bang, and it was obvious that the devil on the opposite side had made a second move. 5 or 6 minutes later, the game came to the 68th move. Feng Luan's brows were already furrowed, and it was obvious that the situation had become one-sided. I lost. Clicking to admit defeat, Feng Luan smiled bitterly. This devil is too strong at chess, far beyond my reach. Next one, quick. Vice Dean Xiao directly used Feng Luan's trumpet to challenge him to a fight. Yijian Xingcheng challenges the Demon King of Chaos. On the other side, the VIP waiting room of Yangcheng Airport. Wow. Seeing Yijian Xingcheng coming to fight again, Yichen was stunned, and the little guy also looked over. Dad, that Yijian Xingcheng is inviting me to fight again? Lin Shirin looked at someone calmly. This guy was trying to show off again and was not even being honest while waiting for the plane. Okay. Yi Chen was anxious to complete the task quickly, so he naturally would not refuse to click to agree. After a few minutes, the battle is over. Yijian Xingcheng was defeated again and suffered 2 consecutive defeats. The elite players of the chess academy took to the stage one after another. 10 games. 50 innings. 100 innings. Soon, 200 games passed, and Yijian Xingcheng lost all of them. This operation really shocked everyone in the room. The number of people in the room had exceeded 100,000 at this moment. Oh my goodness, who is that guy who can conquer a city with a sword? What a terrifying perseverance, losing more than 200 games in a row. It's so scary. However, the devil is really tough, he has won 300 games in a row. Lin Xiaowang in the Lin family villa watched his brother-in-law's operation. As expected of my brother-in-law, he is amazing. Hey, that good guy Yijian Xingcheng, has he already reached the 3rd level of professionalism? Really? Looking at a certain guy's operation, Lin Shirin rolled her eyes at Yi Chen. It was just as she had guessed, but what she didn't expect was that Yijian Xingcheng actually lost more than 200 times. If it were an ordinary person, he would probably give up after more than 10 times at most. Seeing that Yijian Xingcheng did not continue on the screen, the little guy tilted his head curiously. Daddy, that Yijian Xingcheng doesn't invite me to fight anymore. Lin Shirin glanced at the little guy and said, not inviting me to a fight? Does this girl think her daddy doesn't get enough attention? At the same time, at the chess academy training ground. That devil is really powerful. I am totally no match for him. His chess skills are too amazing. Of course, even the dean may not be able to defeat him. Hey, didn't you see that Vice President Xiao has lost no less than 20 times? Undoubtedly, the actual combat practice between the elites of the chess academy and the Master Demon King has come to an end, with a record of 0 wins, 208 losses and 0 draws. If this scene were seen by outsiders, everyone would be shocked. The elites of the chess academy, the last line of defense of Chinese chess, were wiped out just like that. That devil. Vice President Xiao looked at the information about the devil on the screen with deep meaning. Nickname, the devil. Win rate, 309 wins, 0 losses, 0 draws. Rank, professional 3rd Dan. Took a deep breath. During this period, the chess academy has used the identity of the devil with bad connections many times, but still failed to find out. It's really curious. I wonder what the result will be if the dean competes with him. If this devil joins the chess academy, it will be a blessing for the academy. Vice President Xiao thought so, and he wondered how he would react if he knew that the devil was only in his early 20s. You can imagine how amazing it is to have the chess skills of a professional ninth dan in his early 20s. That's right. While Vice President Xiao was deep in thought, an elite from the chess academy thought of something: professional third dan can invite players from other regions to fight. I wonder if this devil will fight with chess players from other countries by then. Oh. The elites of the chess academy, who also realized something, invited players from other regions to fight. Thinking of this, everyone's eyes lit up. With the temperament of the devil, I am afraid that by then he will sweep away chess players from all countries like a mudslide. That kind of picture, let alone it, is quite exciting. Chapter 90, Moriyama and Noito are all killed, and the Sakura organization is furious. Jiangnan Airport, not far from an abandoned factory. Somewhere high up. There were no less than a dozen people gathered at this moment, and each of them had a cherry blossom tattoo on their arm, and they were all members of the Sakura organization. The leader is none other than a core member of the Sakura organization, Norihito Moriyama. This person's strength is extremely extraordinary. Even in the 7 Kills organization, he is enough to rank in the top 10. At the same time, he is also a 4-star killer in the Sakura organization. Mr. Moriyama, everything is ready. A member of the Sakura organization looked towards the airport exit with fierce eyes. That Yi-Chen definitely needs our assassination. Very good. Moriyama Norin nodded with satisfaction. It's naturally easy to kill that Yi-Chen, but remember not to be careless. After all. At this point, Moriyama Norin thought of the instructions from the top leaders of the Sakura organization. This assassination is of great significance. It is an important consideration for our organization to get in touch with a certain family in the United States. A certain family. Hearing what Moriyama Noito said, dozens of killers behind him were shocked. This was something the top leaders of the organization had planned for a long time, but who did this kid offend? To think that the Fong family would make such a condition. Get ready, everyone. Noito Moriyama waved his hand and asked his men to prepare. Of course, the sniping was only a part of the assassination. In order to be on the safe side, they set up 3 assassinations this time. It can be seen how much importance they attached to this mission. My friends from Fuso, I think it's best for you to stay here. Hearing the sudden sound, Moriyama Nohito's face changed, and then he looked somewhere and saw a group of people suddenly appearing and surrounded them immediately. The leader was none other than Kunpeng's security chief, Zhou Guoping. The Sakura organization seems to have not been to this area for many years. Zhou Guoping looked at Moriyama Noito, his mouth curled up, and he said, Moriyama Noito, 31 years old, a 4-star killer of the Sakura organization, cruel and unscrupulous. He has the title of Blood Butcher. His best record is assassinating high-ranking politicians in Fuso. Who are you? Having his identity easily revealed, Moriyama Nohito's face turned cold and he winked at his men, ready to take action at any time. Ha, it doesn't matter who I am. The important thing is that you, the Sakura organization, shouldn't do anything to Master Yi. This is a good place to bury his bones. Zhou Guoping naturally didn't waste time talking to Moriyama and Norihito. He looked at the group of people who were ready to make a move calmly, raised his hand in a playful manner, and said, kill them all. Don't spare any of them. Sniff. At that moment, more than 20 people started fighting together. Zhou Guoping watched quietly on the side. In an instant, the 2 sides started fighting. Puff. After more than half a minute, everyone on the field was dead except Moriyama Noito. Such a record made Moriyama Noito look incredulous. The most terrifying thing was that the other side suffered 0 casualties. More than 20 people surrounded Moriyama Noito. It was a dead end. Kill. With bloodshot eyes, Moriyama Noito naturally knew that he had no chance of survival, so he launched a fatal attack in a certain direction. More than 20 people played cat and mouse with the Fuso dwarf. After a few seconds, Moriyama Noito bled to death. Before he died, he couldn't believe that a small place like Jiangnan in China could have so many masters who were comparable to 4-star killers. Quietly, the field has turned into a Shura hell. Sakura organization? Zhou Guoping looked at the dozens of corpses on the field and said, I didn't expect to be confronted with foreign forces so soon, but it is also an opportunity to test our combat power. There are more than 20 people in the field, actually, only 1/10 of Yi-Chen established training. Withdraw. Zhou Guoping waved his hand and asked everyone to evacuate the scene, leaving a few people behind to clean up the aftermath. However, the only pity was that he did not find out the reason why the Sakura organization took action. Yi-Chen was unaware of this scene. Wow. After leaving the airport, the little guy sniffed the air and said, "Finally I'm back, hee hee." Obviously, these little ones were super happy, especially the scene where their daddy stole the show on the chestnut just now. The familiar taste is still the best here. Lin Shireen breathed a sigh of relief. Her trip to Guangzhou to meet her future parents-in-law was over just like that. It felt like a dream. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task of winning 300 consecutive victories on the Chaos Demon King account. The reward is the #1 land in the Magic City, and 50 billion renminbi. At this moment, Yi Chen also heard the voice of the system in his ears, which made the corners of his mouth curl up in an intriguing arc. Then, bring up the properties panel. Name, Yi Chen. Age, 21. Skills, God-level cooking, God-level music, God-level martial arts, God-level bone massage, God-level chess, God-level calligraphy, God-level medicine. Items, Apollo Apollo, Ferrari LaFerrari, Lamborghini Venom, Kowloon #1 Villa, 100% shares of Kunping Security, 100% shares of Phantom Entertainment, 3 lucky cards, 100% shares of K-Song Music, 49% shares of Lin Group, 100% shares of Dosha Live, #1 land in Magic City. Wealth, 137.08 billion renminbi. The wealth value of the attribute panel exceeded 100 billion for the first time, which made Yi Chen quite happy. Of course, the happiest thing was the #1 land in Magic City. You know, this piece of land is a very valuable piece of land in Magic City, covering an area of dozens of kilometers and with a market value of over 100 billion. It would be a shame if the #1 land in the Magic City is not put to good use. Yi Chen raised his head. It was time to start implementing the business plan he had planned a long time ago. You guys go back to the villa first. I'll go to the company. Lin Shireen was not surprised to hear what that guy said. After all, she had known for a long time that this guy was the boss of Phantom Entertainment. This was also the reason why she calmly accepted the Rose Cafe and the King's Landing Hotel. After all, that guy didn't lack for those. Then daddy should come back soon. The little guy waved to his father, and then Tianlang drove the car towards the villa. Ding dong. Not long after the mother and daughter left, Zhou Guoping sent a message. Young Master Yi, the Yinghua organization sent a killer to deal with you, but he has been dealt with. Seeing the message from Zhou Guoping, Yi Chen was stunned. Sakura organization? Interesting. Yi Chen murmured and then said, it seems that there are more and more opponents. But it's more interesting this way, isn't it? He deleted the message and then drove his Lamborghini Veneno towards Phantom Entertainment. At the same time, at the headquarters of the Fuso Sakura organization. What? When the top leaders of the Sakura organization heard the report from their subordinates, they immediately became furious. Good for nothing. Is Moriyama Noran a loser? He can't even handle such a small matter. Solving Yi Chen is the top priority of the Sakura organization, otherwise they would not send a 4-star killer. Hideo, go to China. Make sure to kill that Yi Chen. A high-ranking member of the Sakura organization spoke up and immediately sent a 5-star assassin to the area. He then looked towards the direction of China and said, we must make friends with the Jones family and not let this go. Chapter 91 Kunpeng Group is established, and the situation in Magic City begins to change. Phantom Entertainment, President's Office. Master Yi, you are here. Seeing the person coming, Lu Menjing hurriedly stood up from her seat, showing off her graceful and slender figure. She dared not delay even a bit for her boss to come. After all, he was her breadwinner. Looking at the office furnishings, especially the large floor-to-ceiling windows, I have to say that the view is quite good. How's it going? Is it going well? Looking at this veteran who had followed him from the beginning, Yi Chen raised his head and asked. Good. After a pause, Lu Menjing continued, the company is now on the right track and is developing well. This month's revenue will definitely reach a new high. That's good. Yi Chen nodded. He was aware of Lu Menjing's abilities, but this time he came here to give her a more important task. Menjing. Hearing the boss's words, Lu Menjing perked up. Master Yi, go ahead. I have an idea to merge many companies to create a group. Are you interested in becoming the group president? Create a group. Hearing her boss words, Lu Menjing was stunned. Master Yi, do you mean to merge the companies? Good. Yi Chen nodded slightly, and then revealed his cards. To date, in addition to Phantom Entertainment, I also own 100% of Kunping Security, a karaoke platform, 49% of Lin Group, and 100% of Dosha Live. The 5 together form the Kunpeng Group. Of course, the Lin Group is not considering it for now. What? After hearing what her boss said, Lu Menjing was stunned. No matter whether it was Kunping Security, the karaoke platform or Dosha Live, the market value of each of them was no less than that of Phantom Entertainment. The boss behind the scenes is actually Yi Xiao, this. Oh my god. In an instant, Lu Menjing's vision opened up, but it was not an easy task to merge so many companies into one group. As for the salary, how about doubling your annual salary to 10 million by then? Lu Menjing, hiss. Hearing about Yi Xiao's generosity, Lu Menjing immediately took a breath of cold air. An annual salary of 10 million in 10 years is a small goal. Master Yi, Lu Menjing was honestly tempted, but I'm afraid I can't do it well. After all, it's such a big project. Rest assured. Yi Chen waved his hand slightly. The presidents of all the major companies are very capable. I will ask them to cooperate fully at that time. You just need to take charge of the overall situation. Gulp. Lu Menjing swallowed her saliva when she heard this. Did Master Yi want her to help him manage his business empire? Ha! After a while, Lu Menjing took a deep breath and her beautiful eyes became firm. Yi Xiao was very grateful to her for her help. She clenched her fists tightly and said, Yi Xiao trusts Menjing so much, Menjing will definitely live up to your expectations. She secretly made up her mind that the best way to repay Yi Xiao was to manage his business empire well. That's right. Yi Chen then took out a document, which was a photocopied contract. This is the contract to purchase the number 1 land in Magic City. The main force of Kunpeng Group will develop this place next. What? After looking around and seeing the details of the contract, Lu Menjing's mind suddenly exploded. The number 1 plot of land in the Magic City was actually bought by young Master Yi. Rumor has it that this is a place that even the bigwigs in the business world dare not take action on. The value alone is over 100 billion. In fact, this wave of operations shocked Lu Menjing a little, even more than the creation of the group. The land was worth over 100 billion yuan and existed within a radius of 10 kilometers in the center of the Magic City. Master Yi is too arrogant. No wonder they had to create a group. Otherwise, without a certain scale, they would not be able to suppress the jackals and tigers from all sides. Such a big move might turn the Magic City upside down. Young Master Yi, I heard that all the big families in Magic City are coveting the number 1 land in Magic City, and... After a pause, Lu Menjing continued, the situation in Magic City is complicated. When Kunpeng Group develops the Magic City number 1 land, there will definitely be many people who are jealous. I am afraid that I will not be able to suppress those people by then. After working in the business world for so many years, Lu Menjing knows that the waters are very deep and all her efforts may go to waste if she is not careful. She herself does not care, but she is afraid of disappointing Yi Xiao's high hopes. If the Magic City encounters trouble, you can go to Lei Bao, the head of Kunpeng Security's Magic City branch. He will then assist you in establishing the group and developing the Magic City number 1 land. The person in charge of the distribution in the Magic City? Hearing this, Lu Menjing's eyes lit up. Has Yi Xiao already made preparations in advance? This way, he can achieve twice the result with half the effort. Certainly. I wonder how Lu Menjing would react if she knew that Magic City's Golden Shield security had been completely taken over by Kunpeng Security. You know, even if Golden Shield security was not as good as Kunpeng Security before, it would not be much worse. The business empire is laid out in the Magic City, and Yi Chen is controlling Jiangnan behind the scenes. Isn't that wonderful? At the same time, the Magic City is carrying out an unprecedented major move. Lei Bao had already selected the address of Kunpeng Group's headquarters, which was right next to the number 1 plot of land in Shanghai. Outside the building were the eye-catching words Kunpeng Group. With Lei Bao's operation, everything is ready, except for Kunpeng Group's official move-in. Ding dong. Lei Bao, who was sitting in his office in Kunpeng building, received a message on his mobile phone at a certain moment. The plan has begun. 4 words appeared in front of Lei Bao, and the person who sent the message was Yi Chen. Yes, Master Yi. Lei Bao typed back respectfully, and then his eyes flashed with excitement. It's time to do something big. At this moment, Lei Bao stood up, smoking a cigar and looking towards the distance of the Magic City. He was once the second in command in the Jiangnan area, but who would have thought that he would now become the head of the Kunpeng Security branch in the huge Magic City? Damn it, I'm glad I didn't offend Master Yi in anger back then. Looking back, Yi Xiao single-handedly challenged their tiger gang, and it is still vivid in his mind today. It can be said that Yi Xiao is his elder brother, sister Jiyan, and his benefactor. A little emotion. After extinguishing his cigar, Lei Bao called his confidant. Hey, Operation Kuanpeng has begun. Notify everyone, whoever dares to mess up at this time, I will destroy him. Yes, boss Lei Bao. The confidant on the opposite side swallowed his saliva and immediately started the plan he had prepared in advance. The first step was to swallow up all of Li family's businesses and put them all under the name of Kuanpeng Group. The sudden operation ended before all parties in the Magic City could react. A huge change quietly unfolded with the establishment of Kuanpeng Group. Chapter 92, The Cocktail Party beat the talented writers from the Writers Association, and the crisis is coming. Kowloon 1 Villa. Squeak. Following the familiar brake sound, the little kid who was playing on the lawn outside the villa smiled happily. Daddy is back. With his little feet, he ran into the arms of his father who had just got off the car. He. Dad, why did you come back just now? Although we were only separated for a short while, Miao Miao missed him very much. On the lawn, Lin Shireen couldn't help but curl up the corners of her mouth as she watched the father and son being so affectionate with each other. She was getting more and more accustomed to this feeling. By the way, Yi Chen. After the two of them parted ways, Lin Shireen thought of something. I'm going to attend a karaoke party tonight and I need a male companion. Will you go with me? Now that they have obtained their marriage certificate, she can't go to a cocktail party holding another man's arm. K-song platform? Hearing Lin Shireen's words, Yi Chen was stunned. It seemed that the karaoke platform had developed well recently. Okay. But, you must reward your man well when you come back. Put. Listening to the unscrupulous words of a certain guy, Lin Shireen spat lightly and rolled her eyes. This guy really made her want to strangle him to death with just a few words. As night falls, we arrive at the hotel. Surprisingly, this is the venue for the KTV cocktail party, and the current owner of the Junlin Hotel is Lin Shireen, and it is also the betrothal gift given to her by Yi Chen. Of course, no one knew that the boss behind the karaoke platform was Yi Chen. When we arrived at the reception, we saw that quite a few people were already there. Shireen, long time no see. At this moment, a young man in a suit and tie came up. His name was Zhao Kuan, the second son of the Zhao family in Jiangnan. Zhao Kuan had always loved Lin Shireen, even though she had a child. None of this matters, after all, Lin Shireen is so beautiful. Zhao Kuan, we are not familiar with each other. It's better if you call me by my name. Of course, Lin Shireen would not interact too much with other men, let alone a suitor like Zhao Kuan. Yi Chen, let's go over there. As they were talking, Lin Shireen's snow-white arm was pressed against someone's, which made Zhao Kuan so furious. He had been pursuing Lin Shireen for such a long time but had never received such treatment. That kid, why? Mr. Zhao, what's wrong? At this time, a young man with a somewhat elegant temperament came to Zhao Kuan's side, looked at the two people approaching not far away, and realized something. Rest assured. I'll help you vent your anger later and make this kid lose face. The elegant young man was named Shang Guanqi, a well-known talent in the Jiangnan Writers Association. Naturally, he was happy to be able to hook up with Zhao Kuan. Brother Shangguan, thank you. Zhao Kuan looked at Yi Chen coldly. He was naturally aware of Shang Guanqi's literary talent. With his help, he would definitely make that boy embarrassed in public. Shang Guanqi was full of confidence after hearing this. He made a move immediately, obviously unable to wait to see someone being played around by him. Everyone. Shang Guanqi spoke up to attract everyone's attention. I am not talented at this drinking party, so I would like to take this opportunity to recite a poem. I hope you can give me some advice. Oh. As expected, Shang Guanqi's words successfully attracted everyone's attention, and then he began his plan. The poem is called Untitled. He pretended to be deep, building up his emotions, and then spoke. The east wind blows and the drizzle comes, and there is a slight thunder outside the lotus pond. The golden toad gnaws the lock and burns incense to enter, while the jade tiger pulls the silk to draw water from the well. Jia peeked through the curtain at Han Yuan Xiao, and Mi Fei left her pillow for Wei Wang Kai. Don't let your spring love compete with flowers for blooming. An inch of lovesickness is an inch of ashes. Good. When Zhao Kuan heard this, he immediately clapped his hands in joy. The rest of Zhao Kuan's good friends also applauded. Although they didn't know what poem was being recited, that didn't matter. What an inch of lovesickness and an inch of ashes. The scene was immediately filled with thunder, and the look in the man's eyes looking at Shang Guanxi was filled with a bit more admiration. This guy was indeed a talented member of the Jiangnan Writers Association, and he had some skills. Seeing that the atmosphere was almost set, Shang Guanxi showed his true colors and his eyes fell on Yi Chen. I heard that Mr. Yi has good literary talent and several of his songs are popular on the karaoke platform. I wonder if you could recite a poem for us to liven up the atmosphere. Of course, if Mr. Yi can't recite one, that's fine. Obviously, Shang Guanxi is very targeted. If Yi Chen really can't recite it, he can take advantage of the situation. This is his strong point. Yeah. Seeing Shang Guanxi rushing forward to be slapped in the face, wouldn't it be unfair to the two of them for their careful planning if they didn't help him? Well, I'm sorry to show off my ugliness. After saying that, Yi Chen took the porcelain wine pot and poured a glass of wine, then drank it all in one gulp quite heroically. This poem is called Song of Drinking Wine. An invisible aura suddenly spread out, and at that moment people had the illusion that Yi Chen had transformed into a great writer. This change made Shang Guanxi feel uneasy. Playing tricks. Let's see how long you can keep pretending. With a cold snort, Shang Guanxi obviously didn't believe that this kid could recite any good poetry. He just wouldn't cry until he saw the coffin. Have you not seen that the water of the Yellow River comes from the sky, rushes to the sea and never returns? Have you not seen the white hair in the mirror in the hall? It was black in the morning and turned white in the evening. When life is good, enjoy it to the fullest, don't let the golden cup face the moon empty. I was born with talents that will be useful, even if I lose all my money, I will get it back. Since ancient times, all saints and wise men have been lonely, only drinkers have left their names. The free and easy and open-minded meaning shocked the whole audience instantly. Wow, this song is much better than the previous one. Every sentence of this can bring up a scene in my mind. Excellent. Naturally, there were many people in the field who understood poetry, and their eyes changed when they looked at Yi Chen. Lin Shireen rolled her eyes at the guy who was reciting poetry and asked him to pretend again. Then, Lin Shireen looked at Shang Guanxi. As for this bastard, even if there were 10 of him, they wouldn't be a match for that bastard. She wasn't worried about this at all. She could just wait and see. Zhao Kuan listened to the lyrics of the guy in the field. Although he didn't understand some of them, he felt that they were much cooler than Shang Guanxi's. This is impossible. As for Shang Guanxi, he was stunned and stood there, his face burning with pain, as if he had been slapped hard by Yi Chen. Damn, this script is wrong. Damn, that kid underestimated him. Shang Guanxi looked at Yi Chen with an unfriendly look. This was bad. Not only did he not let that guy lose face, but he also stepped on dogshit, losing both his wife and his army. Mr. Zhao, Shang Guanxi wanted to say something, but Zhao Kuan snorted coldly, which made him feel disappointed. It was all over. His plan to hook up with young Master Zhao had failed. Damn it, it was all because of that kid. For some unknown reason, Shang Guanxi started to bear a grudge against someone. At the same time, in a corner of the party, a venomous gaze had been watching the scene for a long time. Let this kid have some limelight, he will die soon, hee hee. Chapter 93, Trying Out the Skills, Becoming a Disciple of the Genius Doctor. Nizi, I'm going to the bathroom. Yi Chen glanced at somewhere in the dark, and apparently sensed a flash of murderous intent from there. Do you want to join us? You, tisk. He glared at someone, knowing that this guy was not serious. However, seeing this scene, Zhao Kuan's eyes flashed with coldness. Yi Chen raised his foot and headed towards the bathroom, the venomous snake-like gaze in the dark becoming even colder. As expected. Not far from the bathroom, a figure appeared in the distance like a ghost, and an extremely strong aura was surging from that person. I, the ghost, want your life. Sniff. Without any further ado, the ghost figure flashed and approached at high speed, but before it could get close, a figure blocked the ghost's attack. The ghost was stunned when he saw the beautiful figure in front of him. Blood rose. It's you. You're so strong that you can block one of my attacks. Indeed, the ghost demon was quite surprised to see Zhao Jiyan in front of him. Soon after, more than 10 figures of the 7 killing organization appeared around him. Each of them was very powerful, especially 2 of the top 10 on the killer list. Zhan Zhu. Kill. Guisha didn't waste any time and rushed towards Blood Rose again. The 7 kill organization issued a kill order, and this woman's value was comparable to this mission. Ding ding ding. Accompanied by the sound of dense weapons clashing, the ghost demon became more and more frightened as the battle went on. But at a certain moment, the corners of Blood Rose's mouth curved up, and the blade flashed. The ghost demon's eyes widened in disbelief, blood gushed out of his neck, and then he turned into a corpse. Gulp! When the other members of the Seven Killings organization saw this, their faces changed drastically. How could that Blood Rose be so strong? Get started! Zhao Ziyan glanced at the others, and as soon as her voice fell, dozens of figures appeared like the god of death, and instantly killed all the members of the Seven Kill organization. Clean up the battlefield. Zhao Ziyan said something to her men, and soon the bodies were moved away and the bloodstains were cleaned up, as if the ghost and his group had never appeared. Master Yi. We just intercepted the intelligence of the Seven Killings organization. The person who hired Guisha and his group is Kai Qianyu, the chairman of Kai Real Estate. Oh? Hearing this name, Yi Chen frowned slightly. Do I have a grudge against him? The Seven Killings organization sent out several waves of assassins. Obviously, they would never do this unless there was a huge grudge. Master Yi, you slapped Kai Kunkin in the King's Landing Hotel before, causing him to be hidden by Phantom Entertainment. It can be said that he has been ruined. Hearing Blood Rose's words, Yi Chen was stunned, and then he remembered that this kind of thing seemed to have happened before. You handle this matter. Yi Chen nodded slightly and gave instructions to Blood Rose. Yes, Master Yi. Blood Rose responded respectfully, then flashed away from the scene, and the farce ended there. Return to the reception. Mr. Liu. Hurry, doctor. A commotion blocked Yi Chen's way. He looked around and saw an old man with a painful look on his face and beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. The doctor also rushed over. After a round of examination, the doctor looked grim. Ms. Liu, old illness has recurred. You must have surgery immediately, otherwise. Make way, Dr. Gao is here. At this time, Gao Yuanshan, who was known for his miraculous healing skills, came to the scene. As a well-known medical expert in Jiangnan City, his face was solemn after taking the patient's pulse. Dr. Gao, how is it? Lu Sueki's face was full of anxiety. She was very aware of her grandfather's health. He drank a few extra glasses on his birthday today and unexpectedly developed a hidden illness. Ahem, Elder Lu's condition is very serious. I'm afraid there's no way to save him. I can only prescribe some medicine to keep Mr. Lu alive. At this point, Gao Yuanshan sighed, and Lu Sueki's pretty face turned pale. Divine Dr. Gao, I wonder, how long can you extend my life? 1 month at most. Gao Yuanshan thought for a moment and said, looking at the hesitant scene, Yi Chen shook his head slightly and was itching to show off his skills. This old man is a rare and difficult case. I can cure his disease. At this moment, everyone at the KTV party looked over and happened to see what Yi Chen said. Tisk, just pretending. Zhao Kuan snorted with disdain, obviously disliking Yi Chen. Yi Chen, are you crazy? Lin Shireen held Yi Chen back. Even the expert doctors and the miraculous Gao Yuanshan were no match for him. He could cure her. Although that guy's massage skills were good, they were different from medical skills. I know. Then Yi Chen came to the field and took out the golden needle. Wait. Gao Yuanshan looked at Yi Chen and said, my friend, you can eat whatever you want but you can't say anything you want. Mr. Liu is of noble status. If anything goes wrong, you can't afford it. No problem. Elder Liu looked at Yi Chen and smiled, I don't have much time left, let's try our best. Grandpa, you. Lu Sueki was anxious, but old Lu smiled indifferently, young friend, let's get started. The golden needle flashed and then landed accurately on the major acupoints on Mr. Lu's body. If this disease can be cured, there will be no more incurable diseases in the world. The expert doctor looked at the field and snorted coldly. Shut up. Gao Yuanshan glared at the expert doctor. What do you know? My friend, this is the 9 transformation golden needle technique. After the acupuncture was over, Yi Chen looked at Gao Yuanshan. Do you know the 9 transformation golden needle? Obviously. Ordinary people would not know this kind of acupuncture. Ahem, I'm ashamed to say this. I have looked it up in ancient books, but those ancient books are only fragments. Having said this, Gao Yuanshan fell to his knees. Master, can you teach me the golden needle technique? Everyone was stunned by this scene. Dr. Gao actually wanted to become his disciple. He must be dreaming. I'm not interested in taking in disciples. Yi Chen glanced at Gao Yuanshan. The only reason he took action was because he wanted to show off his skills. But I can give you a few pill recipes. Yi Chen casually wrote down a few pill recipes. When Gao Yuanshan saw them, his pupils suddenly shrank. Each pill recipe was extremely extraordinary. Then he kowtowed a few more times. "Thank you, master." Immediately afterwards, everyone's eyes changed when they looked at Yi Chen. "Grandpa, how do you feel?" Lu Sueki asked with concern because she noticed that her grandfather's complexion had become quite red. Mr. Lu felt that his breathing became much smoother, and the pain in his stomach also disappeared. "I feel better now." "What?" Upon hearing this, the expert doctor hurriedly examined Mr. Lu and soon came to a conclusion. "How is it possible?" "It's actually really good." Zhao Koen's eyes widened when he saw this. "Okay, how could this happen? That guy is so good at medicine?" Lin Shireen was stunned at this moment. The old man was really cured by him. When everyone came back to their senses, Yi Chen had already left. "I know, this old man is Lu Feihu, the commander of the Jiangnan War Department." There was a loud bang. Zhao Koen, who had not left yet, looked at Lu Feihu in surprise. That brat was so lucky that he managed to save such a big shot. Chapter 94, the original copy of Lanting preface shocked everyone. Ding-a-ling. After leaving the cocktail party, Lin Shireen's cell phone rang in the supercar. "Hey, Mom. Grandpa's birthday party, great." "I see." After hanging up the phone, Lin Shireen finally remembered and turned to look at someone. "Yi Chen, my grandfather's birthday party will be tomorrow, and my grandfather wants to see you." Speaking of this, Lin Shireen's face flushed slightly. Her grandfather doted on her very much when she was a child. "Oh." Hearing Lin Shireen's words, "Your grandpa?" Lin Shireen nodded. "Tomorrow there will be a 70th birthday banquet at the Imperial Hotel. Come to think of it, I haven't seen Grandpa for a long time." "Okay, I'll ask Menjing to prepare a gift." Yi Chen nodded. He heard that this girl's grandfather was a treasure appraiser. It was the first time he met this girl, so he had to give her a good gift. The next day, at the Imperial Hotel. There are few hotels like the King's Landing Hotel. At this moment, the front of the hotel is filled with various luxury cars, including Pagani, Lamborghini, Bentley, etc. Obviously, the people who came to celebrate Lin Shireen's grandfather's birthday today are either rich or noble. Not long after Yi Chen and his family entered, two figures appeared in the field. "Damn, that guy is here." Zhao Koen looked at the three people who seemed like a family, his eyes burning with anger. "Mr. Zhao, that guy was just lucky. He didn't expect that Lin Shireen was so popular that he found a pretty boy." Sheng Wanqi was speaking on the side with a common hatred, saying that last time their good thing was interrupted by Yi Chen, so this time he must perform well. Xiaoye. As soon as they entered the birthday banquet hall, Lin's mother's voice came over, calling them over. "Dad, Mom, you came so early." Lin Shireen watched her parents welcoming the guests. They had obviously arrived much earlier than them. She then glared at someone imperceptibly. If it weren't for this guy who wasted time, they would have arrived much earlier. "Brother-in-law, you look so handsome today." When Lin Xiaoang saw his handsome brother-in-law, he gave him a thumbs up, and Yi Chen rubbed his brother-in-law's head. Father Lin looked at his reluctant son-in-law and said, "Xiao Yi, there are many people who wish Shireen's grandpa a happy birthday today, and everyone's gifts are not cheap. Your gift is ready." The father-in-law looked at his son-in-law and asked with concern. Before he and Lin's mother came, they specially prepared a nice gift for Yi Chen. Originally, Lin Ziming wanted to bring the 100 horses picture, but he couldn't bear to do it in the end. "Don't worry, Dad. I will definitely make Shireen look great today," Yi Chen said with a slight smile, thinking of his gift and laughing. "Poof." Looking at the whole family talking and laughing, Zhao Kuan smiled coldly. "I want to see if you can laugh later. Mr. Mu, I wish you a happy birthday and a long and healthy life. It's just a small gift, not a sign of respect." Then he brought up his gift, and inside the brocade box lay a jade ring. Wow! As soon as this thing came out, everyone around was shocked. Wow! This green ring looks so good, it must be worth over 3 million, right? The people around were shocked. Mu Lao's friend, the president of the Jiangnan Chess Association, also nodded. "Mu Lao, this ring is really enviable." "Ha, it's okay." Elder Mu smiled slightly, then looked at Zhao Kuan with satisfaction. "The Zhao family kid is thoughtful. Give your grandfather my regards." "Yes, Mr. Mu." Zhao Kun successfully attracted everyone's attention, and then his eyes fell on Yi Chen, and he said intentionally or unintentionally, "I heard that Shireen and other talented musicians are coming tonight. I wonder what kind of gift Mr. Yi brought for Mr. Mu." Shang Guanxi smiled coldly without disguising his targeting intention at all. It was finally that kid's turn. Let's see what kind of decent birthday gift he could come up with. Oh. Old Mu also looked at a handsome young man, who was the guy who made his granddaughter pregnant 4 years ago. But now it seems that even his son-in-law has forgiven him. It seems that this little guy is not simple. Dad, that person is so bad. When the little girl heard what Zhao Kun said, she pouted and looked at Zhao Kun coldly. In her opinion, anyone who causes trouble for her daddy is a bad person. Yi Chen smiled slightly, rubbed the little guy's head, and then handed over the scroll in his hand. "I wish Mr. Mu good fortune like the long flowing water of the East China Sea, and a long life like the evergreen pines of the southern mountains." Ha, you must be Yi Chen. That's thoughtful. He had some knowledge of Yi Chen's fame. He was said to be a genius in the music world and also had excellent literary talent. Then, Mu Lao's butler beside him opened the scroll. It's about to begin. Zhao Kun stared at the scroll. He couldn't wait to see the boy make a fool of himself. Shang Guanqi was also watching the scene. There were many other people in the birthday banquet who were like this as well. After all, Yi Chen's identity was somewhat extraordinary, and it seemed that he was quite close to Mu Lao's granddaughter. Could it be that this guy is in love with Mr. Mu's granddaughter? Think of this. The eyes that looked at Yi Chen were full of envy and jealousy. Not to mention that Lin Shireen was stunningly beautiful. She was also a top little queen. Just the relationship with Mr. Mu alone made countless people excited. As the scroll was unfolded, Mr. Mu's smile faded, replaced by solemnity. This is... Xin Tianchang, the president of Jiangnan Chess Association, narrowed his eyes, an authentic copy of the Lanting preface. What a gem! Boom! As soon as Xin Tianchang said this, everyone in the room was shocked. Although Shen Tianchang was the president of the Chess Association, his ability to identify treasures was well known in Jiangnan. Xiao Yi, this is too precious. Mu Lao's face was full of solemnity, and his breathing became faster. The original copy of Lanting preface is very valuable. Even the market price is over 300 million, and there is no buyer for it. Good boy. Lin Zining was shocked when he saw this scene. He looked at the scroll in disbelief. This kid is such a spendthrift. Lao Lin, is this really the original copy of the Lanting preface? Mother Lin saw her father's solemn mother. It was the first time she saw her father like this. Lin Zining took a deep breath and said, "This painting style and writing style cannot be wrong. Yiling, do you know that if the original copy of the Lanting preface is auctioned, it will definitely fetch a price far exceeding 300 million? Wow!" Lin Xiaoan listened to everyone's discussion and his eyes changed when he looked at his brother-in-law. Wow, he knew from the textbook that the original copy of Lanting preface was a national treasure. His brother-in-law was so awesome. He actually gave the national treasure to my grandfather as a birthday gift. No one can argue with this honor. Lin Shireen was also stunned when she saw her man's operation. The original copy of Lanting Su, is this guy crazy? Chapter 95, Zhao Kun's Conspiracy, Free and Easy. The original copy of Lanting preface. Undoubtedly, this wave of operations was like a royal bomb that shocked the entire audience. Impossible. Shang Guanqi's eyes widened to the extreme. The original copy of Lanting preface, that kid has such a thing. Damn it. Zhao Kun's face was cold, but at this moment it felt hot again. It was worth at least 300 million. In other words, the birthday gift that bastard gave was at least 100 times more than his. Crunch. At this moment, Zhao Kun's teeth were broken, and he even wished he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. In an instant, he turned into a clown. Hey, Dad, just take it. The mother-in-law spoke at the right time. This is Xiaoya's birthday gift to you, and it can also be considered a meeting gift. You may not know yet, Xiaoye and Shireen have already obtained their marriage certificate. With the great assist from the mother-in-law who never stops saying shocking things, Lin Shireen's face immediately turned red. Mother Lin felt the whole audience was stunned at this moment. This son-in-law was too generous and really likable. Oh. Hearing what Lin's mother said, Mu Lao looked at his son-in-law in surprise. When he saw Lin Ziming nod, his eyes changed when he looked at Ji Chen. This kid is so fast. However, this way, my worries are gone. In an instant, Mr. Mu felt a lot more relaxed. After all, what he was most concerned about in recent years was his granddaughter's lifelong affairs. Good. In that case, I will accept this gift from my grandson-in-law. Mu Lao acknowledged Yi Chen's identity with just a title. The people around him looked at Yi Chen with complicated eyes. That kid, what virtue and ability did he have? What? Zhao Kuan was stunned, and his mind was buzzing. Who am I? Where am I? Damn, Lin Shireen actually got married to that bastard? How is that possible? Lin Shireen is my designated woman, and she can only be my woman. This piece of news was like a bolt from the blue for Zhao Kuan. For a moment, he was filled with resentment towards Lin Shireen. Damn it, no one else could get what he couldn't get. Lin Shireen. You bitch, since soft tactics don't work, I'm going to use hard tactics. You forced me to do this. Then. Zhao Kuan touched his pocket and found Liang powder inside, which was a holy aphrodisiac. However, he had obtained it with great difficulty. Since he couldn't win the heart of that bitch, he would win her body first. Anger arises from the heart, and evil comes from the courage. Afterwards, Zhao Kuan bribed the waiter and added Liang powder into Lin Shireen's cup, and everything was ready. But he didn't know that all of this was seen by Yi Chen, who, with his god-level medical skills, could tell at a glance what the medicine was. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and then his gaze fell on Shang Guanqi, who was also grinning beside him, because he also made a significant contribution to the medicine. It would be a pity if such broken medicine is not properly utilized. Then, he quietly switched the wine on the waiter's plate without leaving any trace, and gave the 2 glasses ordered by Zhao Kuan to Zhao Kuan and Shang Guanqi respectively. As for why Zhao Kuan used 2 cups, it was to be on the safe side and of course to increase the success rate. Only. Little did he know what kind of nightmare was waiting for him next. Sniff. 2 golden rays flashed by, and the next moment they pierced into the 2 men's bodies. The pain came, and the 2 men's energy began to drain away at an extremely fast rate. This needle is called the King of Hell needle. Once used, your life will begin to report to the King of Hell. It can be said to be killing people invisibly. Drink it. At one point, Zhao Kuan stared at Lin Shireen with wide eyes as she drank the wine, and then drank the wine in his own glass, unaware that the wine in his glass was drugged. On the other side, the same thing happened to Shang Guanqi. Then the 2 of them looked at each other, smiled wickedly and walked towards a room at the back of the birthday banquet. The birthday banquet at the scene had already appeared in Zhao Kuan's mind, and the scene of him discussing the true meaning of life with the absolutely beautiful woman was exciting just thinking about it. Soon the 2 of them came to a room, which was the place he and his men agreed to meet. As long as Lin Shireen left the table, she would be brought here. Obviously, Shang Guanqi also wanted to have a sip of soup. It would be a wonderful thing to have a kiss with such a stunning beauty. As time went by, Lin Shireen felt something strange in her body instead, and the same was true for Shang Guanqi beside her. Since the dose of medicine in Shang Guanqi's cup was larger, the reaction was more intense. Isn't it good? Zhao Kuan thought of something and was about to leave, but Shang Guanqi simply locked the door. Zhao Kuan's heart rose to his throat. Shang Guanqi, I'm warning you. Sizzle. Before Zhao Kuan could finish his words, his clothes were torn. At this moment, Zhao Kuan's consciousness became blurred and an inhumane battle began. Dad, where are those 2 bad guys? The little guy had been paying attention to Zhao Kuan and Shang Guanqi. Before he knew it, the 2 guys disappeared, so he asked out of curiosity. Oh? Yi Chen glanced behind him meaningfully, who knows, maybe they went to exchange feelings. Exchange of feelings? When Lin Xiaoang heard what his brother-in-law said, his face was full of suspicion, while Lin Shireen rolled her eyes at him. You have completely offended them now. You better be careful. Zhao Kuan is not someone who will suffer any loss. Don't worry. Yi Chen smiled slightly, I know, and he's not a threat to me anymore. The Yama needle he just used was only the first step. If he continued to use it crazily, it would only hasten his death. I estimate that after the 2 of them fought, they would not survive for more than 3 days. Of course, Yi Chen is the only one who knows all this. It's really lively here. While the birthday banquet was going on, a group of Japanese people wearing wooden clogs rushed in. There were more than 10 of them, and from the aura they carried, it seemed that they were not friendly. Vice President Shen, how are you? There were more than 10 people in the group, and the leader was named Tiansen Jinzhou, the vice president of the Fuso Chess Association. It was obvious that this group of people came here for him. Tamori Jinzhou? Seeing this longtime rival, Shin Tiancheng's face turned cold. This guy definitely had no good intentions here. Today is Elder Mu's birthday banquet. Oh, haha. It turns out to be Mr. Mu's birthday party. Mr. Mu's name, Tiansen, is naturally well known, but... After a pause, Tiansen Rin Zhang's voice continued, Tiansen would like to take advantage of Elder Mu's birthday banquet to add some bonuses. I wonder if the Jiangnan Chess Association's chess skills are as vulnerable as Vice President Shen's were 20 years ago. Wow! As soon as these words were spoken, even old Mu's face turned unhappy. Tiansen Rin Zhang was clearly looking for trouble, and he even chose old Mu's birthday party specifically. His intentions were so sinister. Lin Xiaoang narrowed his eyes when he saw the short Fusang man who deserved a beating, and then said to his brother-in-law, "Brother-in-law, these people are too abominable, can you beat them so hard that their parents won't recognize them?" Chapter 96, You little bastard, my brother-in-law can't kill you. Presumptuous. Shin Tiancheng was full of anger. Tiansen Rin Zhang, are you Fusang people so rude? Etiquette? After hearing what Shin Tiancheng said, he then said with sarcasm, why? Or is it that the people that Vice President Shin brought today are too useless and we dare not spar with them? You. President, I'm coming. Just as Shin Tiancheng was about to say something, a member of the Jiangnan Chess Association behind him looked at the Fusang group with a bad face and asked, who will go first? Oh. You have courage. Tiansen Rin Zhang looked at the man from the Chess Association and smiled, Ichiro, play with them. Yes, President Tiansen. Then, a boy of about 13 or 14 years old came out from behind Tiansen Run, which made Shin Tiancheng's face more solemn. He knew that Okada Ichiro was the current genius chess player of Fuso. Although he was only 13 or 14 years old, his chess skills were comparable to those of a professional 4th Dan player, and his chess moves were strange. He was not inferior to a professional 5th Dan player in battle. Obviously, these people had planned this. Although the challenger has the professional 4th Dan chess strength, he is probably no match for this Japanese genius. As expected. A quarter of an hour later, Okada Ichiro showed a mocking smile on his face. The Chinese chess technique is only this good, rubbish. No moral ethics at all, a direct provocation. Hateful. Lin Xiaoan looked at the boy who was about his age and wanted to go up and strangle him to death. However, at some point I thought of something. Your chess skills are much worse than my brother-in-law's. Lin Xiaoang's voice echoed in the silent birthday banquet hall, and all eyes fell on him, which made Lin Xiaoang swallow his saliva. Boom! Mother Lin slammed her son's head and said, what nonsense are you talking about, little bastard? Lin Ziniang's mouth twitched slightly. Is this little bastard crazy? Does he know what kind of occasion this is? Oh! Feeling everyone's attention focused on him, Tiansen Rin Zhang suddenly looked at Yi Chen, including the Fuso genius Okada Ichiro. Young man, you seem to be quite good at chess? Tiansen Rin Zhang said this with a laugh, obviously not taking Yi Chen seriously at all. It's okay. I know a little bit. Yi Chen smiled slightly, this brat was actually bringing him hatred. Lin Shireen glared at her brother fiercely, you. I'll deal with you when I get back. Ichiro Okada looked at Yi Chen and narrowed his eyes, interesting, how about you play a game with me? If I win, you can say in front of everyone that you Chinese chess players are incompetent. Pressing forward step by step, this dwarf from Fuso seems to deserve a beating no matter how you look at him, but he doesn't know that he is going further and further down the road to his own death. Oh? After hearing what Ichiro Okada said, this short Japanese boy was indeed a bit disgusting, although he had the qualifications to be at Sundara. What if you lose? Yi Chen raised his head slightly, and looking at that arc, Lin Shireen's beautiful eyes twitched slightly. What was that guy going to do? How about? Then, Yi Chen smiled calmly and said, kneel down and apologize to Mr. Mu and the Chess Association. Boy, you. Tiansen Jinzan's eyes turned cold. This guy was so cruel. If Okada Ichiro lost and knelt down to apologize, such humiliation would undoubtedly ruin the rhythm of a young chess genius. Good. When Ichiro Okada heard the provocation, he agreed without thinking. Seeing this, Lin Xiaoang smiled coldly and said, damn it, you little bastard, I will kill you with my brother-in-law. The bet was made, and Tiansen Jinza didn't say what he wanted to say in the end, but, even if Okada Ichiro lost, there was no way he would be forced to kneel, no matter how serious the situation would be. After all, Ichiro Okada is not only a genius of the Fuso Chess Association, but also a member of the Okada Zaibatsu family. The two men stood facing each other, with a chessboard in front of them. Yichen raised his head. I am 7 or 8 years older than you, so let's put it this way. I won't bully you either. I'll let you go. Looking at the chess game in front of me, a familiar scene appeared. The last time it was the genius named Jones from the United States who defeated him, and this time it was Ichiro Okada who won. Arrogant. Okada Ichiro narrowed his eyes when he heard Yichen's words, but he did not refuse because he wanted to defeat the bastard in front of him as quickly as possible, and wanting him to kneel down and apologize is wishful thinking. Pa. Pa pa. 8 chess pieces fell on the board in succession. It was amazing that Ichiro Okada did not hold back at all and fought with all his strength. Even a professional 5th dan chess player would not be able to beat him with such a gap of 8 pieces. Pa. A crisp sound was heard, and Yichen picked up a white piece and placed it down. Mother Lin then asked her daughter, Shireen, how is Xiaotia's chess skill? This. After hearing what her mother said, Lin Shireen thought for a moment and said, not bad, he has a record of 300 consecutive wins on the chess website. ChessNet? 300 consecutive wins. After hearing what her daughter said, although she didn't know much about chess, she knew that to be able to win 300 consecutive games, her chess skills must be extraordinary. Hey, don't worry, Mom. My brother-in-law will definitely beat that Japanese kid so hard that his parents won't recognize him. Lin Xiaoying said this at the right time, but it caused Lin's mother to burst her brain. Mom and Dad, you big head ghost, if your brother-in-law becomes the target of public criticism because of you, I will destroy you with my own hands. The scene of the ferocious face made Lin Xiaoying's calves cramp, and it was obvious that he was deeply traumatized by his mother's teachings. Impossible. At this moment, Tianxin Rinzhang let out an unbelievable voice. His eyes widened, because within a few minutes, the boy had completely reversed the decline, and he has already taken the initiative. He can still do this even after giving Ichiro Okada 8 pieces. This person's chess skills are probably better than Ichiro Okada's. Broken. Tianxin Jinzong's face was cold and he wanted to end the game forcefully, but he knew very well that this was a taboo in a chess duel, and that it would have a greater impact on Okada Ichiro. He can't afford the gamble. Boy, you lose. After more than 10 moves, the dull voice rang in Ichiro Okada's ears. Then there was a crisp sound of pa, and then a white piece fell, and Ichiro Okada was killed. A hand of God. Shen Tianchang looked at the sudden move with his eyes shining with brilliance. The eyes of all the members of the chess association changed when they looked at Yi Chen. My goodness, this Yi Chen's chess skills are so superb. This duel is enough to be written into textbooks. You can't be. Ichiro Okada's face was full of disbelief. He was a chess genius from Fuso, how could he lose? It was absolutely impossible. Haha, what? You're willing to accept defeat. Now. Looking at Ichiro Okada in front of him, he showed no mercy because he was a teenager. Kneel down and apologize. Boom. As soon as these words were spoken, Ichiro Okada's mind buzzed. He didn't expect that he would lose, but kneeling down to apologize was definitely an insult to his personality. Tianxin Rinzhang took the lead and was about to step forward. Boy, don't go too far. Bang! Before Tianxin Rinzhang could finish his words, Yichen slapped Okada Ichiro to his knees. Say it again. Apologize. Chapter 97 System Task, Reward, Black Hang Killing God Order. Apologize. The pain in his knees and forehead, coupled with the endless humiliation, made Ichiro Okada's face grim. I'm sorry. Using all his strength, Ichiro Okada said the most humiliating words he had ever heard since he was born, and Jinzo Tanamori's face became extremely gloomy. Boy, you have guts. Tianxin Rinzhang looked at the already decided situation and said, Yi Chen, right? I will remember you. Walk. Tianxin Rinzhang's face turned pale, and the Fuso chess players behind him felt a burning pain on their faces, as if the 2 slaps just now were on them. The Fuso group left in shame. Pa 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 pa. Well done. Thunderous applause mixed with cheers came out. Undoubtedly, Yi Chen's limelight overshadowed the old birthday boy Mulao. At this moment, Mulao stroked his beard and nodded with satisfaction. This grandson-in-law is very good. This move not only saved his face, but also vented the anger of the chess association. The only bad thing was that it completely offended the Fuso Chess Association. My friend, you are awesome. Shin Tianchang looked at Yi Chen with shining eyes. That Okada Ichiro is a Fuso chess genius. His strength is comparable to a professional 5th dan. You can defeat him so easily. Your chess skills must be at least a professional 6th dan. Professional 6th dan at the age of 20. This is undoubtedly a chess genius that is hard to come by in a century. With such talent, it would be a shame if he didn't join the chess academy and serve the country. Xin Tiancheng was eager to find talent, and he breathed a sigh of relief. My friend, how about joining the chess academy? Everyone around was stunned. Wow. Mr. Xin directly recruited people. What kind of operation is this? Hearing what Mr. Xin said, Yi Chen was also stunned. Joining the chess academy is not an option. Wouldn't that affect the time he spends with his wife and children? Mr. Mu, what do you think? Xin Tiancheng looked at Mr. Mu with a pleading look in his eyes. After all, Mr. Mu was this boy's grandfather, so he had to give him some face. Mr. Xin rarely poaches people. So? After a pause, Mu Lao continued, you joined the chess academy, but how about your freedom not being restricted by the chess academy? Sure. When Xin Tiancheng heard this, he agreed without thinking. After all, as long as Yi Chen could join the chess academy, it didn't matter whether he was bound or not. After all, he was a member of the chess academy. Oh well. Listening to Lin Shirin's grandfather's persuasion, Yi Chen agreed with reluctance. After all, it would not restrict his freedom and he could just treat it as a title. Very good. Xin Tiancheng made the decision immediately, and then took out a chess academy badge from his pocket. Yi Chen, you will be a member of the chess academy from now on. I'll contact the chess academy later and ask them to enter your information. After a series of skillful operations, they seemed to be afraid that Yi Chen would run away. The members of the chess association looked at Yi Chen with envy, and everyone in the birthday banquet was also filled with emotion. Who could have thought that just attending a birthday party would evolve into such a situation? After a while. After leaving the Emperor Hotel, he met a young man as soon as he walked out the door. This man was Li Qiye. Plop. Master, I have fulfilled your conditions. After Li Qiye finished speaking, he stood up and started doing push-ups. Lin Shirin was stunned. Is this the boy from the Magic City? 5. 10. 20. Soon, the 300 were completed with ease. God knows what Li Qiye went through during this period. Phew. Seeing Li Qiye finish his push-ups, Lin Shirin smiled unkindly. You also have your moments of frustration. Yi Chen. Ahem, since you have done this, you will be my apprentice from now on. Yi Chen covered his forehead with his hands and felt a headache. Why was this young man so foolish? If it were someone else, neither would he be able to persist. Real. Master, please accept my disciples' greetings. Dong dong. After several consecutive kowtows, it was enough to see Li Qiye's excitement. The hard work he had endured these days was not in vain. You should get up first. It's not proper to do this in public. Seeing people coming and going from time to time, Yi Chen coughed dryly. He didn't expect that he would have so many disciples without knowing it. Hey, it's Master. Li Qiye chuckled and then got up. Master, it turns out that Master's wife is a top-tier little queen. Li Qiye meets Master's wife. Li Qiye, who was very observant, greeted Lin Shirin, but this address made Lin Shirin's face slightly blush. Yes, Master. Li Qiye thought of something at some point. Tomorrow is the day of the Jiangnan International Martial Arts Exchange Conference. I wonder if you are interested in participating. Oh? Hearing Li Qiye's words, Yi Chen was stunned. International Martial Arts Exchange Conference? Never mind. Yi Chen was about to speak when the system's voice quietly came into his ears. Ding! The host triggers a random mission, sweeping across martial arts associations from all countries, and is rewarded with a Killing God Order and a mysterious blind box X1. Note, the Killing God Order is a special token granted by the Chinese Queen. Anyone holding this token has the right to kill all the people under the master first and report later. Hearing the voice of the system, Yi Chen was stunned. The God Killing Order? The special token granted by the Chinese Queen, giving her the right to kill first and report later? Obviously, Yi Chen realized something after hearing this. Wow, is this a plug-in? This is a good thing, and in addition to it, there is a mysterious blind box, and the things that come out of it will never disappoint him. Good. Thinking of this, Yi Chen naturally would not refuse. I will be there tomorrow. Real. Li Qiye was delighted when he heard this, and he took the opportunity to introduce his master to his father. His father would definitely be shocked when the time comes. Then tomorrow I will be waiting for master to come. Li Qiye scratched his head and smiled innocently, but Yi Chen didn't know that this cheap disciple he accepted was the young master of Taiji sect. Wow! The little guy watched the whole thing. Daddy, you have an apprentice now. That's great, Daddy is so awesome. The excited little guy was excited, and then he thought of something. Oh, Dad, can you take me to the martial arts conference tomorrow? A cute and sweet voice came out, especially the slightly coquettish look, which made Yi Chen not have the courage to refuse at all. Okay. I pinched the little guy's rosy face lovingly, feeling that he must be the happiest person in the world at this moment. That feeling was happier than winning a lottery of 1 billion. Seeing this, Lin Shireen rolled her eyes at the father and son. You've spoiled Meow Meow. He. What do you care? The little girl was unwilling to be outdone and hugged her daddy to assert her sovereignty. Then she even kissed her daddy and made faces at Lin Shireen. Seeing this scene, Lin Shireen was both angry and amused. This girl was so rebellious. Did she really think that she wouldn't dare to hit her because she had the support of that pervert? Chapter 98, with Yishin here, martial arts will be suppressed forever like a long night. The next day, there was a martial arts exchange meeting. Squeak! At the entrance of the venue, a car stopped suddenly in the parking space and I pushed the door open to get out. Master! As soon as the family got off the car, Li Qiye came up to them. Hello, Master's wife. Hello, junior sister. Good morning, senior brother. The little guy responded playfully, and Lin Shireen nodded slightly. Then Li Qiye skillfully led the family to the VIP seats at the front. This scene immediately attracted the attention of Tai Chi Master Li Lansheng. Master Li, the master that my son is talking about couldn't be that young man, right? Shaolin Abbot Huaining clasped his hands together as he spoke, his face clearly full of suspicion. Ahem, if nothing unexpected happens, it should be that young man. Li Lansheng's face turned red. The young man looked to be about 20 years old, only 5 or 6 years older than his son. This made him very dissatisfied. Master Li's son really doesn't play by the rules. The leaders of several surrounding factions also spoke out. Now that the Chinese Martial Arts Association has no president, they are each only vice presidents. Li Lansheng will temporarily take over the duties of president. Abbot, it's him. At this time, a young man next to Shaolin Abbot Huaining stood up suddenly, staring at Yi Chen with his eyes. Some time ago, he was the one who defeated the vice presidents of the Fuso Martial Arts Association in seconds. What? As soon as these words came out, everyone's eyes fell on Jikong, and the Shaolin Abbot's pupils shrank. Jikong, are you sure? Of course I am sure. Jikong took a deep breath, then skillfully played the well-treasured video. Look, this is the video from that day. Powerful Vajra Palm. Tai Chi step. Abbot Huaining and Li Lansheng looked at each other, and both saw the other's surprise. Wow! That young man's martial arts attainments are so amazing. Abbot Huaining's eyes changed significantly when he looked at Yi Chen again. Li Lansheng looked at his son meaningfully. No wonder that brat wanted to be his disciple and even broke up with me. I'm afraid that young man's strength is not weaker than ours. The head of Baji sect spoke meaningfully. Moreover, being able to integrate the martial arts of your two sects like this, his achievements are limitless. Most importantly, he actually knows the Shaolin's lost Vajrapam. Perhaps, we need to find a candidate for the position of president of the Chinese Martial Arts Association. Li Lansheng's mind was active at the moment. His eyes fell on Yi Chen. That guy was only 20 years old, but he had such strength. What would happen if he continued to be strong in a few years? At the same time, boxers from various countries' martial arts associations have been discussing this issue heatedly. Wow, it's that kid. The enemy meets a narrow road. He is dead today. Asshole, the revenge of that day must be avenged today no matter what. As the heated discussions were heard, the eyes of the champions from various martial arts associations all fell on Yi Chen. It was obvious that their respective forces were above the vice president of the Martial Arts Association, and the only one who could suppress them was the president of the Martial Arts Association. Naturally, their strength is far from comparable to that of the Korean Sanda champion. When they became famous, that Korean Sanda champion was still playing in the mud. The Chinese martial arts world is interesting? The champions of martial arts associations from various countries all smiled. Whether in public or private, that boy was a good opponent. The warm-up sparring lasted for about half an hour. The Fuso boxer champion was the first to come to the stage and glanced in Yi Chen's direction. Vice Presidents of China, I would like to take this opportunity to settle a personal grudge. Then his eyes fell on Yi Chen. Young man, you didn't give me, the Fuso vice president, any face in public at the beginning. I heard that you are quite strong, come on stage and compete with me. Wow. As soon as these words were spoken, various countries were in an uproar. On the Chinese side, everyone's eyes fell on Yi Chen, and soon someone recognized him. Oh my god, isn't that Yi Chen? The little guy also opened the invincible little cutie live broadcast room at this moment. Where is this place? That Japanese guy is so fierce. Is he challenging Yi Chen? I know that Japanese guy. He is Yumekawa Naiku. He is the 3-time free fighting champion of Japanese. He is extremely powerful. Wow, this lineup is probably from an international martial arts exchange conference. It's over, this time, Yi Chen's previous actions will definitely offend the public. Hey, the small stool has been moved, waiting for Yi Chen to show off. As the discussion in the live broadcast room heated up, the number of fans also soared through 100,000, and then the number of fans soared by tens of thousands. It was obvious that Yi Chen's celebrity effect had an unprecedented phenomenon-level shock. This is bad. When Tai Chi leader Li Lanqing and others heard the sudden words of the Fuso Fist champion, they were shocked. They forgot about the previous one. Master, this. Li Qiye was also stunned. He obviously didn't expect that the boxing champion from Fuso would directly attack him, and the conflict was directly directed at his master. No problem. Yi Chen smiled slightly. Others are clamoring to come to my door. If I don't fight, wouldn't it be a shame to their enthusiasm? Take good care of your master's wife and little sister. After saying that, Yi Chen climbed up the stairs. Li Qiye swallowed his saliva. Oh my goodness, is the master going to take action? 100,000. 130,000. 150,000. Soon, the number of fans in the live broadcast room exceeded 300,000, and at this time Yi Chen happened to come to the ring and face the Fuso boxing champion. Boy, I didn't realize you were so famous, but it's just right. Fuso boxing champion Yumekawa Naiku sneered, let me end your halo with one punch. Sniff. Meichuan Naiku was extremely fast and punched Yi Chen in the heart with terrifying force, while preparing a roundhouse kick in case of emergency. It was obvious that Meichuan Naiku was not at all overconfident. Bang! Yumekawa Naiku just thought he had succeeded in his sarcasm, but in fact he was hit in the chest by a terrifying force. There was a sound of bone cracking, and Yumekawa Naiku's eyes widened. The pain was so extreme that he broke through the protective net and flew backwards more than 10 meters. Woji! Li Qiye looked at his master's amazing performance and stood up immediately. What a great Tai Chi push hands move! This is much more powerful than the one that defeated the Korean Sanda champion. The little guy's live broadcast room suddenly exploded. Oh my god, this is so awesome! Shen Yi is mighty and domineering, well done. It's Tai Chi push hands again, but Willie is so much bigger than before. Haha, all the boxing champions, tell me what you are talking about. As long as I, Yi Chen, am here, martial arts will be suppressed for eternity like a long night, hee hee. Instantly, the live broadcast room was in an uproar. As for the Fuso boxing champion Yumekawa Naiku, his eyes widened, and then his head tilted and he fainted on the spot. There were countless comminuted fractures all over his body. It can be said that the attack was ruthless. Chapter 99, one person ends the martial arts tournament, and the Sakura organization begins its suicidal mode. Well done. Li Lanqing's eyes sparkled when he saw this. This reversal was so satisfying. The leaders of various factions were also very interested in landing on the ring. It seemed that this international martial arts exchange conference was a little different. Boy, you are so arrogant. At that moment, boxing champions from various countries rushed forward. It was obvious that Yi Chen was very skilled. About 10 boxing champions came forward without any moral ethics. Woji! How shameless! When fans in the live broadcast room saw this, they cursed the boxing champions from various countries like dogs. Damn it, even if you are afraid of Yi Chen, you don't have to do this. Pa! Before the fans could complain, the Korean boxing champion was knocked to the ground by a palm strike, and the ring shook violently. The boxing champion followed in the footsteps of Yumekawa Naiku. Bang! 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 Under the golden light, the leaders of various factions of the Chinese Martial Arts Association were stunned, with disbelief on their faces. Powerful Vajra Palm. Bad Jiquan. Tai Chi Step. He integrated the unique skills of various schools and beat the boxing champions from various countries so hard that they could not find anything to attack. He felt so comfortable with each blow. Jikon looked at the field and took a deep breath. Oh my goodness, oh no, Amatba, that donor is so powerful. Gulp. Li Chiye swallowed his saliva and looked at the scene in the ring where the champions of various countries were beaten like chickens and dogs. His heart was so excited that he said, okay. As expected of my Li Chiye's master, you are so awesome. Niu Zai Tian Zhangfei gave a reward of 1666 for the invincible little cutie super rocket. Loneliness fed the dog and rewarded the invincible little cutie, the heart of the universe X888. The bitch is so cool that she rewards the invincible cute blue rose X1888. Tang Boho lights mosquito coils to reward the invincible little cutie dreamy starry sky X999. The fans in the little guy's live broadcast room were also extremely excited. Rich people appeared one after another, all of them venting their excitement. Oh my god, Yishin is invincible. In an instant. At the Wushu Exchange Conference, boxing champions from all countries fell to the ground unconscious, and the vice presidents of the Wushu associations of all countries were all dumbfounded. Damn it! Damn, that guy, is he still human? Martial Arts Exchange Conference, what kind of exchange is this? The strongest boxing champions from their countries were all wiped out. They are just humiliating themselves if they compete. Dad, you are the best. The little girl looked at the scene and cheered excitedly, as if she was afraid that others would not know that it was her father who did it. You, calm down. Lin Shireen pushed up her sunglasses. Her identity could not be exposed, at least not at this time. Hee, why should you stay calm when your dad is so powerful? The little girl said this unconvincingly, which made Lin Shireen frown. What the girl said made some sense. With your limited strength, you want to challenge my Chinese martial arts? Go back and practice for another 10,000 years. Yi Chen glanced at the elite boxers from various countries and the vice president of the Wushu Association. Your martial arts are vulnerable. Puff. The vice presidents of the martial arts associations of various countries were bleeding. Not bleeding was their last dignity. What should they do if that bastard wanted to kill him? This kid has guts. Walk. The Fuso Martial Arts Association was the first to grit their teeth in hatred, and they stood up and left. Before leaving, they glared at Yi Chen fiercely. That guy really thought that he could do whatever he wanted just because he was strong. If this kid didn't pay the price, they were not people of the Great Sun Empire. With the departure of the Fuso Martial Arts Association, the same thing happened to the martial arts associations of other countries. 66666, my Yishin is so awesome. The martial arts competition ended with the power of one person. The might of Yishin is so great. Master Yishin, please accept my respects. The martial arts associations of various countries, this is unscientific. That kid must not be from Blue Star. Yishin, you fell down before I even made a move. A martial arts prodigy who was delayed by the music industry. In a short time, the number of fans in the little guy's live broadcast room has exceeded 1 million, which is extremely insane and outrageous. That guy is much better than I thought? Lin Shireen watched a certain guy's actions and became completely uneasy. The boxing champions from various countries are of extremely high quality, and each of them has fought their way to the top. But in front of her own man, she is still vulnerable. If that guy spends the money on water bills, she will have to. Thinking of this, Lin Shireen felt a little scared and her face flushed. No one knew what she was thinking about. Ding dong. At this moment, Yi Chen received a message on his phone. Lin Xiaowang is in my hands. If you don't want to die, come to the abandoned unfinished building in the suburbs of Jiangnan by yourself. Yi Chen frowned when he received a text message, and at this moment Zhou Guoping called him. Hey, Mr. Yi. We just received intelligence that the 5-star killer of the Sakura organization, Hideta Takahito, has kidnapped Miss Lin's brother and is suspected of forcing you to surrender. What should we do? This matter concerns Yi Xiao's brother-in-law, so Zhou Guoping cannot be careless. I already know about this matter, I can handle it myself. Yi Chen narrowed his eyes. For Lin Xiaowang's safety, it would be better for him to go there in person. Sakura organization, since you are looking for death, I will help you. At this moment, a murderous gleam flashed in Yi Chen's eyes. It was obvious that the Sakura organization had violated his bottom line. Half an hour later, in the suburbs of Jiangnan. The abandoned unfinished building has now been controlled by the 7 kill organization's Takahito Hideta. At the same time, he has also brought thousands of Sakura organization masters, each of whom can fight 10 people at once. Squeak! The supercar stopped where it was, and Lin Shireen and her daughter were escorted back to the Kowloon villa. Of course, everything was done in secret. Master Xiu Tian, that boy is here. A 4-star killer from the Sakura organization narrowed their eyes. They were determined to kill that kid this time, so they mobilized thousands of killers. In addition to Hideta Takahito, there were 3 4-star killers, 33 star killers, and 302 star killers. As for the remaining 700, they were all 1-star killers. The lineup can be said to be unprecedentedly strong for the Sakura organization. Hearing his subordinate's words, Hideta Takahito narrowed his eyes, and then his gaze fell on the unconscious Lin Xiaoong. This kid is really important to that guy. As he spoke, a ferocious arc appeared at the corner of Hideta Takahito's mouth. The goal this time was related to the cooperation between the Sakura organization and the Jones family, and there was absolutely no room for error. Pass the order down, everyone prepare and kill on your own. Hideta Takahito curled the corners of his mouth and looked at the surveillance screen in front of him, with a bit of a cat playing with mouse posture. However, he didn't know that the scene that happened next would make him unforgettable for the rest of his life. Yes, Master Hideta. The 4-star killer sneered and looked at Yi Chen in the surveillance video as if he was looking at a dead person. This kid's end would definitely be extremely miserable. Chapter 100, Master Yi subdued the 5-star killer Hideta Takahito. Abandoned unfinished building. Self-assassination? A sniper from the Sakura organization curled his lips. He was also a 3-star killer. Of course, there were a total of 10 snipers on this trip, and he was just one of them. Go to hell. A gunshot was heard, and a sniper bullet came rapidly. Yi Chen turned his head to avoid the bullet. What? Seeing this scene, everyone's faces changed drastically. That guy actually managed to dodge the bullet. Damn it! Go all out. Just as the 10 snipers were about to pull the trigger, a golden light came from far away. Before they could react, they were pierced through the forehead and turned into corpses. After killing 10 snipers, Yi Chen took 10 people at a time and beat down the overwhelming Sakura organization killers like killing chickens and dogs. More than a minute later, thousands of Sakura organization killers were killed by Yi Chen alone, and then he came to the scene. Hideta Takahito looked solemn and pinched Lin Xiaoong's neck to threaten him. I didn't expect that he was so powerful. But, if you dare to move again, your woman's brother will be killed by the sword. As a 5-star killer, Hideta Takahito could clearly feel the oppression from Yi Chen. No one had ever posed such a threat to him. This person is extremely powerful. Are you so sure that your knife is faster than mine? Yi Chen shook his head slightly, and kicked Hideta Takahito more than 10 meters away. He hit the ground hard and stopped only then. Hideta Takahito had countless ribs broken. As for the unconscious Lin Xiaoong, he had already been rescued by Yi Chen. Puff! Hideta Takahito spat out a mouthful of blood and looked at Yi Chen in disbelief. You? How is it possible? With just one blow, he didn't even know when the guy made the move, and he was kicked away. The chest is sunken and blood is coming out of all the orifices. Hideta Takahito was in a more miserable state than ever before. Only now did he understand why the guy in front of him had the courage to come alone, as it seemed that none of them could pose any threat to him at all. But, how could it be? How could there be such a terrifying thing in the world? The next moment, Hideta Takahito reacted and found that Yi Chen had already arrived in front of him. Ding! Congratulations to the host for exchanging slave card X1, costing the host 100,000 renminbi. Use. With a flip of his right hand, the slavery card turned into white light and sank into the center of Hideta Takahito's eyebrows. Then, Yi Chen realized that he had an inexplicable connection with Hideta Takahito. Hideta Takahito, greetings to the master. With a thud, Hideta Takahito fell to the ground on one knee, even though many bones in his body were broken. This works well enough. Yi Chen was naturally aware of how seriously injured Hideta Takahito was at the moment. This guy was also his first subordinate who would never betray him. The 9-turn golden needle penetrated into the acupuncture point of Hideta Wu-ringing, and then a mysterious energy repaired his injuries. With a crackling sound of bone fractures, his injuries were healed as before. Thank you, master, for healing my wounds. Hideta Takahito's eyes sparkled. After the slave seal, his mindset changed. I just offended the master. I hope the master will punish me. No problem. Yi Chen waved his hand. Get up, call me Master Yi from now on. Yes, Master Yi. Hideta Takahito responded respectfully, and Yi Chen then began his plan. Do you know who hired you this time? Yi Chen was quite curious. The Sakura organization went to such great lengths to attack him, and no one would believe him if he said they had no ulterior motive. Reply to Master Yi. Hideta Takahito organized his thoughts. The reason why the Sakura organization attacked Master Yi this time is because the Jones family of the United States sent a mission, saying that as long as you are assassinated, the Sakura organization can reach a cooperation with the Jones family. This cooperation is particularly important to the Sakura organization, so, the top leaders of the Sakura organization sent their subordinates and thousands of assassins to assassinate Master Yi. Oh? Yi Chen was stunned when he heard what Hideta Takahito said. America? Jones family? Yi Chen thought of the arrogant young man from the American family of scholarly origin in Yangchang. It seemed that the servant beside him called him Master Jones. Thinking of this, Yi Chen understood why the Sakura organization was so generous in wanting his life. Master Yi, I don't know. Should we have our subordinates return to the Sakura organization and kill the senior leaders? Hideta Takahito asked with a fierce look in his eyes. After all, he dared not act on his own without his master's orders. No need. Yi Chen waved his hand, then smiled and said, the Sakura organization is quite powerful. It would be a pity to destroy them all. Well, when you come back, your only mission is to control the Sakura organization for me. As for what method to use, it's up to you. Yes, Master Yi. Hearing his master's words, Hideta Takahito narrowed his eyes, and various ways of controlling the Sakura organization emerged in his mind. As a 5-star killer, he already had great power. Although it would be difficult to control it, it was not impossible. That's right. Hideta Takahito thought of something. Young Master Yi, the Sakura organization is backed by the Okada group. If we want to control the Sakura organization, the Okada group will be a big obstacle. Okada group? Hearing this, Yi Chen pondered for a moment. I will arrange this matter. I'll send you some helpers when you get back. Yi Chen thought that Zhao Menghu had almost taken control of Yangcheng now, and after a moment of contemplation, he said that by then, with the cooperation of the two brothers and sisters and Hideta Takahito, they would definitely be able to control the Sakura organization. It would be even better if they could control the Okada group in one fell swoop. Thank you, Mr. Yi. When Hideta Takahito heard his master's words, his eyes immediately lit up with brilliance. Although he didn't know who the people from Yi Xiao's faction were, they were definitely very strong. Go ahead. Yi Chen waved his hand slightly, and Hideta Takahito bowed and said, I'll take my leave. Swish. With a flash, Hideta Takahito left the field as if he had never appeared. However, not long after he left, a series of figures appeared on the scene, and the leader was Zhou Guoping. Master Yi, are you okay? When Zhou Guoping arrived at the scene, his face changed drastically when he saw the dead bodies of Fuso masters all over the ground. The eyes of many masters of Kunping security also changed when they looked at their boss. Oh my goodness, it has only been such a short time and the boss has killed thousands of killers from the Sakura organization alone. And, looking at the boss's appearance, it seems that he is not hurt at all. It's hard to imagine how powerful the boss is. Fine. Yi Chen shook his head slightly, then looked at Zhou Guoping. By the way, has old Zhao come back? Oh. Master Yi, Zhao Menghu just came back yesterday. Do you have something to talk to him about? Zhou Guoping didn't dare to take a penny with him and reported respectfully. Yi Chen nodded slightly. Nothing happened. Well, you can tell him and Jian to go to Fuso with my instructions to help Hideta Takahito control the Sakura organization. Hideta Takahito controls the Sakura organization, this. Zhou Guoping looked at the scene and saw that there was no 5-star killer Takahito Hideta in the field. He narrowed his eyes and thought of something. Master Yi, could it be that Takahito Hideta has been subdued by you? Go ahead. Yi Chen waved his hand slightly and left alone. As for Lin Xiaoong, he was sent back to the Lin family by Kunping security. Zhou Guoping's pupils suddenly shrank as he looked at his boss. Oh my god, the 5-star killer of the Sakura organization has been subdued. How did young Master Yi do this? Chapter 101, Angel Yen, the first commander under Kaisha. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task of sweeping across the martial arts associations of various countries. You will be rewarded with the God Killing Order and a mysterious blind box X1. Not long after leaving the abandoned factory, Yi-Chen suddenly heard the sound of system rewards arriving in his ear. Hearing this, he felt much better. Detect that the host has a mysterious blind box. Would you like to open it? A humane system inquiry sounded, and Yi-Chen raised his mind to control it. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the God-level treasure appraisal ability. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 3,000 beautiful angel guards. Note, Angel Queen Kesha is included. Wow! Hearing about the rewards for opening the mysterious blind box, Yi-Chen was stunned. Good job! Not only does he have the God-level treasure appraisal ability, but he also has 3,000 beautiful angel guards and an angel queen, Kesha? This wave of operations is amazing. Then, bring up the properties panel. Name, Yi-Chen. Age, 21. Skills, God-level cooking, God-level music, God-level martial arts, God-level bone-setting massage, God-level chess, God-level calligraphy, God-level medicine, God-level treasure appraisal. Items, Apollo, Ferrari LaFerrari, Lamborghini Venom, Kowloon No. 1 Villa, Kunping Security 100% shares, Phantom Entertainment 100% shares, Lucky Card X3, K-Song Music 100% shares, Ling Group 49% shares, Dosha Live 100% shares, Magic City No. 1 Land, 3,000 Beautiful Angels, to be activated. Wealth, 137.08 billion renminbi. Looking at the attribute panel, Yi-Chen took a sip. Although his wealth had not increased, the 3,000 beautiful angels were much better than his wealth value. Activation. After thinking for a moment, Yi-Chen made up his mind. Then Yi-Chen landed 3,000 beautiful angels in the western border of Fusang. At the same time, another 10 people landed in Kowloon Villa as the last line of defense to secretly guard Kowloon Villa. Ding! Congratulations to the host for the landing of 3,000 beautiful angels in the western border of Fusang, and a temple of angels as a gift. Ding! Angel Yen, the first commander of angels under Kaisha, has arrived at the villa to serve as the housekeeper. Yi-Chen. Yi-Chen was stunned when he heard the voice of the system. Angel Yen, the first commander under Kesha? Villa housekeeper? The system is about to cause trouble. At the same time, in the dark of Kowloon 1 Villa. Swish! 10 figures appeared on the scene, their speed was much faster than that of Hideta Takahito. All 10 of them were wearing golden armor, but not full body, only covering key parts. Their beautiful faces and perfect bodies would fascinate many people if they were known to the outside world. However, the aura of each person is extremely powerful. Even ordinary beautiful angel members are several times stronger than Hideta Takahito and are fully capable of severely injuring him with one move. As for the first commander Angel Yen, she has the best appearance and figure among the 10, and her combat power far exceeds that of the other 9. Master Yen, the master's villa is ahead. One of the beautiful angels reported to Angel Yen respectfully, and Angel Yen nodded slightly. You all should disperse now. Unless the master and his family encounter an irresistible and powerful enemy, you are not allowed to show up. Yes, Master Yen. Swish. The 9 stunningly beautiful angels disappeared, leaving Angel Yen alone. This dress may make the hostess unhappy. After pondering for a moment, Angel Yen flashed to a nearby shopping mall. A few minutes later, a beautiful girl in a golden robe appeared on the scene. This person was Angel Yen. She was holding a contract in her hand. It was the application contract for the housekeeper of her master's villa, and the person who signed the contract was Lu Menjiang. Of course, all of this is done automatically by the system. Who are you? As soon as Angel Yen approached, Tianlang raised his hand to stop him. For a moment, he felt that this person was a great danger to him. However, when he saw the girl in front of him who looked like a delicate guest, he relaxed his vigilance, thinking that it was just an illusion. You are Captain Sirius, right? Then Angel Yen stretched out her porcelain white arm and handed the contract in Xian's hand to Tianlang. This is my contract for applying for the villa's housekeeper. Oh? Hearing Angel Yen's words, Tianlang narrowed his eyes. Even though the Angel Yen in front of him was extremely beautiful, it could not shake his vigilance. After reading the contract, Tianlang called Lu Menjiang to confirm, and then agreed to let Tianshi Yen enter, but he still led the way personally. You can see that he is very serious. Angel Yen smiled but said nothing. Soon, Angel Yen met Lin Shireen. Wow! Aunt Menjiang, you found such a beautiful sister to be your housekeeper. She's like an angel. When the little guy saw Angel Yen, he was naturally friendly. Angel Yen showed a peerless smile, which made the maids dazed. What was housekeeper Menjing doing? Was she trying to shake the status of their young lady? She is so beautiful, just a little bit different from a young lady. That Menjing. Seeing Angel Yen, Lin Shireen smiled bitterly. She obviously didn't expect Lu Menjing to find such a beautiful girl to be the housekeeper. Miss Yen, I'll trouble you at the villa from now on. She spoke politely, but Lin Shireen was secretly alert in her heart. She couldn't help but be concerned about such a beautiful woman hanging around her man. You are too polite, madam. This is my job. Angel Yen smiled gently, which made it difficult for Lin Shireen to feel disgusted. A person's smile could have such magical power. It was obvious that it was difficult to feel hostile towards the girl in front of her. Afterwards, Angel Yen began to instruct Lin Shireen on the various rules for her future role as housekeeper. Lin Shireen found her efficient style even more impeccable. She had originally been thinking of finding an excuse to get rid of her. This matter is naturally not difficult for Angel Yen. After all, as the first commander of the 3,000 beautiful angels and the first person under Queen Kesha, her ability is naturally outstanding, otherwise she would not have become Kesha's right-hand man. Ding dong. At a certain moment, Angel Yen received a message, Master Yen, the master is back. After seeing the message, Angel Yen became very alert. Boom! A beast-like roar was heard, and when Angel Yen came out with the maids, Yichen just pushed the door and got out of the car. Welcome home, master. A sweet voice was heard, especially when he slightly bent over, the abyss that attracted light like a black hole, as if it was going to suck people's eyeballs into it. You must be Xiaoyan. Yichen knew clearly in his heart that this extremely beautiful girl was probably the leader of the 3,000 beautiful angels, and her strength was unfathomable. Yes, young master. From now on, I will be responsible for managing the villa and taking care of your and the young lady's daily life. It has to be said that Angel Yan's acting skills are superb, and there is no trace of any flaws at all, and he would not associate her with the first general under Kaisha, who has extremely powerful combat power. However, with the presence of 10 beautiful angels, it is a good thing that the villa will be safe and secure in the future. Chapter 102, The Dark-Hearted Hideta Takahito, The Killing of the Sakura Organization. Kowloon Villa, Study. Plop. Arriving at the study, Angel Yen knelt down in front of Yichen the first time. Yen just offended the master, please punish me. She has a beautiful face and a devilish figure. If someone doesn't have enough self-control, they might punish her for saying something like this. Get up. Glancing at Angel Yen, Yichen asked him to stand up. That wasn't an offense just now. Do you know why I came to you? The plain voice reached Angel Yan's ears, but it made Angel Yan's face blush. Queen Kesha told her that no matter what request the master made, she would do her best to satisfy it. Moreover, Angel Yen naturally knew how beautiful she was. Could it be that her master wanted her? Thinking of this, Angel Yan's face turned even redder. I don't know. Yichen naturally didn't pay attention to Angel Yan's reaction, but looked in the direction of Jiangnan Kai family. Help me destroy Jiangnan Kai family. Ah! Hearing what his master said, Angel Yen was stunned, so that's it. What else? Yichen looked at Angel Yen in confusion, but Angel Yen quickly buried his head in the mountain peak and said, I obey your orders. I am so embarrassed that I actually had improper thoughts about my master. What if my master knew about this? I will not be able to face him in the future. Go ahead. Yichen waved his hand, and Angel Yen was as if pardoned, fearing that her master would see through her thoughts, and left in embarrassment. This action made Yichen slightly stunned. Was he so scary? Was he afraid that he would eat her? The Kai family's affairs are settled. Next. Then Yichen looked towards the United States, or more precisely, the direction where the Jones family was. The Jones family spent so much effort to assassinate me, it would be unreasonable if I didn't teach them a lesson. He flipped his right hand and an angel temple card suddenly appeared in his hand. On it was a number, which was the Angel Queen's phone number. Fusong Western Border, Temple of Angels. Ding-a-ling. In a snow-white palace, a stunningly beautiful woman was nestling on the bed. Her beauty was no less than Lin Shireen's, and even more charming. Hello, master. Seeing the caller ID, Queen Kesha raised her lips in a charming arc. You finally contacted me. Yichen was stunned by the other party's numb voice. It was such a charming voice, worthy of being the Angel Queen. You are the Angel Queen Kesha. Yes, master. Queen Kesha smiled and continued, Master, are you satisfied with Yin Ku? If not, I will be your housekeeper. You should stay at the Angel Temple. Yi Chen breathed a sigh of relief. If the Angel Queen was his housekeeper, Lin Shireen would explode. Find a time to teach the Jones family of the United States a lesson. Sure enough, the master has taken action against the Jones family after all. Good master, I promise you will be satisfied. As the Queen of Angels, she naturally knew much more information, and she just happened to know the grudge between Jones and his master. After hanging up the phone, Queen Kesha smiled even brighter. Someone come. Gather 1,000 angels and follow me to the Jones family in the United States. The next day, dawn. At the headquarters of the Fuso Sakura organization, Hideta Takahito returned to the headquarters and happened to meet a blonde-haired and blue-eyed man scolding a group of senior executives. Waste. Are all of you in the Sakura organization good for nothings? The blonde man was filled with anger. With this little ability, you still want to cooperate with my Jones family? You are just dreaming. This person was none other than the servant who had followed Jones at the beginning. A mere servant is so arrogant. Even if he is relying on the power of others, many high-ranking officials of the Sakura organization still dare not say a word. They know it very well. Although the Sakura organization is the dominant force in the country, it is just an ant in front of such a terrifying existence as the Jones family. When Hideta Takahito saw this scene, a grim smile appeared on his face. A bold plan came to his mind. If this servant of the Jones family died in the Sakura organization, then the ending would be. Of course, before that, it's best to let them pass on this information. Thinking of this, Hideta Takahito's mouth curled up and he followed the angry servants of the Jones family. About a quarter of an hour later, in a secret corner of the headquarters. Who? The servant turned around suddenly, only to find a ghostly figure appearing at some point. This person was none other than Hideta Takahito Ko. How dare you, a servant of the Jones family, reprimand the top leaders of our Sakura organization like this? Are you tired of living? Hideta Takahito naturally wanted to use the will of the top leaders of the Sakura organization as a guide, then alienate the relationship between the two parties, and then intensify the conflict between the two parties, taking this opportunity to eliminate dissidents. What are you going to do? The servant of the Jones family was startled, his face full of fear and nervousness. I'm warning you, I'm from the Jones family. If you dare to touch me, the Jones family will not let you go. Sniff. He's just a Jones family dog. Anyone who offends my Sakura organization must die. With one slash of the knife, blood spurted from the neck of the Jones family servant, but Hideta Takahito had a very good grasp of the situation and gave Hideta Takahito almost half a minute to tell his last words. And this last words was an important part of sending the top leaders of the Sakura organization to the guillotine, as expected. Hideta Takahito took out his cell phone in full drama, and in front of the sleepy Jones family servants, he made a call. Lord Okada, the mad dog has been eliminated. Then, Hideta Takahito disappeared in a flash, leaving the Jones family servants with eyes full of resentment. I saw it with my own eyes, how could it be fake? And, that bastard must have thought he was dead, and he was struggling to hold on to his last breath. The people from the Sakura organization Okada Zaibatsu, kill me and avenge me. He used up all his strength and spat out blood, which obviously affected the artery. However, the servant of the Jones family smiled cruelly, I will wait for you in hell in advance. However, he was unaware that this was all Hideta Takahito's conspiracy from the beginning to the end. After the servant left, Hideta Takahito returned to the field and took a look at the voice coming from beside him. This guy didn't look stupid, at least the voice was not fake. Then Hideta Takahito put a button of his archenemy in the hand of the servant. Then, the flare was pulled, and the next moment a blazing flare rose into the sky. Swish! Figures appeared from all directions in the scene, but at this moment, there was no trace of Hideta Takahito Ko, obviously trying to create evidence of his alibi. What happened? Why is there someone at the headquarters setting off a flare? Oh no, it's a servant of the Jones family. It's bad. Someone from the Jones family died in our Sakura organization. If we don't handle this properly, the Sakura organization will be in big trouble. In an instant, the entire Sakura organization was in a panic. Many high-level officials came to the scene and saw the servants of the Jones family die here. Their expressions changed drastically. My lords, here is a button. And, the voice coming from the phone. Seeing the two things in the field, the faces of the senior leaders were solemn. After learning the information in the voice, Sakura named Shinwoo, a veteran 5-star killer of the Sakura organization, was shocked and subconsciously touched the buttons of his clothes. This action immediately aroused the murderous intent of many high-level officials. Sakura named Shinwoo, you are so bold. Someone, kill him for me. Chapter 103, Destroy the Kai family, Angel Queen takes action. My lords, let me explain. Sakura named Shinbu looked ashen, but before he could say anything, Hideta Takahito snorted coldly, Sakura named Shinbu, I already knew you had bad intentions. Such an action will surely bring endless disasters to our Sakura organization. Only by killing you can the Jones family's anger be alleviated. You. Sakura named Jinwoo saw Hideta Takahito and blamed him, it's this guy. Boom. With a full-strength attack, he directly injured the hastily arrested Sakura named Shinbu, everyone, follow me and kill him. Yes, Master Hideta. The Sakura organization is clearly divided into factions, and Hideta Takahito naturally has his own people. At this moment, at least hundreds of people rushed towards Sakurana Jinwoo together, and various killing moves came frequently. The senior executives frowned. Although they had some doubts, they had to make an emergency decision, and this was the only safe way to deal with it. Otherwise, if Sakura named Shintake is allowed to escape, the wrath of the Jones family will fall entirely on their organization. Obviously, this Sakura named Jinwoo is an excellent scapegoat. At this moment, no one actually cared about who killed the Jones family servant. What they cared about was to clear themselves of this matter. This is especially true for the representatives of the Okada Group. Oh my god, if this matter gets to the hands of the person at the helm of the Okada Group, if he makes the slightest mistake, he might lose his life. For a while, everyone in the Sakura organization had their own ulterior motives, and Sakura named Jinwoo was obviously the best pawn to be abandoned. At that time, all the blame would be pushed onto him, and they would naturally no longer be at fault. The most important thing is that as a 5-star killer, Sakura named Jinwoo has high enough authority and is fully capable of doing this. As for his motive, he can be said to be an undercover agent of the hostile forces of the Sakura organization. On the other side, the Kai family of Jiangnan. Damn you! Kai Chen-yu looked at the video of Yichen sweeping away the martial arts associations of various countries, and his face became solemn for a moment. No wonder the assassinations failed again and again, it turns out that boy is so powerful. It seems that the 7 Killings organization has also suffered heavy losses. Kai Chen-yu's expression became serious as he pondered. It was precisely because of his close relationship with the 7 Killings organization that Zhao Ziyan was unable to find out about it earlier. Swish! At a certain moment, Kai Chen-yu felt a chill on his back. When he turned around, he saw 3 figures appearing behind him. These 3 people were wearing golden armor to cover their important parts. Their graceful figures made Kai Chen-yu's eyes sparkle. There was no doubt that these 3 people were all stunning beauties. However, Kai Chen-yu didn't have that thought at the moment, because the fact that these 3 people could come here quietly was enough to show their extraordinary strength, and his intuition told him that these 3 people had come with bad intentions. Who are you? Kai Chen-yu narrowed his eyes, obviously trying to delay time. When the masters of the villa came in, he would definitely capture the 3 women in front of him and serve them well, letting them know that flowers have a different kind of red. Want to delay time? One of the beautiful angels in armor raised her lips in a charming way, those of your men. Bang! Then, a corpse broke into the room, and it turned out to be Kai Chen-yu's confidant. Impossible. The blade flashed, and the next moment the beautiful angel in armor had already made her move. Blood spurted out from Kai Chen-yu's neck, and his unwilling life ended in horror. Until her death, she didn't know who killed him. And just relying on the 9 people in front of them, not to mention the Jiangnan Kai family, they can even sweep away the entire Jiangnan forces. But he couldn't understand why Kai Chen-kun, who always kept his distance from people he couldn't afford to offend, still encountered such a disaster. Boom! At a certain moment, a raging fire broke out in the Kai family's home in Jiangnan, apparently in an attempt to destroy the bodies. Squeak! At this moment, a number of military trucks stopped in front of the Kai family villa, and thousands of Jiangnan War Department elites came to the scene and immediately surrounded the Kai family villa. You are so bold to commit such a crime in public. Wei Qingtian, the general of the Jiangnan War Department, was filled with anger, but at this moment, 9 beautiful women wearing golden armors flew away from the flames. Presumptuous. Wei Qingtian from the Jiangnan War Department took action immediately, but was slapped back by one of the women. He staggered and even bled from the corner of his mouth. Blue Sky Warrior. thousands of Jiangnan warriors' faces changed drastically. How was it possible that they could injure General Qing Tian with just one move? You must know. General Qing Tian is the confidant of General Fei Hu and is extremely powerful. No problem. Qing Tian warrior raised his hand to stop him. Investigate. Make sure to find out the identity of the woman in armor. The Kai family was wiped out. This is definitely a huge event in Jiangnan. It seems that this matter can only be reported to the Lord General. Withdraw. General Qing Tian gave an order to everyone to leave, and at the same time issued an order to cover up the news of the destruction of the Kai family, so as to minimize the impact of the situation. However, even so, the upper classes in Jiangnan still knew about this, and they were immediately shocked. After all, although the Kai family is not well known in Jiangnan City, it is not weak either. Being able to wipe out an entire family quietly with just a few people still explains a lot. However, it was the destruction of the Kai family that made the Jones family in the United States furious. Okada Zaibatsu, how bold! As the saying goes, you have to look at the owner before beating the dog. Killing people from the Jones family so openly is a blatant provocation. If this matter gets out, how can the Jones family survive? Someone come. Go to the Sakura organization and bring their top leaders to see me. Smith, the head of the Jones family, spoke, then stood up and looked at the distant sky of Fusang. We haven't taken action for many years, don't think that our Jones family has declined. Yes, Patriarch. The Jones family bowed respectfully as a master, and then led the strong men in the family towards Fuso. Master, should we take action against the Okada Zaibatsu? At this time, the eyes of one of Smith's confidants flashed fiercely. Although the Okada Zaibatsu could cover the sky with one hand in Fuso, it was just a stronger ant in front of their Jones family. No need. Smith breathed a sigh of relief. There are many forces coveting the Jones family now. We should not create unnecessary trouble at this moment. Whoosh! Bang! At this moment, a brilliant firework suddenly bloomed in the sky above the Jones family, which was obviously the first level alarm of the Jones family. Presumptuous! How dare you to break into the Jones family? Swish! Immediately afterwards, figures rushed out from all over the Jones family, and in an instant there were no less than thousands of them gathered, and each of them was a master. Smith frowned and looked outside the manor, and at this moment, 300 beautiful angels wearing golden armor appeared on the scene, and leading them was a gorgeous woman in snow-white armor, who was the angel Queen Kesha. Chapter 104, The Jones family suffered a heavy blow, each and wanted to make the relationship public. Angelic face and stunning figure. Especially her charming smile, the light around seemed to dim, and thousands of strong men from the Jones family all gulped. What a beautiful woman! If I could meet her for one night, I would be willing to shorten my life by 30 years. Who are you? Smith, the controller of the Jones family, narrowed his eyes. He sensed extreme danger from the woman in front of him. Moreover, according to intelligence, this woman's subordinates had killed dozens of elites of their Jones family. Who? This is not important. What is important is that many people in the Jones family will die today. Angel Queen Kesha did not take Smith seriously at all. Having just been summoned by her master, she needed a good opponent to help her adapt to this world. Apparently, the Jones family was a good target. Arrogant. Smith snorted coldly, with a cold light in his eyes. Who is he? As the controller of the huge Jones family, he can cause chaos in the United States with just one word. This place is also the base camp of the Jones family. No one has ever dared to make such a threat. Don't you believe it? Then let the facts prove it. The angel Queen Kesha raised a mysterious arc at the corner of her mouth. Remember, show mercy. Yes, Your Majesty. Sniff. 300 beautiful angels wearing golden armor turned into streams of light and disappeared on the spot. The next moment, shrill screams were heard from the mouths of the strong men of the Jones family, and hundreds of people were killed or injured in an instant. Who are you? Smith's face was cold as he looked at the 300 beautiful angels whose strength was so strong that it made him despair. He knew very well that this scene just now had proved that they had the ability to sweep away, no, even destroy the Jones family. However, he couldn't understand how there could be such a terrifying force in the world. I once owed a favor to the Fuso Okada Zaibatsu, but now the favor is over. Then the angel Queen Kesha glanced at Smith and said, As for who I am, you are not worthy of knowing. As the voice fell, the angel Queen Kesha and 300 beautiful angels in armor disappeared from the scene, as if they had never appeared. A strong smell of blood rose to the sky. Just now, nearly 2,000 strong men of the Jones family were killed or injured, and nearly half of the family's strength was directly destroyed. What a cruel method. Smith looked in the direction where the Angel Queen left with lingering fear. If the other party really wanted to destroy their Jones family, he was sure that they would have no chance of survival. Master, that woman, was invited by the Okada group. An expert from the Jones family said with a cold expression, "I'm afraid the Okada group didn't expect that woman would expose their identities." Crack. Smith clenched his fists, hatred rising in his eyes. He couldn't afford to offend that mysterious woman, but that didn't mean he couldn't afford to offend the Okada Zaibatsu either. Okada Zaibatsu, how bold. After assassinating the Sakura organization, have the family's experts go to the Okada Zaiba and kill all the people in the Zaiba. Yes, Patriarch. Another Jones family master responded respectfully, and then contacted the killers who were going to assassinate the top leaders of the Sakura organization, successfully diverting the trouble to the Sakura organization and the Okada Zaibatsu. Master, something bad has happened. At this moment, an expert from the manor came rushing in, his face full of anxiety and solemnity. What else? Smith's face was gloomy. In a short period of time, the Jones family received a series of bad news. Seeing the Patriarch's face turn pale, the expert swallowed his saliva. Patriarch, the young master, was killed by those women just now. Boom. As soon as these words came out, Smith's mind buzzed, his face turned pale, and he immediately grabbed the collar of the master with both hands. What did you say? Jones' grandson, what happened? Undoubtedly, Smith felt like the sky was falling at that moment. You must know. Jones was his only grandson, destined to be the heir of the Jones family in the future. His death now means that the Jones family will have no successor. His son and daughter-in-law also lost their fertility during a mission. This news was definitely the worst ever for the Jones family. Asshole. Smith was furious. Okada Masano, I will bury your entire clan with you, leaving no one alive. Someone come. Gather all the troops, I will destroy the Okada group myself. Jones' death seemed to be the last straw that broke Smith's sanity. The Okada Zaibatsu had made the Jones family extinct, and the only way to avenge this was to bury all the members of the Okada Zaibatsu with him. Yes, Patriarch. At this moment, the Jones family was filled with murderous intent. They had been frustrated by the slaughter by the Angel Queen for a long time, so they took out their anger on the Okada Zaibatsu. However, the Okada Zaibatsu had no idea about this. If they knew that the crisis of genocide was approaching, who knows how they would react. As time goes by, the end of the Okada Zaibatsu is approaching. Something big is about to happen in the Chinese capital. That's right, this big event is the final stop of Lin Shirin's concert, the Imperial Capital Station. Certainly. This is not a big deal, but Yi Qin wants to do a big thing in this final concert, which is, to make their relationship public. Everything is ready, all that's left is for the concert to begin. Imperial Capital Stadium. The concert was held in a large sports stadium that was large enough to accommodate 200,000 people, and the concert tickets had already been sold out. 100,000. 200,000. 300,000. In the simultaneous live broadcast room, the number of fans directly exceeded the 1 million mark, and all kinds of hot discussions flooded the screen. Wow, we finally made it to the last stop. Yeah, it's been quite a while since Yi Qin has been in the limelight. Beating the champion boxers from various martial arts associations is as easy as killing chickens and dogs. That move went viral on the internet. The male god of love songs is also very skilled, both literary and martial. He is so outstanding that he leaves no room for us single dogs to survive. God Yi, I support you, but will God Yi show up today? I don't know, but I'm here for Yi Qin. God Yi, can you please give me some of your excellent genes? I want to have a cute baby like you. There was a lot of heated discussion on Jizha, and the audience was also going wild. It was not just the last concert of the goddess Shirin, but also the recent popularity of Yi Qin, which had become the biggest gossip for them. Good fellow. Wang Zihang and the LSP trio were watching the grand event from the VIP seats. The venue was packed with 200,000 spectators, and the number of viewers had exceeded 1 million before the live broadcast even started. They were destined to be sleepless tonight. Hee, three uncles, isn't this the most important thing? The little guy was laughing at the side. Daddy whispered to me when he came, today he was going to make his relationship with mommy public. Boom. As soon as these words were spoken, the three of them all looked at their niece, their minds suddenly buzzed and they immediately lost the ability to think. Public relationship, what the hell? Oh my goodness, is the boss crazy? Chapter 105, the official announcement was made, and the whole place was filled with excitement. Open relationship. If this were true, I'm afraid the entire internet would explode. Then, Lin Shireen sang one new song after another, and no doubt each one was tailor-made for her by Yi Chen, such as Invisible Wings, Fleeting Years, Little, etc. After this stop, Lin Shireen will definitely become the queen of the music world. 1 million. 3 million. 5 million. By the time the concert was about to end, the number of fans in the live broadcast room had exceeded 8 million, which was unprecedented in the history of concerts, and the King Bomb also quietly began at this time. The last one to go on stage to sing was what Yi Chen had agreed with Lin Shireen a long time ago, because he wanted to give Lin Shireen a surprise that was 4 years late. This night, he wanted to make Lin Shireen the happiest woman in the world. At the same time, a huge screen outside the Imperial Capital Stadium lit up, followed by other places in the Imperial Capital. As the screens lit up, the concert scene appeared on the screens. Not just the Imperial Capital. Jiangnan City, Magic City. At this moment, countless screens lit up at the same time in all the famous cities in China, and the same was true for Jiangnan University. At this moment, a huge screen lit up above the playground, and on it was the handsome and good-looking Yi Chen. This is the stage that was built a few days ago. Why is it suddenly lit up? I don't know. Besides, Senior Yi Chen is playing on it. This is the concert of Goddess Shireen. Oh my god, could it be that all this was planned in advance? Ah, look online, something big has happened. Countless screens have appeared in major cities across China, and they are all showing footage of the concert. What, this? In an instant, many students took out their mobile phones skillfully, and then saw the headlines that were exploding on the internet. They were all dumbfounded, my goodness. At this point, it happened to be their senior Yi Chen who was singing. Could it be, this was also planned? Only. What a big deal. The figures for purchasing the rights to broadcast so many advertisements on screens in major cities across China would be astronomical. What do you think, could it be that senior Yi Chen is going to make a big move? They knew before that senior Yi Chen was a hidden rich man, but now they couldn't think of anyone else who could be capable of such a move except the rich man. Ahem, I can't. This kind of operation would cost at least hundreds of millions, let alone tens of millions, and that's still a conservative estimate. The sound of gulping saliva came from the throats of many students. Although they guessed that this possibility was very high, they still found it hard to believe. If that was true, then what happened next would definitely be beyond any of their imagination. Yangcheng Shuxiang Mendi Community. In the square dance venue, the screen lit up and attracted people from the community to watch. This had never happened before. Besides, they are not stupid, considering the news that has exploded on the internet. Ahem, Olji, what is your son doing? What a waste. Yes, national advertising copyright, how much money does your son have now, Olji? Ye's father was also confused by the chirping sound. Ye's mother was looking at the screen in front of her. Olji, I feel that brat might want to take this opportunity to confess his love to Shireen. Boom. Hearing what Mother Yi said, Father Ye's pupils suddenly shrank, and then he looked at the screen, and then looked at the news that exploded on his phone. This can't be. That boy dared to do this? Obviously, Ye's father had already expected something. His son did not play by the rules at all. If this was true, then their son would become extremely popular. Look, Olji, your son is talking. At this moment, a voice coming from their ears ended the conversation of the old couple. They both looked at their restless son. It seemed that the brat was about to make a scene. On the screen, a charming curve appears on the handsome face. Today is the last concert. I believe many people have noticed it. When Yi Chen's voice fell at the live concert, everyone in the live broadcast room and all over China were dumbfounded. Was this an admission? That's right. At the scene, on the stage, Yi Chen's eyes fell on Lin Shireen, who was waiting in the VIP seat for the final thank you, which made Lin Shireen's heart rise to her throat. I have bought all the advertising screens in China so that everyone can witness this moment. Boom. As soon as these words were spoken, there was an uproar at the scene. Wang Zihang and the other two in the VIP seat fell on their sister-in-law. Boss, what is this? Could it be that my son bought the national advertising screen, which is not just a waste of money? Next, I want to give this song preference to Miss Lin Shireen. Amid the uproar, Yi Chen's voice was heard again, and then the screen lit up. Every sweet moment between the two of them suddenly appeared, and the song also quietly began here. Waste yesterday. Now you are in front of me. I want love, please give me a chance. If I am wrong, I will take responsibility. I'm not afraid of anyone laughing at me for being extreme. Trust your instincts. Wow. The beautiful background and large screen fully confirmed the relationship between the two. Coupled with the narration of the song, even a fool would know why that guy went to so much trouble to buy the national advertising rights. Just this point shows our sincerity. That guy. Lin Shireen was stunned by the sudden surprise, and her mind was buzzing. She thought that the guy would give her a romantic confession or announce their relationship. But she never expected that the guy's performance was far beyond her expectations. Then, I was filled with emotion and an inexplicable sweetness. Is this the gift he gave me? Puff. At a certain moment, Lin Shireen showed a happy smile that dimmed the light around her. Couldn't that guy have told her in advance? The shy look made Yi Chen smile. This was exactly what he wanted, otherwise how could it be called a surprise? Jiangnan University, playground. Oh my god, what did I see? Yishan is actually with goddess Shireen. Ahem, not only Yishan has a daughter, she looks a bit like the goddess Shireen, could it be that? Oh my goodness, no way, God Yi and goddess Shireen both gave birth to a child. There was a loud bang and it exploded on the spot. A family of scholars, with a square dance area. Residents. Father Yi stared at the screen in bewilderment, that brat actually did it for real. With such a skill, he is worthy of being my son. Li Wanting narrowed her eyes. She felt very proud at this moment. She could definitely brag about this scene for at least 10 years. Chapter 106 Xiao Yi's romanticism is 10,000 times better than yours. Jiangnan, Jinghua Middle School. School playground. At this moment, countless eyes fell on Lin Xiaoan, with envy, jealousy, and disbelief. Xiaoan, the goddess Xian, is your sister. At this moment, everyone was shocked. Are you kidding? Didn't you see that the one who confessed his love was Lin Xiaoan's brother-in-law? And goddess Shireen also happens to have the surname Lin. There aren't so many coincidences in the world, and they went to school together. Feeling the gazes of no less than 1,000 people, Lin Xiaoan felt guilty and his face turned red. Ahem. Well, you guys are okay, right? He secretly shrank his neck. There weren't many class beauties or school beauties here. He had known this would be the case, but he never expected that his brother-in-law would do such a big thing. The pressure is huge. He really wanted to run away, but he was afraid that he would be pushed down and beaten to death by those female classmates. OMG, what should I do? Brother-in-law, please come and save me. That's right. At a certain moment, Lin Xiaoan thought of something and took out a thick stack of photos from his school bag. To express my apology, this is my sister's autographed photo. Divide it among you. After saying that, Lin Xiaoan put the photo on the bench and then ran away at lightning speed. What the hell? A signed photo of goddess Xian, oh my god. Grab it quickly, there's a signed photo of Yi Chen in there. All are victorious. With a whoosh, all the students of Jinghua Middle School were excited, and thousands of little beasts scrambled for the items. Such a scene really scared the class teachers. Listening to the explosive operation behind him, Lin Xiaoan breathed a sigh of relief and patted his chest. Hee, I am still smart. While there is no one around, hurry up and run away. Before Lin Xiaoan took a step, he was stopped by a voice, Lin Xiaoan. A graceful figure then blocked Lin Xiaoan's way. It was his beautiful head teacher. At this moment, the beautiful head teacher was quite nervous, but she pretended to be calm and suppressed her slightly blushing face. Mr. Li. Mr. Li? Ahem, you, hello. At this moment, Lin Xiaoan was extremely embarrassed because he knew that his head teacher was a fan of his elder sister. It's not impossible for the teacher to let you go, unless. Then the beautiful head teacher looked at Lin Xiaoan's schoolbag and said, give the teacher your sister's autographed photo. Lin Xiaoan, Here, let me look for it. Having just escaped in a hurry, Lin Xiaoan carefully checked his schoolbag, but before he could open it, he was carried away by the beautiful head teacher. Since you are the younger brother of the teacher's idol, let's go. Really? Thank you, teacher. Lin Xiaoan felt as if he had been pardoned when he heard this. He left with a swish. The beautiful head teacher looked at the school bag of her student in her hand and blushed. She thought to herself that it was a bit bad to treat her student like this. Ahem, never mind. For the autographed photo of Goddess Cheyenne, everything is worth it. After making up her mind secretly, the beautiful head teacher soon found 2 autographed photos from her school bag. One was Lin Shireen's autographed photo, and the other was Yi Chen's autographed photo. Yes. One picture is for a goddess, and the other is for a man, hee hee. The beautiful head teacher showed a cunning look at this moment. She noticed it when Lin Xiaoan left just now, which led to the previous scene. It can be said that this was the most satisfying robbery for her. At this moment, the beautiful class teacher looked down at the live broadcast room of the concert and was stunned. The number of fans in the live broadcast room has exceeded 10 million. Oh my god. Instantly, the beautiful head teacher was shocked. Goddess Shireen is so lucky, she bought all the advertising screen broadcasting rights in China. I'm so envious. Amid the moving clouds, the singing still lingers. I said I wouldn't dodge. I have to do this. I love you even if you don't listen. Love harder to make you understand. Preference for you. Pain is also pleasurable. Listening to the song that captured her heart, especially that handsome face, the beautiful head teacher almost pressed her face against the screen, just to be closer to her male idol. If the teachers and students of Jinghua Middle School saw this scene, I wonder what a sensation it would cause. However, the scene was even more explosive. Tug. 10-10. Figures stood up from their seats. They were so excited that their hearts were shaking and their hands were trembling that they could not sit still. Soon, 200,000 people stood there listening to Yi Chen's romantic confession. This scene is definitely what every girl hopes to happen to herself, but unfortunately that person is not them. How nice it would be if Yi Chen was my boyfriend. What is so great about Goddess Cheyenne? Isn't it just that she is prettier and has a better figure than them? Even the music stars in the VIP seats looked at Lin Shireen with shock. Wow, these two were hiding their true feelings too well. However, the timing of the confession was just right. Such a move, a confession to the whole nation at the last minute, is enough to silence the gossips from all sides in the music industry. After all, such a bold move will only enhance Lin Shireen's fame, and her reputation will not be damaged at all. Ah, good boy. Such explosive news naturally quickly reached Lin Ziming's ears in the Lin family villa. He looked at the boy's confession on the screen and smiled. That boy was not as annoying as before. At least he did a good job this time. Tisk. Mother Lin rolled her eyes at Lin Ziming and said, yes, Xiaotia's romance is 10,000 times better than yours. Puff. Hearing their wife's words, many maids in the villa couldn't help but burst out laughing, but hurriedly and nervously looked at their master walking away, and Lin Ziming's old face blushed. The maids who walked aside secretly opened their mobile phones and watched their son-in-law's confession. Wow, the national confession son-in-law is awesome. That's amazing. If a boy confessed to me like this, I would be with him even if it meant making the whole world my enemy. I wish to win the heart of one person, and stay with him till we grow old together. I feel like I'm in love with my uncle, what should I do? The maids were chattering, and Lin Ziming listened to the faint discussions of his own maids and couldn't help but sigh. It seemed that it was not a good thing for him to have such an outstanding son-in-law. Thinking of this, Lin Ziming recalled that since the boy's family dinner, his family's status has plummeted. What should he do if this continues? Chapter 107, Two-Way Journey, Lin Shireen resigns from the music industry. Look! A beautiful maid in the Lin family villa stared at the screen with her eyes wide open. Oh my god, the son-in-law even posted his marriage certificate with the young lady. What? Hearing their companion's words, several maids looked over at the same time, their eyes widened. Son-in-law, is he crazy? As expected, the concert was unprecedentedly explosive. Is that a marriage certificate? I am not seeing things. The goddess Cheyenne married the male god. Instantly, the audience was shocked, and Wang Zihang and the other two in the VIP seats were also stunned. Good job. The eldest brother is so awesome that he got the marriage certificate with his sister-in-law so quickly. The Dosha live broadcast, which had already exceeded 10 million, immediately exploded and became boiling. 11 million. 13 million. 15 million. The number of fans has soared exponentially, and it is obvious that the Dosha platform has contributed greatly to this. After all, this is the boss's highlight moment, so naturally he must push it hard. As the concert came to an end, there was a lot of heated discussion among fans at the scene and in the live broadcast room. Explosive confession, buying the national advertising rights. Wow! They had never seen such a domineering person. This exaggerated plot, which should have happened in a TV drama, was actually happening right before their eyes. But at this time, another explosive news came out, and the source was Lynn Shireen's studio. Thank you for the support of fans over the years. You have made me a better person along the way. From now on, I will retire from the music industry. Wow! As soon as these words were spoken, all public opinion focused on Lynn Shireen. What? The goddess is quitting the music industry? No. Goddess Cheyenne is a diva-level existence, and she's actually quitting now. Could it be because of that Yi Chen? Will you take care of your husband and children from now on? No, goddess, woo-woo. Yi Chen, return our goddess Shireen to me. For a while, the whole internet was in an uproar, and it was obvious that they found it difficult to accept this matter. Drive to the villa. Quit the music industry? Looking at the internet that was blown up, Yi Chen was also quite surprised. Nizi, have you thought it through? Certainly. Lynn Shireen didn't think much about it. My music dream has come true. Now it's time to quit. Besides, after I quit the music industry, I no longer have to disguise myself and hide when I go out. Lynn Shireen had been thinking about this idea for quite some time. Even if that guy didn't officially announce their relationship today, she would have officially announced it soon and then withdraw. In the past, I was completely focused on my dream, but as she gets along with a guy, she finds that nothing is more important than the warmth and happiness of a family together. You can only gain if you give. Back then, she gave up time to spend with her family to pursue her dream. Now it is time to slow down her pursuit of her dream because this will make her happier. On the playground of Jiangnan University, many students stood there in a daze. Oh my god, the goddess Cheyenne has actually retired from the music industry. Running towards each other? This is the kind of love that people yearn for, boo-hoo. It's so romantic. Yishin confessed his love to the whole nation for goddess Shireen, and goddess Shireen quit the music industry for the male god. How about this? Have you considered the feelings of single people like us when you show off your affection like this? But, the dog food is so sweet, what can I do? Undoubtedly, love that goes both ways is always enviable. Jiangnan, Mu family villa. Ding-a-ling. Mr. Mu was admiring the original copy of Lanting preface given to him as a birthday gift by his grandson's husband when his cell phone rang. Hey, Yiling. What? Shireen officially announced her retirement from the music industry. Okay, I understand. After hanging up the phone, Mr. Mu frowned slightly, but when he saw the comments online, he couldn't help but smile. Are young people nowadays so good at playing? He shook his head slightly, then smiled bitterly and enviously. It's still good to be young, you can be reckless, tisk tsk. It seems that Xiao Shireen has understood a lot about the art of giving up. Mr. Mu did not feel any regret about this. Having lived for most of his life, he had long since lost interest in fame and fortune. But, with a sigh, Mu Lao's eyes fell on the original copy of Lanting preface. I wonder where that little guy found this original copy. Looking at the numerous antiques, calligraphy and paintings in the collection room, there is no doubt that Mr. Mu placed Lanting preface in the most conspicuous place. It is obviously the most precious one of all his antiques. Return to the villa. Hello, master. Hello, madam. Hello, miss. The maids greeted the young master's family and looked at them with envy. They had naturally seen the heated discussions on the internet, and that was why they were extremely envious. The young master and the young mistress are running towards each other, so sweet. They were convinced by the dog food they spread. I guess only the young lady can match the young master, and only the young master can match the young lady. It was late at night in the room. Ha! Lynn Shireen looked at the popular reviews online and breathed a sigh of relief. I feel a lot more relaxed now. Lynn Shireen is not worried about the current hot discussion. After all, this heat will soon pass, and the heat in the music and entertainment circles changes very quickly. Come. To celebrate the official announcement of our relationship, your husband will give you a full body massage. Yi Chen raised his head and said, let's have some wine later and talk about the water bill. Poof. Who is afraid of you? Lynn Shireen was obviously relieved and in a much better mood than before. Today was indeed a day worth celebrating, so naturally she had to relax. After 3 rounds of drinks and a fierce fight, the beautiful ladies snuggled together, enjoying the tenderness after the battle. This moment was quiet and beautiful. If time could be frozen at this moment, it would definitely be the happiest thing in the world. What are your plans next? Yi Chen asked, smelling the pleasant scent of the beauty's hair in his arms. I think it might be possible to take over the Lin Group? Lin Shireen thought for a moment and then said, my father has long wanted me to take over the Lin Group. He and my mother have always wanted to travel around the world over the years. It also helps them get rid of their worries. Yeah. Listening to his wife's words, Yi Chen raised his eyebrows, and then thought of something. Oh, Nizi, I have something to tell you. Oh? Yi Chen's words made Lin Shireen stunned. Showdown? This guy is going to confront me again. Yi Chen smiled meaningfully, then took out a contract from the drawer of the bedside table. I've wanted to give you this gift before, but I never found a suitable opportunity. Gift? Is it? Again? Obviously, looking at the file handed over by her man, she couldn't help but think of the previous two events. However, when she opened the file, Lin Shireen's beautiful eyes suddenly widened. What? This is Lin Group's 49% equity transfer contract. Chapter 108, the Sakura organization is attacked and the Okada Zaibatsu is destroyed. 49% shares of Lin Group. Looking at the transfer contract in her hand, Lin Shireen was unable to react for a moment, and her thoughts drifted to her father's phone call that day. The person who acquired 49% of Lin Group's shares turned out to be this guy. How so? It was you who acquired 49% of the shares of Lin Group? She clenched her teeth, knowing how worried her father was during that time. After all, facing an unknown existence, any action taken by it would affect the future of the Lin Group. Didn't the Lin Group have financial problems before? So I just bought some shares. Lin Shireen, you call 49% a little bit? After hearing what someone said, Lin Shireen became upset. She glared at him and said, do you know how my dad has been getting by during this period of time? I can't sleep well every day, always thinking that something is wrong with the group. Hearing Nizi's words, Yi Chen was slightly stunned. Is this true? My father-in-law has seen a lot of ups and downs, so he wouldn't. He. Lin Shireen looked at the share transfer contract in her hand and said, if my dad knew that you were the one who acquired 49% of the group's shares, he would break your legs. After complaining for a few words, Lin Shireen looked at the contract and said, but then again, are you really planning to transfer these 49% of the shares to me? You know, these are worth more than 30 billion. This is just the beginning. She waved her hand nonchalantly. Since my father-in-law is so worried, I should give it to you. If he doesn't want you to marry me then. Tisk. Listening to someone's words, Lin Shireen rolled her eyes at him in annoyance. She was still unwilling to let herself marry this guy. They had already slept together and got the certificate. The little girl was bewildered. What would it matter if the old man was unwilling? Putting the contract aside, Lin Shireen couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Yi Chen, thank you. The next day, at the Lin family villa. Ding-a-ling. Lin Ziming was half asleep when he heard the ringing of his cell phone. He answered the call as usual when he saw it was his daughter. Hey, Cheyenne. What did you say? Yi Chen owns 49% of the group's shares. Okay, I understand. After hanging up the phone, Lin Ziming's only trace of sleepiness disappeared, and Lin's mother was also frightened by Lin Ziming's reaction. What's wrong, Lao Lin? Lin's mother thought something had happened to her daughter and son-in-law, and asked with concern. After all, a lot of things had happened during this period of time. But Father Lin acted as if he hadn't heard it, and just kept talking. That brat. You actually knew it from me for so long. Lin's mother. Lao Lin, what on earth just happened? Father Lin's face was livid at this time. What happened? Do you know who acquired 49% of our group's shares? Yi Chen, that damned little bastard, your good son-in-law. As he spoke, Father Lin's face was filled with gritted teeth, which showed how much he cared about this matter. God knows how he got through this period of time. He thought about it over and over again, but he never expected it to be that brat. But where did that little bastard get so much money? What? Mother Lin was also stunned when she heard Lin Ziming's words. The person who acquired 49% of the group is Xiao Yi. Are you sure? Obviously, Lin's mother couldn't believe it and thought she had heard it wrong. Are you sure? Lin Ziming's face was full of bitterness, and his heart was filled with mixed emotions. Your precious daughter said it herself, are you sure? But that brat seems to want to transfer 49% of the group's shares to Shireen. turn around Cheyenne, this. Mother Lin's eyelids twitched slightly. That's shares with a market value of nearly 30 billion. It's too expensive. Shireen accepted it? Seeing that Lin Ziming did not get angry, Lin's mother guessed something and asked. If it was not for this reason, she couldn't think of why the old man didn't go and fight his son-in-law. Lin Ziming did not answer, but nodded silently. But this already explains everything. It seems that it is time to hand over the group to Shireen. After thinking for a moment, Lin Ziming sighed slightly. After this incident, he felt more and more that he was overwhelmed. It was obvious that he had to accept his old age. Although the group will not encounter any major problems under his leadership, it will be difficult to make further progress, at least under his leadership. Have you thought it through? When Lin's mother heard what Lin Ziming said, she did not refute, but remained calm because they had been prepared for this day. Lin Ziming seemed to be somewhat relieved. I haven't been able to spend time with you properly these years. Let's take this opportunity to spend some time alone together. Tisk. Virtue. Mother Lin rolled her eyes at Lin Ziming, but her daughter's affairs were finally settled, and she had finally put her biggest worry to rest. Meanwhile, at the Sakura organization headquarters. Swish. A series of figures appeared not far from the Sakura organization headquarters. Looking at the Sakura organization that had dominated Fuso for decades, a leader of the Jones family had a cold look in his eyes. Get started. At the command, hundreds of figures rushed towards the Sakura organization headquarters like tigers into a flock of sheep. Who is it? Before the Sakura organization elites could react, they were attacked viciously on the spot. The Jones family masters acted decisively and ruthlessly. All the senior executives, leave no one behind. The Jones family master snorted coldly. After this, everyone will know that anyone who offends the Jones family will be killed. Yes, sir. The attacking masters of the Jones family, who originally wanted to hold back, became excited when they heard this. They had not killed people so wantonly for a long time. 1 person. 3 people. 5 people. A quarter of an hour later, more than half of the masters of the Sakura organization were killed or injured, and all the high-ranking officials were killed. Somewhere in the dark, Takahito Hideta was worried, because those casualties were all dissidents and high-ranking officials. Now that these stumbling blocks have been removed, it is the best time for him to control the Sakura organization. On the other side, the Okada Zaibatsu. Smith arrived with his family's masters, and at the first encounter, countless masters of the Okada Zaibatsu were killed or injured. Okada Sasuwa, the controller of the Okada Zaibatsu, glared at Smith. Smith, you are so cruel. Okada Sasuwa clenched his fists. I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. Bang! A bullet hit Okada Sasuwa's heart. Even though he turned into a corpse, his eyes were still staring fiercely, and it was obvious that he died with his eyes open. Smith smiled coldly, then looked at the Okada Zaibatsu. Kill them all, leave no one alive. Chapter 109, Okada Zaibatsu is destroyed, and the angel Shuiching defeats 3,000 assassins. The Okada Zaibatsu was murdered on the spot. The scene of family annihilation took place quietly. It was obvious that the Okada Zaibatsu, which was all-powerful in Japan, was no match for the Jones family. The Okada Zaibatsu was completely wiped out in a crushing manner. Pass the order down to immediately control all the industries of the Okada Zaibatsu and bring them under the name of the Jones family with lightning speed. Ah! At this time, a shrill scream was heard from the side. Not good. A powerful enemy is coming. Figures came one after another at high speed, and when they arrived at the scene, they began to slaughter the masters of the Jones family. The Jones family, which had already suffered some casualties, was caught off guard. Sniff. Snort. Soon, there were more than 100 killers on the other side, and the leader was none other than Zhao Ziyan. Obviously. The ones who took action this time were Zhao Minghu and his sister, and those who accompanied them were from Kunping Security and Blood Killing Hall. After Yi Chen's devilish special training, the strength of these people has been qualitatively improved. Damn it! Smith looked at the enemy who suddenly came and asked with a cold expression, Who are you? Sniff. A fierce attack came, and the person who made the move was Zhao Minghu. With one blow, one of Smith's confidants was seriously injured. Blood spurted out and he staggered back. His eyes changed when he looked at Zhao Minghu. This person is so strong. Smith's confidant immediately ordered the Jones family's master, protect the head of the family, retreat. On the other side, an attack was also happening to the Sakura organization. Sakura organization, what a pity! The Evil Light Society and the Senluo organization, which are among the top 10 forces in Fuso, took advantage of the situation and showed their fangs. Nearly 3,000 assassins have surrounded the Sakura organization so tightly that not even a fly can escape. Lord Hideta, no less than 3,000 assassins have surrounded us. Hideta Takahito's confidant had a grim expression on his face. Although they now controlled the Sakura organization, it was obvious that a greater crisis was coming with it. If this crisis was not eliminated, everything would be in vain. Listening to the report from his trusted subordinate, Hideta Takahito narrowed his eyes. Evil Light Society, Senra organization, what a big deal. That's fine. The enemy that popped up now just happened to use them to establish their authority. Master Shueching, I'm afraid you need to take action. As the voice fell, 3 women in golden armor suddenly appeared in the field. These 3 people were the beautiful angels. The one leading the middle was none other than Lady Shueching, mentioned by Hideta Takahito, the second commander of the 3,000 beautiful angels, whose strength was second only to Angel Yen. Gulp! Seeing the 3 angels Shueching with angel faces and devil faces covering important parts in front of them, several of Hideta Takahito's confidants couldn't help swallowing their saliva. This woman is so beautiful. Hideta Takahito was not surprised at all. After all, he was also shocked when he saw the 3 angels Shueching. He never expected that his master would have such a beautiful and powerful woman under his command. As for strength, he naturally had some experience with it. The angel Shueching defeated him with just one move. If it was a life and death battle, he would definitely not be able to survive more than one move. We are both working for the master, so you don't have to do this. Angel Shueching showed a curved arc, and then said to the 2 people beside her, quick battle, quick decision. Yes, Commander Shueching. The 2 women in armor behind him received the order and disappeared from the spot. Even Hideta Takahito was stunned by their speed. It was undeniable that the strength of these 2 people was above his. When Hideta Takahito arrived outside the headquarters of the Sakura organization, he was shocked to see 2 beautiful angels slapping each other and then flying in 2 directions. The next moment, a massacre occurred on the scene. The 2 beautiful angels each had 2 snow-white daggers in their hands. As they flew over them, the 3,000 killers were like paper, and were crushed to death on the spot. Kill with one blow. Indeed, the gap between the 2 sides is too big, they are not on the same level at all. In an instant, 3,000 killers have died on the spot, and thousands more have died. In the scene of massacre, the 2 beautiful angels seem to have turned into 2 gods of death, their bodies are splattered with blood, adding a touch of charm. Gulp! Hideta Takahito and his confidants all swallowed their saliva. My goodness, those 2 women in armor were so strong, their strength was beyond their imagination. Impossible. The 5-star killers from both the Evil Light Society and the Senluo organization were all horrified. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. Killing thousands of killers in an instant was beyond their comprehension. Invincible. This was the unanimous thought of the 2,000 surviving killers. It was obvious that everyone had already begun to retreat. Joke? How can they fight this battle? The 2 people in front of them are probably enough to wipe them all out. Ding-a-ling. At this moment, 2 phone calls rang simultaneously from 2 5-star killers from the Evil Light Society and the Senluo organization. What? Half of the top leaders of the Evil Light Society were killed, and the president was injured and unconscious. I'll be right back. The 5-star killer of the Evil Light Society looked extremely unhappy, because he learned from the information that the person who attacked was exactly the same person dressed as the 2 armored women in front of him, which means there are more than 2 people like the woman in armor in front of me. No matter what the 5-star killer who was the leader of the Senluo organization said, his solemn expression said it all. Their Senluo organization also suffered heavy losses, and most of the top leaders were killed. Withdraw. The 5-star killer of the Senluo organization wanted to take the killers in the organization away without thinking, but not good. Before he could react, he felt a sharp pain in his neck. The next moment, he found that his hand touching his neck was covered in blood. The 5-star killer from the Evil Light Society opposite him had already turned into a corpse. How could this happen? With a strong sense of unwillingness, the 5-star killer of the Senluo organization fell to the ground and followed the footsteps of the 5-star killer of the Evil Light Society. The 2 were also the highest commanders of this siege. The chief general was killed, and the 2,000 killers at the scene immediately fell into chaos. A minute later, 2,000 corpses appeared on the scene. At this point, the 3,000 killers who came to besiege the Sakura organization were all killed. There was a river of blood in front of the Sakura organization, like an azure hell. Here, in the field, there were only 2 beautiful angels with swords dripping with blood. No, to be more precise, it was more like beautiful blood angels standing in the field. The most terrifying thing was that the 2 beautiful angels had not suffered any injuries at all. Hiss. Hideta Takahito gasped, "My goodness, what kind of monster did the master tame, so terrifying? Such strength is at least 10 times stronger than him, no, at least 20 times. The assassins of the Sakura organization were swallowing their saliva one after another. Oh my god, it was so cruel to see these 2 harmless beauties attacking so cruelly." Angel Shueqing then looked at Hideta Takahito. "From now on, Hideta will be the leader of the Sakura organization. Do you have any objections?" "Ahem, I don't dare to wait." Chapter 110 Weird Mission, Reward for 100,000 Private Mercenaries? Imperial Capital Airport. Wow. Lin Shaoan left the Imperial Capital Airport and sniffed the fresh air. "Brother-in-law, this is the Imperial Capital. It's really much more prosperous than Jiangnan. This is my first time here." Lin Shaoan was very excited. Before, his parents were quite busy and had no time to bring him to the capital. As for Lin Shireen, she was busy with various concerts and announcements, so naturally she had no time. "Look, that's Yi Chen and Goddess Shireen, my god." Many reporters waiting at the Imperial Capital Airport suddenly gathered around, thinking that the rumors were false. They didn't expect that Yi Chen and Goddess Shireen really came to the Imperial Capital. "Mr. Yi, are you and Miss Shireen really married? Miss Shireen, did you quit the music industry because of Mr. Yi Chen?" "Mr. Yi." The sound of interviews could be heard, and the sound of photos being taken around could be heard incessantly. At this moment, Lin Shireen was obviously not pretending, because there was no need. After all, she has retired from the music industry and this matter will fade away soon. Make way. At this moment, a team of security personnel came from a distance. The 2 teams stood straight and they were obviously the people from Kunping Security's Imperial Capital branch. A corridor immediately led to the extended version of the Lamborghini. Joke. It is their honor to pave the way for young Master Yi. They can brag about it for at least half a year after returning. The leader this time is one of Zhao Menghu's confidants, so naturally they dare not be careless. When the supercar disappeared, many reporters lamented, "I should have insisted on asking a few more questions." 20 minutes later, Marriott Hotel. Presidential Suite. After washing up, Lin Shaoang saw the message pushed on his phone and couldn't help but exclaimed, "Is this, the chess exchange channel on the chess website has been opened? Brother-in-law. Can chess masters from various countries on the chess network learn from each other?" After a pause, Lin Shaoan looked at his brother-in-law with a wicked smile. "Brother-in-law, why don't we play a few games of chess with people from abroad? Chess network? Chess competitions between countries." Yi Chen looked over, but before he could say anything, the voice of the system suddenly came to his ears. Ding! The host has triggered a random mission, defeated chess players from all over the world and won 500 consecutive victories. He will be rewarded with 100,000 private mercenaries and 80 billion renminbi. Hearing the voice ringing in his ears, Yi Chen was stunned. 100,000 private mercenaries? My goodness, is the system crazy? The 3,000 beautiful angels were fine before, after all, they were opened from the mysterious blind box, but now the normal missions have a high standard of 100,000 private mercenaries? In addition, there are 80 billion renminbi, which is also a considerable temptation. Okay. Yi Chen had no reason to refuse the system's reward, and nodded slightly. "I'm free anyway, so I might as well play a few games to relax." Lin Shireen, want to play a couple of games to relax? Obviously, she didn't believe that someone just played 2 games. Hee, Daddy, let's start. When the little guy heard that his dad was going to play chess again, he urged him with a smile, and looked like he couldn't wait to see his dad show off. On the other side, the Imperial Capital Chess Academy. "Vice President Xiao, come quickly." A scream was heard, and then the voice sounded again, "Devil of Chaos. That devil is online." As soon as these words came out, the whole place was shocked. Vice Dean Xiao, who was talking to Xin Tianchang, also said solemnly, "Old Xin, let me show you a chess master." Soon, the two came to the Demon King, who was paying attention. Nickname, the Devil. Win rate, 300 wins, 0 losses, 0 draws. Rank, professional 3rd Dan. Oh. Looking at the information of the Devil King, Shin Tianchang was slightly stunned. This Devil King has won 300 games in a row. It is indeed extraordinary. Extraordinary? Listening to Mr. Shin's evaluation, Vice Dean Xiao smiled bitterly. Old Shin, you may not know that before this, everyone in the chess academy, including me, has fought with this devil. Hearing what Vice President Xiao said, Shin Tianchang was stunned, and then looked at the Demon King in surprise. You have already lost. Could this person be a professional 9th Dan? This is very likely to be the case. Vice President Xiao continued, Old Shin, this devil broke my most skilled demon sword routine and finally used a magical move. This person's chess skills are far superior to mine. After hearing what Vice President Xiao said, Shin Tianchang looked at the devil on the screen again and his eyes changed. Although his chess skills are stronger than Vice Dean Xiao, he is still no match for the Dean. Given his strength, not knowing who is his opponent means that his chess skills are also far superior to his. So, this devil is not a simple person. That's natural. Vice President Xiao smiled bitterly. He had a deep understanding of the chess skills of this devil. Vice President Xiao, someone has challenged the Devil King to a duel. At this time, a voice sounded, and everyone's eyes fell on the screen again. It turned out that Fuso Masano Kazuken was the initiator, and his rank was a professional 5th Dan chess player. Wow! When Mr. Shin saw the words Masano Kazuken, his eyes lit up. Masano Kazuken, it is said that he is a well-known genius in the Fuso Chess Association. If it is true as you said, there will probably be a lot to watch today. The Chinese Chess Academy has been on a downward trend over the years. It's not that there are no talented players, but it is stretched thin compared to other countries. In addition, many powerful chess players have retired or semi-retired, making the situation even more worrying. Fortunately, he discovered that his good friend's grandson-in-law, Yi Chen, was a chess genius. He was only 20 years old but had reached the level of a professional 6th Dan chess player. In time, it will surely become the pride of the Chess Academy. Just when he was about to tell Vice President Xiao about this matter, he was interrupted by the actions of the Devil of Chaos. Obviously, the Devil of Chaos was much more interesting than that little guy. After all, this devil has the skill of a professional 9th Dan in chess, and he should be young to have such a name? Pa! While Shin Tianchang was thinking, the two Demon Kings had already begun. 5 or 6 minutes later, the winner has been decided. The famous Fuso player Kazuken Masano was defeated with ease. Yi Chen has the task of winning 500 games in a row, so he will naturally not show mercy. And this is just the beginning. 5 games. 10 innings. 20 innings. As the Fuso chess players were defeated one by one, everyone in the Chess Academy watched with great interest. The Fuso Chess Association was furious. Although the account belonged to Kazuken Masano, the person who played was already a professional 7th Dan chess player. If chess players from other countries knew about this, who knows how they would react. At this moment, the operation that defeated chess players from all over the world was quietly launched. Chapter 111, Sky High Auction, Stan City, Principality of Nilu. 100 games. Kazuken Masano lost 100 games in a row, and the entire Fuso Chess Association was really stunned. Baga, impossible. How can that Chinese devil be so strong? The professional high-level vice president is not my opponent, what can I do? Could it be that this person's chess skills are enough to be a professional 9th Dan? This can't be. For a while, the Fuso Chess Association exploded. Just kidding, every professional 9th Dan is a national treasure. Such people would not be so boring. President, has the American Chess Association taken action? While everyone in the Fuso Chess Association was in an uproar, the American Chess Association also quietly began to be beaten. An hour later, the Fuso Chess Association was obviously doubting their lives, and a professional high-level 8th Dan chess player was defeated. The country of South Korea, the country of the Northern Bear. The chess players from various countries were beaten by the devil. Of course they all used their small accounts. If they had used their own accounts, who knows how much trouble it would have caused. In the room where the devil is, there are no less than 1 million people watching. Oh my god, who is this devil of China? Horrible, such strong chess skills. That's right, I feel like even a professional 7th or 8th Dan may not be my opponent. I bet this devil is at least 30 years old? 30? I think, more than 40. Yes, the people upstairs have the same opinion. The discussion was heated, the number of people in the room remained high, and many people clicked on the personal information of the Demon King. Nickname, the Devil. Win rate, 500 wins, 0 losses, 0 draws. Rank, professional 5th Dan. Looking at the record of the Demon King, chess players from all countries were silent. Winning 100 games in a row might be easy, 200 games is also possible, but these 500 games are a bit too much. Not to mention professional 5th Dan, even professional 8th Dan, or even high 8th Dan may not be able to do this. Hee, my brother-in-law is awesome. Lin Xiaoan laughed happily. Those who didn't know would think that this was just his average record. Lin Shirin stared at someone's winning rate in a daze. She was also quite curious about how good this guy's chess skills were. She had checked the winning rate on the chess website before, and the highest record was only 218 consecutive wins, but this guy won 500 games in a row, which was really a bit too much. When you think of this and look at the over 1 million people in the room, it's not hard to understand. Gurgle. Just then, the little fellow's belly cried out in protest. Daddy, I'm hungry. With a super cute face pouting, the little guy tilted his swan neck to look at his daddy. Oh. Let's go eat. They have plenty of time when they come to the imperial capital, so they plan to rest today and go sightseeing tomorrow. After more than 10 minutes, we arrived at the Marriott Hotel restaurant. Not long after the meal started, discussions were heard from the booth not far away. Judging from their attire, everyone seemed to be of distinguished status. Have you heard? Today's Marriott Hotel auction has a heavyweight finale item. Of course, it is said that the second most prosperous city in the Principality of Nilu, Stan City, is going to be auctioned. I also got the news that the Principality of Nilu has been at war with the surrounding principalities for a long time. I guess they want to relieve the financial pressure. Stan City is a piece of fat meat, many people are eyeing it, and it will probably be auctioned off for a whopping price today. Hurry up and eat, the auction is about to start. Listening to the discussion in the booth, Yi Chen had a plan in his eyes. You know, he will soon have a private mercenary group of 100,000. Such a large-scale army must have a fixed residence. If he can take over the city of Stan. Thinking of this, Yi Chen had already made a decision. After meal. The little guy felt a little sleepy, so Lin Shirin took him back to sleep, while Yi Chen took Lin Xiaoan to the top floor of the Marriott Hotel to attend the auction. Brother-in-law, this auction is so grand. Lin Xiaoan arrived at the auction venue and looked at the people he saw who were either rich or noble. Their status was much higher than those he had seen in Jiangnan before. Although he didn't know what they did, he could guess a little from the temperament they exuded. The two arrived at the auction, which had already been going on for quite some time. Looking at the antiques being auctioned one by one, Yi Chen lacked interest after all, they were far inferior to the Lanting preface. Good. Just as Yi Chen was watching the auction with boredom, the auctioneer narrowed his eyes and raised his voice a few notches higher. Next, it's time to auction the finale item. I think everyone has guessed it. After all, many people came here for this auction item. Then, an introduction to the auction items suddenly appeared on the big screen. It was a map of Stan City in the Principality of Nilu, as well as various data on the value created by Stan City every year. It has to be said that the Marriott Hotel auction is very professional, because they know very well that only in this way can they get a good price for Stan City, and they can get a lot of commission alone. To be honest, the Principality of Nilu has been facing a serious financial deficit recently. In addition, the bordering countries are eyeing it covetously. We had no choice but to buy this city. You only have one chance, I hope you will seize it. After a warm-up, the auctioneer stopped talking and said, the auction will begin now. The reserve price is 10 billion renminbi. Each bid must be no less than 1 billion renminbi. The bidding begins. As the auctioneer's voice fell, there was an uproar at the scene. Wow, the reserve price was actually 10 billion, but the thought that the value created every year exceeds 1 billion makes me excited again. 10 billion. Soon, someone spoke up to bid. After all, the thing the imperial capital had the most was rich people. 11 billion. Soon, someone started bidding again, and the atmosphere became heated. 12 billion. 13 billion. 15 billion. About a few minutes later, the bidding price for Stan City reached a huge amount of 30 billion. At this time, there were fewer bidders, but the bidding price soared more and more fiercely. 85 billion. Finally, the eldest son of the Chun family in the imperial capital named a price, and all the surrounding parties stopped talking. On the one hand, the price was too high, and on the other hand, the Chun family was a first-class family in the imperial capital. If they offended them, even if they managed to win the bid, they would not be able to enjoy it. 100 billion. As all parties were retreating, Chen Xiaotao, the eldest son of the Chen family, had already curled up the corners of his mouth, and a voice came out from Yi Chen's mouth. It was obvious that it had been going on for a long time and he finally took action. However, Chen Xiaotao frowned. There was actually someone in the imperial capital who did not give him face. He could not help but narrow his eyes and looked at the boy, with a murderous gleam in his eyes. Chapter 112 Sister, Brother-in-law, Good Night. 100 billion. Undoubtedly, this bid shocked everyone, and everyone's eyes fell on Yi Chen. This kid was so bold that he even dared to snatch things from Chun Xiao from the imperial capital. However, since this guy can easily call out 100 billion, I think he must have a good status. I just don't know, who is stronger, him or Qin Xiao? Although 100 billion is a lot, it is actually not too much for a powerful family like the Chun family in the imperial capital. It's just that he can't come up with so much money at once. Brother-in-law, you. Lin Xiaoan was dumbfounded watching from the side. What did he just hear? 100 billion, brother-in-law, is he crazy? Oh my god. Although he was not clear about the situation of his own group, he had heard from his father that the market value of their Lin group was only about 60 billion, and his brother-in-law's bid was enough to buy 1.5 of their Lin group. Gulp. Lin Xiaoan couldn't help but swallow his saliva. He knew that his brother-in-law was rich, but he never thought he was so rich that he could spend 100 billion without even blinking an eye. This gentleman offered 100 billion. Is there anyone who can offer a higher price? The auctioneer's eyes swept across the venue and stayed on Chen Xiaotao for a moment. It was obvious that the only one who could bid was this rich young man. Good. Seeing the silence in the room, the auctioneer understood, 100 billion for the first time. 100 billion second time. 100 billion for the third time. With a thud, as the hammer fell on the table, the last auction item was won by Yi Chen. Lin Xiaoan. Listening to the auctioneer's words, Lin Xiaoan felt like he was dreaming. In just a short while, his brother-in-law had spent 100 billion? Ahem, isn't my brother-in-law a bit of a spendthrift? Congratulations to this gentleman for winning the bid for the city of Stan and the Principality of Nilu. Everyone around looked at each other, then looked at Yi Chen with complicated expressions, and finally their gazes fell on Chen Xiaotao with a livid face. If nothing unexpected happened, that kid would be targeted by Chen Xiao from the imperial capital. That kid is looking for death. After the auction, Chen Xiaotao narrowed his eyes and said, "Check for me, who is this guy?" "Yes, master." A subordinate beside Chen Xiaotao responded respectfully, and then sent a photo over. Soon he received a message. Yi Chen, 21 years old, a student of the music department of Jiangnan University, the husband of the top little queen Lin Shirin, the master of Taiji sect Li Qiye, who suddenly rose to prominence half a year ago. Oh. Looking at the message on his phone, Chen Xiaotao was slightly startled. That boy is quite interesting. However, since it has nothing to do with the many clans in the imperial capital, there is no need to worry. Thinking of this, Chen Xiaotao's eyes flashed with coldness. Find a few people to quietly kill that kid for me. Yes, master. The subordinate beside him smiled coldly, and then made a phone call. Within half a day, that kid will be dead. Chen Xiaotao nodded slightly, feeling much better. Let's go. That kid is finished. Although they didn't know what the two were talking about, judging from the curve of Chen Xiaotao's mouth, he had definitely already arranged a revenge plan. At the same time, Yi Chen was negotiating with the Marriott Hotel auction. Mr. Yi, this is the purchase contract for Stan City. After a pause, the auctioneer continued, "Congratulations, Mr. Yi, for becoming the Lord of Stan City in the Principality of Nilu. In addition, the Duke of the Principality of Nilu, in order to thank Mr. Yi for his generosity, has entrusted us to inform Mr. Yi that from now on, you will be the Earl of the Principality of Nilu. At the same time, the area within 100 kilometers around Stan City is your fiefdom. This order will take effect immediately." Oh? Hearing the words of the auction manager, Yi Chen was stunned. He obviously didn't expect that there would be an unexpected surprise after buying Stan City. 100 kilometers in radius, the Duke of Nilu Principality is really good at handling things. It seems like he is trying to show goodwill and extend an olive branch. After the transaction was completed, Yi Chen took Lin Xiaoan away from the top floor of the Marriott Hotel. Brother-in-law, you are the Earl of the Principality of Nilu. Lin Xiaoan looked at his brother-in-law with disbelief on his face. The scenes just now replayed before his eyes like a movie, and it felt like a dream until now. I guess so. Yi Chen smiled and said, and soon he arrived at the presidential suite. You guys are back. When they returned to the room, the little guy had fallen asleep while Lin Shireen was washing up, and Lin Xiaoan was talking excitedly. Sister, don't you know that my brother-in-law is such a spendthrift today? Just now, at the hotel auction. Then, Lin Xiaoan chattered about what had just happened at the auction, and Lin Shireen was stunned as he spoke. 100 billion to buy Stan City? Earl of Nilu Principality? Obviously, Lin Shireen didn't expect that guy to go to the auction and cause such a big mess. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task of defeating chess players from all over the world and winning 500 consecutive games. The reward is 100,000 private mercenaries and 80 billion renminbi. Listening to Lin Xiaoang's chattering, Yi Chen heard the sound of the system reward arriving in his ears. Hearing this sound, the corners of his mouth curved up. A private mercenary group of 100,000 people just came to Stan City for an armed auction. Bring up the properties panel. Name, Yi Chen. Age, 21. Skills, God-level cooking, God-level music, God-level martial arts, God-level bone-setting massage, God-level chess, God-level calligraphy, God-level medicine, God-level treasure appraisal. Items, Apollo, Ferrari LaFerrari, Lamborghini Venom, Kowloon No. 1 Villa, 100% shares of Kunping Security, 100% shares of Phantom Entertainment, 3 lucky cards, 100% shares of K-Song Music, 49% shares of Lin Group, 100% shares of Dosha Live, No. 1 Land in Magic City, 100,000 private mercenaries. Wealth, 117.08 billion renminbi. Looking at the attribute panel, Yi Chen was in a good mood. Even if the auction consumed 100 billion and there was 80 billion in revenue, it would only cost 20 billion. Half an hour later. Sister, brother-in-law, good night. Lin Xiaoan closed the door and winked at his brother-in-law. Lin Shireen looked at her brother's expression and her face turned red. She had a strong urge to hang him up and beat him. Look at you. Back in the room, Lin Shireen rolled her eyes at someone with her beautiful eyes. Why did you buy a city for no reason? You just want to show off. Ugh. Before he finished speaking, Yi Chen, who was in a good mood, started the 69 operation to pay the water bill. Soon, the pleasant sound in the room echoed in every corner of the room, but unfortunately no one knew about this scene. Chapter 113. Your son is about to kill Master Yi, and you told me it was a misunderstanding. Outside the Marriott Hotel. Several furtive and fierce-eyed men were loitering outside the hotel, attracting the attention of the security captain. As an elite of Kunping Security's Imperial Capital branch, he had some good eyesight. Who is it? The security captain waved his hand and more than 10 security guards behind him subdued them on the spot. The security captain knew at a glance that they were not good people because of their violent aura. What are you doing? The yellow-haired leader was shocked. They were all fugitives with lives on their shoulders. If they were discovered, they would definitely be imprisoned for life. Moreover, they didn't expect that the security guards were so skilled and could knock them down in just a few moves. What are you doing? The security captain smiled coldly. Do you think I'm blind? You guys are so violent. If you don't tell the truth, I'll call the criminal division. The punishment division. Hearing the security captain's words, several younger brothers beside him became anxious. Don't shout. We are here to. Shut up. When Huang Mao saw his younger brother confessing, his face turned cold and he glared at him fiercely. Pa! The security captain slapped the yellow-haired man directly, and the corner of his mouth was cracked. You should know that this security captain had undergone special training from Yi Chen. Shut up, your uncle. That slap directly knocked the yellow-haired boy unconscious. The shocked younger brothers swallowed their saliva and dared not to endure anymore. I said. It was Chen Xiaotao from the Chun family in the imperial capital. They gave us 1 million to kill Yi Chen. What? Hearing what the young man said, the security captain's mind suddenly buzzed. He picked up the young man with one hand, his eyes widened. Say it again. It's Master Chun from the imperial capital who asked us to kill a man named Yi Chen. Bang! The security captain was so angry that he slapped the little brother to the ground. His head hit the ground with a thud and he passed out. You are looking for death. When the security captain heard that these bastards were going to attack Yi Xiao, he cursed their ancestors for 18 generations, beat them to death. Yes, Captain. All the security guards were trying their best. These guys are so brave. Ah. A shrill scream was heard in front of the Marriott Hotel. It was already night and fortunately there were few people around. Otherwise, if it were daytime, it would have caused a lot of trouble. A quarter of an hour later. The yellow-haired men were lying on the ground like dead dogs, having been knocked unconscious by the beating. Not killing them was a light punishment. The security captain kicked the yellow-haired man half a meter away, breaking at least 4 of his ribs. Call the criminal division and tell them that someone is causing trouble at the Marriott Hotel. Hey, it's the captain. Several security guards looked at the yellow-haired guys excitedly. Damn, beating them up is so cool. It would be even better if we could do it a few more times. Just now, before we could get enough fun, those bastards fainted. Hey, Boss Lay, oh no, President Lay. The security captain called out in a daze, then quickly changed his tone. Hey, what is that? It seems that Chen Xiaohao, the eldest son of the Chen family in the imperial capital, has hired a few criminals to kill Master Yi. Yes, the Chen family of the imperial capital. After hanging up the phone, the security captain glanced at the yellow-haired men and said, the Chen family in the imperial capital is going to be in big trouble this time. But the eldest son of the Chen family is really looking for death. Why would he offend anyone else but young Master Yi? Kunping Security, Imperial Capital Branch. Bang! Lei Bao smashed the wooden desk in front of him with a slap. What a great Chen family in the imperial capital. Prepare the car, and tell them to follow me to the Chen family. Yes, Mr. Lei. One of the men spoke quickly, then turned around and carried out the order. 5 minutes later, 20 buses headed towards the Chen family in the imperial capital. Naturally, they greeted the top brass of the Ministry of Justice before leaving. Boss Lei, what are we doing? The confused backbone asked the gloomy-looking Lei Bao curiously. Damn it! The prodigal son of the Chen family hired someone to kill Master Yi. What? Hearing Lei Bao's words, many key members on the bus were filled with anger. The Chen family of the imperial capital is courting death. A mere first-rate family dares to offend Master Yi. Boss Lei, should we go and destroy the Chen family? At this time, a backbone with a murderous look on his face said viciously. Bang! Lei Bao slapped the backbone member on the head and said, kill your sister. It's easy to destroy the Chen family in the imperial capital, but we will have to deal with it later. Don't cause trouble for young Master Yi. Ahem, yes, Mr. Lei. The backbone member smiled awkwardly, and dared not say a word after being slapped. It was true that he was often beaten by Lei Bao on weekdays. Squeak! As they were talking, the bus braked suddenly and stopped. Get off! Surround the Chen family villa and don't let a single fly out. After Lei Bao got out of the car, holding a golf club, he looked unkindly at the brightly lit Chen family villa in the imperial capital. Patta, patta, patta. Patta, patta. The rhythmic and intensive sound of leather shoes stepping on the ground could be heard in the field. The well-trained and fast-paced Chen family villa was surrounded, and all the experts who were protecting the Chen family were stunned. They are only a few dozen people, how can we fight them? Not on the same level at all. Gulp. The sound of swallowing saliva came from everyone's throat. Damn, is this going to destroy the Chen family? Who dares to? Bang! The new Chen family member was beaten to death by a key member before he could finish his words. If you dare to talk nonsense again, I will kill you. Gulp. After the threatening voice was heard, none of the dozens of Chen family masters dared to move. Joke. The lessons of the past are right before their eyes. No matter how hard they try, if they step out at this time, they will only end up dead. It's Mr. Lei. Chen Zitian left the villa and saw Lei Bao bringing thousands of people to surround their Chen family. This explained everything. Chen Zitian, you gave birth to a good son. Lei Bao glanced at Chen Zitian and said, your son hired a few criminals to kill my boss at Kunping Security. 1 million is a big sum. Click. When Lei Bao came up with the statement of calling the army to task, Chen Zitian felt a chill in his heart. That dissolute and rebellious man actually wanted to kill the boss of Kunping Security. Ahem, this is a misunderstanding. Boss Lei, this must be a misunderstanding. Chen Zitian didn't dare to admit it, otherwise these people would be able to do anything. Misunderstand? Lei Bao slapped Chen Zitian on the face. Your son is about to kill Master Yi, and you told me it was a misunderstanding. Chen Zitian was horrified. Just then, Chen Xiaotao came back from outside. Asshole, who are you? How dare you hit my dad? Believe it or not, I will keep you from leaving. Bang! Before Chen Xiaotao could finish his words, he was slapped to the ground. The person who slapped him was not Lei Bao, but his father Chen Zitian. Dad, you! The sudden slap stunned Chen Xiaotao. He was helping his old man, but the old man slapped him. Shut up! Chen Zitian slapped his son again without mercy. If you say one more word, I'll kill you. Chapter 114. The small stool has been moved in, waiting for Yishan to start the performance. Chen Xiaotao shuddered all over and dared not even fart. At this moment, he realized that he must have caused a terrible disaster. Boss Lei. I am a bad parent and have offended Master Yi. He took a deep breath and swore to the sky, Boss Lei, don't worry, if this kid dares to disrespect Master Yi again, I will destroy him myself without you having to do anything. As he spoke, Chen Zitian took out a check and said, here is 1 billion renminbi. Just consider it as my apology to Master Yi. Keep an eye on your son. Lei Bao handed the check to the backbone beside him. If I knew that your son had bad intentions towards Master Yi, there would be no need for the Chen family in the imperial capital to exist. Yes. Chen Zitian nodded and bowed. If this scene were known to the outside world, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. Boss Lei, take care. Brothers, take care. Chen Zitian was really scared to death as he saw Lei Bao and his party off. 20 buses, this lineup was enough to make not only their Chen family but even the 4 major families in the imperial capital feel wary. Bang! After Lei Bao and his group left, Chen Zitian was furious and wished he could beat the evildoer in front of him to death. You bastard! Tell me everything that happened today, don't miss a single word. Dad, Chen Xiaotao was really scared. He never expected that just hiring a few people to kill a kid would cause so much trouble. Explain. His eyes widened, as if he wanted to eat Chen Xiaotao. He swallowed his saliva and recounted what had happened today. However, Chen Xiaotao couldn't understand how that boy, who was clearly just a student, could become the boss behind Kunping security. Dad, today Chen Xiaotao naturally did not dare to hide anything and told his son what had happened during the day. When he heard that his son had a conflict with that unoffensive person because of the auction, his face turned green. Evil creature, how many times have I told you? Although the Chen family is a first-class family in the imperial capital, there are still many people who can wipe us out with a wave of their hands. He kicked Chen Xiaotao over with a bang. I have been smart all my life, how could I have given birth to a fool son like you? He glared at his son and turned away, because if he stayed any longer, he would be unable to control himself and would become vicious and devour his own cubs. But Chen Zitian returned to the villa and took a deep breath, looking towards the direction of the Marriott Hotel. It's incredible that the boss behind the Kunping Hotel is just a young man in his early 20s. I'm afraid that even the 4 major families in the imperial capital may not be able to produce such a young talent. It really makes me curious, what is the origin of this Yi Chen? The next day, early morning. After getting into the car, the little guy, who had a good night's sleep, started the live broadcast full of energy. Wow, good morning, little fairy. Are you, my male god or female god, going out to play? I'm so envious, I really want to have a boyfriend like you. A love story that goes both ways, a good couple feeling, I admit I'm jealous. Invisible dog food is the most deadly. Yishan, you will have no friends if you do this. Hot discussions and complaints appeared on the screen, especially about the goddess Shireen. Her rosy complexion must have been due to the hard work of Yishan. But that is true. With such a beautiful woman by your side, who can resist? Niu Zai Tiansai Fei gives a reward of 6,666 for the cute little fishball. Loneliness fed the dog and rewarded the invincible little cute shark fin X888. The bitch is so cool that she rewards the invincible little cutie with rocket X1888. Tang Bohu lights a mosquito coil and rewards the invincible cute blue rose X999. Rewards emerged like mushrooms after rain, surpassing the popular internet celebrities by a huge margin, because this was the first public appearance of Yishan and goddess Shireen after they officially announced their relationship. However, it seems that the two of them are living the peak of life that they envied. After achieving success and fame, all the glitz and glamour are gone. Nowadays, the two of them have returned to the true nature of life, which is undoubtedly what they envy. Ding-a-ling. Just then, a cell phone rang. attracting the attention of fans. "Hello, President Shun." When he looked at the caller ID, it was Shin Tianchang, the president of the Jiangnan Chess Association. He wondered why Lin Shirin's grandfather's friend was calling him. "Ha, Mr. Yi, congratulations on officially announcing your relationship with your girlfriend and finally getting her." Shin Tianchang greeted and congratulated him, then explained the purpose of the call. "It's like this, little friend Yi, I heard that you came to the imperial capital. Today happens to be the Imperial Capital Poetry Conference, why not come over here and take a look?" "The Imperial Capital Poetry Conference?" Lin Xiaoan was shocked and said in surprise, "Sister, it seems someone invited brother-in-law to participate in the Imperial Capital Poetry Conference." "Dad, shall we go to the Imperial Capital Poetry Conference?" A sweet and coquettish voice was heard, especially the little guy's expectant eyes, which made people feel unwilling to refuse. "That's okay." He rubbed the little guy's head lovingly and agreed. Shin Tianchang on the opposite side was quite expectant. "Yes." When the little girl in the car heard that her daddy was going to take her there, she smiled happily and said, "Long live daddy." Although she didn't know what the poetry conference was exactly. But that's not important. What's important is being with mom and dad and being happy wherever we go. Wow, Yishin is going to the Imperial Capital Poetry Conference. That's where many scholars gather. It must be very lively? Hey, Lord Ye's literary talent is not bad either. Yeah, it would be even better if Yishin could show off by then. The small stool has been moved in, waiting for Master Yi to start the performance. Performance +1. Performance plus 10,086. 20 minutes later, at the poetry conference. Squeak. Reporters who had been waiting for a long time set up their cameras and took pictures of the entrance, because they had just received news that Yishin, who had officially announced his marriage, and the pop diva Shirin would appear here. How could they miss such first-hand news? Squeak. An extended supercar arrived at the venue and immediately attracted the attention of fans. After all, the person who drove such a luxury car must not be an ordinary person. They pushed the door and got out of the car, and when they saw the people getting out of the car, they were all shocked. "Quick, move forward. It's really Yishin and Shirin Goddess, the hottest hits are here." With a whoosh, reporters came all together, but the Kunping security personnel who were responsible for maintaining order were startled. "Why is young Master Yi here?" "Mad. Stop them. You must stop these reporters." The person in charge of maintaining order, a backbone member of Kunping security, had beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. He hadn't heard that young Master Yi was coming, so nothing could go wrong. Chapter 115, Don't kill someone's heart, don't hit someone's face. In the conference hall, reporters came forward one after another, and the sound of shutter clicks rang out, obviously not wanting to miss any precious moment. As for the audience at the scene, they also looked over when they noticed the movement. Hiss. "Oh, look, here comes Yishin and Goddess Shirin." "What?" As soon as these words were spoken, more people looked over. At this moment, the whole place exploded, and the phenomenal vibration immediately spread to the entire place. For a moment, Kunping's security personnel were under great pressure. Oh my god. Young Master Yi and young Madam, their influence is too great. Friend Yi. At this moment, Shin Tianchang arrived and led a group of people into the venue, which calmed down the enthusiasm of the reporters and fans. Wow, you are worthy of being my Yishin. The influence of these two people is too great. Hey, who made them so famous? They could both rely on their looks to make a living, but they chose to rely on their talent. Yeah, it's okay to rely on talent, but it's so outstanding. My male god, why are you joining a poetry team? Isn't it nice to just kiss this lowly in the villa? Oh. After a heated discussion, it reappeared without any warning. As the saying goes, fame brings trouble, and soon he became a target of public attention. This person was none other than Gu Jusi, a talented writer from the Imperial Capital Writers Association. Tisk. He just sang a few songs and got lucky. Gu Jusi did not deliberately suppress the sound, and the live broadcast room immediately exploded. Brother-in-law, that guy. Lin Xiaoan was not happy. In his eyes, his brother-in-law was like a god and he respected him very much. Never mind. Yichen shook his head slightly. He naturally would not get entangled with such a person. After all, that would only lower his status. How? Although he didn't care, some people just didn't have good eyesight. Some people were right. In that case, then try not to attract attention. Obviously, Gu Jussi wanted to use this to spread his fame so that he would be more popular. Young people nowadays are really impulsive. Shen Tiancheng looked at Gu Jussi. He had never seen Yi Chen suffer a loss. Damn it, that guy really deserves a beating. Many audience members couldn't stand it anymore. Damn it, what right did that talented guy from the Writers Association have to slander their god Yi? Friend Yi. Why don't you show everyone your skills so as to stop people from talking about it? Shen Tiancheng glanced at Gu Jussi, obviously disgusted by his behavior. Yeah, Dad. The little guy naturally wouldn't miss the opportunity to clear his father's name. That person is so abominable. Brother-in-law, fuck him. Lin Xiaoan was swearing even more, and Lin Shireen hit her brother on the head. Who did this kid learn this from? He had never been like this before, so rude. That's okay. Yi Chen agreed to it as he had nothing to do. He also happened to be itching to show off his skills, so he took this opportunity to vent. Someone come here. Pen and ink are at your service. Shen Tiancheng then instructed the staff, and then he coughed dryly to attract the attention of the audience. Next, before the poetry competition begins, let Mr. Yi Chen present a poem for us. Everyone is welcome. Pa 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 pa. As the voice fell, the whole place was in an uproar. All eyes fell on Yi Chen. The reporters who had failed before focused their cameras on Yi Chen, recording every important moment. Soon, Yi Chen came to the table. On the big screen, there is a close-up of the desk, which is extremely eye-catching. Gu Jussi glanced at the man on the stage and sneered, if this kid can write good poems, I, Gu Jussi, will write my name backwards. Before he could imagine Yi Chen's embarrassment, Yi Chen in the field had already licked a mouthful of ink and wrote down the 3 big words Song of Everlasting Sorrow with his brush. Of course, Yi Chen was not targeting Gu Jussi, but simply venting his desire to learn calligraphy. As for that Gu Jussi, he was not qualified to target him. The Emperor of Han was obsessed with beauty and wanted to conquer the country, but he could not get it after ruling the country for many years. The Yang family has a daughter who has just grown up, but she is kept in the inner chamber and unknown to the world. It is hard to give up one's natural beauty. Once chosen, one will be by the king's side. One smile makes all the beauties in the palace pale in comparison. In the cold spring, I was granted a bath and watching pool, where the hot spring water washed my skin. The maid helped her up, weak and feeble, and it was the beginning of her new grace. What? Gu Jussi's eyes widened, staring at the big screen in horror. That boy, this poem is impossible. Oh. Lin Xiaoan opened his mouth wide, his face full of surprise. Although he didn't know what the poem written by his brother-in-law meant, he felt it was very cool. At least, it sounds very grand and elegant when read. Then Lin Xiaoan's eyes fell on the shocked Gu Jussi, with a scornful look on his face. You slandered my brother-in-law. Are you dumbfounded? Hey, a slap in the face comes so unexpectedly. For a moment, Lin Xiaoan felt as if he had beaten that hateful guy. It felt so good. Come on, Daddy, you're the best. The little girl was also cheering for her dad. From the silence in the room, she could guess that her dad must have written very well. 666666, my Yishin is so awesome. Is this a narrative poem? Does Yishin know this? The Emperor of Han was obsessed with beauty and wanted to conquer the whole country. He ruled the country for many years but could not get what he wanted. The words and rhythm are so beautiful. It's not ordinary for a cultured person to get slapped in the face. That guy was stunned just now. Hey, it's me, I'm stupid too. Gu Jussi, damn it, it turns out that I am the clown myself. Yishin, this is just the beginning. A scumbag can't kill you. The two of you above, stop showing off, there are no more oranges to send. The enthusiastic complaints immediately set off a wave of comments, with no less than 1,000 comments every second. 100,000. 300,000. 500,000. As Yi Chen performed his amazing skills, the number of fans in the live broadcast room skyrocketed, but this was just the beginning. After all, it has been a long time since Yi Chen expressed his appreciation for calligraphy, so he naturally wanted to enjoy it. The hair is like clouds, the face is like flowers, and the golden hairpin is like a step-shaking ornament. The hibiscus tent is warm and the spring night is spent. The spring night is short and the sun rises high. From now on, the king will not hold court early. There is no time to spare for entertaining guests and banquets, and every night I go on spring outings. There are 3,000 beauties in the harem, and all of them are favored by the emperor. Gu Jussi staggered, his face pale, and he almost vomited a mouthful of blood. This guy is too cruel, killing people without destroying their hearts and hitting people without hitting their faces. Good fellow. Shin Tiancheng was also stunned when he looked at the field. This operation really underestimated him. Not only is his chess skill extremely high, his literary talent is also so amazing. There are 3,000 beauties in the harem, and all of them are favored by the emperor. This is written so well, wow. With emotion, no amount of words could express Shin Tiancheng's feelings at this moment. Somewhere in the field, the honorary president of the Writers' Association, Mr. Wei, had a gleam in his eyes. This little guy is not simple. Chapter 116, Couplet Competition versus Honorary President Wei Lao. On the big screen, calligraphy expresses catharsis. The whole place was silent. Master-level calligraphy, coupled with such a great poem throughout the ages, is undoubtedly the best counterattack, although Yichen has never taken Gu Jussi seriously. Yishin, still the same Yishin. Never suffer loss, revenge never lasts overnight. The audience was also extremely excited, especially the literati and poets. For a moment, their eyes changed when they looked at Yi Chen. They couldn't imagine it. The person who wrote this timeless poem is actually a young man in his early 20s. It would take at least 20 years to acquire such a literary foundation. I really don't know how this guy did it. Really? Looking at a certain guy's operation, Lin Shireen sighed, did that guy steal the show? She had this feeling long before she came here, and it still appears now. Hey! Lin Shireen couldn't help but smile bitterly. Even if she quits the music industry and tries to keep a low profile, can't she fade out of the public eye? Really, that damn guy is too much of a show-off. Sister, look. Lin Xiaowang's screaming voice rang out. Brother-in-law continues again. Lin Shireen, Then, her beautiful eyes fell on the big screen. Before leaving, I send you a poem with earnest words, which contains a vow that only we can know. On the 7th day of the 7th month, in the Changsheng Palace, in the middle of the night when no one is whispering. I wish to be a pair of wings in the sky, and a pair of branches on the ground. Love may fade away, but hatred will never end. After writing the last word, Yichen breathed a sigh of relief, feeling so refreshed. At this moment, the number of fans in the live broadcast room of the Invincible Little Fairy has exceeded 1 million. How insane is it that the number of fans of just one poem has exceeded 1 million? Good. Pa 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 pa. A cheer rang out, followed by generous applause. The person who spoke was none other than Mr. Wei, the honorary president of the Capital Writers Association. Immediately, the entire audience burst into unprecedented excitement. God, Yi is awesome. This is amazing. This poem is as good as any of the ancients. It's hard to imagine how high Yishin's literary attainments are. I thought we had overestimated him, but I never thought that Yishin was much more powerful than we knew. Master, please accept my disciple on your knees. My mother asked me why I was kneeling, and I said I had met the originator of poetry. The scene exploded instantly, especially when their eyes fell on Gu Jussi. The mocking and sarcastic look was not concealed at all. If Gu Jussi had not been shocked at the moment, he would have been so embarrassed that he could dig out a great wall. This young friend, your literary talent is truly remarkable. Old Wei couldn't help but come to the scene and give a thumbs up to Yichen. It is said that scholars look down on each other, and Old Wei was quite competitive for a while. However, when Mr. Wei appeared, Shin Tiancheng was stunned. Friend Yi. This is the honorary president of the Imperial Capital Writers Association, Mr. Wei. You know, Mr. Wei is far superior to him in both fame and talent, so this title is not an exaggeration. Oh. Hearing Shin Tiancheng's words, Yichen was stunned. Honorary president of the Imperial Capital Writers Association? My dear friend, do you understand couplets? Old Wei narrowed his eyes, obviously trying to test the waters. I know a little bit. Yichen smiled, which made Old Wei narrow his eyes even more, because he felt the invincible confidence from the young man in front of him. Yeah. Mr. Wei then stroked his beard and smiled. I wonder if my friend would like to compete with me in couplet writing? This. Shin Tiancheng was stunned when he heard this. Could it be that Elder Wei showed up to compete with Yichen? Wow. Lin Xiaowang stared at the scene with eyes wide open, looking at it in astonishment. Oh my god, sister. Brother-in-law, has he been invited to a battle by the honorary president of the Imperial Capital Writers Association? Shut up. Lin Shireen glared at her brother, looking at the scene with her eyelids twitching wildly. The situation seemed to be getting more and more serious. If she had known, she should not have agreed to let the father and son come here. Hey! Now, it's too late to say anything. It's my honor. Yi Chen also wanted to see how powerful the honorary president of the Imperial Capital Writers Association was. It just so happened that he had not yet fully enjoyed the Song of Everlasting Sorrow. Good. Upon hearing this, Mr. Wei smiled heartily and said, "Among the young generation in today's literary world, you should be the best." Then I won't be polite, old man. Obviously, Mr. Wei was also a little impatient. After all, he also wanted to see how amazing the younger generation in the Chinese literary world is. So, after thinking for a moment, Mr. Wei continued, "I'll give you the first couplet, how about the second couplet?" Can. Yi Chen waved his hand and didn't care. It was this sharp conversation that caught everyone's attention. At this time, the number of fans in the live broadcast room of the Invincible Little Fairy broke the 2 million mark. Yi Chen versus Honorary President Wei Lao. Who will win or lose, they are looking forward to it. Then let's get started. Elder Wei pondered for a moment, and then he came up with the first couplet. "My friend, listen carefully. The green mountains are not painted with thousands of mountains." Yi Chen heard this, and before everyone came back to their senses, a voice rang out, "Flowing water has no strings, the eternal zither." Wonderful! After hearing this, Xin Tiancheng praised it directly. Green mountains are matched with flowing water, no ink is matched with no strings, and 1,000 mountain paintings are matched with an eternal zither. Tsk tisk, that's amazing. Good boy. After some probing, Mr. Wei was shocked. This boy's literary attainments were even deeper than he thought. In that case, I won't be polite. An expert can tell whether something is strong or not with just one move. It is obvious that Mr. Wei knows that the strength of the little guy in front of him is far higher than he imagined. The mountains are still and the waters flow, creating a picturesque scene. The kite flies and the fish leaps to understand the secrets of heaven. Yi Chen was not surprised and handled it easily. Gu Juxi's face was as pale as snow, and he looked at the guy with doubt in his life. How is it possible? That kid can fight with old Wei without losing at all. Elder Wei narrowed his eyes, his competitive spirit intensified. The Buddha's teachings are boundless, always observe the freedom in silence. The compassionate clouds are spreading and the Tathagata is seen in the sky. Yi Chen continued to respond smoothly. Such speed and erudition made old Wei sigh with admiration again, and then he increased his speed a lot. The smoke and the flowing water have existed since ancient times. The mountains and lakes are all on the same floor. 500 arhats crossed the river, and 1,000 Buddhas were on the shore. A beauty facing the moon, 2 beauties on earth and in heaven. The speed of the two people's fight was getting faster and faster. Everyone's heads were buzzing when they heard it. Old Wei's eyes became more and more excited. It had been many years, and this was the first time he enjoyed a fight so much. Good. Mr. Wei paused for a moment, and then came up with the final couplet. Wangjiang Tower, looking at the river flow. Wangjiang Tower looks at the river flow. The river tower is eternal, the river flow is eternal. Hiss. Hearing about Master Wei's final kill, everyone around him gasped. He was indeed experienced and ruthless. They felt a headache just by listening to it. What the hell was going on? However, Yi Chen raised the corner of his mouth and said, Inuwe well, Inuwe shadow, and Inuwe well. The moon well lasts for 10,000 years, and the moon's shadow lasts for 10,000 years. Pretty. When Xin Tiancheng heard Yi Chen's second line, he cheered immediately. As for the audience at the scene and in the live broadcast room, they were all dumbfounded. My God, is this really something a human can do? Chapter 117. Something big happened. Yi Chen was besieged by the music industry? Oh my goodness, Master Yi is so awesome. Honorary President of the Writers Association, that's right. How old is Yi Chen? Hey, my idol is awesome. It seems that some people's names should be written backwards, right? Gu Juxi, do you really want me to call you Si Zhou Gu? This is a beautiful slap in the face. This operation is very good. The fans in the live broadcast room kept complaining. They were all impressed by Yi Chen's talent. They had to admit it. They saw that even the honorary president of the Writers Association could not defeat him. How could they be so insignificant? Brother-in-law, I love you. Lin Xiaowang's shocking confession caused Lin Shireen to roll her eyes. Daddy, moi. The little guy was not to be outdone and blew a kiss to her directly. With that adorable face, he was so cute that it was deadly. Crack. The reporters were so excited that they almost exploded. Big news! Not only did Master Yi write a poem that will be remembered for ages, he also had a wonderful duel with honorary president of the Writers Association, Mr. Wei. It's so addictive. Hey, this news will definitely explode the entire internet tomorrow. The reporters were talking about it, their excitement uncontrollably in their hearts. If they made a big breaking news, their bonus this month would be enough to cover their salary for the entire first half of the year. Old Wei nodded happily. He hadn't felt so comfortable for a long time. Then his eyes fell on Yi Chen. He seemed to see the future of Chinese literature. He believed that the literary world would be bright in the near future. My dear, are you interested in joining the Imperial Capital Writers Association? Mr. Wei extended an olive branch and invited, with your literary attainments, it will be no problem for you to be the vice president. Thank you, Mr. Wei, for your kindness, but forget it. Yi Chen smiled and declined. Fame and wealth have never been his concern. Wouldn't it be better to spend his time kissing the mother and daughter? Grass. Gu Juxi's eyes widened as he stared at the scene in disbelief. He wondered what he heard. That guy actually refused. Does he know what he is doing? Being the vice president of the Capital Writers Association is an honor of the highest magnitude. Obviously, he couldn't understand why that guy refused such generous treatment. When the fans in the live broadcast room heard this, they shouted 666, and the excitement reached an unknown level for a moment. What's wrong with the invitation from the honorary president of the Writers Association? It's natural to accept it, but it would be even better not to accept it. This position that ordinary people would spend their entire lives dreaming of was discarded by Yi Chen like a worn-out shoe. This feeling seems to be quite good. Soon, a video of Yi Chen writing a poem called Song of Everlasting Sorrow and writing couplets with honorary President Wei Lauda spread throughout the internet. What? Yi Chen wrote a poem that will be remembered forever? She looked so charming with her smile that all the beauties in the palace pale in comparison. Is this the Yang Guifei? As expected of me, Yi Chen. I am 1,000 times better than those literature experts. My male god is so awesome. It would be great if Yi Chen was my boyfriend. Stop writing poetry, Master Yi. Come home with me and give birth to a baby, please. Undoubtedly, Yi Chen became really popular again at this moment, and countless fans exclaimed that it was so exciting. My god, he just announced his marriage with Goddess Shireen, and now he is popular all over the internet again. Really? Even if Yi Chen is no longer in the music scene, he is still a top star. However, fame brings troubles, especially for those young stars in the music industry who were suppressed before. At this moment, they are full of energy and are receiving a lot of praise as if they were given an injection of chicken blood. Yi Chen's songs do not have aesthetic characteristics. When we evaluate a person, we cannot just look at the profit and sales volume, but also whether he has artistic appreciation. Who is Yi Chen? I've never heard any of his songs. It can be said that his appearance has set the music scene back 15 years. I don't know why Yi Chen's songs are so popular or what the inside story is, but his songs are trash to me. I never listened to them. With overwhelming bad reviews, even Phantom Entertainment's emergency public relations were still a drop in the bucket. It was clear that many young singers in the music industry wanted to become famous by stepping on Yi Chen's corpse. Fart. You are slandering me, Yi Chen, you uncle. How shameless. Yi Chen's karaoke music record is right there, are you blind? You are a bunch of shameless people. Bring me my 40-meter long sword. I want to chop these bastards into pieces. Anyone who offends Yi Chen will have his entire clan exterminated. There was a lot of heated discussion, but the combination of many young and handsome men on the other side was not to be trifled with, not to mention that there were also Hall of Fame singers among them who had been famous for many years. Pfft, what the hell? Someone like Yi Chen, who is still singing, can't even sing all 5 notes. If I were him, I would have been killed on the road long ago instead of coming out to embarrass myself. Thinking that he is great just by singing a few songs, such a person deserves to quit the music industry. Not bad, it can be considered to bring peace to the music industry. There were overwhelming comments and a war of words with Yi Chen's fans. The battle was very fierce, which showed how many people's interests were affected when Yi Chen became famous overnight. Now that Yi Chen has left the music scene, he has naturally become the target of slander. They have shown their ugly faces and started to divide up the market, intending to step on Yi Chen to get to the top. Jiangnan University, dormitory. Fuck. The boss went crazy after being scolded. Lieben stared at the computer screen with wide eyes. This is a big deal. The boss seems to be besieged by the music industry. What the fuck? If you have the guts to do it, why do you do something shady? Wang Zihang and Dong Kuan looked at each other, then came to Li Bin's computer screen, and were shocked to see the exploding internet. They were instantly furious. Damn it, I never saw the boss being so arrogant when he was in the music industry. What a bunch of despicable villains, damn. Although the two were resentful and complained, they knew that the eldest brother was definitely in big trouble. If it was not handled properly, both the eldest brother and his sister-in-law would lose their reputation and be ruined. These people have such despicable and vicious intentions. The Jiangnan University Communication Group also exploded. Fuck you, how dare you slander senior Yichen like this? Fuck, Yishin is going to get into big trouble. Have you taken off the fig leaf of the music industry? What a disgusting face. Hey, senior Yichen has touched too many people's cakes before. I feel like this is just the beginning. Yes, with Yishin's temperament, once he fights back, he will be crushed to pieces. For a time, the Jiangnan University Communication Group was in an uproar with 99+ messages being pushed up every second. For a time, many singers in the music industry were directly criticized like dogs. At the same time, the image of some students' idols also collapsed in their minds. They realized that the music industry was so complicated and they were really blind to have worshipped such a beast. As the situation was brewing, more and more people knew about it, but Yichen had no idea about it. However, what happened next became the lifelong nightmare of many shameless singers in the music industry. Of course, this is all a story for later. Chapter 118, the counterattack begins. The inverted song explodes the entire internet. Leaving the poetry conference. Ding dong. Lin Xiaoan's phone rang, and he clicked it to see, what? This, brother-in-law, something big has happened. You seem to be being cyberbullied? Hearing her brother's words, Lin Shireen looked over and her pretty face sank. These singers are so bold. Is it true that people forget about you when you leave? Lin Shireen had heard from a senior before that the music industry was cold and heartless, but she didn't believe it at the time. Now a scene has proven the senior's words so realistically. Really? When you are in good times, everyone around you is good. When you are in bad times, everyone around you is bad. Lin Shireen was filled with emotion as she thought carefully about her singing career. If she had not announced her retirement from the music industry, she would probably have become a queen by now. She could naturally see that if this matter was not handled properly, both of them would be in a dilemma. Yichen, what do you think? Lin Shireen looked at Gubo calmly, as if it had nothing to do with him, which made her even more curious, because this was not like this guy's character. It's just a child playing house, don't pay attention to it. Yichen waved his hand, and then headed towards a scenic spot in the imperial capital, which did not affect his desire to have fun at all. You? Hearing Yichen's words, Lin Shireen sighed slightly. But I don't mind, because it would be bad if you were implicated in this matter. After thinking for a moment, Yichen called Wei Yiming, the president of the karaoke music platform. Hey, Master Yi. After answering the phone, Wei Yiming on the other end took a deep breath. He had tried countless methods, but they still had little effect. It was obvious that the boss called at this moment with important instructions. Yichen glanced at the online comments. Since these people are looking for death, don't blame him for being ruthless. I know about the things on the internet. I will send you 2 songs later. It will be enough to settle this matter. In addition, after this incident, anyone who publicly slanders others will be blacklisted by the karaoke platform, and all contracted songs will be terminated. Yes, Master Yi. After hearing Yichen's words, Wei Yiming knew that his boss was starting to fight back. But, is it true that 2 songs can settle this incident that has shocked the entire internet? Hang up the phone. Ding dong. Then, Wei Yiming received 2 songs, one of which was called Inverted Song and the other was Rakshasa Sea City. Click on Inverted Song to play, and then the magical melody will begin to linger. Throw a turtle into the yellow potty. It will feel noble. Riding a donkey to attend a court ball. It can compare itself to a princess. The sun cannot illuminate the ghosts in the night. It is difficult for animals to understand the human world. As the song spread, Wei Yiming burst into laughter. This song. Oh my goodness, you are worthy of being the boss, it's amazing. Swearing without using any curse words is perfect for this moment. 2 songs can end this matter. It's no exaggeration. Wei Yiming narrowed his eyes and looked into the distance. Damn it, this is not the end, this is a total counterattack. This implicit sarcasm cannot help but make people identify with it. Master Yi, this is too cruel. After listening to the 2 songs, especially the second one, I was left with an endless aftertaste. These 2 songs are too weird and completely different from the boss's previous style. But to achieve the best effect, the impact of the 2 kings' explosions will be even more powerful. Then a phone call was made to ask the K-Song platform to promote Inverted Song across the entire network, as the first big bomb to test the waters. The page refreshed, and soon a song appeared in Yi Chen's singer column. This song was Inverted Song. A few minutes later. Puff, is God Wazi fighting back? Such a novel counterattack, please forgive my insincere smile. Oh my goodness, this is an amazing metaphor, hee hee. God Yi is indeed God Yi. It's awesome for a cultured person to curse at others. A turtle feels noble when it enters a toilet bowl, and rides a donkey at a banquet and thinks it is a princess. What a god! God Yi, please accept my disciples' knees. The song exploded right from the start and directly blew up the karaoke platform. Yishan really dared to sing, but the karaoke platform was also ruthless enough to promote it across the entire network. This was the rhythm of supporting Yishan. 5 minutes, 100W plus views, 70W plus reposts, 10W plus comments. 10 minutes, 500W plus views, 280W plus reposts, 90W plus comments. In less than a quarter of an hour, the number of views had exceeded 10 million, and the number of comments soared to over 1 million. You can imagine how excited the video was. The eyes of the internet trolls suddenly widened. Yi Chen, shameless. Such a vulgar song, the song is like the person. Banned. What are you waiting for? I have to say, this song directly dealt with all the internet trolls. Damn, how can I scold them? It feels like it is completely on a different level from the critical damage of this song. Yi Chen's fans laughed until tears came out of their eyes. Pfft, ha ha ha, 6666666. Great job, Master Yi, so cool and awesome. One man is as powerful as 1,000 troops. Kneel down. Hey, you bastard on the other side, try to beep at me again. The sun cannot shine on ghosts at night, and animals cannot understand the human world. Well done. A scallion in a cornfield is bigger than the mallet, this lyric is awesome. There was an uproar, and the online reviews of this song alone were a devastating blow to many trolls, not to mention the 2 songs. Jiangnan University, dormitory. Wang Zihang and the other 2 widened their eyes and said, what the hell? Nanny. Oh my god. Ha 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 ha. Then, the 3 of them burst out laughing, all listening to the devilish voice and the amazing comments, awesome. Boss, that's awesome. Hey, now those singers and young handsome guys are probably going to cry in the toilet. Just asking, is it awesome or not? The Jiangda communication group was also overwhelmed, it was really shocking and eye-catching. Yangchang, a community of scholars. Ha, old Ji, your son is incredible. In the community park, neighbors were amazed and gave thumbs up, looking happier than if they had won the grand prize. That is. Ye's father looked calm and said to Ye's mother, I told you, it's totally unnecessary to worry about this kid. Tisk. Ye's mother rolled her eyes at Ye's father, I'm worried. I don't know who reads the online comments every minute. Father Yi, Ahem, I was just waiting to see when my son would fight back. He wiped his cold sweat feeling guilty. How could he not worry about his own child? He almost got ruined just now. At the same time, we arrived at the entrance of the scenic area. Suddenly, a demonic voice came to my ears, which was the upside-down song of the turtle and the potty and the donkey riding dance party. Swish. Lin Shireen's eyes widened, and then she couldn't help but burst out laughing. The little guy tilted his head and listened carefully. Mommy, is Daddy scolding me? Chapter 119, Rakshasa Haishur appears and kills the music world. Hiss. Lin Xiaoan looked at the online reviews and looked at Yi Chen with admiration for a moment. Brother-in-law, you have killed the music industry with this song. Look at the real-time data of the karaoke platform. 100 million plus views, 3000 W plus reposts, 1000 W plus comments. The shocking data hit Lin Xiaoan's eyes. It was even more shocking than the 500 consecutive wins on Brother-in-Law Chess Network. Remember, it was only an hour. In just 1 hour, the number of views exceeded 100 million, and the number of comments exceeded tens of millions. Exploded. Eh? At this moment, a scream suddenly rang out from the crowd. Look, it's Yishin. He is the Yishin from Inverted Song. Oh my god, I actually saw a living person. Everyone looked over here, but no one dared to step forward, because the song Inverted Song was too violent and they were really scared. This is amazing. One song ends public opinion. Hey, you are worthy of being my idol, awesome Kozla. It's only been an hour since the song was released, but the number of views has exceeded 100 million. What does this mean? Such a phenomenal event has overwhelmed everyone in the music industry. Everyone around was talking about it, and at this time, Rakshasa country is 26,000 miles to the east, crossing the 7-stroke and 3-inch yellow muddy land. Just because there is a river there. The river flows through Gogo Camp. The fork pole of the Gogo Camp is called Mahu. Shirley Flowerfield has a nickname. She has 2 ears by her shoulders and a 3-hole nose. Another magical song appeared. The familiar voice made everyone stunned at first, and then they looked at Yi Chen in disbelief. What, this? Could it be that Yishin has a second song? OMG, what sin have those singers committed to dare to offend Master Yi? Nima, this won't just wipe out the music industry, I'm afraid many singers and young stars will be killed. Rakshasi city, Raksha country, takes beauty as ugliness and ugliness as beauty, subverts the 3 views, distorts reality. This song is even more cruel than before. Yes, this is no longer a satire on the music industry, it's completely the world right now. Oh my god, my mind has been opened up instantly. Everyone around was full of admiration, and at the same time, they felt that Yi Chen was extraordinarily talented. You are. Hey. Lin Shireen wanted to say something, but finally sighed. She was worried to death before, and it turned out that this guy was well prepared. No wonder people say that the internet is just playing house. Compared with this guy's shamelessness, it is just playing house. They are on a completely different level. Even Lin Shireen feels a little sympathetic. No, she feels pity for those singers whose fig leaf has been pulled off in the music industry. Who could have thought that a slap in the face would come so quickly? He. Lin Xiaowang smiled foolishly. At this moment, there was no internet troll who dared to show up. As for those evil spirits in the music industry, there was not a single one to be seen. Cool. As expected of my brother-in-law, he is invincible. It can be said that Lin Xiaowang has never admired anyone so much. His brother-in-law is simply a god. No. I should remove the word simply from the sentence. My brother-in-law is God. The scene of the Imperial Capital Poetry Conference. Mr. Wei, something big has happened. At this moment, a voice spread, and then the voice continued, Yi Chen has conquered the music industry alone. The entire internet is going crazy. Then, the sound of music playing came from this person's mobile phone. No matter how you wash it, it's still dirty. The horse owner didn't know he was a donkey. That bird doesn't know he's a chicken. How can there be pigs and dogs in a painting hall? Where can I find a shoehorn to make my wish come true? After hearing the voice, Old Wei and others then saw Yi Chen as 2 songs in the whole story. The singer originally wanted to step on Yi Chen to rise to the top, but he never expected to be killed by Yi Chen directly. Screams spread, and then everyone quickly checked their phones. Until they looked, they had no idea what was happening. My goodness, what on earth happened in this hour? You know, their poetry competition hasn't ended yet. That guy. Gu Jussi swallowed his saliva, what a cruel method. Under such circumstances, those singers who took action would probably have a hard time getting back on track. If he used such means against me, the consequences would be unimaginable, but one thing is certain, he would die a miserable death. The audience was blown away by the moment. So awesome. 2 consecutive songs made those ambitious people dare not even fart. They were completely crushed unilaterally without any resistance. There must be something hateful about pitiful people, and this is exactly what the singers in the music industry are doing this time. At this moment, a scream was heard, oh my god, the karaoke music platform has terminated its cooperation with all those singers who made the move. What? When these words were spoken, everyone in the audience was stunned. What a joke! They terminated cooperation with all the singers who made the move. You should know that they just found out that the singers who made the move accounted for as many as 70% of them. All the singers who took advantage of others' misfortune have been blocked. The loss will be incalculable. Is this karaoke platform crazy? It is digging its own grave. Shen Tiansheng was confused. Even though karaoke platforms now occupy more than 80% of the domestic market, they could not withstand such a turmoil. Not uncommon. Phantom Entertainment also terminated all cooperation with the singer, and Do Sha Live also did the same. For a moment, those singers who were originally full of confidence were dumbfounded. They could not believe that things would develop into this situation. When they called to inquire, the answer they got was that it was a decision made by the top management and they could only execute it and had no right to interfere. The entire music industry is in danger. Without the cooperation of these three parties, they are almost in a semi-hidden state. Nearly 70% of singers' careers have been interrupted, which is a huge event. And this moment, they had no time to focus on counterattacking Yi Chen. It would be good enough if they could protect themselves next. As for the remaining 30% of singers, they all stayed away from those singers who had been in trouble, for fear of being implicated. Human kindness is as thin as paper, and after falling into despair, all the bad guys reappear. Such a funny scene can be regarded as a case of giving someone a taste of their own medicine. Not only that, friends in the entertainment industry also stay away from these singers who have been in trouble, and various endorsements have also terminated their contracts one after another because their character is questionable. The aftermath of the two songs can be said to have ruined at least 90% of the star careers of those who participated in the event. As for whether they can make a comeback, that is unknown. This day became Black Friday in the music industry, but it also laid the foundation for the music industry to break down and then rebuild. Of course, this is all a story for later. Chapter 120 Stan City will be taken over by our Qinglong mercenary group from now on. Ding-a-ling. After a day of fun, we were on our way back to the Marriott Hotel. Yi Chen's phone rang. Seeing the caller ID was from the Principality of Nilu, he picked up the call and said, "Hello. Your Excellency, Earl Yi Chen, I don't know when you will come to Stan City in the Principality of Nilu to take office. To be honest with you, Earl, Stan City is now facing internal and external troubles, and all forces want to take it for themselves, so." New. Hearing the voice, Yi Chen hung up the phone. "Brother-in-law, what's wrong?" Lin Shaoan looked at his brother-in-law curiously. Today was so exciting. His brother-in-law had taken over the music industry and turned the entire internet upside down. At this moment, her admiration for her brother-in-law is like the endless flow of the river, or like the flooding of the Yellow River, which is out of control. Fine. Yi Chen waved his hand and smiled indifferently, but a sharp light flashed in his eyes. It seems, it's time for the 100,000 private mercenary group to show up. Oh. Lin Shaoan naturally didn't doubt anything. He returned to his seat and looked at his brother-in-law who was driving, his eyes full of admiration. System, place 100,000 private mercenaries outside of Stan City. Okay, host. At the same time, there was a dense forest 100 kilometers outside the city of Stan in the Principality of Nilu. Lord God of War, ahead is our master's territory, Stan City. One of the subordinates pointed to the distance and reported to the leader, a man emitting a murderous aura. This man was none other than Xiao Tianzhan, the leader of a 100,000-strong private mercenary group. Ding dong. At this moment, Xiao Tianzhan received a message on his phone. "Xiao Tianzhan, take your people to control the entire Stan City, but anyone who disobeys will be killed without mercy, no matter who they are." "Yes, master." Xiao Tianzhan replied respectfully, then looked towards the direction of Stan City and narrowed his eyes. "The master has ordered to control Stan City. Anyone who resists, kill." At this time, the gates of Stan City were opened by various internal forces. Count Tuzan from the territory of Nilu drove his chariot into the city gate with a proud smile on his face. He thought that once Stan City was stabilized and united with the cities where he would be able to form a pincer attack. By then, the capture of Duke Nilu's mansion will be just around the corner. Boom! At this moment, there was a clear earthquake in the city of Stan. Everyone looked up at the sky and saw rolling dust. There is a sentinel high up at the city gate. Count Tuzan, something terrible is happening. There is a large army approaching at a very fast speed. Bang! A bullet came from somewhere, killing the sentry on the spot. Then, spears were raised everywhere in Stan City, pointing at the battlefield with only 30,000 troops. Outside Stan City, a large army had already arrived. Presumptuous. Who dares to? Bang! Immediately afterwards, one of Xiao Tianzhan's confidants kicked out, and the general under Count Tuzan was kicked to death on the spot. It was obvious that he was too weak. Stan City will be taken over by our Qinglong mercenary group from now on. But anyone who resists will be killed. You. Count Tuzan was furious, and before he could say a word, Xiao Tianzhan chopped off his head with a sword, and his body fell to the ground. Dang! With the death of Count Tuzan, more than 30,000 soldiers under his command immediately dropped their weapons and threw down their spears. Damn it, the enemy had an army of 100,000 strong and powerful soldiers. How could they fight them? What's more, Count Tuzan is dead, so it's useless even if they win. Kill. Many ambitious people naturally would not sit still and wait for death. They all rushed towards Xiao Tianzhan at a very fast speed, with at least thousands of people. Sniff. At this moment, dozens of figures appeared from behind, all holding bows and arrows in their hands. They pulled out rootless arrows at will, put them on the strings and turned them into streams of light and shot out. In an instant, hundreds of people died on the spot, and every arrow hit their target. After 2 or 3 waves, thousands of people died on the spot. In an instant, the scene was dead silent. My God, are those guys still human? 5 arrows were shot at the same time and all hit the enemy, and there were dozens of people like this. Invincible. This was everyone's reaction. Not to mention the city of Stan, I'm afraid even the Principality of Nilu could be swept away. Although the army of the Principality of Nilu is several times larger than the ones here, its quality is much worse than those in front of us. Xiao Tianzhan took control of Stan City without bloodshed with 100,000 mercenaries. It's because the disparity in power between the two sides is too great. Control the whole city. Xiao Tianzhan waved his hand, and 100,000 troops entered Stan City. But those who resist and commit crimes will be killed without reporting them. Yes, Lord God of War. Crash. At that moment, the 100,000 strong army was divided into several directions and pacified the entire city in an orderly manner. Such execution ability was far beyond that of ordinary mercenary groups. It was not an exaggeration to say that this legion was a divine army. Stan City, a slum. Sir, please let me go. This is the only food left in our house. How can my child and I survive if you take it away? A disheveled woman, holding her child, pleaded pitifully with the robbers who had taken their food. These were the bullies in their slum area. Now that Stan City was in turmoil, these people were obviously going to rob the poor people of their food and run away. Pa! One of the bullies' minions slapped the woman to the ground, causing blood to smear the corner of her mouth. Fuck you, if you whistle me again, I'll kill you right now. My lord, these are really court death. The younger brother was furious. They were in a hurry to leave and would not get involved with this woman. He stabbed the woman in the chest with a knife, and a ferocious look appeared on his face. Since you are looking for death, I won't spare your life. Bang. Before the younger brother could get close, he was kicked out of nowhere. Anyone who resists will be killed on the spot. Yes, Lord General. Tens of thousands of troops came and immediately controlled the entire slum. The bullies were killed. The general frowned and said, "From now on, Stan City will be taken over by our Qinglong mercenary group. Anyone who oppresses the people will die. Come here, hang these bodies in the slums as a warning to the people of the city." At that moment, the heads of several bullies were chopped off and then hung high in front of the slums, which was extremely creepy and eye-catching. Gulp. The sound of swallowing saliva came from the slums. With a thump, the lady knelt down first, followed by the figures in the passage who knelt down together. Thank you, sir. The people in the slums banged their heads on the ground. They knew that a good city lord had come this time. If you want to thank someone, thank the Earl. From today on, no matter if you are a noble or a poor person in Stan City, you are all people of Stan City. Anyone who offends Stan City will be exterminated along with his entire clan. Walk. As soon as the general finished speaking, he led his army to the next place. Similar scenes took place in the streets and alleys of Stan City. During this purge, countless bullies and forces who took the opportunity to make money were killed. The death toll was at least 8,000. Countless people in Stan City looked towards the Earl's mansion, with a rare gleam in their eyes. It seems, the Earl this time is a little different from before. Chapter 121 Mission Strike, Beat the Literary World. The next day, early morning. The golden morning sun shone on the beautiful face. Yi Chen beside her opened his sleepy eyes and couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth as he looked at the beautiful woman's stunning appearance. Ding dong. Looking at the beautiful woman, the phone suddenly received a message: Master, Stan City is under control. All the troublemakers will be killed. Very good. Yi Chen nodded slightly and typed, Next, what you need to do is to abolish the slavery system in Stan City, and then open the warehouses to release grain. After both are done, tear down the slums for me. What era is it still using capitalist tactics? Yes, Master. Xiao Qianzhan responded solemnly and then began to make preparations. A series of measures had been planned as early as when Yi Chen took over Stan City. What is happening now is just the beginning. As for what will happen next, it is not something he needs to worry about. He deleted the information and decided not to let the girl know about these things. In fact, it was not a big deal, at least in his opinion. Afterwards, Yi Chen browsed the current online news, and surprisingly, there were no angry comments from the internet trolls. Instead, everyone was amazed at Yi Chen's Rakshasa Sea City and inverted song. Of course, it is inevitable that there will be many netizens mocking the current music scene. Shocking, Jiujing Novel Network's novel Long Yuan has captured 70% of the Chinese novel market share in one fell swoop. You wouldn't know until you see it. Once you see it, you will find that the novel website is completely controlled by Fuso. In a sense, it has sinister intentions. After all, this is not the first time that Fuso has introduced uncivilized culture to China. From elementary school textbooks to adults' values, all of them are moves that fundamentally undermine China. Ding! The host triggers a random mission, which will defeat Jiujing Novel Network and sweep across the Japanese animation industry. The reward is a mysterious blind box X1, with 100 billion renminbi as a gift. Wow! Just when I was feeling somewhat dissatisfied with this phenomenon, the system's voice rang in my ears. Beat Jiujing Novel Network? Sweep the Japanese animation world? This is causing trouble. However, compared to this, Yi Chen cares more about the mysterious blind box and the 100 billion reward, which is a great temptation. To dominate the Japanese animation industry, I'm afraid we have to beat Jiujing Novel Network first? Yi Chen pondered for a moment, and then he had an idea: if I beat him up, I'll just have to give him a taste of his own medicine. Then, he called Lu Menjing. Hey, Master Yi. Lu Menjing's lazy voice came from the other side. Obviously she had just woken up. Menjing, I have a task for you. Help me acquire a novel website called Kunping Novel Network. Thinking of the plan in his mind, Yi Chen smiled. Just thinking about the two rewards made him very motivated. Acquire a novel website? Apparently, Lu Menjing was stunned when she heard her boss' words. Master Yi, what are you doing? Nothing. I don't like Jiujing Novel Network and want to send them back to their hometown. Yi Chen evaded the question and continued, I will give you a novel later. You can follow it yourself. You don't need to hide your name, just write my name. The reason for this is that, after all, his name is the best publicity, especially since his two songs have just taken the entire internet by storm. It is the perfect time to publish a novel and enter the literary world. Before Lu Menjing wanted to say something, Yi Chen had already hung up the phone, leaving her a little confused. However, she soon received the file from Yi Chen. This is Naruto. Looking at the four big words, Lu Menjing was stunned. Could it be that this was a novel with Japan as the background? She opened the file. It didn't matter that it was ugly. She was a little overwhelmed by the sight of it. What a novel world of Naruto! That Uzumaki Naruto, wow, is much better than Fuso's novel Ryujin. It's unbelievable. Where on earth did Master Yi get these from? Could it be he really wrote them himself? Looking at the novel of more than 5 million words, Lu Menjing's mouth twitched, but she didn't know that it only cost Yi Chen less than 10,000 renminbi. Originally, Lu Menjing wanted to try it out on Jiujing Novel Network, but unfortunately Long Yuan was very popular at the time, and it was related to Fuso, so shelved the plan. Now that her boss has spoken, she naturally no longer hesitates. Soon, Kunping Novel Network was acquired and established. Lu Menjing directly created an account using her boss's information, then uploaded Naruto to it, and directly worked up to the 20th chapter. This was something she did deliberately. After all, Dragon Source was updated with 3 chapters every day. Now that the 20th chapter has appeared, it will definitely attract everyone's attention. Certainly. The most important point is that the Boss S2 songs have just become popular on the entire internet. Using the Boss S information to open the book at this time will definitely achieve twice the result with half the effort. Thinking of this, the page refresh was uploaded. Kunping Novel Network then promoted its Boss novel on the homepage. The music prodigy Yi-chen has turned to the literary world and has joined Kunping Novel Network with Naruto. The novel website that Lu Menjing originally acquired had no less than 30 million traffic, and it could reach hundreds of millions at its peak. She put a lot of effort into acquiring this novel website. However, with such traffic, it's all worth it. The eye-catching recommendation immediately attracted many people, who then clicked on it. This look is incredible. Fuck, is Yi-chen real or fake? This Naruto was written by Yi-chen, it's incredible. Uzumaki Naruto is very interesting, but his father is so great. Hey, Master Yi is amazing, Fuso Ninjutsu can actually write such an interesting novel. 66666, worthy of being my Yi-chen, this is much better than the Dragon Source on Gyojing Novel Network. Brothers, push up and rub Long Yuan on the ground. In an instant, the comments became popular, and the number of views of Naruto soared exponentially. In order to better recommend her boss's masterpiece, Lu Menjing promoted it on the Dosha platform. This wave directly pushed her boss's masterpiece Naruto to the forefront. At the Marriott Hotel, Lin Xiaoang, who had just woken up, was watching a shark fighting video. At some point, this is Naruto, and the author is actually my brother-in-law. Lin Xiaoang clicked in with strong curiosity. He couldn't stop watching it. It took him a long time to come to his senses. Oh my god, my brother-in-law's work is addictive. It's absolutely a masterpiece. Chapter 122, hundreds of millions of requests for updates are too much, I will contribute one. Marriott Hotel. Bang. Lin Xiaoang's door was opened and he slammed against the wall. His face was full of excitement as he knocked on his brother-in-law's door. Brother-in-law, open the door quickly, it's urgent. Lin Shirin, who was in a gentle mood, heard a harsh voice, this Lin Xiaoang, he's itching again. She muttered something, but still put on her pajamas and finally had a moment of peace and quiet. What? He opened the door, ignoring his elder sister's words, and stared at Yi-chen excitedly, brother-in-law, hurry up. Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto, my Sasuke is so exciting. Lin Shirin, Naruto? Uzumaki Naruto? Sasuke? What with what? Oh. Hearing Lin Xiaoang's words, Yi-chen was stunned. Wow, it's only been one night and Naruto is already very capable. Xiaoang, how do you know about Naruto? Although it was certain that it was a hit, Yi-chen still asked. After all, it would be strange if this Japanese masterpiece was not a hit. Although he didn't know how good the Dragon Source promoted by Japanese was, it was just a younger brother in front of Naruto. How do you know? Lin Xiaoang looked at his brother-in-law and said, it's a big deal. Brother-in-law, you don't know that the Naruto you wrote is a huge hit. Then, Lin Xiaoang handed the phone to his brother-in-law. Lin Shirin looked at it curiously, and when she saw the number of clicks, she was stunned, 300 million clicks. Ahem, sister, you probably don't know that this is just one day's results. No, one night to be exact. Lin Shirin. Lin Shirin was shocked when she heard what her brother said. Overnight, the number of clicks on the newly uploaded work exceeded 300 million. What does this mean? Well, the novel file has been sent to you. Really? Lin Xiaoang was so excited that he kissed his brother-in-law without paying attention. Moa. Hey, thanks brother-in-law. Seeing this, Yi-chen's forehead was filled with black lines. Damn, it seems that he was kissed by his brother-in-law. Click. After closing the door, Lin Shirin's beautiful eyes fell on her man, and she threatened fiercely, tell me the truth, when did it happen? Good for you, girl. This is outrageous. A counterattack began immediately, and soon Lin Shirin leaned in her man's arms, listening to him talk about what happened yesterday. What did you say? Lin Shirin looked at her man beside her in disbelief. You want to enter the literary and fiction world, and you want to drive Fusang culture back to its homeland. Are you crazy? Looking at her man, Lin Shirin sighed, can't you be more honest? The popularity of Rakshasa City hasn't died down yet, and you're using this trick again, On the other side, there is the Shuxiang Mendi community. Uzumaki Naruto. A voice sounded from the recreation area, followed by a young man on the opposite side, Orochimaru, where are you escaping? I am Yuan Fei Rijan. A group of teenagers were chattering and chasing each other, which made the adults stunned, but they always looked at Yi Pengfei with envy. "Old Yi, your son is such a genius." Lao Wang next door sipped his lips and said, "You conquered the music industry yesterday, are you going to conquer the literary and fiction world now?" "Ahem, not old Yi, my grandson has always been determined to become Hokage." "Hey, I don't know what's wrong with the Yi family kid's brain. He can write such weird things. That kid is capable, what can I do?" Yi Pengfei shrugged. He was also quite shocked by this, especially since his own son had taken the music industry by storm. It felt like a dream to him. "Oh, old Yi, my beast asked me to get you the next chapters of the novel your son wrote. I wonder if you, can you get them for Xiaoyi?" Yi Pengfei, this. Yi Pengfei was obviously stunned for a moment. "I'll give it a try. After all, it's related to the operation of the website. I can't guarantee it." After saying that, Yi Pengfei came to the side, hung up the phone, and looked at the files in his mobile phone in confusion. Worry. More than 5 million words, that kid, when did it happen? Looking at the number of words in the document, Yi Pengfei's mouth twitched. He couldn't imagine how long it would take to type out more than 5 million words. However, if it is exposed too much, there may be many hidden dangers. After thinking for a moment, Yi Pengfei copied the next 200 chapters. However, there were also hundreds of thousands of words, which was enough for the children to read. He went and came back, when Yi Pengfei's friends found out. "Hey, old Yi, I owe you a favor. Now I can have peace and quiet." After a few simple words, the few of them left. They had finally obtained it, so naturally they wanted to go back and brag about it to their grandchildren. Ha! After seeing off a few friends, Yi Pengfei breathed a sigh of relief and looked at the comments online. "That brat is quite capable. He has made me proud these days." Also at this time, Kunpeng Novel Network. Many book friends and fans clamored for updates. Overnight, the number of requests exceeded hundreds of millions, which shows how crazy they were. The number of comments skyrocketed. But at some point, the page was refreshed and the comments section exploded instantly. "Wow, more, updated. Oh my god, 20 chapters, another 20 chapters, Yishin, I love you. As expected of me, Yishin. The dragon source next to me is updated 3 times a day, but it's short and weak. Yishin, my male god, I am such a fan. Boss, let the storm come even harder." The comments section, which had already exceeded 1 million, was growing exponentially, and its popularity was soaring to the sky. Fire. That's right, with the release of the 20th chapter, Naruto has become all the rage again, with all the major websites going crazy. Kunpeng Group, President's Office. Wow. Lu Menjiang, who was following the data of Naruto, refreshed the interface and found that the number of updates had exceeded 1 million, and the data was still soaring by tens of thousands. You are worthy of being Master Yi. This phenomenal situation is much more explosive than I thought. Lu Menjiang looked at the soaring data and thought, although it is very good, it may not be enough to take over the domestic market of Jiujing Novel Network with this one. Yi Chen gave her full authority to act as his agent, so she would not dare to be overconfident and would naturally do her best. In that case, then let the storm come even harder. Lu Menjiang raised her eyebrows, her eyes flashing with wisdom, and then added a sentence at the end of the latest chapter. In view of the fans' enthusiastic request for updates, if the number of requests for updates exceeds 100 million within an hour, I promise to add 20 chapters. Then, the fans exploded. What? Over 100 million copies were requested within an hour, and there are 20 chapters to go. Oh my god. God Yi is awesome. He urged for more chapters and counted them in billions, beating Long Yuan by 18,000. Damn it, brothers, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and update now. Hundreds of millions is a lot for urging updates, I'll contribute 1. Come on, count me in, register my parents' phone numbers, and add 2 more. Boiling. Explode. Crazy. Kunpeng Novel Network became extremely popular at this moment. In an instant, countless readers flocked to Kunpeng Novel Network, and this was just the beginning of Lu Menjiang's tremendous plan. Chapter 123, Just wait, little devils, Yishin's knife is already sharp. Jiangnan University, Dormitory. Puff. Li Bin stared at the computer screen with his eyes wide open. He had just finished reading the 20 chapters of the novel updated by his boss. Fuck you. Second brother, fourth brother, come quickly. Boss, something terrible has happened. Wang Zihang and Dong Kuan were stunned and immediately put down what they were doing and came over. Joke? To be able to make the third brother do this, the eldest brother must have done something they dare not even think about. As expected. When their eyes fell on Li Bin's computer screen, their pupils widened when they saw the string of words. Wow, over 100 million in 1 hour. Nima, is the boss crazy? Undoubtedly, at this moment, 1,000 grass mud horses flew through the two people's heads. Oh my goodness. Something that will blow your mind. Damn it, this is not just about poking a hole in the sky, it's totally poking a hole in the moon. Wipe it, wipe it. Ha! He took a deep breath and said, never mind, let's contribute to the boss first. Wang Zihong took a deep breath and started to urge for more updates frantically. Although he was only successful once, that didn't matter. The rest were just his way of venting his excitement. Dong Kuan was even more direct. He went to the family group and said, Mom, Dad, Aunt, Uncle, Auntie, Uncle, hurry up and urge my boss to update. Hundreds of millions of dollars for more updates, the boss has to be awesome. To Dong Kuan's surprise, his family sent him a message soon. Father Dong, you have a good boss, you are my idol. Dong's mother, Xiao Kuan, I've urged you to update. If I were 10 years younger, I would chase you like hell. Uncle, Xiao Kuan, I have sent it to my colleagues in the company. They know that Yixin is your boss. Don't mention how much they envy your uncle. Aunt, my dear nephew, I will send this to the training group, please contribute 5326 to urge the update. Hee, wait and thank me later. Looking at the exploded group of family members, Dong Kuan chuckled and thought, I guess he has done his best for the boss, right? Also at this time, Jiangnan University School Exchange Group. Worry. Damn it, hold it up, we have to hold it up. We have more than 30,000 people in Jiang University, and not a single one can be left behind. Fuck him. It is said that the author of Dragon Source, Kido Ichiro, is a famous author in Japan. This time it depends on how Master Yi presses it to the ground and rubs it, ha. Damn it, I've been fed up with these little devils for a long time. Damn it, just do it, God Yi, come on. Come on +1. Come on +1 6666666. Crazy. Keep going crazy. Lu Menjing probably didn't know that the few words she typed were insignificant, but they caused an unprecedented sensation on the entire internet, and people were urging her to update more content as if they were drugged. 1 million. 2 million. 10 million. Half an hour later, the number of people urging for more updates exceeded 100 million. That's right. It was half an hour, 29 minutes, and 32 seconds to be exact. This result was half as fast as Lu Menjing had expected, which showed that Kunping Novel Network had exploded to an outrageous degree. Lu Menjing looked at the computer screen and was also a little confused. This is. Obviously, seeing the 100 million yuan reminder on the computer, he was really stunned. Oh my god, I underestimated the potential of the boss's book. It seems that the potential of these fans can be pushed further. Thinking of this, Lu Menjing didn't say anything more and directly uploaded the 20 chapters she had promised. She had to keep her word and not lose her integrity, especially at this critical juncture. The page refreshed and fans were excited. I'm Yixin, so awesome. He keeps his word, Yixin is indeed invincible. Another 20 chapters, wow, this is so sour and exciting, it's too much. The little cow sat on the power line, sparking lightning all the way. If God hadn't given birth to me, the literary world would have been in darkness forever. My goodness, he is indeed the ruthless man who sang Rakshasa Sea City. Yixin is mighty and domineering. Hey, wait a minute, little devils. Master Ye's knife is already sharp. The number of comments skyrocketed, and with the influx of massive fans, the number of comments has exceeded 8 million at this moment. This is unique and unprecedented in Kunping Novel Network, no, to be more precise, in the history of novels. Jiangnan University, in the dormitory. Pa. Dong Kuan looked at the newly released 20 chapters and slapped the table hard. It broke 100 million in half an hour, well done. Oh my god, but the boss is really cruel. Uploading 20 chapters right after breaking 100 million, you are the first person to pamper your fans so much. But, why do I feel like this operation isn't over yet? The three of them discussed heatedly. They knew the boss too well. Now he was going to explode as soon as he came up, but the boss's temperament could not be judged by common sense at all. However, while the entire network was exploding, Jiujing Novel Network was facing an unprecedented crisis. Jiujing Novel Network, headquarters. Baka. The person in charge of the website, Bei Gongjianxiong, slammed his fist on the table. Asshole. That Yi Chen is so bold. Naruto, asshole, can anyone tell me what is going on? Bei Gongjianxiong was furious. After all, their novel website had already controlled 70% of the domestic market in China with the book Long Yuan. At this rate, it would soon reach 80% or even 90%. By then, they, Fuso, will be able to carry out a more thorough cultural invasion of China. Just at this moment, Chen Yaojin suddenly appeared. How could they accept this? Moreover, at the moment, let alone entering 80% of the market, it is still unclear whether they can keep the 70% of the market. Mr. Beigong, this Yi Chen's Naruto is coming on strong, and the update speed is unprecedentedly high, but the quality is not bad at all. It is very likely that the Chinese authorities are interfering. Yes, I agree. It seems that the Chinese authorities have realized that we are taking up too much of the market. No matter who it is. Bei Gongjianxiong narrowed his eyes. The Fusang cultural transfer plan cannot be delayed. Give me a lot of money and make sure to turn the situation around. Also, ask Kido Ichiro to speed up uploading and throw out all the manuscripts in your hands. Give me 20 chapters a day, no. Upload chapter 30 to me. Obviously, Bei Gongjianxiong sensed an unprecedented crisis. He was extremely sure that if this battle failed, their cultural transfer plan, which had been planned for more than 10 years, would be in vain. Yes, Bei Gongkuan. Soon, someone was assigned to deal with this matter specifically, because if the cultural delivery plan was delayed, none of them would be able to bear the responsibility. With a bang. Before Bei Gongjianxiong could even drink his tea to calm himself, the door to his office was broken into. Oh no! Yi Chen, the author of Naruto, has sent out another update. Chapter 124. My god, if Yishin is not crazy, I will go crazy. What? Bei Gongjianxiong almost choked to death on his tea when he heard this. He snatched the phone from his friend and saw the latest message. In view of the enthusiasm of the fans, if the number of requests exceeds 200 million within an hour, I will add another 20 chapters. Boom! Seeing this, Bei Gongjianxiong's eyes widened. Bakayalu. With a bang, the phone was smashed into pieces and he almost vomited blood. Damn it, that Yi Chen is going too far. Someone come. Find where Yi Chen is and kill him for me. Bei Gongjianxiong originally wanted to compete in the business world, but who would have thought that they were no match at all? Who can handle such a large amount of updates? And, judging from the current momentum, it is obvious that Naruto takes the absolute initiative. Yes, Lord Bei Gong. The subordinate had a grim expression on his face. He thought that as long as they could kill Yi Chen, all problems would be solved. Soon, Bei Gongjianxiong received the message, Imperial Capital, Marriott Hotel. Good. Very good. Bei Gongjianxiong narrowed his eyes and a ferocious look appeared on his face. I want to see who will continue to create after Yi Chen dies. With a cold snort, Bei Gongjianxiong looked towards the direction of the Marriott Hotel. Speaking of which, the boy was not too far from here. As long as the boy died, he would expose the matter. By then, the Chinese market still belongs to Fuso. However, while Bei Gongjianxiong was imagining, Kuanping Novel Network exploded again. What? Come again? Oh my god, 200 million in 1 hour, damn. Hey, but upload another 20 chapters. I'm pushing you. Count me in, I'll break the 200 million mark. Get moving, everyone, get moving, break 200 million for me in half an hour. Ha ha ha, Master Yi did a great job, I'll urge you to update, all of them are yours. The author of Long Yuan has fainted in the toilet. The comments section was boiling with excitement. They really didn't expect that Yi Shen's operation had not yet ended. This was undoubtedly far beyond their expectations. 1 million. 5 million. 10 million. Amid the heated discussion, the number of people urging for updates has exceeded tens of millions, and only 7 or 8 minutes have passed. This speed is too abnormal. Jiangnan University, dormitory. Ah, good job, boss. Damn, I knew the boss was up to no good. Hey, the explosion level is expected to soar again. The three of them sighed with emotion. It can be said that the boss used the phrase strike while the iron is hot to perfection. Looking at the data of urging for updates soaring, let alone if it continues like this. Maybe, in an hour, we can really make 200 million. Marriott, room. Wow, my brother-in-law is awesome. After watching his brother-in-law's masterpiece for a while, Lin Xiaoan was curious and wanted to see what the online effect of his brother-in-law's masterpiece was. He was immediately blown away when he saw it. My brother-in-law is so crazy. He broke 200 million in 1 hour. I'm sure I'm not dreaming. Lin Xiaoan came out of the room excitedly, only to find his brother-in-law leisurely watching TV with his elder sister, while the little one was eating his favorite snacks nearby. Wrong? My brother-in-law actually ignored the explosive update just now. Seeing her brother coming out, Lin Shireen glanced at the little ancestor of the Lin family and said, Lin Xiaoan, you still remember to come out? You might as well starve to death. While speaking, he glared at someone. Lin Xiaoan ignored him and looked at his brother-in-law strangely. Brother-in-law, have you been watching TV here just now? What's wrong? Obviously, Yi Chen knew nothing about what was happening on the internet, and the same was true for not only him but also Lin Shireen and her daughter. Really? Lin Xiaoan was shocked. His brother-in-law was so bold that he didn't even know that he had become famous in the literary and fiction circles. Ahem, brother-in-law, take a look for yourself. Lin Shireen listened to her brother's words with a strange look on her face. She looked at her brother's mobile phone and was stunned. In view of the enthusiasm of the fans, if the number of views exceeds 200 million within an hour, we will update more. What? After seeing the string of words, Lin Shireen was stunned and looked at the guy next to her in disbelief. What is the timing? Yi Chen, 200 million to update in 1 hour, 20 chapters to go. Yi Chen couldn't help but look towards the direction of the Demon City. Wow, Menjing is really capable. Ahem, well, I handed over the operation rights of this novel to Menjing. She has been in charge of it from the beginning until now. When Lin Shireen heard this, she was speechless for a moment. The whole internet is going crazy, but the guy who wrote the work is totally unaware? If the fans knew this, I wonder what they would think. Then Lin Shireen looked at the number of requests for updates. Now, it's already 180 million. Hiss. Lin Shireen, who had seen many battles, took a breath of cold air. Lin Xiaoan's mouth twitched. Sister, only half an hour has passed now. Pft, cough cough. Lin Xiaoan's sudden voice made Lin Shireen stand there in a daze, and she almost choked to death on her own saliva. What? Half an hour, 180 million to urge for more updates. 186 million. 187 million. 188 million. Looking at the crazy calls for updates, Lin Shireen felt as if her heart and lungs were being gripped by an invisible hand, and time just passed by. Finally. At a certain moment, the number of people urging for updates exceeded 200 million, and this was 40 minutes after the release date. Is this broken? Lin Xiaoan was also looking at the scene in shock. This masterpiece of his brother-in-law was completely beyond imagination. Oh my god, it's less than 200 million in an hour and the demand for updates is crazy. This not only destroyed the novel world, it completely destroyed the novel world. Wow. I knew that the book written by Dad must be super awesome, he. The confused little girl smiled happily, her face full of pride, although she didn't know what 200 million requests for an update in 1 hour meant. At the same time, in the comments section of Naruto. Pfft, ha. Wow, he actually did it. In less than an hour, no, to be exact, it was 40 minutes, and we made 200 million. Invincible, Yishin is awesome Kozla. God Yi is awesome, please accept our knees. Oh my god, it's crazy. If Yishin wasn't crazy, I would be crazy too. The horrific reviews surged, undoubtedly pushing this masterpiece to a new height. Lu Menjing looked at the number of people urging for updates on the computer screen. It's already exceeded 200 million in just 40 minutes. It's really surprising. The potential of this book is really amazing. After Lu Menjing took a deep breath and uploaded 20 chapters, she suddenly had a bold idea. I wonder, will there be more requests for updates? Chapter 125. What? The Naruto manga version is out. Great work, comments section. 20 chapters are finally in hand. This update speed is so cool. Hey, Yishin, my idol, I give in. I got 200 million in 40 minutes. Who else is there? What the hell is Lon Yuan? Compared to Yishin Hokage, he's nothing but trash. TSK, that Long Yuan thing costs less than 30 or 50 million to urge for an update, which is not even as good as our Yishin's 10-minute achievement. For a while, Long Yuan was scolded like a dog in the comments section. Even the comments sections under Long Yuan's works exploded, and were much more active than usual. Of course, they were all complaining. At a certain moment, a discordant voice was heard, "Oh my god, refresh the page and see, Yishin has gone crazy again." What? After hearing this voice, many people refreshed the interface and came to the update request section, their eyes almost popped out. Indeed, they saw an incredible scene. Thank you for the support of the fans. To thank you all, if the update reaches 300 million in the next hour, I will add 40 chapters. A loud bang. This wave of operations shocked countless people. It was so awesome, it was simply unimaginable. Damn it. Within 1 hour, over 300 million requests for updates? Ahem. Marriott Hotel, even Yi Chen, who was quite confident in the Hokage, coughed dryly, that Menjing is really making a fuss. Lin Shireen. I rolled my eyes at a certain guy in annoyance. What a bastard. He should just stay calm before dying. Although he was not the one who did it, this novel was written by him. 300 million for 1 hour? Lin Xiaoang's eyes widened, he felt like he was dreaming at the moment, but before he could react, the number of requests for more updates had already exceeded 1 million. With such popularity, the number of requests for updates has skyrocketed faster than ever before. Jiujing Novel Network, Headquarters. Baka. Beigong Jinxiong was so angry when he saw the new round of operations. The murderous gleam in his eyes was more intense than ever before. Die. This Yi Chen must die. Someone, has the killer not succeeded yet? Beigong Jinxiong's face was cold. If Yi Chen didn't die, their Fusan's novel market would suffer a huge loss. This would affect the future animation and market share in various fields. Master Beigong, 30 assassins are in place. Yi Chen will be dead in half an hour at most. Very good. After hearing his subordinate's words, Beigong Jinxiong's anger eased a little. But at the same time, outside the Marriott Hotel, more than 30 bodies were lying on the ground not far away. Boss Lei, all the killers are dead. A key member looked at the corpses in the field and narrowed his eyes. Lei Bao looked at the more than 30 corpses and said, Fuso Ninja, you were so brave to attack Master Yi. Boss Lei, we found it. At this moment, another key member took out his cell phone and said, it's Beigong Jinxiong, the person in charge of Jiujing Novel Network. Is it him? Hearing about the person who sent out the assassin, Lei Bao understood, it seems that he was forced by the boss, otherwise he wouldn't do this. Soon, an hour passed. The number of people urging for updates reached 310 million. Lu Menjiang's lips curved at the data and she uploaded the 20th chapter without any further ado. So far, a total of 100 chapters were updated, and then Ding Dong received a message on his phone, Boss Lu, according to the latest data, the market share of Jiujing Novel Network has reached 60%, and the market share of Kunping Novel Network has increased to 20%. Very good. Seeing such performance on the first day, it is only a matter of time before Fuso's market share is taken away. Ding-a-ling. Just then, Lu Menjiang's cell phone rang. When she saw it was her boss calling, she answered it immediately. Hey, Master Yi. Even though Yi Chen was not there, Lu Menjiang still stood up and bowed respectfully. On the balcony of the Marriott Hotel, Yi Chen looked at the 3 people playing and gazed into the distance. Good operation, thank you for your hard work. Fine. It's all my job. After a few words, Yi Chen got to the point. Right now, the novel is enough to crush Jiujing Novel Network, but it is still far from enough. Next, I will send you the comic version. Follow these instructions to upload it. After a while, hang up the phone. Lu Menjiang was stunned, staring at the beautiful scenery outside the Magic City, comic version, this. Ding dong. Before Lu Menjiang could think about it, her phone received the file and she opened it and saw, what a fast speed. How many backup plans has Master Yi prepared? After whispering, Lu Menjiang uploaded the comic to the comic interface of Kunping Novel Network, and at the same time turned on the recommended mode. At this moment, fans who knew about this operation were even more excited. What, the manga version of Naruto is out? Fuck, what kind of speed is this? I, Yishin, am invincible. The comics are out, awesome. Hee hee, damn, Long Yuan is going to be beaten to a pulp. When Yishin appears, gods and ghosts are forbidden to move. Is it really good for the male god to beat Long Yuan like this? I hope Yishin's comics will soar to the sky. The enthusiasm in the comments section is unprecedentedly high, not to mention the number of people reading the comics. On one side is a novel that is extremely popular, and on the other side is a newly released comic. My god, which one is better? Jiujing Novel Network, Headquarters. Puff. Bei Gongjianxiong did not wait for the news that Yi Chen was killed, but learned that a comic version of Naruto was released, which was a sign of extending his reach into the comics industry. What a great China! Are you planning to wipe out all of Fuso? A strong sense of uneasiness surged in my heart. If I let it develop, something terrible would definitely happen. Master Bei Gong, something big has happened. Just then, one of his men rushed in. We have lost 70% of our market share in China. What? When Bei Gongjianxiong heard this, his face changed drastically, and his market share dropped by 70%. Does that mean that now their market share in China is only 60%? Damn it! They had put in so much effort to achieve this 10% promotion, but now they had fallen down in one day. Jiangnan, Lin family villa. Ahem, this kid. Father Lin coughed dryly and looked at the online comments with emotion. He didn't expect his son-in-law to be so capable. First, Rakshasa Haishur swept through the music world, then the masterpiece Naruto swept through the literary world, and now a comic book has appeared. What is Xiaoye going to do? Mother Lin took a breath of cold air. She hadn't expected that her son-in-law was so outstanding beyond her imagination. He. Father Lin narrowed his eyes and looked at the comments online. I heard that Fuso Jiujing Novel Network's market share in China has dropped by 60%, and now that Brat's Naruto has just been released, I'm afraid this brat is playing a big game. Perhaps, he wants to drive the Fuso literary world out of China by his own strength. What? Hearing what Father Lin said, Mother Lin's pupil suddenly shrank, and then she took a breath of cold air, driving the Fusan literary world out of China. With the potential of Xiaoye's book, maybe, it will really succeed. Chapter 126 is impossible to finish. As soon as the comic came out, the whole internet was boiling. There is no denying that this operation made the already popular Naruto novels even more explosive. Now, in just half an hour, the number of requests for updates has soared to 200 million. Hashtag shocked, literary genius Yi Chen won the championship with his novel Naruto. Hashtag 200 million updates in half an hour, revealing the mystery of the rise of Naruto. Hashtag author, coming with his masterpiece. Hashtag Yishin, the literary legend makes China proud. Hashtag compared to Long Yuan, Yishin's works are more like Fusang culture. Eye-catching headlines appeared on the internet one after another, and the previously boiling popularity of Rakshasa Haishur was overwhelmed. You can imagine how shocking this Naruto is. Pfft, ha 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 ha, Yishin is awesome. Officially supported by the Imperial Capital TV station, this operation is amazing. Yi Shenyu, this is the invincible rhythm. Hey, I'll obey Yishin if I don't obey anyone else. From now on, I'll become his fan. Stop singing, Yishin. Come home with me, okay? We'll give birth to lots of little cubs. Oh. Damn it, you dwarves in the Japanese literary world, come and talk to me again if you dare. Before, Rakshasa Haishur dominated the music industry, and now Naruto has dominated the literary and fiction world. Congratulations to Yishin for his comic version becoming a huge hit. I once had a friend who was as awesome as Yishin. Whenever he thought of his glorious past, he would excitedly stand up from his wheelchair. Just ask who else is there, the invincible Yishin. As the situation was brewing, Yi Chen's family was forced to stop traveling. Joke? If Yi Chen became known to the outside world as being so popular, he would definitely be surrounded by countless fans asking for autographs and photos. That scene is hard to imagine. As the outside world was exploding with news, Yi Chen and his family boarded a private plane. Wow. Dad, are we really going to Stan City? The little girl looked at the beautiful white clouds outside the plane and asked excitedly, saying that it was her first time going abroad. Ha, of course. Yi Chen rubbed the little guy's head lovingly, while Lin Shireen rolled her eyes. You're welcome to say that. If it weren't for the mess you made, we could go abroad. Lin Xiaowang was just watching his elder sister complaining, but his little hand was refreshing the screen of his phone. Hiss. When Lin Xiaowang saw the number of Cui Gong on the screen, his pupils widened and he couldn't help but gasp, "Oh my god. Brother-in-law, you are too cruel." Lin Shireen glanced over and became upset after seeing this. This, asking for more updates? 560 million, how is that possible? Really, this data is shocking, are you kidding? 560 million, what does that mean? You know, the population of China is only over 1.4 billion. This operation. It's crazy. Obviously, at this moment she completely understood how explosive the book written by her man was. Ha! Luckily we have left the imperial capital, otherwise, if someone accidentally photographed us, I'm afraid something terrible would happen. Lin Shireen thought with some fear, especially seeing that the number of requests for updates was still soaring. At this moment, the data was refreshed, and a string of text appeared in the field of vision. To thank all the fans for their support, an additional 20 chapters will be added. No Naruto for many years. Puff. Seeing this, Lin Shireen just wanted to suppress her shock with a mouthful of water, but before she could swallow it, she spat it out on the spot, looking extremely embarrassed, still following the update. Well. Lin Xiaowang was also confused at this moment, looking at the text on his phone. Oh my god, Aunt Menjing is so capable. 20 updates, and I will update it as soon as I say it. Even the Emperor of Liver would not dare to do this. Hee, Dad is the best. The little girl was smiling. She didn't care what happened. What she cared about was that her daddy must have become a big star again. The comments section exploded instantly. OMG, this is crazy, I'm going crazy. Ye God, I love you so much, please accept my knees. Ha ha ha, so cool. So cool. Yishan, I am invincible in the world, who else is there? Hee, damn Fusan Longyuan is just a joke in front of Yishan. The existence of a scumbag, the author of Longyuan is your sister's man. It's chapter 120, it's amazing. Lu Menjing continues to keep the series going, and her steady and long-term management has reached perfection. It can be said that she is trying to maximize the potential of Naruto. 120 chapters are updated every day. Assuming 2,000 words per chapter, 5 chapters would be 10,000 words, and 120 chapters would be 240,000 words. The man who updates 240,000 words a day. Who wouldn't he love it, especially since it is a masterpiece by Master Yi. Jiangnan University, Dormitory. Fuck. Li Bin stood up with a bang, staring at the computer screen without blinking. Oh my god, the boss has updated again. Another 20 chapters, it's crazy. Awesome. Boss, you beast. Wang Zihang and Dong Cohen were staring at their boss's operation in amazement. They hadn't yet recovered from their amazement, and here came another 20 chapters. Oh my god, I can't finish watching it. I can't finish watching it at all. That's right. Wang Zihang thought of something. I just sent a message to the boss, and he said he was not in the imperial capital, but was traveling to the principality of Nilu. Li Bin. Dong Cohen. Travel. Hearing Wang Zihang's words, Li Bin and Dong Cohen widened their eyes with disbelief written all over their faces. Looking at the boiling and exploding internet, they thought, my goodness, with such an explosive scene, the boss still has the leisure to travel. Damn it! If it were them, they would definitely jump 30 feet high with excitement. No, the boss is traveling, so who uploaded this chapter? Soon, Li Bin and Dong Cohen thought of a very serious matter. It couldn't be that the old man had the ability to clone himself. Well. Wang Zihang was stunned for a moment. Ahem, I asked this question too. The boss said, from the beginning, he was not the one uploading this novel. He gave it to the president of Kuanpun Group, who was the boss's former housekeeper in the villa. Fuck you. As soon as these words were spoken, Li Bin and Dong Cohen's eyes almost popped out of their heads in envy. The boss's vision was a million miles ahead of theirs. Damn, he was just too ambitious. The boss doesn't even ask about things that ordinary people would be ecstatic about. Oh. They knew that the gap between people was huge, but they couldn't believe that the gap between them and their boss was so big that they couldn't imagine it. Chapter 127. What's going on? Sold out, how is that possible? Half a day later. Stan City, Airport. Xiao Tianzhan, greetings to the Earl. As soon as she stepped out of the airport, Xiao Tianzhan came to greet her with thousands of troops. The lineup was so large that Lin Shireen was stunned. This. Lin Xiaowang stared at the field with his eyes wide open. Oh my god, what's wrong with my brother-in-law? Don't be surprised. He was sent by the Principality of Nilu to help manage Stan City. Yi Chen smiled slightly and naturally would not tell him that these were his loyal subordinates. It would be most appropriate to put all the blame on the Principality of Nilu. Let's go. Just like that, the group drove towards the Earl's palace in Stan City. Dad, is this Stan City? So beautiful. The little guy looked at the buildings outside the car, which were completely different from those in China, with curiosity in his eyes. Of course. He scratched the little guy's nose and said, Stan City is the second most prosperous city in the Principality of Nilu. Hey, brother-in-law, this is awesome. Lin Xiaoan looked at the beautiful scenery outside the window flying upside down, and the excitement in his heart could not be described in words. He could brag about this operation for a year. Soon, the group saw a lot of disheveled refugees pouring in from outside the city of Stan. They were shocked because there were not just 800 or 1,000 refugees, but at least tens of thousands with no end in sight. My Lord Earl. The Principality of Nilu is currently in the midst of a rebellion, and the surrounding countries are eyeing the Principality of Nilu covetously. These are the people affected by the war in other cities. Oh. After hearing Xiao Zhantian's words, Yi Chen looked at the tens of thousands of refugees. As expected, those who ultimately suffered in the war were never the capitalists but the common people. Dad, they are so pitiful. The little guy looked at the refugees outside, especially the many skinny children, and felt pity and sympathy. Brother-in-law, how about helping them? Lin Xiaoan was also touched by this scene, which was completely different from what he saw in the textbook. Xiao Zhanshan. I'm here. When Xiao Tianzhan heard his master calling him, he responded without any delay. These refugees must be properly arranged. Open the granaries to distribute grain and provide relief to the victims, and at the same time reclaim the land for these people to cultivate. Long before, Yi Chen asked Lu Menjing to collect daily necessities. Now the supply inventory in Stan City is enough to feed the entire Stan City for 10 years. Yes, Lord Earl. Looking at the refugees on the streets, Xiao Tianzhan's eyes sparkled. In the future, these would be the fresh blood to replenish the legion. 3 days passed in a flash. While the city of Stan was providing relief to the refugees, tremendous changes were taking place in China. 60%. 50%. 40%. Fuso's market share in the Chinese literary world shrank dramatically, falling to 30% in just 3 days, which made the atmosphere of the entire Jiujing novel network more solemn than ever before. Bei Gongzhenxiong could not imagine that the cultural transmission plan they had been planning for more than 10 years would be destroyed by a masterpiece. Master Bei Gong, something happened. While thinking about countermeasures, a subordinate of Bei Gongzhenxiong came to his office quickly and said that Yi Chen's Hokage wants to be sold online. What? Hearing his subordinate's words, Bei Gongzhenxiong's face changed drastically. Sell the books and switch to the physical version market. Damn it! Bei Gongzhenxiong thought to himself that this was not good. You know, if the Hokage became popular again at this critical juncture, they would have no chance of turning the tables. At the same time, Kunping Novel Network exploded. Ahem, is this a dream? Yi Chen wants to sell physical books, and it's only been a few days. Hey, it looks like they're going to destroy Long Yuan in one fell swoop. Damn it, let the storm come even harder. I thought Yi Chen was going to dominate the novel world, but I never thought he would become so popular. That's the Yi Chen. Keep up the good work. Well done. Imperial Capital Martial Arts Association. Ha, you are worthy of being my Li Qiya's master. Li Qiya watched his master's operations, especially the strange and bizarre Naruto world written by his master, which made him unable to stop. Master Li, what do you think? The head of Bagua asked Li Lanshang, and the other vice presidents around him also looked at him. Ha, judging from this action, Yi Chen must be a man of temperament. Li Lanshang analyzed with wise eyes. Before, he dared to openly disclose his relationship with Lin Shirin, and then he became a hit in the music industry with a song. Now, he has emerged as a rising star in the near monopoly of the Fusang market like Long Yuan. If the Wushu Association can attract him to be the president in the future, our Chinese martial arts will surely be famous in various countries. Listening to Li Lanshang's words, all the sect leaders nodded in agreement. Li Qiya's smile was almost reaching his ears, as if he was saying, look, this is his master. Hey, maybe this time, Fuso's plan to invade the novel world will come to nothing. That's right, Yi Chen will never settle for mediocrity no matter where he goes. Of course, who would have thought that he could defeat Japan with just one book? Ha, no matter what, this is such a joy to do. Several vice presidents were discussing and complaining heatedly, and their minds were filled with the scene of Chinese martial arts crushing all other countries after Yi Chen became the president of their martial arts association in the near future. My God, just thinking about that scene made them excited. The scene that happened in the Wushu Association was just a drop in the ocean of similar scenes all over China. Undoubtedly, the fact that Yi Chen's works were about to become a hot seller on the entire internet was like a cannonball exploding in an instant. As things develop, the hot selling time is quietly approaching. There are 10 minutes left before the rush starts. Not bad. Hey, 100 million copies right off the bat, Master Yi is pretty ruthless. Yes, I have been thirsty for a long time. Let's get started, I'm looking forward to it. Today, the next works of Master Yi are selling well. I wonder what will happen. Yi Shin, I love you, moi. Although it was a long 10 minutes, it went by quite quickly amidst the heated discussions among fans. 10, 9, 5, 4, 3. As the countdown continued, the discussions died down because they had to get to the start of the competition. After all, this was an extremely important moment and they couldn't be distracted. At a certain moment, the button for selling 100 million items turned green, and countless netizens in front of the screen pressed the button at the same time. Immediately afterwards, the data on the green sell button plummeted, and then turned gray. Sold out. It took no more than 3 seconds from the start of sales to the time when the tickets were sold out. The fans who had been waiting for a long time all stared at the screen with their eyes wide open in disbelief. What the hell? Sold out, how is that possible? Chapter 128 Principle, is it really okay for us to indulge our children like this? Jiangnan University, Dormitory. Puff. Li Bin's eyes widened, and he spurted all the tea onto the computer screen. Damn it, less than 3 seconds, how is that possible? I didn't even get it. Oh my God. Impossible. Then, 2 stunned voices came from the side. Wang Zihong and Dong Kuan looked at each other in bewilderment. Oh my goodness, the boss is selling like hotcakes. 1 copy sold out in less than 3 seconds. This speed. Soon, they realized something extremely serious. 3 seconds? In less than 3 seconds, 100 million copies were sold out. How insane. You know, the hardcover edition of the boss's work costs 36 renminbi, and 100 million copies means 3.6 billion renminbi. Gulp. Thinking of this, the 3 of them took a deep breath, feeling so cool and awesome. Wrong. At this moment, Li Bin thought of something. Isn't the boss traveling in the Principality of Nilu? Does that mean this operation has nothing to do with him? Boom. Not in China? But operating here? Could it be that she is the boss's beautiful personal butler? All of a sudden, the 3 of them were filled with envy. Damn it, boss, why are you doing this? People are not even in the country, and a book has already abused Fusang's Long Yuan like a dog. How embarrassing it is for others. However, just when everyone thought it was over, Lu Menjing threw out another trump card. Kuanping Novel Network then issued another official statement. In response to the enthusiastic requests of fans, the book Naruto by literary genius Yi Chen will be sold in physical stores at 8 o'clock tomorrow. On the first day of sales, we covered many cities in China, with a total of 1 billion copies sold. This is hereby announced. As soon as this statement came out, the internet was once again in a state of excitement. Oh my God, nanny! Offline sales are hot, with 1 billion copies ready in a single day. Oh my God, I wanted to complain about not getting Master Yi's book, but who would have thought, ahem, Master Yi, I was wrong, please accept my knees. My Yi Shin is invincible, Long Yuan, come out and fight. Ha ha ha, awesome. It's still me, Yi Shin. Hey, you must go to the bookstore early tomorrow, otherwise you won't be able to buy anything. Yangcheng No. 1 Middle School. Teacher Li, something big has happened. In the office, a cry of surprise was heard at one point, and then everyone fell towards Li Wanting. Even Li Wanting was stunned. What's wrong? Obviously, Li Wanting had no idea how popular her son's work was. She only knew that her son had made a name for himself in the music industry. Ahem, Mr. Li, please take a look for yourself. Then the colleague placed the tablet in front of Teacher Li. When other colleagues saw the information on it, their minds suddenly exploded. What? Mr. Li's son, that book sold out 100 million copies online in 3 seconds, and it will be on sale offline tomorrow. 1 billion copies will be prepared for the first day, hiss. Oh my god, am I dreaming? In an instant, the whole office was in an uproar. However, at this moment, a voice rang out on the school radio: students of Yangcheng No. 1 Middle School, another semester is about to end, and there is still a month until the final exam. The exam will be held in a month. Those who rank in the top 20 will be awarded a signed copy of Senior Yi Chen's book, Naruto. I hope all students will study hard and strive to get good grades. Wow! As soon as these words were spoken, Yangcheng No. 1 Middle School was in an uproar. What the hell? I got into the top 20, and the school gave me a signed copy of Naruto by Master Yi. Oh my god! The principal is awesome. The school finally did something about personnel matters. Haha, it's my idol's work, my god, I have to get his autograph. But then again, it's not easy to get autographs, and there are 60 of them. Hey, what do you know? Teacher Li is Yi Shen's mother. It's not easy to get only 60 autographs. Fuck, how could I forget about this? The scene was unprecedentedly boiling, and several grade directors looked at their principal in confusion. Ahem, principal, is it really okay for us to indulge our children like this? The head of the first grade sighed and said this, and the other two also looked over, obviously having the same concern. Indulge? The principal was not impressed. Is this called indulgence? It's nothing more than standing from the children's perspective and giving them the sweet treats they want most. And the principal narrowed his eyes wisely. Do you think that the students who can rank in the top 20 in the entire grade will be delayed in their studies by Yi Chen's novel? This. After hearing what the principal said, the three grade directors fell silent. It was indeed true that what the principal said was right. Those who could make it into the top 20 were all students with extremely good self-discipline. All right. It's already been broadcast, so it's settled. The principal smiled slightly and didn't care about it. I'll go find Teacher Li right away. 60 autographed copies of Yi Chen should be no problem. After saying that, the principal walked towards Li Wanting's office, leaving the three grade directors standing in the wind. Oh my god, if you do well in the exam, you will be directly rewarded with an autographed book. This is the first time I have seen this. I have never seen or even heard of it before. But with the little guy Yi Chen's current fame, I'm afraid that Yangcheng No. 1 Middle School will usher in an unprecedented learning frenzy. Even if they think about it now, they can imagine the scene at that time. And they knew the principal's intention. 1 month was enough to change many bad habits. This is. When Li Wanting heard the principal's broadcast, she was stunned at first, then smiled bitterly. Old principal, you really are looking for things to do. Although 60 autographed copies are just a matter of words for her. Teacher Li, it looks like the principal will be here soon. The colleagues were talking jokingly, and sure enough, as soon as they finished speaking, there was a knock on the door. Looking around, the person who appeared at the door was none other than the principal of Yangcheng No. 1 Middle School. Teacher Li, congratulations, your xiaoye is amazing. It sold 100 million copies online in 3 seconds, and it mocked the current music scene, tisk tisk. After some greetings and compliments, although Li Wanting knew the purpose, it would be a lie to say that she was not happy to hear her son praised like this. Then she waved her hand and said, 60 autographed books. I will ask that kid to sign them later. Chapter 129, 1 billion copies of inventory, gone just like that. Some are happy and some are sad. Jojing Novel Network was completely defeated by the sudden appearance of Naruto. Bei Gongjinshion looked at the hot reviews online and his face looked extremely ugly. He knew very well that if Naruto became a hot seller offline tomorrow, the cultural delivery plan they had been planning for more than 10 years would completely fail. Originally, he wanted to send people to hunt down Yi Chen, but he got the response that Yi Chen and his family were missing. In this way, even if he wanted to use Yi Chen's death as a gimmick, it would be impossible. Ding-a-ling. While he was thinking, Bei Gongjinshion received the plan from Fuso, but he was stunned when he learned the news from the other side. What? Are you crazy to give up the Chinese market? The domestic animation industry is facing problems. Fine. I'll go back first, but we must not lose the Chinese market. After hanging up the phone, Bei Gongjinshyon's face turned pale. Was there a fire in the backyard? Good. At this moment, the Japanese animation industry was split, and many factions were in turmoil, which caused problems in the division of the pie. Kitamura Masao was the person in charge of this aspect. The next day, it was daybreak. Not far from Jiangnan University, in front of a bookstore, it was only a little after 6 o'clock, but there was already a long line. At a glance, there were at least several hundred people. It looks quite spectacular from a distance. Some of these people were yawning, some were staring at their messy hair, and some in the front were holding stools, and no one knew when they arrived. Hey, it opens in over an hour. Oh my god, there are so many people. The bookstore 5 kilometers away is even crazier than this one. Yes, I went there at 5 in the morning and saw people chewing bread and rubbing their hands. It was a chilling scene. Speaking of which, Yixin is going to be incredible this time. Yes, it was a hot sale online, and 100 million copies were sold out in just 3 seconds. What a concept! I heard that Long Yuan's fans have dropped by more than 90%. This is normal, okay? Compared to Yixin's works, Long Yuan is nothing. No, not even a fart. But it's selling like hot cakes today. I hope I can buy a few. There were heated discussions everywhere, and at this moment the LSP trio just came out of the school. Today was the day when the boss's works were selling well, so they had to get a few copies to show their support. 1 billion copies, boss, can sell them all today. Dong Kuan walked and talked, but before he could finish, he was shocked by the scene in front of him. Second brother, third brother, look, is that the queue over there a bookstore? Well. Wang Zihong and Li Bin looked over, and their pupils suddenly widened, and the only trace of sleepiness disappeared in an instant. OMG. When did the bookstore become so popular? Could it be that everyone comes here to buy the master's masterpieces? The two looked at each other, and both knew each other's answer. It was obvious that these people were definitely here for the boss's masterpiece. Apart from this, they couldn't figure out why these people gathered here, and it was not even 7 o'clock yet, damn it. Crash. While the three were talking, the bookstore's shutter opened, revealing the face of the bookstore owner. Worry. Seeing the long queue opposite, the bookstore owner swallowed hard and suddenly felt under tremendous pressure. Before he could say anything, the customers started to get angry. Boss, let's get started. It's just that, the flowers I've been waiting for have all wilted. Damn it, if you don't start, I'll tear down your bookstore. There was a lot of noise and the bookstore owner's mouth twitched. There were many ferocious people in the crowd, which made him frightened. Ha! The bookstore owner is not pedantic. He knows that he cannot afford to offend these uncles. If he had known earlier, he would have slept until 8 o'clock. Oh. Ahem, okay then. The bookstore owner finally succumbed to the intimidation of the crowd. It was 8 o'clock, so it didn't matter if he came earlier. But don't push, Master Yi has plenty of books. I have ordered tens of thousands of copies from Kunping Publishing House, which is more than enough. What's the point of talking? Hurry up. The fans didn't care about all this, they just paid for the book and left, and the whole process went smoothly. Oh my god. This is Master Yi's first batch of books, so of course I have to treasure it. Boss, give me 3. A man at the back took out $200 bills and slapped them on the cashier. He picked up 3 books with an excited look on his face and said, no need to change. The rest is a tip. Hey, thank you, sir. When the bookstore owner heard this, his eyes lit up and he hurriedly expressed his gratitude. This consumption was much more than what he earned from selling 3 books. Here, I want 2. Give me 5. I want 1. Without exception, customers lined up consciously because they knew that only in this way could they buy Mr. Yi's works faster. If they crowded together and rushed to buy, it would only waste time. One more thing. They are all fans of Yixin, so they naturally cannot bring shame to their idol. Looking at this scene, Wang Zihong and the other two were filled with emotion. Ha, I didn't realize that the boss's fans are of such high quality. Of course. The 3 of them were discussing this, but soon they discovered something strange, that is, as customers bought books and left one by one, the number of people queuing did not decrease but increased instead. Something is wrong. This is so wrong. 10 minutes like this, 20 minutes like this. Half an hour later it was still the same. The bookstore owner was also stunned. He looked at the still crowded customers and said, what the hell? I sold thousands of books and it was all in vain. 1 hour later. The bookstore owner looked at the empty inventory and said, ahem, well, tens of thousands of copies of Naruto have been sold out. What? It didn't matter that this was said, but the customers were not happy. Tens of thousands of copies sold out. How is that possible? Yes, how long has it been? The boss wants to raise the price, this is too unkind. Bookstore owner, At this moment, the bookstore owner was in tears. He wanted to raise the price? How dare he? Who can he go to for justice? There were tens of thousands of books, and he had spent a huge amount of money on them. He thought it would take at least a few days to sell them all. But who would have thought that they were sold out in less than a day, no, to be precise, within an hour. Opportunity. Thinking of something, the bookstore owner immediately called Kunping Publishing House. Hey, I want to add 10,000, no, 30,000 Naruto orders. What? All the stock is sold out. This. The other party hung up the phone and the bookstore owner stood there in a daze. What the hell? 1 billion copies of inventory, gone just like that. Is it true or not? He should just give him an excuse. Thinking of this, the bookstore owner called several friends and agents in the same industry, and the answers he got were surprisingly consistent. The bookstore owner looked at the disappointed customers and swallowed his saliva. 1 billion books, are they all sold out? Chapter 130, the anime version of Naruto is a big hit, setting a record for viewership in Japan. Stan City, Earl's Palace. Ding dong. Yi Chen received a message on his phone, Young Master Yi, Naruto sold 1 billion copies on the first day, and it was sold out in less than 2 hours. Joujing Novel Network's Chinese market share is less than 10%. Menjing luckily did her job well. Seeing the message on his phone, Yi Chen was slightly stunned. He obviously didn't expect that his personal butler, who was a veteran in hacking the system, would be so capable. Very good. You've done a good job. Starting next month, your salary will be increased by 30%. Thank you, boss. When Lu Menjing heard about the salary increase, her eyes lit up, but compared to the salary increase, she now hopes to help her boss complete tasks and move higher in the business map. Don't thank me yet. It's not over yet. After a pause, Yi Chen continued, next, I will temporarily put aside the work of Kunpeng Group and focus on following up the Fuso market layout. Later, I will send you the animated version of Naruto. When you arrive in Fuso, someone named Shueqing will come to see you. She will help you deal with some hostile forces. After hanging up the phone, Lu Menjing stood there in a daze. She originally thought that the matter was over, but she didn't expect that her boss would actually enter the Japanese animation market. This is too crazy. You know, that is not the home ground of their Kunpeng Group, and it is not easy to occupy a place there. But Lu Menjing was in the Earl's mansion, feeling uneasy. Ah! Lin Xiaowang couldn't help but scream, Sister, something bad happened to my brother-in-law. Look! When she came to Lin Shirin's side, she placed her phone in front of her elder sister. However, when Lin Shirin saw the information on the screen, her pretty face changed. What? In less than 2 hours, 1 billion copies sold. How is this possible? Lin Shirin's pretty face changed slightly. Although she didn't know much about sales, the fact that the product sold 1 billion on the first day already explained a lot. Wow! When the little guy saw his uncle and mom's surprised expressions, an admiring smile appeared on his face, and he obviously knew that Daddy must have done something amazing again. However, if Lin Shirin and her brother knew that this was just the beginning of sweeping the Japanese anime industry, I wonder how they would feel. At the same time, a big event was happening in Stan City. Slums. Boom. The honeycomb-like slums were razed to the ground by one of Xiao Tianzhan's generals. From now on, there will be no more slums in Stan City. Except for the nobles, everyone is a citizen. No matter if they are poor or refugees, they will all enjoy the rights of citizens of Stan City from now on. The deafening sound swept across the entire Stan City in the next moment. Plop. Plop plop. No less than hundreds of thousands of figures knelt on the ground. Thank you, Count. What they are kneeling for is not power, but their reborn selves. However, at this time Xiao Tianzhan received news from his subordinates. Hearing the report from the other side, Xiao Tianzhan frowned. What did you say? The Duke of Nilu Principality was assassinated, and Nilu City is leaderless and in disarray. Okay, I got it. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Tianzhan looked solemn. The death of Duke Nilu was no small matter. No wonder there were a lot more refugees recently than usual. It seemed that there must be another conspiracy behind this. Fuso, the capital city. At the Kunpeng Group branch, a beautiful figure just arrived at this moment. This person is Lu Menjing, who came from China. Boss Lou, Osaka Animation has been acquired and the plan can start at any time. Lu Menjiang listened to her subordinate's words, and then dialed a number that Yi Chen gave her. It turned out to be Xue Chang. Of course, she didn't know that Xue Chang was also the second commander of the 3,000 beautiful angels. As night fell, the whole of Fusan fell into silence. It was also here that the anime version of Naruto was quietly broadcast simultaneously on Japanese TV stations and the internet. As expected, it immediately caused an unprecedented response. Nanny, this is such an interesting anime. Yeah, in the ninja world's Konoha village, I really like Minato Namikaze. Uzumaki Kunishin is so beautiful, I love her so much. A conscientious animation, not only of high quality, but also updated 20 episodes at a time. I feel like this anime is going to be a big hit, let's buy some DVDs. Many netizens gave rave reviews, and in an instant, Naruto became a hit without any publicity. In contrast, the newly released anime Long Yuan was deserted. 1 million. 3 million. 5 million. The show became a hit on the internet, with the number of viewers soon exceeding tens of millions, and the ratings of Fuso TV continue to soar. Fuso TV. Bang. There was a sound of someone breaking into the director's office, and then the head of the data department was filled with joy. Director Jingchuan, something big has happened. Just now, the Naruto animation we released has achieved a 5-point viewership rating. What? After hearing the report from his subordinates, Igawa Daisher stood up from his seat and said, 5 points in the ratings, this. Even Igawa Daisher, who had seen many storms, gasped and looked at the beautiful scenery outside the window in disbelief, but he had no mood to appreciate it at the moment. I remember the highest ratings were only 4.8 points, but this show has already set a record of 5 points in less than an hour. That's amazing. Igawa Daisher sipped his lips and said, give orders to all departments to promote Naruto with all their strength and make sure the ratings are stable. It would be even better if we can set new records. Gulp. The minister swallowed his saliva and said, ahem, Director Igawa, is not only that, the Naruto that is being broadcasted online has already received 80 million views. Puff. After hearing this, Igawa Daisher wanted to drink some water to calm down, but he immediately spat it all out, his eyes widened. What? 80 million views, this. Igawa Daisher swallowed his saliva. What a joke. There are only more than 100 million people in Japan, and the number of online views has reached 80 million. If this continues, the whole country will be destroyed. Good guy? Igawa Daisher didn't expect that. The show would be even more popular online than on TV. Recommended. Bonus at all costs. Igawa Daisher immediately decided, this will definitely be a milestone masterpiece in the Japanese animation industry. At least in the next few decades, it will be an unattainable ceiling for Japanese TV ratings. Ahem, Director Jingchuan, Baigong Jinxiong just called and said. Let's boycott Naruto and not let it wreak havoc in the country. Fart. Igawa Daisher's eyes widened. Kitamura Masao is nothing but a politician's dog, don't pay any attention to him. Yes, master. The head of the data department's face froze. He had heard that the director and Baigong Jinxiong were not on good terms, but Baigong Jinxiong didn't know that his words helped Naruto a lot, and the sensation here was just the beginning.